Hey, Jeremy, did you get snow last night?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's loud.
Fucking changing weather overnight, man. Crazy.
Yeah, 'cause it was like warm before that, kind of.
Yeah.
Okay, pop in here in a minute. Give me a minute.
Yeah.
It was nice. I woke up yesterday. There was like 20 people in here. It was like perfect.
Yeah, I fell asleep last night and I woke up. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning and they're like, it's full. I'm going, what the hell? No one slept?
Nobody slept last night. Or the night before that, yeah. Yeah, that was like the old days right there. Waking up with 20 people in the room. That was nice. That was
Yep.
nice.
Well, it
Yeah,
seems
there's
all
like,
the trolls are over in one place. Well, two places they have now.
yeah, no. Yeah.
Have you seen Gems lately? I haven't re-went there, so I have no idea. Did they regain their? I'm sure they regained all their people.
Yeah, he's got like 30 people in there right now in the VC.
That's standard for him. Yeah,
Yeah, but he listens to us, though.
I know. They all do. You know how many times they DM me what the stuff we're talking about?
I know.
I can't tell
I
you how
know.
many times, bro.
A lot. I know it happens to me a lot too.
Like we're talking about something, and I'll get
And
a
they're
DM.
DMing you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you think you're still talking about that? You haven't learned. And I'm like, okay, why don't you come over here, man? Why are you DMing me? Come in, bring your stuff in. They don't come because they don't have anything. Well, what are they gonna bring? What's his name? Chronic used to come in every once in a while, tell me how wrong I was about the James Webb. But he doesn't come in no more because there's just too much stuff. Well, what's he gonna argue? What happened to Scott? Is he still there? Reach. He's one of the few guys that you can talk to.
was talking to you for mad long on mute, bro. Wow. Yo, does my mic sound good? Is the first part of my sentence flipping?
Oh, you're good?
I'm just gonna keep these in.
Last part muffled there. What did you do? Did you move it?
I switched it. I switched an AirPod out, yeah.
Okay.
Should be
No,
good
you
though.
sound good.
Hey, can we put that snowman down, whatever this is? Thank you. Hey, Daddy needs this. Thank you. Hey. It's gonna break. It's like ceramic or something. No, don't wear Daddy's shoes. They're too big for you. Yeah, bro, I'm getting my silver up. I went to buy gold, but it was such a tiny amount, dude. I couldn't see. I don't know.
What is it, like $24 an ounce now? Silver?
For the silver, yeah, but you pay a little more when you buy it in the store. Like those maples were like I think like 28 or something. It was like
Okay, so like
120 or
$5, $5 more.
yeah, it was like $4 or $5 more, yeah. Over spot. I gotta make money. I go, so if I were to sell this just back to you in 5 seconds, you would just give me spot price. They're like, yeah. I was like, all right, that's fine. It's a
Yeah,
long
yeah,
term
that's how.
investment,
Yeah.
anyways.
Yep.
For when I die, I can give some to the kids. They're just neat to have. They're just neat to have. I felt like I had like some pirate treasure for a second.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt. It could only go up. So
I mean, silver's in all the stuff we use, so all the electronics and shit. So, in the way we do electronics, we're going to be needing a lot of silver in the future.
it'd be good to get into one of those crypto things that they were saying yesterday, but at 0.00 point, like 0.00, like they were saying, put a couple of hundred in one of those. Yeah, you wake up one morning, you got like $1 million
Bro, I was
or
with
nothing.
Miggy.
Yeah.
It was Miggy, Eli, Chocolate saying me. It was Truth Prevails. There was a whole bunch of us. Miggy made a crypto group, and he told me to buy. He's like, he was just shooting these coins out. Oh, Brandon was in it with us. And Miggy was just like, Miggy was like, yo, buy this coin, buy that coin. I was buying like 20, $50 worth. Some people were buying more. I think Brandon got busy on that shit. But yo, there was coins Miggy was telling me to buy. I was buying like $50 worth. And I cashed out for like thousands, bro. Like Shiba Inu, I bought like $50 worth of Shiba Inu. I probably cashed out like, I don't know, 9 grand or some shit.
Oh, that's nuts. Good,
Yeah,
man.
it was
Really?
sick, dude. We got busy back when this happened, back when Bitcoin went to like 50, 60 grand a while back.
Yeah, yeah.
We got busy, bro. Yeah. Fucking Miggy.
So Miggy knows this shit?
Yeah, he was doing good. He did real good. He quit his job at one point. So did I. There was like 3 or 4 of us that quit our job in that crypto group.
I remember
I
when
had
you
two
said I'm
G's a month.
retiring, but then you
Yeah,
went back. Yeah, yeah.
because crypto flopped. I know it's unreliable.
See,
That's why
that's the
lately
problem.
lately I've been buying. It's good to hit them once, but I've been just buying crypto recently, or not crypto, stocks. more long term, maybe. I don't know. I do think crypto is long term too, though, but it's so fluctuant. So
Like, I don't know too much about this stuff, to be honest with you, but if there's a way to get in, but how you're going to get into the New York thing, right? You know, the digital dollar? 'Cause these
yeah,
guys are going to take it all, man. Yeah. The Fed, right? But it's not like you can invest in the Fed, right?
I know.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, let's brush our teeth. Come on. No, don't get in the tub. Don't get in the tub. I'm about to buy this one stock, 9 cents a week dividend. It's like $100 for a share. So every $100 you get 9 cents a week. Ah, that's my top. Stand up right here, please. Well, let's brush our teeth. Brush my teeth. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Yeah.
2 minutes. Guy let me sleep in today. 7:30. It's not bad. I'm gonna be waking up at 5 sometimes. Like, let's go.
Yeah, I get up early these days, yeah.
Well, you're old. How old are you?
I'm old.
I got you in your like late 50s. Is that about right?
Yep. Yep.
Mid to late 50s. I had you.
You got it. I'm an old geezer.
Yeah, a couple years on me. We're all getting old, bro. We're all getting there.
Yep. Seen a lot of shit in my time.
I hear that. I hear that. Yeah. Fucking crazy. Life is crazy, bro.
Yeah, that's why I'm a little bit jaded, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I hear these young whippersnappers and I say, oh man, you got a lot of shit to go through, man. A lot of miles before you sleep, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I just fear for where we're headed. Like, we can't be headed to a good place with the way we're doing. There's no way this ends well for humanity with what we're doing here.
Yeah, this is insane, bro. When I was a kid, you know, it was long hair and jean jackets that were like, ooh, if
Yeah.
only they freaking knew, man.
Yeah.
If only they'd seen one of these freakaloids, these woke sickos, man. I think they'd just faint on the street back then. Imagine now, you having long hair and a jean jacket, you're considered like a bum. Imagine if they saw a man dressed as a woman. Like, they'd
Yeah.
freak, like they wouldn't believe it.
Mm, I don't know. I mean, there's so many things wrong with what we're doing today. So many things, bro. I couldn't even I make a list. You want it alphabetically or chronologically?
It's more like, what are we doing right?
Yeah, that would be an easier list to make.
Yeah. And right now, I can't think of one thing. You got
We're
open borders. You're supporting every wrong. You're on the wrong side of every war. It's like, what the heck, man?
I know, man, and it's so sad too because the average dude just wants to live a good life. You know, yeah, there's some nutcases out there, but the average people, most of the people, most people, they want to just be with raise their family, go to work, you know, do things they like, nothing crazy. You know what I'm saying? They just want to live like a good life. Most people. I'd have to say like 90% of people want to just live a good life. Yeah, you got your serial killers and there's some fucked up people out there, obviously, but like 80, 90% of the people just want to live a good life. But there's this little small tiny part of the population that's like running shit. And they're fucking killing us, bro. Killing us.
That's the problem. The elite, the rulers. Yeah.
Yeah, the controllers, whatever you want to call them, people making money moves. Bilderberg, everyone knows who it is. Who's the they? Dude, it's the Bilderberg, Bohemian Grove, Illuminati, Freemasons, Skull and Bones. Those motherfuckers, the Bushes, the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers. You know who they are.
Yeah. It's a sad state of affairs, bro.
Yeah, we might be able to pull through. Dude, we gotta let our money talk. I saw Woody Harrelson making a speech. I think he was even saying, "Yo, we gotta let our dollars talk, man. Don't if somebody's doing some fucked up shit, don't spend money there." He didn't tell us who. You know, it's going to take a guy like that to organize this. Somebody's going to listen to. You know what I mean? Like no one's going to listen to me. I can't even tell people where am I going to go? Like 100 people hear me a day. You know what I'm saying? It needs to be one of those people like Woody Harrelson or Tom Cruise or someone to tell us, hey, everyone stop shopping at nobody shop at Walmart or some shit or something. Whatever we're doing. Like if we're going to let our dollars talk, we need to all be on the same page with it. It doesn't do any good if like 100 people don't do it. You know what I mean? Do you think Walmart gives a fuck if 100 people don't shop there?
Yeah. We need organization. Yeah. For sure. And what happens is these people, when they come up, when they shadow ban them, they erase them. So now we're going to be hearing a whole bunch of shit about what he did, and he's this, and he's probably they're going to make him a Who knows what they're going to do, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Like as soon as somebody goes to speak, yeah, they take actions against them. That's why people are afraid. Look at who was it, Irving, the basketball dude. One day he says this, and the next day, oh well, I didn't really mean it that way, and yeah,
oh, Kyrie.
yeah,
What you're talking about, Magic. Uh oh, they'll rock you to sleep. Shaq did it too. Shaq did it too. He had a recant, but the next day after he recanted, he was like, nah, fuck that, it's flat. He wasn't playing.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like he
Did
came
you
out,
see
said
the
it was
thing I put
flat,
on?
and then was like, what's up?
Rogan and what's his name, the UFC dude, Dana White. You see that vid?
Who? No, I didn't see it.
Okay, scroll. You got to see this. Scroll to 11 past. It's a very small short. That's what we need, bro. Give it a quick look.
11 past.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. All right. Yeah, bro, that's what they do, dude. They'll pull your spot if they have. See, that's why these people. Okay, that's why the elite people want to be controlling everything. Like they want to be. They want to own a majority of shares in all the companies. They want to own the businesses. That way, if you fuck up, they can just pull your money. They want to own the spot people that are sponsoring your shit. That way, if you fuck up and do the wrong thing, they'll pull the sponsorship, stop your money. They can, if they can stop your money, that's huge, bro. That's huge. That'll ruin someone. You know what I'm saying? I can't have my money stopped. I mean, I could always go get another job. This isn't that serious, but that would suck if like my money stopped. You know what I'm saying? Especially for one of these dudes or something.
Yep, that's how they do it, bro.
They
Now,
got to control everything.
Yeah, Dana is powerful enough, has enough money to tell them to F off, right? And it won't affect them. But most people, they got one or two suppliers or they depended on a couple of customers. They can easily be swayed. That's how they do it. And that's how they control the Senate and the House, right?
Yeah,
With
but there's very few people that got fuck you money though.
exactly. That's what
Like I
Rogan
don't have
calls
fuck you
F
money.
you. You saw that one, right? Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't have fuck you money.
Yeah. He goes, I don't have money. I got fuck you money. Yeah, that
Yeah,
was good. Yeah.
that was good. Hold on, give me 2 seconds. I gotta go hit my bowl real quick. I got Wednesday, today, Thursday, Friday off.
Oh, nice,
Gotta
bro.
love, gotta love the government jobs.
Yeah.
2 minutes, 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
No rush, bro.
All right. Well, the things I wish I had known more stuff when I was a kid. Like they don't. You could be retired right now. Why didn't my parents do the right thing? Like if you throw like $50 a month or $100 a month into an account, not a savings account, but like some kind of like S&P 500 account or something, FPY or VOO, something like that, or just any stocks really. You just picked random ones, it wouldn't even matter. Like $100 a month, dude, you could retire. If you start that when a child's born, they can retire when they're like 35. Do you know how fucking huge that is? To have to only work till you're 35, that's fucking dope.
When you're young, bro, you don't have brains. Like, you know how much money I've spent on vacations, on
Yeah, but
gambling, the
the
casinos
parents
and
got to
shit.
do it. The parents got to
Yeah,
do it, bro. The
yeah.
kid can't do it. He's 1 year old. You know what I'm saying? The parents got to do this when you're one. Because I was watching this thing. They're like, yo, if you start saving for retirement when you're 25 and you put $100 a month away, you'll have $1 million by the time you're like 65 or something. They're like, if you wait till you're 35, you're only gonna have 300 grand. Like those first 10 years is like worth like 700, like a majority of it. So I was
Yeah,
thinking,
you're
well, why
talking
don't we
about
just,
the compound interest, right? And all that as it grows and stuff. Is that what you're
yeah,
saying?
like a growth dividend thing, like the
Yeah.
S&P 500 or something, yeah. But yeah, if a parent starts that for the kid when they're first born, 35 years of that, boom, you're good.
Yeah, the problem is not too many people do that. You know, like right now, most Americans and Canadians, they don't have like a couple of $1,000 in the bank. Let's say
I
your
know, bro. That's
transition
fucking
goes.
scary.
Yeah, man. People are living paycheck to paycheck, bro.
It's brutal, dude. I know.
Yeah.
I probably got like right now, if all my money income stopped, I probably got like, I don't know, 5 months worth of bills.
Yeah.
Maybe
Me,
not
it's like,
even, maybe like three or four.
yeah, most people, bro. Most people don't have any savings at all. It's really, really bad, and they're making it. They did it on purpose, right? Before, Pop used to go work, Mom could stay home, and the salary of Pop could buy you a car, a house, everything. Now, Mom and Pop work. They still don't have enough money, and Pop has to go and get some part-time jobs. Like I know most of my friends, they work two, three jobs.
Yeah, I got two jobs. I do
Yeah,
DoorDash in the morning. That's just for like extra money though. But still, man, you need extra money, dude.
yeah. You can't just
Otherwise,
live
you're
on
living check to
chickens.
check.
Yeah,
And I have a government job. I'm
I know.
technically like,
You
I'm in the
got good.
government.
Yeah,
What's that?
yeah. You got good salary. I'm sure. You know, it's not the regular salary. Yeah,
It's not
still not
bad.
enough.
It's not great, but it's not bad. It's like 20 bucks. I make like 20 bucks an hour, dude. But a roll of aluminum foil is like $20 now.
I know. Well, the minimum wage for cleaning here is like for hard. Like there's different types, right? Soft, medium. It's like $20.40, 41 cents.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Wow. We've
Yeah,
gotten a whole bunch of raises since I started. Like there was one point where I got like $1 raise an hour for like I got that like three times like back to back in like a few months. That was neat.
bro. When I started, it was like $12 an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yo,
now
when
it's like 20.
your first job, how much were you making an hour? I'll know how old you are by the number you give me.
Oh man, I can't remember, bro. It was yeah. It was
Dude,
peanuts.
mine was like I still remember my paycheck. It was like I think it was like 375 or something.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
So you're
bro.
you're in
Back
your
in the
forties. You're in your forties.
yeah,
Yeah.
about 375 an hour, which was
Wow.
low, but you could buy stuff. If you gave me 375 an hour, I won't even get out of bed for that. But if you gave me that now, you can't buy anything. Back then, a Snickers bar cost like 50 cents. You could go get a Snickers bar, a soda, a pack of cigarettes for 1 hour,
Yeah, yeah.
which I guess I can still do now.
Yeah, Snicker bar. When they were talking crypto yesterday, I was telling them, listen, guys, bottom line, if you can't buy a freaking Mars bar, your money's no good. If you can't go to the
They
store, yeah, of
they still sell Mars bars in Canada.
course they do. As far as
I
I
ain't
know,
even seen them shits in decades, bro. Yo,
really.
yeah, that is my whole hang up with crypto. I like crypto. I have crypto. I'm in it. I think it's going to be the I don't know which one, but some kind of probably the Fed one. But crypto is going to be the future. It's efficient. Think all the banks you got going, all those buildings, bro. All those people got to drive to those buildings. They got to heat and cool them. It's crazy. But crypto is the future. And but yeah, it's only good. It's only good if I can go to Walmart and buy my groceries
Exactly.
and pay my rent. I need to be able to pay my mortgage. I need to be able to buy stuff in the gas station. I gotta buy my gas with it. Shit like that, bro. I need to use it for everyday spending. And until that happens, it's not gonna.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? How big can it get? I need to go to Walmart and pay with that shit.
And that's where they're gonna control it, right? Right at that
Which Geo,
transaction level. Yeah.
yeah, Geo said there is systems right now implemented where they'll give you a credit card. You'll have a Bitcoin in your credit card, and then you can go buy a Mars bar, and they
Yeah,
do it
but
all
they'll control
automatically.
it. Yeah, but when you do that buying, that's where they're gonna control it,
Well, the tax
right?
you, you're gonna get taxed everywhere you look, but
Exactly. And if you do it under the table, it's gonna be like black market, like you're using counterfeit. They're gonna put you in jail. Counterfeit. It's what they claim is legal tender. Like right now, the American dollar is legal tender, right? You can't go in there and buy with a peso or a
if
yuan
the guy
or
take if the guy would take it, you could. Not at Walmart. Yeah, at Walmart they're only taking dollars. That's it. But there's places where you could go. Like there are shops you can go and pay with Bitcoin right now. One of the countries changed their whole currency because some of these countries have flimsy ass currencies. You know what I'm saying? You need 8,000 wheelbarrows full of cash to buy a loaf of bread and shit or something. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah, yeah.
So there's a country that switched to Bitcoin. They're like, fuck it, we're just going to use Bitcoin, and they just use Bitcoin now as their currency.
Yeah, unless they all do that, I mean, you know what I'm saying, right? All the stores are going to have to accept that. So,
Yeah,
so then they're going to tell them, okay, if you want to change $100 in Bitcoin, no problem, but we're going to tax you, let's say $7, right?
yeah. You guys pay
So,
sales tax there, right?
yeah, a lot too, bro, a lot,
Yeah, I remember when ours used to be 7%. I think it's up to like 9 or 10 now, or 8. I don't know.
bro. You're lucky if you're only paying that. We pay two sales tax here. So if you buy something $100, you're going to end up leaving the store paying 118, 120, something like that.
Jesus,
Yeah, bro.
fucking brutal, dude. Can't you run the country with just one? You got to run a country with like just one thing. Like just charge everyone in your whole country 10% every time they buy something. You're telling me that can't run the whole country? That's a lot of fucking money. You know how much shit we buy?
Of course they can, but they need for bombs and stuff. They need for the military. They get they milk us, bro. Of course they can run it with 5%, and all be very comfortable, right? But they're
I don't know.
greedy MFs. Yeah,
This whole thing needs to be restructured, dude.
yeah, everything from the ground up.
Yeah. You know what the real crime is? There is definitely a crime going on, and I don't know why nothing's getting done about it. I don't understand. There's like traders where they'll do good. You'll have a guy that makes $4 million in the stock market in a year. Bloomberg will do an article on him or some shit. There are politicians, Pelosi, senators, congressmen. They make like 200 grand a year. They go into office, career politicians I'm talking about. They make like 200 grand a year. They go into office with like a few hundred grand to their name, and now they're worth 40 million, 200 million. It's like, dude, what the fuck? These are the luckiest motherfuckers on earth, or they're getting some kind of insider trading tip. Like, I don't know why this isn't being stopped.
Yeah, this is well known. Yeah, you know why it's not being stopped? Because they know the people that could stop it. They know their seat is coming soon. They're going to be in that money pot, so
Yeah.
that's why they don't stop it.
Another thing is the conflict of interest. There's no way to stop it. This is hard to stop, bro. This conflict of interest thing, like Bush sat on the board of Lockheed and Martin. This is the biggest conflict of interest I've ever heard of. And
That's
Lockheed
what they
Martin
do.
supplies
Yeah,
defense. Yeah, Lockheed Martin supplies defense to America in time of war. This president now has a huge conflict of interest on whether we go to war or not. It's like, what the fuck?
yeah.
Some guy will work. What's that?
It's a revolving door. Once they leave office, the big companies hire them in management, Raytheon, the military contractors, and they know they have friends. So they just go and visit their buddies in the Senate, and it's a revolving door. They have suitcases of money. Yeah, it's amazing how it works.
No, those suitcases of money. I was saying this last night. That don't happen no more. Now they do all their stuff with because they don't have to do anything illegal anymore. You know what I'm saying? A suitcase full of money is wild illegal. The person that gets the suitcase of money, what do they do with it? They got to have an offshore account, and people are asking questions. Where'd you get this money from? Now they do it like they do it with Pelosi and shit, or they did something like this with Obama. I'm pretty sure. Like, they'll say, "Oh, okay, you're a senator. We need you to vote for this medical thing. We're not going to give you a briefcase full of cash. Where are you going to put it? You know what I'm saying? That a briefcase full of cash is cool. You can buy your groceries with it, your gas, all your small purchases, but you can't deposit that in the bank. So what they do now is they just oh shit. What they do now is they just say, okay, we're your senator. We need you to vote for this. We'll hire your son or your daughter or your wife. We'll give her 500 grand a year. She doesn't even have to come into the office a couple times a year. Just let her presence be known once in a while, and that's their payoff right there. You know what I'm saying? That's the briefcase full of cash. It's just,
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, for
but
sure.
now it's
Yeah,
all legal on the books.
yeah, or they'll give him stocks or whatever. Yeah, sure. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a suitcase, literally.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because you can't do nothing with it. Like I said, you could buy your groceries and shit like that. But I mean, how, dude? That's neat and all that. But like, I mean, you can't really do too much with it.
Yeah, you see some of these people like Pelosi and them, bro. They got vacation houses worth like $20 million. Their vacation home, and they got like two, three of freaking homes. It's like insane, bro. Insane. They're bought and sold for.
Yeah, I know. How are these people the luckiest motherfuckers in the stock market ever? They're that good at trading. Why'd they even become a senator? The only
Yeah,
reason they're good at trading like that is because they're a senator and they're obviously getting inside information. You know,
yeah, and the
those
way
aren't
they
the
do it,
luckiest.
they just give them tips for stocks, and they can say, "Look, I bought the stock. I mean, the stock went up. I mean, God bless America." Ooh, ooh, right? What are you gonna say? Yeah. Meanwhile, we don't know
They,
that they gave him the tips. These guys gave him these tips, right? They would have never figured it out on their own. Never.
they actually passed a law in America where it's now public information on what stocks these senators buy and shit and congressmen. The thing is, though, they have 30 days to report it. So, like, they'll buy a stock. Nobody reports it that day because they want a bubble. So they'll buy a stock and then, wait 25 days or something and then report it. Like, oh, yeah, I bought the stock. Look what happened. And then by then it's too late, though. You can't even get in on it because it already happened. You know what I'm saying? They buy the stock, it does a big move, they make $1 million, and then they report it. So it's like, all right, great.
Yeah, that would be good to know what stock these fuckers buy. Yeah, yeah. It's a
Yeah.
guaranteed you're gonna make money. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, if you buy it when they buy it, but if they tell you 30 days later or 60 days later or whatever the thing is, then that doesn't really help.
Yeah, they took their profit already. Yeah,
Yeah,
and then
they're
his
already
contract go down. Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, they got it all figured out, man. They got it all freaking figured out.
Excuse me. Yeah, this whole thing needs a big revamp.
Like everybody thinks business is, above board. Yeah, I'll give you an example. The construction companies here in Montreal, they were involved with the mob, right? So they did a big investigation and this and that. Well, it turns out that every construction project that we've had here in Montreal for the past, I don't know, 40 years or whatever, there was a 15 or something percent handout to the mobsters. Every single project.
What was that big Russian boxer's name? The brothers, two brothers. One's a politician, one's a boxer. What were their names?
Not sure who you're talking
Klitschnikov?
about.
No, not Klitschnikov. That's a fucking gun. Klitschko. Klitschko. One of them was a boxer, and his brother was a senator. And Klitschko was doing a fight. One of the brothers was doing a fight. I think it was Klitschko was their names. I can't remember. One of them was doing a fight, right? Now, before a fight happens, before a boxing match happens, they have a bid to see who wants the rights to the fight. And my friend's a big boxing fan. He follows all the shit real close. He's like, dude, this they paid way too much for the rights to this fight. What happened was the guy, it was a payoff. See, it's all on the books. It's all legal. There's nothing you could do. The guy bought the rights to the fight like $20 million over what it was, but it was so he would get the bid. The guy that bought it was a guy that did like blacktop or some shit in Russia. I don't know the exact story, but the senator gave the bid to the guy for the blacktop to do like all like mad roads in Russia or some shit, and the payoff was he bought the fight for more. You know what I'm saying? Like it's all fucking legal, bro. It's crazy. All the payoffs and shit. It's all in our face, but there's just nothing you could do. And no one's doing nothing. Bullshit.
That's the thing. They've gotten so brazen and they know no one can do nothing that they just do it in our face and they laugh at us. It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
I know. Motherfuckers.
They know everybody's so busy, right? Doing their stuff. They know that nobody could just let go of their job and, follow this.
That was the thing. I saw this. There was this show, Rome. You ever saw it? It was 2 seasons long. There was that show.
What?
It was a show called Rome. It was 2 seasons long. You ever see it?
I'm not sure.
Well, anyways, there was a scene in it, and it was like two of the senators sitting down having a meal or something, and they're like, he's like, we have to keep the people busy because they were. The guy was like, why are we doing this? The arena and the Coliseum or whatever. He's like, we have to keep the people busy so that it could, because if they had the time to figure out what we're doing, they'd be rioting in the streets. They have to keep us busy, constantly
Yeah.
busy. This whole thing is very well designed, dude. The whole thing's very well designed because the thing they're keeping us busy with is making them billions of dollars also. So like before they had to pay for it. Like if they wanted to put on a Coliseum with the arena, that would cost them tons of shekels or rupees or whatever they use, gold coins. Now they want to put a Super Bowl game on, they make friggin' billions of dollars. You know what I'm saying? The Super Bowl is the big thing. All these sports things, all this shit to keep us busy, video games, all the stuff. It's a big money maker for them, and it's keeping us so busy that we're not even worried. We're worried about, paying bills, who's going to win the Super Bowl, Just bullshit. But we are busy. I don't get a
That's the
5
game.
minutes to breathe all day. Go ahead.
No, that's the game plan. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, bro. Keep us super busy. Keep us super busy so that we're not watching what they're doing. What's up, Bennett?
Buenos dias.
Are you the Bennett guy with the ether or the Sagnac effect thing?
I don't know. When was that?
I think last night they did something in that ether cosmology server with a guy named Bennett. I was just wondering if that was you.
Oh no, I must have a impersonator.
Yeah.
No, I was on like yesterday afternoon, but I was debating with some people about, these Globers want to chat about the vanishing point, or that, vanishing point doesn't exist in reality. It's just an art term, and things going below the horizon can only happen on curved surfaces, and I show them demonstrations and stuff, and it's just like it's not enough. Then they want a peer-reviewed study that water is level.
Yo, we actually, not we, but well, we did it on Brandon's, but this guy named Pebbles in the Pond did a thing where he had a camera, and the camera was like feet above the floor. This wasn't even like on the floor thing. Like it was, all that stuff was like, I think the stuff he was looking at was on the floor, but the camera was up higher. It doesn't matter because he was in a warehouse. You could see he had a light on. He had like lights in the distance and stuff. He made a light disappear with a straight line of sight to the light. You can definitely make stuff disappear on a flat surface. Like you could definitely have a sunset. There's also instances where the Globers themselves have measured the horizon above horizontal. If that tells you anything, obviously shit. Like yeah, when they say nothing can cross that horizontal line, now I agree perspective doesn't make things cross the horizontal line, but it does happen nonetheless. You can say it's not perspective, whatever, it's happening. Things are crossing that horizontal line. We know that because we got Globers that have taken theodolite measurements of the horizon above horizontal.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of like where the argument turned into is, how's it possible that the sun can be above a plane, above the ground level of a planar surface, and yet disappear below the horizon? And just my argument is that it goes so far away that it dips below the horizon, but below the horizon is an optical phenomenon that doesn't necessitate being below the plane, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I personally, I personally think it's, I personally think refraction is not working the way they say. Now they'll argue to death about refraction. I've had these guys backtracking on me all day and shit about it, but I think that things are being refracted just the opposite way they say. Because the way they say it right now works for their model. They say it's looming, things are being higher. I think things are actually lower than than their actual position.
Yeah,
That would
it's a
work for us.
mysterious beast. Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
that's where I'm kind of like conceptually, I'm just trying to understand and learn and grasp is yeah, this whole concept of like refraction or looming, and is like, do things always move up or always move down? And it's fascinating to me because it's kind of like the demonstrations we have of, like flat surfaces, and having a camera like at ground level and things moving away, and you see this bottom up obstruction, but there's still a lot of contention around the whole thing.
Yeah. Well, there's a when you're looking at something in the distance, like say you're out looking at the horizon, the ground that you're looking at, that has an actual position. That's an actual position that somebody can go stand on. But when you're looking at it from miles away, you're not seeing its actual position anymore. So that thing is out of its actual position. So now it's a guessing game on where is that thing. Like you can't make, dude, if they want to start drawing straight lines to stuff, I'll blow them out the box. Let anyone come in here talking about we're drawing straight lines to things in the object and they're a glober. It's over for them after that. You can destroy their whole model with drawing straight lines to anything, a star, the sun, the moon, anything. A ship at the horizon. They need to draw this curved line, which now they're guessing on which way it's curving. How do you know it's curving that way and that much? But yeah, we've done a lot of examples of things disappearing. Like I said, Pebbles in the Pond was one of the best ones. Sky Free also did some good stuff with a city skyline and ships. Rob Skiba. When I first got into this years ago, I was like flip flopping with this for like 6 months because I'm like, yo, there's no way you can have a sunset on a flat Earth. But then I saw this Rob Skiba thing with the lens, and he made the sunset on a flat table. So I was like, all right, I get it. It's possible. Look, he just fucking did it. So there we go. I was in it.
Yeah, exactly. That's those are the kind of demonstrations and things I kind of wish it was easier to access, but you kind of have to create your own little library, so to speak, on your phone or computer of kind of things to share. You know, there's a lot of things in 24/7 kind of in the categories, but sometimes it's just kind of hard, even when you do the mass search, because sometimes people won't put the keywords related to what they're posting, you know, like an infographic or something.
Yeah, we should have a compilation of things disappearing or setting on flat surfaces. That'd be a good compilation to have, just to show that it can happen.
Because to
Because
me,
that's go ahead.
right, because to me that seems like the only thread they're kind of hanging by is kind of this illusion of the horizon, and then the debate always goes to the definition being apparent versus actual, and you know you're looking through a medium of air and all of that, but if you could just simply demonstrate that it's all possible on planar surfaces, which you know there are demonstrations out there. But what's funny is they downplay them and dismiss them when you do show them, and saying, "Oh, the lens is below the table." Have you heard that kind of counter rebuttal about that one demonstration of the quarter on the table or whatever?
Yeah, that's why I don't. That's why I don't use the one with the coin.
I
I've
saw a
seen the
good
coin.
one on a flat. I think it was, I forget who it was. An Australian guy. I forget his channel, but he had one where he basically had a camera on ground level and had a book, you know, about 100 feet away, you know, and demonstrated it disappearing. And then someone went to go pick up the book, and then you saw that person's feet disappear as they approached the book. Um, you know, but then the contention gets into when you come into instances where you zoom in as much as possible and there's still the bottom up. You know what I mean? The image doesn't come back into play, and that's where you get into, I guess, what QE calls like the convergence and angles of incidence and all that stuff. That's I'm still kind of trying to learn.
Bro, we have tons of flat Earth formulas, bro. Tons of flat Earth formula. QE just did that slope intercept angle video. He did two of them. That's the same thing as rise over run. Slope intercept angle is what they use on graphs and math class, but it's the same formula as rise over run, basically. Which rise over run is how they get elevation on Earth. Like we have flat Earth. The only rebuttal the Globers can say is those formulas don't work. That's all they can say is no, those formulas don't work.
Yeah, they don't work because when we put it in our globe model, they don't work.
Yeah, it can't work on a globe. It can't work on a rise over run. Can't work on a globe. You know how they say how they got the. You ever heard Neil deGrasse say, "Oh, if you drop a bullet and shoot a bullet, they hit the ground at the same time"? You ever heard that?
Say that again. Do a little breakdown. What does he say?
If you were to shoot a bullet and drop a bullet, they would hit the ground at the same time.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I haven't heard that from him, but I've heard the concept.
Yeah, that only works on a flat Earth. Because if you're on a globe and you shot a bullet, it would be going out, and there would be drop under the bullet, and there would be a different distance that the bullet has to fall from the one
Right,
you
because
shoot to the one you just dropped.
it would technically be shooting out of a tangent, from the sphere, and then it would have more curve ahead. I see what you're
It has
saying.
to fall. Yeah, the bullet that you shoot has to fall farther, so it would take longer for it to hit the ground because there's more. Because the Earth's dropping. We're on a globe. Earth's dropping. So that formula, that is a flat. That's another flat Earth formula. So that whatever that one is, rise over run. There's a whole bunch of flat Earth. I mean, yeah, their only argument for the rise over run thing is, oh well, it works on short distances on a globe. No, it doesn't work anywhere on a globe. If you go out 1 inch, rise over run doesn't work 1 inch on a globe. It would be off. It's wrong. You can make it work if you're trying to build something. I guess it wouldn't matter that much because it'd be so insignificant. But the formula doesn't work because it wouldn't be correct. It would be
Right.
correct on a flat Earth. For flat Earth, the formula is correct. Rise over run. You make a horizontal line. However much you go up, that's your elevation change. That's not right on a globe, though. Even if you go out an inch, a foot, a mile, it doesn't matter how long. It's always going to be wrong on a globe. Always. Yeah, the whole apparent position thing. I mean, yes, it is this place where the sky appears to meet the ground, but that ground is the real spot. However, that real spot that the ground is, that you can go stand on, that is an apparent position when you're looking at it. So who's to say that it's above horizontal, below horizontal, at horizontal? You don't know because you're just looking at it. We have, like I said, we have multiple theodolite measurements from globers with the horizon above horizontal. So now what?
Demonstrating that it's apparent. It's not that it's an optical, phenomenon, the horizon line.
Well, yeah, I like the theodolite measurements with the horizon above horizontal because these guys used to tell me for years things don't cross the horizontal line. They can't cross the horizontal line, but they do.
Yeah, haven't they
Unless
said
it's
a lot
concave.
that? Yeah, don't they always mention like it's slightly below horizontal, but like optical effects make it look horizontal, at eye level or blah blah blah.
Well, yeah, they'll say it's on average it's below horizontal, a little bit below horizontal.
Well, and here's where, for me, it's like that's where the black swans come into play. I guess is that no matter what, if this perceived optical horizon, whatever this phenomenon is, that line of sky to ground, if it's beyond an oil rig that's 9 miles out, at that point, um, you know, I just don't think there's any refraction. I don't see how they can even debate that at that point. But it usually turns to like red herrings at that point, where they just kind of change. We'll prove this.
Well, refraction is definitely whatever that phenomena is. That phenomena happens. Like if you stand at the oil rigs, if you just stand there at the oil rigs with like a time lapse, you would see the. Sometimes you would see the bottom of the oil rig. Sometimes you wouldn't see the bottom of the second oil rig. You know what I'm saying? So whatever that phenomena is, that's definitely happening. Skunk
Right.
Bay, Skunk Bay. There's tons of instances where you can like prove refractions happening, but the argument isn't whether it's happening or not. The argument is where is the actual position? Because if you get an actual position, this whole thing's over. There's no more debate. That's all we need to do is get an actual position in the distance. You can't do that optically though, because now there's refraction. There's no way to get an actual position unless you do some kind of force the line thing or something like that. This refraction argument is never going to end. I think it's magnification in the atmosphere, personally, but there could be something else going on.
Yeah, it
There
seems to
could,
just go on. It just seems to be a cyclical thing where it comes back in waves. That kind of argument, back and forth, and yeah, I think you're right. It's probably never going to get resolved because both people are, we each have a different pair of glasses on, so to speak, looking at our argument, and I guess you could say it's inconclusive, and that there should be other ways. But the thing that blew my mind was this guy wanting me to provide peer reviewed studies of water being level. I'm like, I'm just thinking to myself, when in your life did you come to the realization that water was curved through a base axiom? You know what I mean? Like, when did your base experience tell you that water was curving? I don't think it's ever happened. It's only been in the classroom.
I mean, dude, if you want a peer review thing on water being level, oh, he meant horizontal.
Well, see, that's where it gets into the play on words because they claim horizontal is you know level is horizontal, which is plumb line down to center of mass, blah blah blah, and then you get into a tangent from there about that argument.
Yeah, no, I know how that goes.
Did you
I mean,
guys
bro,
hear yesterday the convo I had with Matthew with the spirit levels from Home Depot?
no, I must have missed that. I don't
Oh
know
yeah,
how. I was
I
in here
remember
18
that.
hours.
I think
How eventually they make a curve?
How they make a circle, yeah.
That's what SC
Yeah, I
was
was there
saying.
for that.
SC was saying they make a circle, probably. Yeah.
yeah, I mentioned that. I took your question and I told it to a guy I was debating with, and he was like, obviously I didn't say that. You don't know the difference between a line and a straight line or whatever. And I start pulling up the definitions of horizontal and level, and they start including words like parallel and plane and line, and I don't ever see anything that says curved line. But anyways,
I've actually heard them go into the semantics on what constitutes an actual line.
It depends if you're
Imagine
doing
being
spherical.
convinced. Yeah,
Go ahead,
imagine
SC.
being convinced if you take spirit levels and put them next to each other in procession that they're going to form a circle. Imagine believing that that's where they're at. That's what they think. It's crazy. It's just out of this world. But there you go.
It's all about balls, bro. We're always doing spherical geometry. All right.
they just love the balls.
Dude, there's the roundest ball on the roundest object on Earth. They keep it like locked up. It's like this near perfect ball made out of graphene, carbon compounds, or some shit. I don't know. But it's like the perfect ball. They keep it like locked up and shit because they love balls.
Yeah, I seen a video on that. That's the most
Yeah.
roundest thing. It's like, okay, so what? You got the roundest thing. Whoop-de-doo. Go freaking pray to it or something, you know?
Yeah. Bro, that's the test though. That spirit level thing you just said, that is how we do that's one of the best ways to end this. You get 3 spirit level shaped pieces of metal, precision engineered, right? We can get stuff precision engineered so good. I don't know if you've seen it, but they can take 2 pieces of metal and put them together, and you can't even tell that's not one object. You ever see that?
Yeah.
They'll have them so
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
Yeah, you get 3 pieces of metal like that, and you get a wall, and you leapfrog them. You put 2 side by side, so they're lengthwise, and then you put one on top in the middle of that, and you just keep leapfrogging that, making marks on the wall. You just leapfrog it, leapfrog it, leapfrog it. So you got a line like a mile. Maybe use like 6 to 8, 10-foot pieces of metal, however long you can get them. The longest they can do it, and then you just leapfrog them shits. You could flip them upside down every time so that the error margin is a plus and a minus, and not only going one way. You know what I'm saying? Like every time you move one, you like flip it upside down or something. That way, if there is some kind of weird error or something, it's not always going to be the same direction. And you just make a line like that. Make your marks on the wall, and then you you get a water level reference under it, and that's going to tell you right there. That just takes a lot of work to do that.
So now, just that, right? Just that. How do you get through to a person like that? Like, imagine thinking you can take spirit levels, put them next to each other, and they can form a circle. I mean, how do you get through to a person like that? I don't think you can.
No, that'll
I-
never make a circle. That's impossible. Unless it's a Pac-Man map or something, you're never going to come back to yourself doing that. Never.
Yeah,
yeah,
I
but
try
how
to.
do people think
I
that
think
that's
it.
going to work?
I think it kind of hurt my brain yesterday because I was just like, dude, how does this person not understand that water is flat, even on the local level? Like, I don't know. It just gets into that conceptualization that they've been taught that it's curving, yet they never saw it in nature, and then they reverse burden the proof on us to prove that water's flat.
Yeah, any measurement of water on a local level, it's flat. You can't measure the curve. You can only measure the curve when refraction comes into play. That's the only time you can measure it. Water curving is when there's refraction there, and you're looking 3 miles or a half a mile through an optical lens or some shit.
And they can't understand rise over run. They can't understand making a baseline, making a horizontal plane, and measuring down to that. Like, they can't understand the simplest things. Like, it's mind-boggling.
So when you say rise over run, is it essentially like a triangle where you have your elevation and then the horizontal line straight out?
Yeah, yeah, it's a vertical thing. Yeah, vertical and length, right? How far you go in one direction and the height. Rise over run. I mean, it's not a difficult thing.
Yeah, I've heard them argue that they can do angles on curved surfaces, but I've never seen that formula yet. That's always struck me as odd.
No, they can't, because the way they measure it is they make a straight line. The way they do it is they have to make a straight line. It's crazy. Ask them how they measure an angle with one curved surface or two. You're going to see what they're going to have to draw a straight line. It's crazy, man. It's I don't know. It's like they're hypnotized or something.
Yeah, it's the cognitive dissonance. It's just they can't see it any other way. It's kind of like sunsets. They've been taught so much that it's going over a curve that even if you explain another way, there's a wall.
Yeah, it's like when cog dis sets in, right? They just block that information. Anything that's contradiction to what they believe, it's just blocked. You know. And they have the ability to think of two things at the same time, like dialetheism, dualism, call it what you want.
Can you guys hear me? I'm sorry to
We
interrupt
hear you
you.
now.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
It's all good, bro.
Sorry, what were we saying? I got distracted.
We're talking about rise over run and how they can't understand the simplest things.
Well, no, they understand. They'll say, yeah, you can use it. You can use it over short distance. It's not right. But when you go longer distance, the formula is wrong. The formula, the math is wrong. That's what these guys are saying. The math, they I don't know who came up with rise over run. but that is the formula we use here on Earth. Engineers use it when they build stuff. The people on the ground use it.
Yeah, I
Architects.
seem to be convinced of like this 200-mile barrier or so, where things can be straight, flat, but after that, we got to use something different. It's like, what?
You heard
Doesn't
me
your
the other
model
day with
say?
bacon.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
I was like, "Where?
many times.
How far is local?
Yeah, exactly. Ask them
How
what
far
local
is
is
that?"
it. Yeah.
And that's
Well,
not.
we can use regular surveying well up to 200 miles, but then we got to use the other type. Like what? What? There's only one type of surveying. That's it.
Dude, the buildings thing. Like I thought of this before in the past. I never really pressed it that much, but if buildings are leaning away from each other, you know what I'm saying? They say my building's tilted away from your building. Well, if that's the case, then I should be able to look at two buildings in the distance and see that they're leaning away from each other, which means they have to be tilted to my left or my
In
right, depending
multiple
on which building.
directions. Well, actually, diagonally too, a little bit.
Yeah,
Everywhere.
and they say refraction brings it straight to your eye. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, it should be tilting in all directions. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Somehow refraction just straightens everything out, makes it, yeah. It's nonsense. Sheer nonsense.
Magic blanket, bro. Hey, why does this do that? Gravity. Why does this do this? Refraction, gravity, refraction. Back and forth we go.
Yeah, they have a few what I call magic words, and they think they can cast spells with them. It doesn't work, guys. Your magic. I see it's in your sleeve. I saw you put the rabbit in the hat, bro. It's not gonna work. You guys heard about the double bang that they came up with now? Two bangs, not just one bang.
What are you talking about?
Oh, you haven't heard about the new theory? Oh boy, wait till you hear this one. So now they're scrambling to make excuses for the baby galaxy paradoxes and all that. So they came up with this crazy thing. I can't even believe somebody like said it and wrote a paper on it. They're saying now there was two bangs. So you have the first bang, the one that we know, and then about a month later, check this out. We had a dark matter bang, which created dark matter. Yeah.
That's hilarious, dude.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop the video so you can see it for yourselves.
That's cool how they
Okay.
got it.
Here.
They got it down to a time frame. That's so cool.
About a month later.
These damn
Who's the
geniuses at
daddy?
work over here.
They still don't have a daddy, bro.
You have a what?
They still don't have a daddy, bro.
Yeah. It's an
Monkeys and
illegitimate
fish are their
child.
daddies.
They can't find the daddy.
In vitro
Look,
universe
All these kids.
is anonymous. I mean, it's so funny, right? I mean, the whole idea, and then call it a Big Bang. It's so funny. Was the other creation myths are just about busting nuts, right? We'll talk
Hold
about
on, Pete.
Egypt. Am I wrong here?
It's nuts,
B-ball.
bro.
B-ball wants me to ask you a question, SC. You ready?
Sure.
Can we use a right triangle with a flat baseline to measure the height of the sun over a flat plane?
The height of the sun? No, you can't do that, bro. How the heck you gonna do that? Are you serious or what?
It's been done.
The height of the sun.
Yeah,
Wow.
Zedic
Height of the sun,
astronomy.
yeah.
They've done it, and there's other people's that have done it too, but it's not an accurate measurement of the sun's elevation. But you can get a
Oh, that
rough
3,000 mile
yeah.
nonsense. Yeah.
I mean, it's the apparent position of the sun. It's truly at 3,000 miles, but it's a lot more complicated than that, man.
Now, my argument for that would be the sun's not in its actual position. Yeah, it's only an apparent position. Exactly.
Yeah, well, my answer to that would be, according to your model, B-ball, the sun ain't there. It's gonna be. It was 8 minutes ago. What you're seeing there is not actually there. So, I mean, yeah, you really want to go there? There isn't no actual position in your model. Period.
The same reason you can't actually triangulate the sun is the same reason you can't triangulate the stars, bro.
Minutes though, right? It's off by that much. That's interesting.
Just the apparent positions, not the actual positions.
Well, the star is dead, and you're just getting the light from like a few million years ago. So it's not even truly there.
Already. Just go
That's right. In their model, it could be dead. It could be, well, we would have known 8 minutes. So the fantasy is, listen to this now. The fantasy is, if the sun disappears, like poof, just disappears, right? Out of existence, we can still see the light and feel the gravity for 8 minutes. That's
That's so funny, dude.
Yeah,
I don't
at
mean
least
to
we know
laugh,
the
dude.
sun.
It's just
I know. At least we know the sun's there. They don't even know if the sun's still there. It could be gone.
Yeah.
I actually agree with them to a certain extent, though. Not on the 8 minutes thing, but like, if light's not instant, then you're seeing in the past. Whatever you see is in the past.
We're time travelers, bro.
No, dude, for real, think about it. If light has a time, if that's how we see, by the light reflecting or coming to an object from an object to your eyes, if that's how we see, and light is not instant, meaning it takes time for that light to come from the thing to your eyeball,
Right.
then you're technically seeing in the past. Now, how long would determine the speed and how far the thing is away from you?
Isn't the speed of light like pretty much instantaneous though? It's so fast.
I mean, in your room, if I were to turn the light switch on, it's basically instant. You know what I mean? Like, there's not going to be any,
Milliseconds. Yeah.
not even like nano, picos, Planck length seconds or some shit.
Throwing some corks in there too, just to make it cool. No, I see what you're saying, bro.
Yeah, it's like
I
me
get
throwing
it.
a base. Yeah, it's like throwing a baseball at you, only faster. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you throw a bait, I don't know how to the analogy to put, but yeah, you're basically seeing in the past.
Yeah, I mean, 100-mile-an-hour baseball, bro, seems pretty damn instant, dude. I mean, that's pretty
That's
damn
just
fast,
moving.
bro.
You ain't hitting a. Yeah, if we put you at the plate in the MLB, you're probably not going to hit a pitch.
You're gonna be like, "What the hell just happened?" Like,
Yeah,
what just
bro.
happened?
You go to the batting cage, you put it on 60. That's tough. 60, 70. That's you'd be lucky to hit a few of those. That's different at the batting cages though, because it just comes out of a little slot. At least with the pitcher, you can see him lining up and shit.
Yeah, I actually kind of like baseball. I don't watch it, but I enjoy playing the sport. It's pretty fun, actually.
Yeah, I used to play Little League when I was a kid. That was filthy, bro. Dude, when you're in Little League, they never make the catch at the base. I would constantly get infield home runs. All I had to do was get the ball on the field. Like all I had to do was hit it, get a hit, and I was getting home. I just steal mad bases. My coach would be screaming at me to stop. I'd just keep going. Like, they're not gonna catch this shit. You know what I'm saying? They throw it to the second baseman guy. He misses. He misses the catch. Now it's like floating off into the outfield or something. I'm running for third. They make another throw to the third baseman from dumb far. He ain't gonna catch that shit. Now I'm going home. Like,
Man,
Yeah,
that's
I mean, yeah, I think the
he's
cool thing that it's kind of hard, but if you can ground hit it like at the shortstop to where it goes to like at his feet and just kind of bounces, you might as well just take 2 or 3 bases, bro. Because
yeah,
they're
when you're
gonna
in
be
Little League, yeah.
scrambling.
See, the first part of the magic trick is they've convinced people that light can travel forever. That's the first part of the magic trick.
That's awesome. Forever. Infinity and beyond, Buzz.
Have you guys been
Yep.
keeping track with the ChatGPT stuff? What's been spewing out, bro? Clay Under
No.
Shield's been posting it. It's pretty insane, man. I wasn't expecting ChatGPT to actually side with flat earthers at all, but it does. Now, apparently, you know, the globe. I don't use ChatGPT. I just downloaded it yesterday, but apparently the Globers say, oh, you can like once ChatGPT gets to know you, you can have like a history of that it can reference from, right? And then it can like start siding with you more and more. But I don't know if that's the case. But yeah, I'll post some of these screenshots. It's
You're
pretty
saying that
insane.
it's very logical, essentially.
Yeah.
it's yeah, kind of. It's referential. It's not exactly has to be logical. Like it could be less logical if you tell it to be less logical.
No, it talks about the atmospheric conditions and all of that. It talks about the curve and how. Here, I'll just post some of it.
So it has a baller mode. If you want it
Have
to be
any
less logical.
I mean, as far as I understand it, you could tell it to then like after it made a good case for you for flat Earth, you could just tell it to like, okay, make this case. I'm trying to convince somebody that's a glober, and it would be able to extrapolate that. Man, how much can it really connect the dots though and logic that shit out, or is it like just by your inference and keep asking questions, it'll like spew that shit back into it? I don't know.
It just goes through its database and tries to connect the words. I mean,
Well, it like
it's really
comes
all
up
it.
with it. It like kind of makes a mini base, like a data module for whatever you're talking about. It's like a conversation, be like having a conversation about hot rods, and it's like, oh yeah, that 1957. You're like, yeah, you know it, GPT. You know, because it already kind of knows that. It already like can pull that out of data. That's what I'm thinking.
Look at some of these, bro.
I'm sure it's good because it's based going to be a little bit on all of what flat Earth people have fed to it to have processed that shit. So I think it is built off previous large language models that it's gained from its own use. So
I mean, it has the whole internet to its disposal. Like it can use the whole internet, bro. So if there's flat earthers talking about this, it's definitely
okay.
gonna use it, right? Like in
I think
Dang,
forums and
that's
stuff.
crazy,
GPT-4.
bro.
Yeah, well, I'm all for it, but yeah, I'm also a wet blanket because I don't want to get too excited. But I would say like, I mean, that was just my thinking from the beginning that it would be easier to like let the AI leak it than it would be to like let any real human leak it, you know. And then it's like, oh, we're too stupid. We're just people. Ah, smart computer figured it out. Ah, thanks, smart computer. Like, no, it seems like so much easier just to wipe your hands. You know, it's like, oh, we didn't know. It's science. We didn't get it. Computer knows better. But, no,
Real
okay.
quick. Sorry, Snacks. Hold on a second. Real quick, SC. The B-ball wants just a yes or no answer. Can we use a right triangle with a flat baseline to measure the height of the sun over a flat plane? Yes or no?
I would say no, not accurately. No.
Yeah, no doubt. Anyways, carry on.
Why don't you come in, B-ball? What are you
B-ball's
doing? DMing Jeremy?
What am I, your messenger boy? Come on.
Yeah. I mean, I know Jeremy works for me, but I don't want to abuse him. So come on in, bro.
Come on.
Like, yeah, you kind of are. Like, for us, Jeremy, you're a little guy we send out. I'm just playing.
Yeah, he's getting lazy these days, so yeah, put him to work. But
I don't
B-ball, why
know.
don't you come in, bro?
He's door dashing clear to Canada and making that money, you know. He must be working hard.
No, I got the next 3 days off, 5 days off. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Probably not going to DoorDash at all. I only did $75 this week, which is doo-doo because my goal is 100 a week.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like, cause I was making at least before I went home, I had to make $50 to $80 a day, or I wasn't happy. Like, I didn't care. I didn't go home then. Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, if you're doing it full time, I just try to get a few bucks before work.
Exactly, to make some extra cash. Yep.
Yeah.
Because $100 a week is a big deal. I sincerely, if you
that's
can make an
huge.
extra $100 a week, it's huge.
Yeah, it's huge. Dicelo always laughs at me because I'm trying to get $1 a month here, 50 cents a week there, and it's like, dude, this shit adds up, bro. If I can get an extra 100 a month, bro, that's, that's like sinkers. I'm barely treading water over here. Yeah,
That's a freaking car payment. $400 is like a car payment. Yeah.
That's your cell phone bill, the electric bill, lunch money.
Yep.
Like, that's a whole bunch of stuff right there. Yeah.
Yeah, when I was living in Seattle, I don't live there no more. I moved to Georgia about a year ago. But when I was living in Seattle, when that stuff happened, excuse me, I started door dashing because it seemed to be like the only way to really get money, and everyone was like scared to do anything. Excuse me, to go out, and I was making $6,000 a month, bro, for
Doing DoorDash?
about a year. For about a year, yeah, $6,000 a month, yeah.
Yeah, you could do 200 a day pretty easily if you just grinded
About
it out for
180.
like 10 hours.
Yeah. Yep.
Like 8, 10, 12 hours, you can get 100, 150, 250.
That's
It was
good
like
money,
literally
man.
the only way to pay my bills, bro. Like I
Yeah,
had
do you know
no
how
other
many
choice,
miles?
dude.
Do you know how many miles you put on your car doing that? If you go out and make $200 worth of DoorDash, you're putting like
It's so
200
many
miles on your car at least.
Yeah, I was looting it up, and I could have went to Michigan and back in one day. Twice. I was like, holy crap! I have driven all over Indiana today, literally.
I'm kind of glad I don't have to do it anymore, honestly. It's kind of stressful of a job because if you don't do everything perfectly, people will give you a bad rating.
It's a huge hassle. The money should be more, honestly, because, dude, if you go to a diner and you tip you get your meal and then you tip the waitress, like, yo, you're supposed to tip like 10, 15%. Why are you not doing that with me? Like, bro, they're just walking across the restaurant to bring you your food. I'm driving my vehicle across the city to bring you your food. I should be getting like 30% tip or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the heck?
No, Jeremy, it's
At
not
least
just driving.
25.
You have to get out of your car, turn your car off if you don't have the type of car that stays on and all that long. Go inside, wait sometimes, it depends on if your order's ready or not, 10 to 15 minutes, if not longer. Grab the food, run back to your vehicle because you're in a rush, right? Then drive, let them know, message them, I'm on my way if you're trying to do everything perfectly. And then you get there, you're running up to sometimes stairs, right? 4 flights of stairs, dropping the food off, taking the picture, getting back in your car, ping, 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 doing it again. That is a constant movement. You are exhausted at the end of the day when you're doing that.
It's tough. Yeah, that's why I only.
You gotta be fake nice.
Big time.
I'm actually really nice, but dude, when you're doing it in a I don't know if you're in a big city, but in Seattle, it's like skyscrapers, and you're in downtown, and like there's nowhere to park. You get the food, then you get the food, then you get in your car, then you go to skyscraper they live in that's 40 floors. You have to talk to a concierge. It takes like a million years in a big city, dude.
Oh, that's why I try to do it on the outskirts of my area. Like I live in a fairly well populated area, but I do it on like the outskirts. So that way, like I'm going to houses, the traffic's
Yeah.
not bad. Yeah, I hate going into a.
The guys on
What's that?
scooters or e-bikes trying to deliver like Starbucks and shit. Ah,
The
word.
problem is when you go downtown, you can make a lot of money going downtown, like in my area for businesses. It depends on the ping that you're getting though for the business that you're supplying stuff to. It doesn't happen all the time, but you can literally have an order for 12 coffees and like 4 dozens of donuts and everything and bring in all that. The problem is where you put 12 damn coffees and not spill them on the whole way there. Oh, trust me, my minivan was filled up with so many things, and you had to have it a certain way, right, to keep everything blocked in and shit. And if you lost one drink, you're like, no, the end of the world.
Dude, I've
So you can make
I've had
good money
crazy
doing
stuff
that,
happen,
though.
bro. Yeah, I've had McDonald's bags just literally like I'm literally like a foot from their house and the bottom just blows out all over the ground and you're just like, are you even serious right now, dude?
All over your car, you turn a corner, boom, there goes the entire bag of food and stuff's all over your floorboard. Oh yeah. And I'm calling, sorry, don't have your food anymore. You know? Yeah, it sucks.
Guys are missing. I don't know what happened to those. Must not have been included.
The whole bag's missing. You just show up empty-handed.
You just put the
There was
carton
only
in there.
one time I left somebody's food out, and it was one piece of the order because I didn't have it. It was my last one. I was done. I was like, fuck this. Excuse my language. I was so over it. I'm like, I guess you're getting most of your meal, but you are not getting this rice and stuff because it's done. It's over. I dropped it. And then you call and you tell them about it. But a lot of people used to deliver that to me. I've had people deliver me chicken. I'm sorry, I ordered chicken and sides and everything at KFC one time. This is fucking like 6 months ago. And what did I get? Just the sides, no chicken. And they told me they delivered my chicken. Like, no, you didn't. You ate my chicken.
Oh hell nah.
Real shit.
Exactly.
Always give people 5 stars even if they do a terrible job, bro, just to like look out because I know that not everything is their fault, you know?
Exactly. And the timing is not our fault too. We're talking about traffic, people acting like idiots out here on top of sometimes we're waiting at a McDonald's drive-through because they won't let you come in and you're in a long line for 45 minutes for one order that I make $4 off of and you want to give me a bad rating? We're doing our best out here.
That's dope though. Like I order food and then just hold somebody's life in my hands. Just maybe 2 stars, huh? Yeah. Just
I'll
fuck
tell you
somebody's
what
life
though.
up.
You bastard.
I'll tell you what though. The concept of this though is awesome because I can remember being a kid sitting around like, yo, how can I get some money? And now it's like all you need is a phone and a car, and you can just get money.
And have a business because you're working for yourself. You don't have to come up with the thousands of dollars or $100,000 to start a business. You literally just get in your car and you drive and you make your money whenever you want to make it. And if you need a day off, you ain't got to call a boss and say, I need a day off. I'm sick. I don't feel good. You don't have to answer to nobody but you. It's very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got a lot of cool stuff. You can walk dogs on a mobile app. You can find odd jobs for like a handyman. There's a thing called Winolo. That's the handyman one. Um, the WAG is the one where you walk the dogs. There's all kinds of stuff now, man. This crap didn't exist when I really needed money, dude.
I know. When I was a kid, I wish I'd be loaded right now if this shit was around when I was a kid.
What's up, Andrew?
Hey, good morning.
How's the CIA treating you?
Oh, well, you know,
Tough at the office?
no secret missions right now.
Okay.
Is that you in your pic? You look like a Fed.
That's actually me, yeah. That's my real name. Yeah.
That's
No,
why
that's a
we gave
picture.
him the nickname Andrew CIA FBI.
Yo, you. Or that's funny.
He's an
No,
awesome
actually,
guy, though. He's cool.
I was actually working for the federal government during that picture. That was in Puerto Rico when I was there for the hurricane relief. I was a volunteer.
Standard issue Fed haircut.
Figures.
And I'll just talk about food though. I'm gonna have to go to the grocery store. I'm gonna make some fucking biscuits and gravy. I'm fucking starving.
Aw,
Ooh.
that sounds
And I'm gonna
good.
fucking as
Knowing
soon as
it.
the grocery store opens.
Or
I
get a
make a
DoorDash.
mean sausage gravy.
Yo,
Hell, you
Andrew,
make biscuits.
you said you worked in PR for Maria.
Hurricane Maria, yeah.
You guys set up the grid.
No, I
You put a
was
whole new
working
grid
for
up,
the
right?
Department of Veterans Affairs. So I
Oh.
went to the hospital there and at, in San Juan. So I went to that hospital. I was helping do a lot of the setting up generators and stuff for all the different like clinics and stuff all around the island, and helping do a lot of the cleanup, and also just hurricane relief because it was fucked. I got there 2 weeks after it happened. And it was
There's still
I got tons of
problems like in the
pictures of it.
island, in the middle, like near the mountainous region. But for the most part, bro, they got a updated grid over there. And Americans are got like a grade D, bro. We got a crappy grid in most of America, unless you're in like the liberal states. Seem to have pretty good grids, but
Well, their electrical grid over there, what they were telling me is like pretty shitty. But the main thing that they have a problem with is the power plant. The turbines are over 30 years old, so the power goes out all the time, and you're supposed to replace the turbines like every 20 years, but theirs are over 30 years old.
yeah,
So,
but the
shitty.
posts and the power lines, they're all renewed, bro. We're not renewed. They're completely new, bro.
Well, yeah, they
And the
had to because they all got
transformers.
fucking torn apart. I got
That's
tons
what I'm
of pictures
saying.
here
They
if you wanna
got a
see 'em.
brand new grid now. They just had to replace the turbines.
Well, yeah. Well, the other thing is some of these, like these utility poles that you'd think wouldn't even be torn out of the ground at all. No, they got torn out. Like they were bolted to like huge concrete pads, and nope, hurricane just ripped it apart. And that's the other thing. I think that hurricane was kind of like an energy weapon or a weather weapon because it went straight down the middle of the island. Like only God could command a hurricane like that, or the government.
Well, I
I heard
think
people
that
were
we know
getting
it.
shot at. My bad. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Line.
No, I was gonna say I heard people were getting shot at that were trying to actually replace the grid. Like they're trying to do a good thing. You know what I mean? And the people were like, they became animalistic because they were starving. They had no electricity, and they were stealing the copper, bro. The same copper that the soldiers or the relief needed to rebuild the grid. They were stealing the core, bro. They were stealing the copper cores, and it was a problem, bro. Crazy. That's how
I never heard
animalistic
about
people
that.
can get.
I was only there for 3 weeks, so I don't know.
Do you still work for Veteran Affairs for the federal government or no?
Oh fuck no! I quit that shit as soon as they started saying we had to start wearing masks.
Really? Is that what they're going to say to me now? Because listen, I'm about to, I'm not going to say the organization, but I'm about to start working for an organization that deals with veteran affairs, right? So I'm kind of stepping into that field. I'm kind of iffy on it still. So do you think that's why you stepped away? Did you enjoy it other than that though, or?
Yeah, shitload of overtime, and it wasn't like super hard work.
Right.
But at the same time, there's a lot of bureaucracy involved, and
Mhm.
I also quit for another reason because they tried to, like, my supervisor was committing credit card fraud, and we knew he was doing it, and then he tried to implement me into that. So that was like step number 1, and then all of a sudden it's, oh yeah, you have to start wearing masks, and I was like, I'm out.
Yeah, I'd have to
And
be out on that one too. Yep.
yeah, I reported his ass to the fucking the OIG, the Office of Inspector General, and they did a whole investigation, and they were gonna fucking take him to court and all that kind of stuff. And
Yeah.
then something happened with the at HR. I guess someone fucked up and they lost the report or some shit like that. I don't know, but either way, he ended up getting fired anyways. But
They say it's hard to get a job in veteran affairs. I got offered quite quickly. I was.
No, it's not hard to get hired there.
No, it's not hard.
That's
That's what I thought too. Quite easily. Put it that way. It's just, do I really want to work for the federal government? You know what I mean? Do I really want to put my time and energy I want to help the veterans. I don't believe in the war. I don't believe in any of this stuff, but I want to help people that are suffering, right? Who have done it for the right reasons. There's many reasons I'm trying to find a job that I love and enjoy. If there's something for my soul. But then again, when you're hearing and you're telling yourself that you're about to work for the government, it doesn't really give you a good feeling. So I'm trying to,
Yeah.
balance that right now.
Well, the cool thing about
Yeah, I'd be
working,
more concerned. I'd be more concerned if a new skibbity dibbity comes around and you gotta take a scrappity dappity, and then you might lose your job. That'd be my only concern for you. If you
the
understand
interesting
my
thing is if you
lingo.
work for the federal government, let's just, or if you're on the civilian side of it, let's just say that there's more federal holidays than you're even aware of. And if those federal holidays happen to land on a weekend, then they give you either Monday or Friday off in lieu of the holiday. So you get a lot of fucking time off.
Correct.
Yeah,
Plus you get
the people
vacation time.
in the
plus you
military,
get
they
sick time.
envy civilian contractors, bro. Because if they would have known that you can get civilian contracts, they would have gone down that route. Like when you're deployed overseas, and all the civilian contractors get like, these air conditioned buildings, and they don't have to actually be in danger and get shot at and stuff, and they're getting paid more and treated better than the soldiers, bro.
Yeah, one of
That
the
is very
reasons
true.
I went to work for the VAs because I'm a veteran myself, and I wanted to just be around other veterans and stuff, and that was the main thing I wanted to do, because I was working as an electrician at the time. I was making, what was I making, $72 an hour, and I took a huge pay cut to go work for the VA.
Holy crap!
What?
That is insane. $72 an hour is outrageously good.
I've made more.
Yeah, bro.
A lot of electricians
Damn.
around here are making upwards of like 100, 105.
Dude, electrician's a good job because if you get in the
Yeah,
union, as a any kind of trade really, electrician, carpenter, plumber, whatever, you get in the union, you get 20 years worth of union tickets and you can retire and get your pension. So if you go in at 18, you could retire at 38, dude. That's awesome.
I will say the plumbers don't make as much as electricians, especially nowadays. You'd have to work for a really big company who gets a contract for a government thing or something to be making good money plumbing wise. I know a lot of plumbers who don't make shit. Unfortunately, because they should. It's a trade, and it's a lot of people can't do it and don't want to do it. It's dirty work. But yeah, there's a lot of money still, and it always has been in electricity.
It depends where you live. The closer you live to a metropolis, like Boston or New York or Baltimore, anything like that, whether you're a plumber or an electrician, you're looking at 70, 80 bucks an hour. I know
Really?
because I'm in the process of actually Monday I'm going for an interview for local 4 operators engineering union. And as an operator, whether you're driving a mini excavator or an excavator or anything like that, if you're within city limits, they pay you rate pay, government pay, and you're looking at 80 bucks an hour, 75 bucks an hour, depending. It's crazy.
I'm sorry,
money.
my man is a senior operator for anything. He runs excavators all day long, and he makes $21 an hour.
Yeah, and
My
that's very
God.
unfortunate. Where are you from?
Yeah, I'm from Indiana, right close to Michigan, right below it.
That's weird. I mean, I drive excavators, skid steers, and all that, and
Yeah.
depending like rate jobs, I get paid 50 bucks an hour, and that's
Jeez,
low
bro.
end. That's low end. That depends how close you are to the city. The closer you are to the city, the more you make. Now, once you start going out west, and even within Massachusetts itself, once you start going out west of the Berkshires, you're looking at like 25 bucks an hour. The closer you are to the city, it just keeps going up. But then again, everything, the commodities, everything goes up too. Rent goes up.
Right.
So
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll have to talk to him about that because I believe his title is a senior operator. You know what I mean? What it's called, I forget now. But he does that all day long. But he works for a trash company where he does all the stuff for them, machine operator.
I mean, he could make so much more money, man.
Yeah,
Some people are
I'm gonna
loyal
talk
though.
to him about that because we need to
They wanna
move then.
stay
Because
to
you
the
talking
company.
that kind of pay, I want to
Nah,
go.
yeah, yeah.
And I wouldn't even need to work. I could start my food truck and my dog treat business. I could just literally sit back and do my thing. That's brilliant that you tell me that. I'm so glad I heard that. Thank you for that.
The union ain't doing too good right now, honestly, because a lot of people are outbidding them when it comes to contracts. Because the union is it's a democratic, it's all ran by Democrats, bro, and it's very inefficient. They have a lot of men, a lot of workers, and they require a lot of, like, when they bid very high, millions and millions of dollars, and then companies like D&M Civil and other companies underneath them have less men work just as hard and are very efficient in production, right? They charge, like, we're talking about differences of millions of dollars compared to the union. So the union gets outbid a lot, and they get laid off early in the wintertime. They don't have as much work as like independent contractors and stuff. Union's not really that good. I mean, we used to be, but the way things are going now in America, I don't know.
Bro, you can
I'm still gonna
retire
try to get in there though.
if you get in the union, you can retire after 20 years.
No, I know.
What's
I'm
better
trying
than
to get
that?
in there right now, but from what I'm hearing, they're not doing too good because they're getting outbid constantly, which is the current rate of the economy. You know, they don't have as much money as they used to have to throw around, bro, to the union. Now they're getting
No
outbid
doubt.
constantly, bro.
Well, the way that the VA did it is, they did a lot of contracting. Well, they hired a lot of contractors, and the way that they had to do it, all the supervisors had to get 3 bids from 3 separate contractors, whether it's union or not, and they always had to go with the lowest one.
Yeah, the lowest bid, right? And it's what the lowest bid is, never the union. Union's always like at the high end.
You down for some chess, Andrew?
I'll play you a game. But the
All right, I'm
grocery
making
store
one
just
right now.
opened up, so I'm gonna have to go get some
Aw,
biscuits and gravy and shit.
I don't get no biscuits, bro. All right.
But hey, did you read some of these chat GPTs? It says here, why do Globers struggle with the concept of perspective? And Claire Dercio asked this question to ChatGPT, and it says, some argue that those adhering to a spherical Earth may struggle with the concept of perspective. They contend that curvature calculations and explanations for objects disappearing bottom first are based on assumptions about the Earth's shape. Understanding perspective from a flat Earth point of view is believed to help explain phenomena like boats seeming to vanish or the sun appearing to set. It's like saying if you're entrenched in a globe mindset, you might overlook how things appear from our perspective. Anything else you'd like to explore with this context? And it gets crazier. Can you tell me more about this specific, right? Certainly, on a flat Earth, the sun's apparent movement toward the horizon is a result of the vanishing point in our visual perspective. As the sun moves away from the observer, its angular size diminishes, and the convergence of light rays creates the optical illusion of descent. Optical illusion. This phenomenon, known as the vanishing point perspective, is a key factor in understanding the sun's apparent setting without invoking the curvature of the earth. That is so eloquent, bro. You can't tell me that's not extremely eloquent and just so outlined perfectly, bro. And that's a robot.
Yeah, I argued with ChatGPT about this type of stuff and like why the moon and sun are the same size in the sky. And I argued with it for about an hour, and finally I got the actual ChatGPT to concede to it. They said, "Oh yeah, well they must be the same size because they're the same size in the sky." It actually it will, if you argue with enough, it will admit it eventually.
Yeah, it'll double speak. It double speaks all the time. Contradicts itself all the time. And this is
Yeah,
probably the free version. Go ahead, sorry.
Kosho had me debating with some AI before this chat GPT was even a thing, like right before. Dead bodied it in like 10 seconds. It was like double speaking and shit. I'm like, dude, what the fuck's going on?
It's just it's entertaining. You know what I mean? It's not like conclusive evidence that ChatGPT is defending flat Earth or anything like that. But it's entertaining that it can even steel man our model, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's steel manning our model in real time. And then you got all these Globers. Oh, that doesn't mean nothing. You can get chat. It's like that's not the point, bro. Like the point is that ChatGPT can actually perceive and understand our perspective of the universe. You know what I'm saying? Like that's incredible for a robot to be able to do that.
Yeah, it is
Should I
pretty
ask it?
bizarre, man.
Anybody got questions? I should ask it. SE, what's you the young universe thing?
Ask it about the Ask it about the baby galaxy problem.
All right, let me ask it.
The baby galaxy. It's so funny.
Let's see if it brings up the doubling
How
of
should I
the
ask
Double
it?
age
Big Bang.
or the double Big Bang, the latest one. This one is my favorite. I don't know how they're gonna top this one.
I'm not sure how to phrase it.
Ask it, how do you explain early galaxy development 500 years, 500 million years after the Big Bang?
Nice. All right.
So something else that I asked the Chat GPT was where it derives its information from, and it says, "Oh, it derives it from all sorts of sources. It wouldn't be specific." I said, "Do you require an internet connection?" And it said, "No." So I'm like, "Whoa, what the fuck?"
Well, that was the first phase. The first phase, they had it just on the database. But then phase 2, they were supposed to release it, like give it access to all the internet.
I just
Let's see what
posted it.
line it got here. It has no clue. That's just a generic. It has no clue. They're so triggered, man. They're so. Look, Phil, this is your problem, man. I just posted the thing that your scientists came up with, a double bang. Now, you have an option here, sir. You can fall in line, like I know you're going to do, or you can be like me and say, wait a minute, what is this? This sounds like nonsense. A double bang? And the double bang is dark matter? Like, you have one of those two options. I mean, don't blame me.
Wait a second. Are you saying that the universe was in a gangbang?
Exactly, yeah. This is getting X-rated here. Yep. This is an actual paper written. This is a thing. Yeah.
I rephrased it a little bit. How do you explain mature galaxies 500 million years after the Big Bang?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
But it's still kind of arbitrary, bro.
Yeah, I'm sure this is way beyond its capability. I'm sure they didn't put answers in for this one. This is new stuff. And
Whoa,
frankly,
talk about
no,
growing up fast. 500 million years after the Big Bang, the universe was already fostering mature galaxies. Right. The early galaxies were dynamic and bustling with activity. Picture this. The once scattered gas and dust had organized into well-defined structures. Stars were born within these galaxies, illuminating the cosmic landscape. Novae, those spectacular stellar explosions scattered heavier elements forged in the hearts of stars across the cosmos. This era marked a significant phase in cosmic history, with galaxies becoming more complex and structured. Yeah, it doesn't explain anything, bro. I'm not
Not
gonna
at
finish
all.
it.
They're
Not at all.
cool.
That's yeah.
They're cool, bro. Yeah.
It's lost.
Got cool stories, bro.
What I think is real funny
Forged within a star.
is when you ask it to write a news article about something like incredibly ridiculous, like write a news article about how a blind, mute, quadriplegic astronaut saved Earth from the sun crashing into Earth.
What
And
the
it'll
hell?
write a fucking news article for you, like in seconds.
That's
Granted,
awful, dude.
this is the free version. The one that you pay for, it's $20 a month. It's 10 times more advanced than this one.
I didn't know there was a paid version.
Yeah. I thought about paying for it, but I'm like, eh.
You need to feed it so it can get stronger and smarter, bro. And then
Well,
become
Yeah.
Skynet and take
well,
us
actually,
over.
it does that. 'Cause I asked it like if it learns from all the questions, because if you go and ask it a question that you end up proving it wrong on, and then like the next day you go and ask it the same series of questions, it'll answer it different.
Mm,
Yeah, nobody should be taking any of this stuff serious, you know?
Well, some people are using it to like write code, like a Python code for certain things, and it spits out the code like instantly. Whereas normally it would take, you know, quite a long time to write that code. So it's being used for a lot of different stuff. Like people are using it to do their homework. As long as you ask the question the right way, it spits out the answer in seconds.
Yeah, I'm sure you can use it to write stuff that's known and stuff like that, but like the big questions, like what we're asking now, right? Stuff that nobody really knows, it ain't gonna do any better, right? It's not like Chat GPT is gonna come up with the answer how early galaxies formed when they shouldn't, right? Because the answer is the theory is wrong.
Yeah, it
It's
basically
not
just
that
pulls it from like
something happened.
Wikipedia.
Yeah. No, but you understand what I'm saying? It's not like something happened wrong in the universe. It's like, imagine having that kind of mindset. No, the universe works just the way it should. It's that they got their theories wrong. So nothing emerged early, everything happened the way it should happen. It's just that they got it wrong. It's just that simple. And they're never going to admit that.
Well, the Chat GPT is not actually what I'm concerned with. It's the thing like the Google DeepMind. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of that one or not, but they've been using that one since I'm playing chess right now with Flatman. So they developed these two British software developers, engineers, developed this program that Google thought was just absolutely fascinating. So Google bought it for like $3 billion. And then they started using it to do all sorts of stuff, like play video games and chess. And as an example, what they did is they took this software, which is it's self-learning software. So it's a form of artificial intelligence in a sense. They taught it the rules of chess, and that's it. And then let it play against itself for 4 hours, and it played like a couple million games, and it was playing like really, really terrible at the beginning. But by the time it was done after 4 hours, they had it play against the world's top chess engine, which was called Stockfish. And it played Stockfish for 100 games in a row. Stockfish couldn't beat it. And now it's called Leela Chess. I'm not sure why I got that name, but that's what its name is. And you can play against it if you want to, but no human can beat it. It's impossible.
I didn't see your bishop there, you bastard.
Hey, you're playing a lot better this game than the previous ones. And those biscuits and gravy are starting to sound real fucking tasty right now.
Bastard.
I guess for computational things they're good at. And while you were saying that, it reminded me of something. I think they could also be used for research to do different tasks over and over. Like while you were saying that, it reminded me of they used an AI to do computations for an atom, for what's inside the neutron and the proton, and they found that there's of course there's quarks. There's two up and one down, one up and two down. I forget which one it is, the neutron or the proton. Anyways, they found that there's a heavier what was it that what was it the strange quark, forgot the name. Anyways, it had, I think it had a bigger mass than the whole of the atom.
Oh, it's a dark quark.
I forget what it was, bro. But yeah, and it was like, what's going on here? Like, it shouldn't be, right?
We can't even see atoms, and they want to see that quarks exist and then string theory exists. It's like,
Yeah,
come on.
yeah, that's right. Yeah,
A quark is supposed to be, what, like 40 times smaller than an atom? Something like that?
I think way smaller than that. Yeah,
There's a lot of money in astrophysicists, man. Yeah, you could just make up crazy stories, dude, and get paid, and people are just like, you're a priest of scientism.
Yeah, just take physics and calculus enough, and then take a couple of astronomy classes, and before you know it, you're going to be on the fucking Science Channel. Just selling people lies.
yeah. But what's funny?
It's
What I was trying to say is every
pear-shaped.
time they use technology to check out their theories end up being wrong. Like with the James Webb Plane Telescope, and now with Chat GPT, like it's too funny, man.
Didn't Kaku say that they're off to like the 10 to the God knows how many zeros off with all their predictions, but still this is like mainstream
Yeah, 10 to the
scientism.
120th.
Holy crap.
120 zeros. That's how off they are with their scientific calculations in regards to like astronomical predictions.
Yep, Michio Kaku's famous saying. Yep.
yeah, all these fucking people are. I don't know. Everyone needs to have like a hero at some point for some reason. I don't know what necessarily they're looking for, but these people are just making shit up, and people buy it. They don't mind they're getting lied to, even though they know they're getting lied to. Sort of like when you go to a movie or a magic show, you know that the movie's not real. You know the magic show isn't real, but people like that way to, I don't know, it's like a distraction, and people don't mind it, even though they know they're getting lied to.
I would go as far to say that they just need to hear their belief system be reaffirmed by other people so they can like sleep well at night. Psychological, you know.
Oh, it's definitely psychological. Oh yeah. I mean, look at all the government programs that they admit have, like MK Ultra and the Tavistock Institute, and all these different things like that. People just they go along with it, and the government is admitting that they've been doing it. And that's the scary thing, is that the government comes out and starts to admit. That's the fucked up thing.
See, they convince the public that a certain class has the information. Like in the early days, they did it with the church. Whatever the church said went. But
Yeah, don't
then with the
forget.
scientific revolution coming along, like who was it? Was it Dante that said science is dead? I mean, religion is dead. So they just switched over. The authority switched over from religious to the scientific community.
It was
Scientism.
a Catholic priest. I can't remember his name at the moment, but he's the one that came up with the theory of the Big Bang.
Lemaitre. Yeah.
Yeah, George Lemaitre. Yeah, or however you
Yep.
pronounce it.
Sounds like Mitra, doesn't it? It's funny. Sure, it's an accident.
Oh, I fucked that one up. Whoops. Oh well.
Didn't see that coming, did you?
How about them apples?
Bastard.
Jesuit trained Catholic priest came up with the Big Bang Theory. That's just too rich. Like not even in a movie.
Yeah, it's
Kind of
almost
the
like it
same
was
thing,
planned
right?
that way.
Yeah, it was like the handover, right? The handover. They made a deal with the church. Look, you're not going to pay any taxes. You're still going to keep your thing, but now we're going to be running the show. So you keep the flock, continue doing what you're doing with the flock, but now we're going to be running the show. You can still keep your power, your tax-free status and that. But now we're going to be you're going to be under us.
Good game, man. I'll play you again when I get back.
Good game. All right, buddy. Good
Go
game.
to the grocery store though. Biscuits and gravy.
I know. Enjoy your biscuits and gravy.
Fucking biscuits.
They're really good, though. I gotta be honest.
I'm just joking because we don't call them biscuits.
What do you call them?
Biscuits. I don't know if we even have them.
Yeah, well, it's a southern thing. I'm from Florida, and it's buttermilk biscuits covered in a white gravy with sausage and spices. It is some people don't make it right, bro, but if they make it right, it's literally like one of the best things I've ever had in my life.
What?
Biscuits and
Talk about
sausage gravy?
okay, it's like dumplings and okay, yeah, biscuits. Okay, gotcha. A big fan of country fried steak. I think it's kind of similar.
Yeah, it's got the white gravy on that one too. Yep, very good. Very tasty.
Fuck up a country fried steak.
So biscuits in the UK or whatever, that's like a cracker, yeah?
Like a cookie.
Uh,
Yeah.
uh, yeah, okay. Very weird why they changed those words around. It's bizarre.
Right.
We literally speak the same language, but we have tons of words that aren't the same.
Yeah, you guys were like, fuck the queen. We're making our own words up.
I mean, for me, a waffle is like something I put syrup on, but for you guys, it's somebody who's tossing about nonsense conversation, yeah?
No, yeah, you could like right. Yeah. I mean, it's still a waffle you put. You're not wrong. Yeah, I had my fair share of opposites talking to somebody who's American and this and that, you know. Soon find out. And your beans, it's like, why do you need to put vegetarian baked beans when there are just baked beans? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know
Do,
what you're talking
do,
about, yeah.
they're
Vegetarian
just
beans, yeah.
there's only beans. It's because you guys like to put like there's pork sausages with the beans as like default, don't you?
Yeah, they put
Yeah.
pork and stuff. Not even
Yeah.
the sausage, just pork grease in the beans.
Ugh.
Yeah, people do that. Or
They like to
beef.
put brown sugar too, brown sugar.
That's another difference with our beans and your beans. Um, yours are a lot like syrupier and sweeter, I guess, because the fructose syrup. But they are just sweet. They're more like a barbecue sweet bean. And ours are
Yeah.
like more of a tomato-based savory. I don't know how to explain it.
Tomato based. Oh, kind of. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
That still sounds good though.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. With some bushes or whatever
And
they
your
call it. Anything.
and your chips are fries, yeah?
Well,
Chips
chips
is fries, yeah?
chips are the category of chopped up potatoes, right? Okay. But then fries, you'd say like the thinner version. Do you know, like the French fries? That's kind of why they're called fries. The thinner, like McDonald's style. I wouldn't really call them chips. I'd still call them fries because they are chips subcategory, but they are like subcategory, like French
So a
fries.
chip for you would be more like a thicker, like a steak cut fry,
Yeah, like between like that extreme to like just before they become a fry, I guess.
somewhere in the middle.
Yeah. And then you've got these and then what you call wedges, you call like JoJo's or something. That really blew my head off. Like what the fuck is that?
What the hell?
It's like, just call them wedges, man. You gotta make words up.
It's funny, man, talking to these UK and Australian people online, like their slang starts to like get onto you. You start using their slang, bro.
Right. Oh yeah.
Yeah, usually I'd say like this guy's being a dick. Every once in a while, a tosser comes out.
uh, yeah.
What's up, Sydney?
Hey, hey. I am off to a day full of baking pies and other stuff for the meals, feeding over like 30 people the next couple days. So how are you?
Oh, I'm good. Dang it, everyone's talking about food, bro. It's starting to make me hungry.
Yeah, wish I had grown some of it this year, but probably next year. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun day. How are you doing?
Yeah, we're just chilling, bro.
It's baking time for me. I'll be listening.
Like a freaking hurricane where I'm at right now. We got bins and artificial grass turned up and fence panels blown out, and yeah, it's great.
Holy crap, what are you getting out of a tornado or something?
It's just England, mate. It's just England.
That's normal weather?
I mean, yeah, it's just a windy, shitty day, mate. To be honest.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah. I live on
Oh,
the
I'm
top of
sorry, go
the
on.
ridge, the top of the valley, basically. So exposed.
Right on.
I think wind is pretty cool. I saw gnarly wildfires. I'm gonna post this little time lapse photo in the chat here for you, Flatman. I thought you'd find it interesting. It was literally like I smelled it for like 10 minutes on the highway driving from Knoxville, Tennessee, back home last week. But they're still going. No idea how they started, but it looks super super ominous. And I was just praying the whole time. So when you see it, let me know what you think.
All right, I'll look at it. Thank you. Yes, these magical fires that seem to burn forever. Let's take a look. Really not suspect at all. Where'd you post it? In the side chat?
Yeah, I'm doing it now. I had to upload it.
Oh, you're good. Okay.
You know what I find amusing or funny? Their whole cosmological model is in question. The whole Big Bang. And their only answer is, well, how does that change the flat Earth? You have any proof of the flat Earth? Dude, your whole model, your whole existence, your whole being, everything you've been taught, it appears is wrong and a lie. And you're thinking about shape? Really? How do you limit yourself to? I mean, it just boggles my mind. Like really, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, I literally talked to a guy, I mean, for days on end, got him to concede to a bunch of things, and in the end of the day, he was like, if you don't have a model to replace my model, I just can't. And I was just like, bro, like, what? You see that it's wrong, dude. Like, you're just gonna stick with it? Very weird, bro. They need a lot of people need a replacement model. I find that very weird. Guess they just need that for like comfort or something. I don't know what's going on.
The way I look at it, it's like some kid is at school at recess or whatever you call it, and the other kid's like, "Oh, Santa Claus isn't real," and this kid's like, "But like, how does he get in the house then?" You know, like he's questioning it, and then there'll be a point where he can't get his mind around like switching his idea because he's like, "But there's still presents in the end. Where do they come from?" And they're like, "Well, it's your parents." And it's like, "But just in case it's not my parents, I'm going to keep believing in Santa so I don't piss him off." that made any sense, but doesn't
I
really
think you were
make any
going with
sense.
like, yeah, they need the replacement model of if Santa's not the one putting the presents there, who's putting the presents there? We know it's the parents, but what if we didn't know it was the parents?
Yeah, but even if they're
That's the
told it's the
problem.
parents, they've got this other evidence about. So what about the carrot then? Who eats the carrot? And they're trying to bring up all these other theories, like, so where does this like these footprints come from? And like, why is Santa drank his milk then? Who drank that then? And then you, it's like all this other evidence. That's the way we've built it up. The whole Santa lie. There's so many different variables, and if anyone questions it, like, oh, but we don't have how does he come down the chimney when we don't have a fireplace? That's like quite a smart kid, and then the parents like, he's got a key. Just trying to like bullshit them more. Oh. How does Santa get around the earth and give everybody presents in one night? And then they've got it there. That's an hard one. He's just really fast. He's trying to make some bullshit up. Can you track Santa yet with Nora? NORAD? Nah. In a week, we can track Santa. Because apparently he'll be flying around in a week.
Have like all different electric, different fucking video. It's NSTC or PAL. You can't mix the shit.
Yeah, right.
This is all fucking regional. Like they weren't gonna make enough money, so they had to like fucking cripple all these products. I'm so mad because I bought the wrong thing.
Ah,
I bought it for fucking PAL, so I'd be in a
no.
great position if I just had this television in another country. I'd be
Yeah.
fucking stoked. I'd be like, I bought the correct thing.
Yeah, rather than looking at it like you bought the wrong game or
Just send it to
console or
you.
whatever it is, you should just think of it like you bought the wrong TV. That's all. You just got to flip your mindset.
Actually, I have the wrong video equipment because it's converting PAL to HDMI NSTC.
Oh. Whoopsie.
Can't express how mad I am. Not because it was expensive, because it wasn't really, but just all this time I didn't know until just now that I like looked it up and read it, and I was like, oh, you know, it's just the rage has been building. Started slow. Just so we can't share shit. That's why they do this. There's no real reason why. Why are we using different electric? You know, the whole bullshit. It's like, did they not know what was gonna work? You know, they're like, oh, we'll try this in UK, we'll try this in Canada, we'll try this in, Bangladesh. You know what I mean? Like, why? Did... All right, cool. Thanks. I made my point.
Yeah,
Glad you guys.
damn. I hope you recover from that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. This is gonna be something I bear for a amount of years.
You'll have to start looking at moving to China or something, wherever that PAL is. Is it? All right. Yeah.
Looking
You'll
for
be
a
fine.
pal? You'll be my pal.
Yeah.
They're like, no, you're foreigner. I'd be like, I love that band. Is he getting over his baby galaxies thing? Baby universe? His mind's boggled so often. I mean, I'm worried about him. You know, he's going to get repetitive boggle damage. I know I'm not the only one worried about him. Price we pay.
I remember back in the day we had a PlayStation with like a chip or something, so you could play like them pirate games. And I do remember that issue with the PAL and the other variety. There was like a little switch on the back, and depending on which game you had, you just switch it.
Yeah, maybe I'll find a Super Famicom in the garbage and be like, yes. Super that I'm prepared right now.
What are you guys talking about?
Nothing really.
I had to go grab my laundry.
That's
Very
probably
exciting
better use of your
stuff.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably better. At
I
least that's productive.
didn't want to do it, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I'm happy. I'll talk more about it and make you go. Be like, God damn. This guy's still talking about video formats? Time for more coffee.
That moment you press the wrong button. Ah,
It's like Cypher from The Matrix, but it's not a steak for me. It's just coffee. You know? Put me back in the Matrix. Get me an Americano. Hold the soy.
Just want a little bit of creamer, please. I beg you.
I don't want to be famous, nothing like that. I just want a coffee maker that never stops. That would be way cooler if he just sold out humanity for, endless coffee. You could be so warped. You grew up in a synthetic virtual environment. You flung into some kind of post-apocalyptic cyberverse. You know what I mean? Maybe you got crazy
Yeah.
irrational dreams.
Caffeine's a drug for most people, bro. I don't mind a little bit here and there, but some people really go heavy on it like all day long, dude.
Yeah. My all day long days are behind me. I think I'm just in and out. 2 pots. I'm good all day.
I don't have a steel cage stomach like I did when I was young. I just can't be drinking like massive amounts of black coffee. It'll cause me like serious pain, dude.
Make
Like
the
stomach
stomach
pain
acid.
from the
Makes
caffeine.
makes it stronger. Caffeine workout. Working out the kidneys, the whole adrenals, just giving that all just
Getting your
toned.
cortisol levels up. Yeah, slowly killing
Boom.
yourself. No
Like that
big,
shit.
no
I
biggie.
need a little neck fat for no reason. Yes, do it. Never had a very fat neck though. I'm surprised at the fatness of some people's necks. I'm just like, man, that's a solid neck.
I can't
That
deny I
take
like caffeine, bro. I mean, black tea is pretty bomb. I'm not gonna lie. I think Turquoise would know what I'm talking about. He's a tea drinker.
ah, no, no, don't be
Your
daft.
whole culture. I'm just messing with
No, we just traded it for heroin. That's all.
you.
That's my culture. You can have your country back, by the way, but here's some heroin.
That's messed up, dude.
I know the Chinese are getting back at us with fentanyl. Like, now you have it back.
Yeah, Bigelow did okay
Bro,
too, I think.
bro, fentanyl is one of the most evil things they've ever created, bro. It's like heroin times 20 or something.
Huh?
Fentanyl?
It's like heroin for roaches that you're trying to kill. I think that's where they got the idea from. There'll be fentanyl hotels stashed around in the inner city. Don't walk in.
I don't know how expensive it is, but you know, people say, "Oh, people are cutting it inside these drugs and putting it in that drug." It's like, well, if it's expensive, you should be grateful.
You remember Michael Jackson?
But
Prince? Oh, they're gone. Fentanyl.
Ah,
Which is like, did they just die from taking fentanyl? They had doctors, right? They probably are like, hey, I'm really rich. I don't need to go taking crazy drugs, right? Yeah. No, it's not like a public service announcement / retirement party. They're just like, yeah, you overdosed on fentanyl. Don't do it, kids. If it happened to you, be like Prince. And you'd be a dead
I
mother.
mean, no one's going out probably and actually buying the fentanyl. Like it's like he said, they're just chopping it up into the stuff, and people are getting, way too much at once, dude. And they don't know what they're taking, and a lot of them, I mean, that's what happened to, you know, the guy with the murals. I'll leave it at that. Most likely, which is unfortunate and sad, but yeah, man, it's sick, dude. It's obviously a government operation. I don't think we should even talk about this, right? Aren't we live streaming?
Conspiracies is not something we talk about. I hear you. Just no reason to talk about it.
Oh no, it's cool, dude. I mean, I'll talk about it somewhere else with you. I just don't want to. You know what I'm saying? Got to be super careful with those type of topics.
I don't know
Let's talk
anything,
about
so
like
just, for me, it's
ducks or
all just
something. I don't know. I
speculation.
don't know anything either. I want to talk about ducks, dude. Just kidding. To switch the subject up completely.
All right.
so yeah. And when you think you figured it out, and then you realize, oh, I've probably figured it out. This whole trading
Yeah.
thing. So like, you got to think logically, right? So there's a point in the day where there's a lot of volume in trades, right? And there's a point before that when you can kind of get an idea which way it's kind of like bias is. And then, it's just remarkable. I don't know. It's like I can see the Matrix now.
Yeah. Definitely there's a
If
way to manipulate the system. I mean, look at those guys with the hedge funds that like do absolutely nothing and they're rich, bro.
no, like legit, I'll just put it in chat now. I just literally my 10 o'clock opening. It's good. Oh
Let me take
God.
a look. Wow. Ooh, that sucks. Wow. That's a big
Nah,
drop.
yeah, I went short. That's good for me.
Oh, you're saying you sold before it died?
Yeah, I'm selling it short, basically. I hope it goes down.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Hello?
Hello.
What's up?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah.
All right, that's nice. What's up, guys?
What's up, buddy?
I'm Joe Biden's husband.
Now, how you guys doing?
Good.
That's nice.
Uh-huh.
But essentially, the point where it all comes down to is this, right? We are fighting against people who fundamentally believe that they can make a model by assuming the observations they did from the sky. And then we come and we actually explain them, every model that you're using in mathematical terms to navigate this plane that you need to draw within a spherical celestial dome or sphere is actually the plane we have all measured and observed in reality to be true. So actually you're mathematically approaching the thing also simultaneously close to reality, because the horizontal line will be horizontal and the plane that you mathematically use to navigate through the celestial sphere is also in existence. So actually we just help the Globers to finally realize that the Earth is actually the plane that they've always mathematically used for navigation purposes, for example, or to actually build everything else from the sky. They have just a false assumption. So guys, it's very simple. The false assumption is this: don't assume because the sky is a spherical dome above your head, or a spherical or a celestial sphere, it doesn't mean automatically that the ground is going to be a sphere, okay? So now you need to just separate these two things. The ground is not the sky, right? If the ground is not the sky, has anyone observed the ground maybe to be what is claimed from deriving from the sky, right? So there's a claim that the ground is supposedly equal to the sky. It might be a sphere, is what the heliocentrists claim, right? So what crazy people like us flat earthers did, we gone out into the wild and we actually measured the surface against the claim of that sphere with a radius of roughly 4,000 miles. We found out that the plane is actually more plausible according to what we observed than the spherical shape that has been diverted from the observations of the sky. So again, I hope that is clarifying to the Globers that we just did some work for you guys. You don't need to now visualize in your brain that you live on a ball anymore, because it's actually much more closer to your mathematical equations where you just use a flat baseline in order to navigate with the stars of the celestial sphere. And we just did your job. Be happy, applaud us. We figured out that it's not a ball. There you go.
I like your name, bro.
Thank you, man. So yesterday I asked the Clover, what is your best proof for a so-called ball? And the best proof he got me, I'm gonna quickly look at the screenshot again, was where is it? Where are you hiding? His best proof that is... Okay, basically, I'm not finding it right now, but his best proof is basically the sky. So, because the sky is the best proof, that automatically destroys the notion that we live on a plane. Does that make sense to you? Does it make sense in anybody's brain that you can use the sky to automatically conclude that the ground is not a plane like you would do mathematically as an assumption? So they assume mathematically that's a plane in order to get the longitudes, distance, and navigation and GPS grids. But when it comes to actually asking what do you think about the ground, they just, say, okay, even though we assume the plane for everything mathematical, we're just gonna assume it's a ball. That makes so much sense.
Yeah, the whole The whole model's a beg the question fallacy.
Yeah,
Stacked upon beg the question.
exactly. Begging the question. And it's so simple to understand this.
Some people don't want their aliens and their, women from another galaxy and their planets and their Ian Han Solo taken away from them, man. They
Yeah,
want that.
but
They want to one day get to it.
first of all, that's weird. Second of all, it doesn't make sense, right? Second of all, it doesn't make sense, right? Why would I value something that is fundamentally in principle all based on the sky? So I even yesterday had like 2-3 hours of ChatGPT about this. I said, and it came to the conclusion that we both agree that's all based on the sky. And then I asked, so what is the fundamental modern proof for the globe? Satellites. Because we have satellites revolving around the Earth, that's the fundamental proof that the Earth is a ball. Okay, so again, it's the sky. It's again, if you say satellites are the proof of the ball, then you're still referring to the sky, a sky phenomenon. You claim that you shoot something in the sky, and because it's in the sky, it gives you the globe. So they cannot go away from the sky, because fundamentally the sky is the only proof they have of a globe. And then we come and we value a reality and real observations with the surface, and we say it's actually the plane that is mathematically assumed for navigational purposes or geometry in general, right? In every math equation, they imagine an infinite plane where you stand in the center and above you is a spherical celestial dome, right? That's what they in their model even claim for calculations. And what we did, we go out into reality, we said, look at this, the plane is in existence. It's not a sphere of a radius of roughly 4,000 miles. I just don't get it. It's so simple. The debate is over. There is no debate anymore. You have the sky, that's all you can have. We have the ground, and the ground tells us it has nothing to do with the sky.
Yeah, you're right. The debate is over, bro. We've won. I mean, at this
Yeah,
point, it's nice to talk to new
it's
people
over.
and kind of lead them to the right way. But yeah, dude, it's over.
So the point, what we are now at, is just wasting our time with people who are not here to learn, who block fruitful conversations with people who have not yet experienced the topic. And this is what I see in the server a lot. People just rambling on with the same old faces, with the same old people that will never change their mind because they're intellectually dishonest and liars and hypocrites and psychopaths sometimes even.
Jeez, man.
Yeah, it's a waste of time. It's a waste of time.
I mean, do you think there's any benefit for people on the fence watching how we interact with this person day after day, explaining the proofs, even though that person's never going to concede? Someone else could see it, maybe looking. I know that I'm grasping at straws, but
Well, how about the guy that is in the chat, Mr. 29D Bitches? How about you come into the VC and tell me what a much more smarter idea is to approach this topic? What is a smarter idea?
Do you believe there's a fucking Sky Daddy that made everything?
Well,
you believe in fantasy? You actually believe in fantasy, Clay?
When did I ever talk about a Sky Daddy?
Is that your best globe proof?
Last 2 years, Clay? Last 2 years, you bang on about your fucking Sky Daddy.
Is that your best? Is that what you can offer? You sound, dude. That sounds miserable, to be honest. I've never ever talked about it in the whole conversation. When I came into the VC right now, I've never actually mentioned it. And this is the best thing you can bring to the table as a fruitful conversation.
I don't care if you
I don't care if
I
you know
deny
me, man.
science, but I believe in the Bible.
Dude, is that the only thing you can bring to the table? I have not talked about the Bible. I have not talked about biblical cosmology. I've talked about reality. And now you're bashing me for something I personally believe. This is disgusting, man. And you should be ashamed of yourself. It's my personal belief. It's who I am.
He's fucking retarded. I don't give a shit if it's your personal belief and how offended you get by it.
Because you have nothing. You have nothing actually of value to bring to the table. That's why you need to personally attack me. And I just want this to be exposed. That you can only personally attack me for whatever reason, whatever your problem with me is as a person.
I just got back. Hey, we're not doing personal attacks here, guys. Attack the argument, not the person.
Yeah,
Respect the
exactly.
individual.
Thank you. So what is your fruitful argument that you can bring to the table instead of personally attacking me?
And just want to say happy Thanksgiving to all of you. I hope everybody has a thankful Thanksgiving and an enjoyable,
Happy
relaxing
Thanksgiving.
day.
Happy Thanksgiving, brother.
Hey, right back to you, man. See, that's what you get, man. Nothing. Just personal attacks. And this is why we don't get forward with the whole thing, right? Because we have people like this.
You believe in a
Well, Die Slow told him that he wasn't allowed to do ad homs, and so there was basically no argument left to be had. He had to leave.
Yeah, exactly.
I slow believes in the sky turkey.
So sad, man. I really hope he. I don't know. I'm just
You
gonna
should
pray
just pray
for him,
for
you
those
know?
people, bro. Yeah, just pray for him, bro.
Dude, even there was not one mention about the sky. These people really have like a problem with themselves, obviously.
Oh Lord.
Ag. Probably. I think that's him. But
there's just no proof. There's no proof of the globe, bro. So there's nothing more to talk about, really. Let's talk about flowers and maybe gardening, bro, or
Exactly.
something, maybe.
Exactly. By the way, but I rejoice in such things because I know that what I'm saying is actually, you know, getting to the brain cells. There is nothing to argue about the globe anymore. It's just a baseless model that is, in principle, just created through looking at the sky. And we are the only ones who have actually looked at the ground and realized it's over. There is no sphere. Bam, bam, bam. And I have no clue why. I have no clue why a flat earther should attack what I just said. You know, it's the most objective thing I actually say, and most of the times.
On another note, we're getting a ceasefire as of 3 a.m. tomorrow. So I'm thankful for that.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Yeah.
Yeah.
What, 5 days?
It'll hold.
What is it? 5 days, 50 hostages?
Yeah, I'm not exactly certain on any numbers specifically, but I do know that there's going to be hostages getting released on both sides. So that's a beautiful thing.
What I read was they're going to release 50 women and children for like a 4 or 5 day ceasefire.
Well, I heard Hamas was asking for not just a ceasefire, but an all-out end of this war. I don't know what's going to happen, but you know, hopefully it just becomes a part of history instead of going into the future.
it's just gonna come back again. Another 5 years, 4 years. Just remember it then.
This time it looks like it's going to be different because there's a lot of countries that have put their nose in, so to speak.
You watch it with that nose comment.
I didn't even realize what. Yeah, yeah. Good point.
I think it could have been worse. He could have said, you save a lot of shekels if you stop war for a few days. That would have been pretty bad.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Labeled instantly. See, they had the power, right? Just like the trolls had the power to add harm. So when you remove that power, they have nothing. So now these people had the power to control the narrative, basically through the media, which they control, let's say 95% of the media in the United States, if not more. But now that power has been taken away from them. So they no longer control the narrative. And that's a big problem for them.
Yeah, the side media. Yeah.
Yeah, there's side media, there's people reporting things on their own. There's different countries that have media outlets. Like you can check the Arab media, you can check the Indian, the Chinese, Russian. You can just go all over the world and check for yourself.
Well, I still think they control enough of the narrative that they can keep the sheep in line for the most part. We're like a very fringe group. Not saying that we're not growing, behind the, not just flat Earth, but like, truthers in general. There's a lot of us, bro, but we are kind of outnumbered by the lemmings, man.
Well, it doesn't matter anymore how they control us. We're definitely controlled, right? Here. But the people on the other side are waking up. Can't control them anymore. They see what's going on, right? They have access to info just like we do now. They can check and see 70 years, how they're treated, no water. They control the water, the electricity, the food. They don't have an airport. They don't have a seaport. Can't hide these things anymore. So the whole world knows that it's like has become like South Africa now, right? The apartheid. But the only people that don't see it is us. Well, when I say us, I mean the West, a few countries. But the rest of the world sees what's going on. They can no longer hide this.
Yeah, what went on in South Africa was just awful, bro, and no one barely heard about it. With them
Yeah,
taking
but
the farms and the yeah, I know, yeah, okay.
yeah, they took back their land. Yeah, they threw out. Absolutely, yeah, there was a big revolt. They threw the Afrikaners out. They took back their land. So yeah, the world got with Mandela and all that, they got introduced to the injustice, right? And we were crying here. We were one of the big people crying, right? But somehow we don't see this one for some reason. We don't see the injustices being done for 70 years. Strange.
Unbelievable. Sometimes I wake up, dude, and I'm like, is this real, bro? Is ever like I go to work, I'm around the no offense to them, but just a figure of speech, zombie people. It's like they just kind of believe everything, do what they're told. It's heartbreaking, dude. And if I was to come at them, bro, I would literally sound like a schizophrenic, paranoid conspiracy theorist. But literally, I'm just coming with like logic and reason.
Yeah, they managed to flip the narrative. They're still doing it in the States, albeit with less success, but there's still a lot of people hypnotized in the States. Like a lot.
Yeah, a lot, bro. There's still people at my job that wear a mask, bro. It's just devastatingly sad, bro. Like they are just lost in the sauce.
Yeah, all I can say is the next few weeks are going to be very telling in world affairs. Like, very telling.
And
I gotta
then though
pay
you'll
more
still be,
attention, brother.
and then though you're
Go
still
ahead,
going to be
Jeremy. I'm sorry.
Canadian SE. In the end, you're still going to be Canadian SE.
Yeah, damn it. It all depends. If we remove this she-male of a prime minister we have, there's a new guy that showed promise.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Bro, it's so I don't know what they do in Canada, but in America, bro, it's like corrupt from within. Like just getting in one new guy in there is not really, the whole system needs to be like revamped or something. You know what I'm
Burned down
saying?
and started over. Yeah, dude. I know what you're saying, bro. I'm from America. Trust me.
Like imagine thinking getting a new president is gonna like change everything. You know what I'm saying?
It is nothing.
Yeah.
I
Imagine,
promise I'm gonna drain the swamp. The next time you get me in, I pinky promise. I know I said I'd do it last time. Probably made a little mistakey. You know, it's like, dude, give me a break. Get the hell out of my face, bro.
imagine thinking leaving the continent over to the Americas is going to be any different.
Sorry, I missed that. Imagine
Yeah,
What a
what?
clown
so,
show, bro. Clown show.
yeah, right. You ex-British people or whatever, thinking it's
Yeah,
greener on the,
ex-British people.
thinking it's greener,
Oh, a
thinking it's
new
greener on
crown,
the
you
other
said.
side.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
right.
you're better
Yeah.
than us, huh? That's
Yeah,
Yeah,
funny.
I
man.
appreciate you. I appreciate you trying.
We did our best, bro.
Dude, what happened was there were some people in Britain. They wanted to run this big money scam and shit, and they couldn't do it there, so they just came to America and did it here.
Yeah.
And now they're running the whole
Mhm.
shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You guys were all set up over there for hundreds or thousands of years or whatever, so they couldn't pull their game off with the whole money thing they wanted to do. They're like, yo, we could just go do that shit over here. And just came and did it here. And then you got Canada.
Evil genius, bro. We have to at least give them the credit that they're evil geniuses, dude.
I think
Well,
they're
you
fairly
guys fell
smart.
in line at first, but then we have to come over and burn the White House in the 800s. They keep you guys in line. But yeah.
I do think they're smart. I think these guys are smart in certain aspects, right? People can be smart in certain things and not in others. These guys are smart in certain ways, absolutely. Very smart. Like extremely. Extremely smart
Oh
people.
yeah.
I think they have
This ain't their
an
first
imagination.
rodeo.
I think they have an imagination barrier. You know, and they're not smart in some aspects, but in a lot of ways they are. To do all this, I mean, come on, you can't be an idiot and pull this off.
It's kind of interesting that you said they have no imagination. Yeah, they're like very logical, concise with their evil, but yeah, it's like they have no imagination. Like they're just cut off from like the spirit.
Dude, guys, I'm telling you guys right now, get some silver, bro. You know what's in mirrors? You know why mirrors reflect? Silver.
Is it silver? I thought it was like a mercury or something that they did.
What if I
No,
get
still
many
silver.
mirrors?
Still silver, bro. Mirrors are the future. Look at the thing I posted. They're speculating that car companies might start buying silver mines.
If
There's like a kilo. Hey, all right, kiddo? Okay, I know.
If you go in Jeremy's house, you will have a mirror at every wall. You know
I
where his
got
silver is.
I got silver in that mine too, Jeremy. Just saying.
There'll come a time where he needs to melt those mirrors down, bro. They're,
You
they're,
mean
they're
the
like
cave of
hidden treasures, bro. Like they just walk in. Oh, those are just mirrors. No big deal. Gold mine.
when you say cave, when you say mine, you mean cave of death?
Possibly. We're gonna send you in first as like the canary.
Bro, I know. What the fuck, dude? I'm just saying,
Jeremy,
look,
go in there and make sure it's good, bro.
bro, solar, if you think mirrors, solar panels, batteries are the future, well, you might, silver is gonna be a good solid get right there. Or you could buy Jesus coin.
Jesus
Hey,
coin is a great investment. It does take some faith, but you will enter into the kingdom of richness.
Is that a real thing? Is that a Bitcoin that's named the Jesus coin?
There's a crypto coin called Jesus coin. It's like right now it's like fractions of a fraction of a penny, but if that thing even gets close to a penny, dude, you've made a shit ton of money. That's all I'm saying, bro. If Pepe Poo can fucking do it, Jesus can do it, bro.
Yeah, that's another coin that I bought that you told me to buy that absolutely shit the bed. Surprised because it's right in the name.
Yeah, they're fucking shit coins, bro. They're pump and dumps, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like you gotta, like with coins like that, you really have to follow the market and what the fuck's happening, because once it pumps, it's gonna dump, dude. And if you miss that, you gotta wait till the next pump.
Yeah,
I
and
did
if you're
like
holding
what
on
you
to
were.
it
think
because you get
someone-
so greedy.
You think someone would really make a Jesus coin and then dump it though, or is it the world come to that point?
Yeah.
Dice Flow, I do like what you were saying yesterday though about the alt market and the boom, and it's going to be utility coins. I feel like that is
That's the next bull
probably,
market, bro.
yeah, coins that actually do things. Yeah, I like those coins.
Yeah.
I got those.
Yep.
I got some of those.
Right. So all these utility coins haven't been able to have any practical sense as far as their use case scenario due to the fact of the crippled industry by means of the government not providing regulatory clarity. But all that's coming to fruition. And so yeah, this next bull run cycle is going to be based on utility alone.
Well, bro, I can't even. They need to get these regulations in order because in New York, I can't even I can't even stake on Exodus. I mean, come on, dude. Like, what?
Did you hear what SE was saying? They're coming out with this New York. I forget what he called it. New York Stock Exchange crypto or something.
Oh, yeah, so central bank digital currency. Yeah, CBDC.
Yeah, and what
Been
they'll
going on
do
for
is
a while,
eventually they want to put something inside of you if you guys look deeper into it. That like monitors and tracks your movements and what you do, and that's kind of like the Chinese thing with the social credit score is going to be like mixed in with it, where like if you went out and did, I don't know, you guys got to look into it, bro. It goes deep, bro.
That's all down the road though. Like I don't think it's initially gonna get spun off.
No, not at first. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, not at first, but down the road, yeah.
Yeah, that's the scary side of crypto, right? But initially, I think everybody will be in euphoria, seeing the numbers climbing.
It's so
it's a
weird
good job.
though to
It's a
like
good idea
track
to
your
short
movements,
gold,
bro. I just want gold and silver, bro. I don't want no chip. I don't want no whatever the hell they're talking about. I don't
I'm
want
telling you,
none of
yo,
that.
just as it's good to be diversified, right? It's easy to just buy an ounce of silver a month. It's like $30, 25, $30 an ounce of silver. It feels like you got a little pirate treasure. It's neat to have.
Oh yeah.
Well, diversification is only good for the uneducated investor.
Oh my God, I know.
What?
Right?
You don't want to diversify into a million shitcoins, do you?
Jeremy's got Pokemon cards over here. He's got Pogs over there. Silver
Pogs, yeah.
mirrors.
Over mirrors.
As dispensers or whatever from the 40s or whatever.
There could be some
Oh.
money in the mirror thing though. That's kind of smart.
No, it's so thin, dude. It's like nothing. I'm just saying it is silver, but they do use a lot in electric cars. I don't know if it was in the link I posted or the screenshot I posted, but there's like a kilo of silver in a car. They use it in electronics, it's in solar panels, all kinds of stuff.
If your
Silver's huge.
expectations of success is $1 a month, I think Jeremy's doing really well.
Well, the way it's going, you
Okay.
would put a dollar in Doge every week.
He's just crapping on his friend, bro.
Dude, I got to get Good White in here to teach Dice about financial shit.
I was gonna say something about Good White, bro. I was gonna say like you're listening to him too much or something, bro. That guy's classic, dude.
No, I'm just
You
saying
guys
though,
ever?
diversification. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, you guys ever come across Good White, man? Ask him for some financial tips, dude. He's got 'em.
No, it's good to
All
it's
right.
good to diversify. You get a nice little ounce of silver a month or a week or something. It's $25, man. Don't get that Dunkin' Donuts or Starbucks a couple times.
Everybody
And
needs silver
they pay
bullets.
full
Never
price.
know.
It's not like you get scammed when you try and sell it either, because people are trying to buy out market, pretty much.
I got a silver grill I haven't worn in months, man. I should just melt that bitch down.
No, keep it as a grill. What? It's worth nothing if you melt
Okay.
it down compared to what you paid for it.
That's true.
I got
Yeah,
a
you're right.
I got a gold one. It's an open face, so it's just like the outline. This shit's dope.
Snap.
I love
Got some
rocking it.
gangsters up in here.
I love rocking that shit.
Jeremy's got silver headgear.
Bro, silver. There's mad silver in solar panels. Batteries use silver. Like if you think batteries, solar panels, mirrors are the future. You know what I'm saying? You better get up on this.
If you're not investing in mirrors, what the hell are you doing, bro?
Silver, bro, silver. It's in a lot of electronics and shit, bro. There's a lot of we're
The
gonna
thing
need
about
silver.
silver is, like, compared to gold, you can kind of recycle most of the gold from components. It doesn't get used up or whatever. But with silver, it's always made into a compound or an amalgam or something. It's used up. Silver nitrate. It's always used up. So there's always going to be
It's a very
deficiencies.
tiny amount of the gold, yeah. In the components of the
Oh,
The gold
obviously in
is
correlation, yeah. There's way more silver probably.
you're saying the gold is always 100% of the gold is theoretically recyclable, but the
Oh,
silver is
yeah,
not because we
basically,
turn it.
yeah. Because it
Well, not that it's
it
not,
reacts.
but we turn it into compounds.
It's used in cathodes and stuff, yeah. So there's always like it always changes from being the element again, basically. It's just silver something else.
You're saying it's mixing with the other, like the nickel or whatever the hell else they got going on up in there? Is what you're saying, or
No, just that silver, the element, is used in the industries, but they don't keep it as the raw element. So like it disappears then basically. It's really hard to like take back and have a silver bar again.
Separate.
Yeah, but you're talking
Separate.
you're talking about in like a chemical liquid form, right?
Like, I mean, they use
I
it for like
think
yoga
I think
mats
he
or
is.
like, yeah, they use it for a lot of things.
Yeah, like you can you can do that with gold too. Like if
Antibacterial.
you're trying to purify gold, you can easily fuck that up and make it to where the gold is non-renderable again.
Really?
Yeah, I just came across a video. This guy just fucking botched a whole fucking thing of it, dude. He was melting down like jewelry or some shit and fucked up on the process and lost
You
about
could
three
always refine it
grand
back.
worth of gold.
You could always refine it back.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Same with silver.
Right.
I
Dice
don't know.
owns a gold mine, so
Yeah, bro. Okay.
What's
The guy
that?
must have not know what he was doing, but yeah, you could definitely refine it back, man.
I would think so. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure once it gets locked up, like,
It's
Can't.
yeah, no, you could redo the process and get into Aqua Regia.
No doubt. But yeah, so I don't know. That's what I'm doing now. I'm just gonna buy like an ounce of silver. Yo, where's your pants at? I'll be right back.
whoa there, hot mic.
The kid.
Thought that was your wife.
Oh man, just get like an ounce a month or an ounce a week or something. Probably going to be useful in the future. I'm just guessing with the amount of stuff it's used for. Like I said, there's a kilo of it in some of the electric cars and stuff. So there's
But
some
like
in every car because the batteries that use it.
paid like £100 for like 2.5 grams of gold a few years back, and now it's worth 150. So it's like, there you go, 50%.
These these people in the chat, bro. So funny. All upset that they can't have propulsion in a vacuum, bro. When does the gradient stop and the vacuum starts, and then when do you have propulsion in a vacuum pushing off of no atmos? I mean, just like, huh? I think I became a little bit more stupid. I think I just lost a couple IQ points, guys. Hey, Doofus Manfred, you want to jump in the voice chat and explain to us how it all works out, bro? Want to hear this god tier globe knowledge, bro. I need it, dude.
Doofus is up there as far as like Globers go. Like if I had to rank them on how much stuff they know, Doofus knows a lot of the stuff.
Wait. That's what I like
Let's
to
take it
do.
easy
Talk
though
to.
if he does come in. Let's like try to
Yeah. No, I won't
be
be a
easy.
dick, bro. I'll be very peaceful.
Yeah, don't call him like
My days
Doofus
of
Man Bud or anything like that.
This shit gets intense.
my
I
days
know,
of
man.
my days of triggering online are gone. Those are the good old days. It does happen accidentally every once in a while, but I got pretty good control for the most part now.
No doubt. It's tough. It gets intense. This is some intense stuff we talk about here. You wouldn't think it would be though. If I told you like people are getting crazy over like geometry or something, you'd be like, "What? Really?"
But they would, bro, because if
If
you
I told you,
insult someone's intelligence, yeah.
if I told you there's some heated debates over plumb lines and what have like
I
people would be like, "What? Really? That's a thing?"
mean, I gotta admit, it's kind of hard to debate them sometimes because they have an unfalsifiable model where the horizon's like apparent, and even though there's supposed to be a physical curve, you'll never see it because of the apparentness and the refraction, and like there's just all these hand wave dismisses of everything. You can never really like lock them down. They're like a squiggly, little snakes. Like trying to. Yeah, that doesn't work on a globe, but what about this? Don't want to intimidate the dude though. Doofus, come in, bro. I'll be super nice, bro. There was some other dude, Fell YouTube Kami. What's up, dog? Come in, bro. Tell us all about it. I really like to talk to the intelligent ones, bro. It challenges your intellect, kind of makes you, work your brain, feel smarter. I
Oh,
like
bloody
it, man.
Mark Taylor as well. Sheesh. Oh, there's a few old school guys. Oh my god, Caveman. Sheesh. And I think I know Fell. If it's the same guy, I don't know. It might not be. Yeah, you're Caveman. It's been a bloody ages. Oof.
It left lanes here too. Oh no, that was a bit ago.
Oh,
What's up, Platypus?
Yo, what's going on?
Chilling, bro.
Nice. Me too. I just woke up a little while ago. Getting some sun right now.
What up, Platypus?
What up? I finished my my last batch of hides. They look really good. I got lots of high praise from people about them. Super stoked.
What are you making?
Sheepskin hides. So
And then
with,
what? What is that? What do they do?
I mean, have you ever felt a sheepskin rug before?
I'm not
They're like,
fancy like that, bro.
dude,
Oh,
yeah.
you're making carpet. Wait.
Well, I'm making whatever I can. I mean, right now they're in the carpet phase, but I'm gonna continue to work them over the next couple of weeks and soften them up, and then hopefully make something really bitchin' out of them.
You make like a coat?
I want to make a hoodie, like a sick
Oh,
leather hoodie, basically.
Big
It's gonna look,
gangsta
as
walking
to be
around with a
leather.
sheep hoodie.
Hold
yeah,
on,
dude.
hold on. This shit's leather.
Yeah, here I'll show you guys. Second, put this down.
You put some zippers on it. You had that Michael Jackson hoodie.
Yeah. Here, one second. When
I thought it was gonna be like a soft wool material or something. I don't know. It wasn't that soft, but I thought it was gonna be like some kind of soft, fluffy stuff. But all right.
How the frick do I?
I don't know how
NC. Oh, there we
sheeps
go.
work.
Now we can see now. Oh, there we go.
Okay. Jeez Louise. I know, I'm cheating, but shit. Look at this thing, you guys. Oh, dude, this thing is so fluffy.
That's pretty badass.
Dude, it is.
Not gonna lie, dog.
What am I looking at? Did you post something?
No, I'm just.
No, he's showing his screen. That's pretty sick, bro.
Yeah, and you think it would be absolutely disgusting because this is literally like an animal, but dude, I smoked it and stretched it out, and it's like, dude, it's like leather, dude. It's crazy.
Yo,
I've never done
Where are
this
you
before.
showing this at? Where are you showing this at? I don't see it.
I'm just sharing my camera.
It tells me you got an unstable internet connection. I don't see your cam. Hold on, let me reconnect.
Where did you get the sheep from, bro? Yeah, you have your own sheep?
Nah, my buddy, he's a butcher. He does butchery with sheep primarily. So I got. Let me get the last one.
The
That one's.
skin, and you got some fur.
Yeah, I got skins all over, dog. This was the first one I ever did. It came out actually pretty horribly. You can see, like, I did not stretch it enough, and
Yeah,
you
that doesn't.
hear
Yeah,
it's like
seems
cardboard.
firm. Yeah,
But this one, dude, this one came out so so nice,
yeah,
dude.
that looks really nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you
So
get it
this,
for free, bro?
dude, they
Dope,
throw
dude.
these away. They throw this shit away, bro. This took me 3
You're
days to get all
tripping, dog.
Yeah, 3 days to get all of them. Each one could sell at a minimum for $300 because I didn't use any chemicals. I just
Right.
used eggs, egg yolk, and fucking olive oil to tame them.
Yeah, dude. That's dude. I mean, that's sick, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little bit jelly.
Well, dude, I've been praying really hard for a labor of love and to find a way to make some more money so I can do a little better in life. And this opportunity has been there for me, but I just never like considered it. And I had a conversation with my buddy, and he's like, "Dude, we can work something out that just adds a little more money to every lamb that I slaughter, and this is definitely a way to do that. Like, you know, we've got a little business here." And I was like, "Yeah, sick,
Bro, if you can make an awesome hoodie, if you can
Oh,
make
you
an
just throw him a
awesome
little
hoodie,
bit of money, like very little, and he hooks you up.
Yeah, well, he's been throwing them away, so he's not like about to start selling them to me, but he's willing to buy them from me at a discounted price so that he could sell them. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I'm still getting paid for my work.
Oh, yeah. Oh, because you've stretched them and cleaned them. Okay, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah. And also I like who's going to want to buy these? Well, definitely the type of people that would be willing to eat their meat. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, did you enjoy that lamb? Would you like to enjoy the rest of it, you know, in the form of a sick ass rug? Oh,
what, a leather
Would you
rug?
like a badass rug with your purchase, sir?
Yo, what kind of rug is it gonna be?
Just a sheepskin, just a like a little rug on the floor. I could sew them all together. I could. There's all kinds of stuff I could do.
I'm saying like a leather rug because you said the
I mean,
hoodie was gonna be
if you
leather.
literally made a sheep hoodie and like walked around, like I don't, if you got the white fur, I mean, that would just look gangster, bro. Not gonna lie.
Is my mic working?
Yeah, Jeremy, I hear you. What do you when you say type of rug? Do you mean like the shape?
Or you said the hoodie was gonna be made out of the sheepskin and it was gonna be leather.
Yes, correct.
So you're gonna make a leather rug?
Yeah,
I don't get it.
Yeah, it's all going to be leather. I mean, leather is just the skin on the backside of the wool.
Just a leather rug
Well, there's fur on it.
with the fur.
Yeah, did you see my?
Are you
Did
gonna
you
have
see
the
my
fur?
video? Yeah,
No,
I'm gonna
I
take a
couldn't see
picture.
your thing. I was having some kind of technical difficulties a minute ago.
I'm sorry. Here, let me take a picture and I'll put it in the chat.
All right.
You need something for size comparison. I'm gonna put a size 11 flip flop next
So
to
the hoodie's
all.
gonna be. So the hoodie's gonna have like fur and shit on it, right?
Yeah. The fur is gonna be on the inside. The outside's gonna be this leather. Here, I'll take pictures of both sides for you.
You're
Two
putting
of
the
them
fur
are
on the inside.
part of it'll be on the inside, part of it'll be on the outside.
Wear a size 11 flip flop?
Yeah.
Really?
Fucking big toe having ass.
Bro,
Aren't
I'm
you
like
that's like
I'm
American
short.
size, right?
Yeah,
Is that
I'm
like
like
10 UK size?
5'6", and I have like massive feet. It's awesome. I'm a hobbit.
Whoa, 11. Is that not like size 10 UK size?
Yes.
Can you look that up?
Yo, those.
All right, that's like average.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I
that's
know,
what I
but
thought.
but how aren't you like 5'7" or something?
5'7 3/4", dude.
All right,
Just taking a piss on him, bro.
I'm just saying
Bro,
that's
if
a
you
lot of
turn that into a platypus, if you turn that into a hoodie, bro, that would go for a decent amount of money, man. That
Just
looks like it
joking.
would make a dope hoodie right there.
Dude, I've already got the AI to come up with a bunch of conceptual art for the hoodies. And here, I'll post a picture of that too. I honestly, look, if somebody else can do this, do it. I
Bro, you
don't
gotta
care.
turn that into a hoodie, dude. That's
Steal the
like a
idea.
$200 hoodie.
Yeah. Seriously though, dude.
For real, bro. That's like a $200 hoodie right there, at least.
So this is a little too like video gamey for me, but this is kind of the idea of how I want it to look.
But that's a vest.
Yeah, I know. Just the AI was having some trouble figuring out what I was saying.
I'm telling you, dude, make hoodies. Just straight up, no zipper, just a hoodie with a pocket in the front. You know what I'm talking about? That kind
Dude,
of hoodie.
pockets in the front and in the back. I want pockets in the back. Cause check it out. This was my idea. I was like, all my life, all of my ex-girlfriends stole my favorite hoodie. I know what women want. They want my favorite hoodie. So I'm just gonna make my favorite hoodie and start selling them.
What do women want? You gotta be Mel Gibson to figure that one out.
Dude, that movie was classic.
Hey, make sure that I'm able to get one, dog. Like,
Oh, dude,
holla
for
at your
sure.
boy, bro.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I would splurge and buy one of those. If you made a regular hoodie with you know what I'm saying, the classic like hoodie style hoodie.
Yeah.
No zippers,
I've got some
nothing. I would
shag
buy one of those.
carpet. I've got some really nice rugs, like really beautifully handmade. Some of them are like not very symmetrical, obviously, because they were handmade, but they're pretty damn close, bro, and they're pretty cool, dude. I'm into rugs. I'm into like cool random stuff, bro.
Well,
Like,
one
bro,
thing
if
that
you
I
can get
kind
them
of
all.
go ahead. No, you're good. Please, Jeremy.
If you could get them all to look like the one on the bottom, the one on the middle, you're gonna look like just like a wild beast out there. But the one on the
Yeah.
bottom, if you get them all to look like the one on the bottom, that'd make a dope ass hoodie, bro. Anyways, go ahead. My bad.
No. I have this feeling, but I agree with you. And I have this feeling that materialism in America has reached its like critical mass. Somebody was telling me the other day that like kids on the playground, they want the knockoff. They don't even want like they're like if a kid goes and gets like a real pair of Nikes or Jordans, they're like, "Oh, you're wearing a label. Like why don't you just wear a knockoff?" I think materialism is dying and people are going to want to start wearing something that's not funded by like slave labor, you know, not made by some little Taiwanese kid or something somewhere, like sewed up by a Pakistan kid. They want something
Bro,
that's not going to look perfect.
Bro, we
Because
are
the
at our
world is not
peak.
perfect.
Platypus, we are at our peak with materialism. We've never been this high. There's pairs of Jordans that are selling for like 40 grand or something.
Am I the only
Like, it's
one that
crazy.
cannot hear Jeremy talking?
He's a little
I
low.
hear
Maybe turn him up.
everybody else except him.
You're gonna have to turn him up. I hear him.
Okay. I got him at 200% though. All right. If I speak over you, Jeremy, I cannot hear you. I don't know what's going on, bro.
Now, how's this sound now? Is this better?
That sounds crystal to me.
Okay.
Maybe I need to leave and come back. Sorry.
I just changed my Bluetooth, so.
Well, yeah. I'm gonna start. I'm gonna finish the video that I made for like the whole process of making these. Right now, upload it to. Somebody wants to buy some, I guess. I don't know. Should I just start slinging rugs, or should I wait till I make a hoodie? You know, I can't decide.
Or there's probably way more hoodie in the material wise. Like, I don't know, 2 of those. I don't know.
Now I can hear Jeremy. Thank God. Hey, brother, if I talked over you earlier, I literally
No,
cannot
you're
hear
good.
you. I'm so sorry, brother. Okay, thank you.
You're good. I was having some technical difficulties.
Yeah,
But just
the
jump
hoodie.
into
I
the
mean,
game.
yeah, I
The
would
hoodie,
wait
you
for
would
the
get more.
hoodies. Yeah.
You're gonna get more money for less material. So,
Yeah, that makes sense. No, that makes sense.
yeah, bro.
Yeah.
You could sell the
Here,
rug for 30 each, or you could sell a badass hoodie for like 80 or 100. I'd probably go with 100. Or what? Are you thinking more or less? What?
I was thinking like 200 for
Oh,
that.
two
That looks
hundo.
awesome.
Oh,
That looks
okay.
awesome, bro. That looks crazy.
well, I'm posting a picture of what the backsides all look like. They're pretty rugged. You know, it's very distressed. It needs to be treated like, either sanded down with like a real fine grit, or and definitely I got some stretching to do later today with them. But dude, I think it looks awesome. I would totally like, and that's another thing about leather. Like, you break it in, you know.
Yeah, those are. I mean, that the one on the bottom. If you turn that into a hoodie, bro, I would buy that all day long.
For sure. The one on the bottom is not smoked, so it's not waterproof. But
Still sick though. I like the
yeah,
color.
dude, I know. It's kind of funny too. It was the one that I thought was going to be the worst. There was so much blood all over it, and it was like when it got slaughtered, it got like dragged through its own blood. It took a little while to get the blood out.
Holy crap, bro.
But yeah, I mean, dude, I've been a janitor like most of my life. I'm the son of a janitor. If there's one thing I know how to do, it's make something clean. And finally found a fucking use for some of my skills. Dude, I got tricky with it. Usually it takes people like a couple hours to flesh an entire hide, which is just basically removing the like any meat, flesh, membrane that might be on that leather side. Bro, I busted out the power washer, got the highest nozzle, the highest velocity nozzle, and I fleshed that thing in like 20 minutes.
Wow, that's really smart. I wouldn't have thought about that. Pressure washers are sick, dude.
Dude, they are so versatile. It's crazy. Um, yeah, and then for the stretching, I I did do a bunch of hand stretching with like a wooden tool that I made. But then I was like, what if I like put these in the dryer on just air dry for like an entire day, and they just tumbled in there, and I like threw some like something hard in there. So what I did was I took some microfiber towels and some dryer sheets and some baking soda, and I made like little baking soda bombs out of the microfiber cloth, and I just tied them up with some string and then wrapped them with the dryer sheets and put some hair ties over that, and then threw those in the dryer. So they're just like getting beat up, like it's kind of like a rock tumbler, but it's also drawing out the smell of the smoke.
Also beating the crap out of the hide a little bit, loosening it up.
Yep. I know it's cheating, but
I wouldn't call it cheating. I just call it like, being smart, bro.
I just think some of these indigenous techniques are a little too much. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, that was a terrible pun, but yeah.
Nobody got it, and you're killing the VC. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. That would be a nice hoodie, bro. Seriously.
Yeah,
Or
well,
something. I mean, a T-shirt. Like, you can make all kinds of stuff out of that.
yeah, dude, and it's not made out of fucking plastic. I don't have a single piece of clothing that's like natural fibers, or a natural material.
Yeah, I know. Well, you don't have
All
cotton
like
T-shirts.
half polyester, half cotton. Yeah.
You can still buy straight up cotton tees. You don't have a cotton T-shirt?
No, I have some
Mm.
cotton t-shirts, but they shrink like a biatch. And they seem to wear out pretty quick, and I guess that's where they got us by the balls, because the half cotton, half polyester seems to last a very long time. But yeah, I mean, it's some sort of synthetic, weird plastic. I don't know what polyester is, bro. I literally have no idea what it is.
Plastic. But yo, yeah, cotton's the best, dude. You just gotta know how to wash it. You gotta air dry it. You can't let it can't put it in a dryer on high, dude. It's gonna shrink it. You gotta use cold water. Don't try to use a lot of
Just buy a
bleach.
size bigger, or you rock a tight tee that makes you look bigger, bro. Is this your guys' first day?
Rock a tight tee.
It's medium.
That shit makes your muscles look bigger.
Yeah, I know, but it's funny, bro.
And bleach like destroys your fabric over time. You can't use bleach. You gotta use like baking soda or a little vinegar. It's unorthodox. Like nobody does that. But if you research this stuff, bro, there's ways to go about washing like delicate fabrics. And I prefer cotton, linen, bro. Like, but you can't find that stuff at the store no more. You can find 100% cotton like tees, but like
Bro,
quality shirts, bro.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I hear that. Hoodies. I remember hoodies back in the 90s. They were thick. There'd be some nice thick material. They were good. Nowadays, it's flimsy. Sometimes I buy a hoodie. It's just so thin. It's ridiculous. That's what I'm saying. Those sheepskin hoodies, whatever you got going on there, those would be nice. You can't even find a nice thick hoodie anymore. It's brutal.
Well, let me ask you. What do you think if I
Wait,
added?
oh no, come on, let's one sec. I don't want to interrupt laundry hour, but I want to ask Jeremy a question. Jeremy?
What's up? What's up?
I'm just watching Wiz's latest video. Really good. Have you seen these like 101 he's doing like True Earth or whatever? They're really good. Like 10-minute videos, a bit less maybe. Anyway,
I haven't.
yeah, they're really good. I was just looking. I took a screenshot. I don't know, can you see the thing? Can you see the chat?
Hold on a second.
Jeremy's fat fingered it. I mean, not. Oh my god, not that I want to talk about Horizon for fucking 3 hours, but he does this one where he says when you raise in altitude and the horizon rises with eye level, he's saying it should do the other, but I'm not so sure because the ground ramps up, doesn't it, and the sky ramps down to this convergence point. I'm not sure it should actually. What do you think, Jeremy? Because when you're on the ground, you see more sky, don't you? And then you go up in altitude, and then you see more ground. That's just how it works.
Yeah.
I'm not sure this is quite right. I don't know. Could be wrong, but
You're talking about the vantage point.
well, he's saying, look, if it's falling away from you in all directions, and you raise up, this is why he's showing these arrows here. And these when the drone goes up, the arrows stay because they were on the horizon in the middle perfectly. And he was saying it should do the opposite, and I'm not sure it should. I don't know. I was just thinking about. That's why I'm asking a question.
So
I'm not so good with optics. What about you, Jeremy?
I'm all right. I mean, I don't know. We got optics guys
I
in
don't know.
the wrong, but we'll see. I freestyle everything, bro. So we'll work through it. So what's it saying? The horizon shouldn't rise with eye level. Like it's just saying the spot it is.
Yeah, he's saying, look, if it's a ball and it's falling away in all directions, and I rise in elevation, then this shouldn't happen, basically, where the horizon's rising with your eye level. And I'm not so sure. I think if it's only apparent anyway, it seems to me that it would rise with eye level. Like I said before, when you're on the ground, you see more sky, don't you?
Well, here's the thing on the globe. I guess on any ball that's big enough, you would. Like when you're on the globe, they say you're seeing a circle around you, and you go up. And when you go up, you see a bigger circle. That circle is just That's just a plane. Like even in their model, that circle, it's still a circle and it's a plane around you. So it would have. I mean, I don't know. This is testable, but I would figure it would have to go up with you because otherwise, I don't know. I think it would have to go up with you
Yeah, it
on
makes
a sphere.
sense. It makes sense just from perspective, doesn't it? That the everything appears to the ground appears to ramp up and the sky appears to ramp down. That makes sense. And I don't know. I don't think this is quite right. I don't know. I could be wrong. I was just watching the video and I thought, I'm not so sure about this. Or maybe I should ask who knows more.
On the globe, it's just a circle. Like I said, they even admit it's a circle around you. And that, like I said, that circle's a plane. So yeah, as you go up, the farthest you can see of that has to rise with perspective
But should
Yeah.
not the
because you're
horizon
seeing
dip left
more.
and right?
You're
Yeah.
seeing more land as you go up on the globe. You see farther. So it's more land. So it would have to like raise up and fill. I think it would raise on a ball. That's just I don't know.
It is weird to say like it's almost like speaking out of both sides of your mouth when you say you can see a boat being blocked by the so-called curvature, but then you go up in altitude and you can't see it, until you get to like fucking crazy eye. I don't know. It just seems weird to me. Like
So you're seeing a plane. Go ahead.
I'm just saying if this boat or building or whatever is being blocked by curvature, I think you should be able to see it from 35,000 feet. And I suppose that some of these people claim that you can, but you certainly can't. Well, not in my experience, anyway. I don't know. This is a weird one, isn't it? Because there's all kinds of perspective at play, and yeah, I don't know. That's why I'm asking, I guess.
No, like I said, dude, I think you would. I think on a big enough ball, it would work like that. You would see a plane around you because the ground you're seeing, the last part of the ground you're seeing on a ball, that's a circle, right?
Yeah,
Regardless. So the higher you go, now if it's a big enough ball, the higher you go, the more you'll be able to see of that circle.
yeah, yeah.
So that's got to
I
take up
mean,
more space, visual space in your horizontal, or sorry, in your vertical. That's got to take up more visual space because now you're seeing more of it. It's like raising in the
yeah,
hallway, like you said earlier. It's like raising in the hallway. It's gotta go with you. It does it in the hallway.
yeah, yeah. I've said before, I credit Dell with this. The view that we see from these footage where they show us from so-called outer space, and we see this great giant arc in front of you. That you'd never see that. You would never see that. Think about it. The view that we see when they show with the thing that most of us post. I'll find it. I've got it somewhere where it shows you the flat horizon from 120,000 feet or whatever. That is what you would see, I think, on a ball. I'm not saying that it is a ball. I'm just saying that the arc that they show you in these NASA images, that you would never see that. Don't you think? It doesn't make any sense. Like I asked
No, hold on.
Hoymar.
Well, hold on a second though. I think it would visually start to curve, even if it was flat. You're seeing a circle, no matter what. Like no matter what. Remember I was talking about that circle just now, about how they say it's a circle on a globe. Well, guess what? That's a circle. See, it's a circle. So what that's of the ground. So you're looking at a circle. Sorry, you're looking at a circle on the ground. When you start to raise up from that, I believe that it would start to appear to curve left to right. It would have to. It's a circle, and you're getting above it now. Like
Yeah,
think of a hula
look,
hoop.
this is
If you have a hula hoop, hold on real quick. If you have a hula hoop at eye level, it's not. It looks like a straight line. Once you get up, once you start to raise up, though, the hula hoop starts to. You can see the curve left to right.
can you see the chart?
Hold on. Hold on.
I chat or
Let me
the
get it.
live chat? Okay.
in the live chat.
I see it. I see it.
You see it. They always show us this sort of this view, right? Of this huge giant arc in front of us. So I asked Hoymar. I said, "What's behind you then? Another arc?" And he said, "Yes." Just think about that.
Another arc.
Yeah, if you go, just think of that rather than a camera. That's you. That's your POV. And I said, "What's behind you? Another arc?" And he said, "Yes." Does that make any sense at all?
I don't even know what that means.
Well, that to me would be thousands and thousands of miles away from the ball. You understand? Not raising up off it. That's the way I look at it, anyway.
That's
Nah,
not
bro, I'm
1,000
telling
miles
you.
though.
Did you hear what I said to you about the circle? How it's a circle for both of us? And when you
Yes.
raise up off the circle, it should start like a hula hoop. You would see some kind of curve left or right. So, like, I think that would happen actually. I don't know at what height. Because when I tested it, me and Brandon tested this on Brandon's. However, we
How-
didn't expand the circle. We didn't
How did you
expand the
test it?
circle with. I'm telling you right now.
How did
We
you
made a
test it?
circle. I'm gonna tell you right now. We made a circle. We put the camera in the middle of the circle, and then you raise the camera up, and you can see the. It does looks like it starts to curve. It's a circle. You're coming up off a circle. However, there's one thing we didn't do. We didn't expand the circle with height, like it would be if it was on in reality or something. You know what I'm saying? We left the circle the same size, to be fair. So we didn't. What needs to be done is you need to raise up off that circle, but then like expand it accordingly to like the ratio of what we can actually see in reality. I don't know. Something. It needs to be tweaked what we did, but it's not a hard thing to do. You can do it with a hula hoop. You just need a circle. You can do it with Pepsi cans. You just go in the middle of Pepsi cans with a camera, you know, a circle of Pepsi cans, get in the middle. It'll look like it's like a flat line of the tops.
No,
That's
he
it.
cutting out again.
Oh my God, you didn't hear none of that?
I know. I heard something about the tops, flat line of the tops of the Pepsi cans. That's what I heard. Don't know who's got the worst connection, AI or Jeremy.
Aww. My
Downer.
internet
Such a
sometimes gives me
downer,
crap
Andy.
too, though.
What's the downer? Jeremy's connection.
It's messed up, dude.
Yo, am I good now? What's up, man?
Yeah, you sound good.
You're good, bro.
You good? It's just that guy's got fucking Yorkshire internet, pal. That's all it is. He's in the fucking. He's in the field with sheep.
Tall buildings around you blocking it, Jeremy. That's what it is.
I'm at my house right now. I got 3 days. I got the next 5 days off, bro. I'm good.
Some time dilatation's messing up your internet connection. Let me call Elon, bro. Hold on, I'm gonna get it fixed.
Just sign up, yeah.
Yeah, but it should start to curve, though, in my opinion, as you go up, no matter what. Either
I totally
way.
agree.
What's up?
No, I said I totally agree with you.
Yeah, it's a circle. I mean, like I said, it's not. It hasn't been fully tested. We did like a preliminary test, but it needs to be moved. It needs to be the circle needs to be expanded in ratio to how high you go up in accordance with. I would do it a few different ways. I would do one in reality and then one with the globe says, and see what it looks like.
If you rise up
See
from
the
a globe,
difference.
bro, the left Yeah, the left and right is gonna curve. The diagonal forward, left and right is gonna curve. Forward's gonna curve. Back is gonna seem like it's coming at you. It's just, I mean, it's just logic, bro.
No, bro. Either one is gonna curve because even on a globe or us, that's just a circle. You see, it's a plane. It's basically a plane circle, planar circle. If that's not redundant, it's a circle. The horizon
So you're saying it's
around.
equal on both models?
No, there would be a different. That's why I said when it gets tested, you need to move it. You need to move up with the camera and expand the circle. And the ratios, you need to do one of them. Well, I guess you just need to do one. Just need to do what happens in reality, and then see if the globe matches it or not. I don't know how you go farther from there, but you got to expand the circle as you go up in like a ratio of something.
I think I understand what you're saying.
Well,
Like when
look,
we
back
did
to
it. Oh, go ahead.
Jeremy, back to Witz's thing, right? Him saying like a ball's supposed to be falling away at every angle, sort of. That makes sense. But the idea that
It is, yeah.
the horizon is not gonna rise up with you with elevation, I don't understand that because it's an apparent position anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, I would suspect it would have to. It has to, bro. It's the same thing. It's literally the same thing we're seeing. The circle, bro. It's a circle. They see a circle, we see a circle. It's the same thing. It's not anything different in the globe. It's still a circle, and we see more of it as you go up. So it would be doing the same relative. I don't want to say the same exact thing, but I think it would be doing that thing, raising up with you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll ask Austin next time he's in.
Yeah, no doubt. Be careful.
How you doing, Snacks? All right.
Yeah.
I'm not going to pick on you anymore. Don't worry.
No, I was just joking. I don't really mean you're down. I was just it's my new style. Just say things that aren't true, but in a cranky way.
Yeah, I could talk about psychology all day. So I felt like I was picking on you a little bit, and I don't like that. So
Because I don't have psychology.
no, because I was sort of pushing the old Krishnamurti on you a little bit.
Mind,
And,
I think I'm just beyond all manner of philosophy.
really?
Yeah, I think it's all. It's just like I could think about it or not.
It's all mental masturbation.
You've broken
Just
it,
kind
okay,
of
my
fly
friend.
by the seat
Yeah.
of your pants, mate.
If nothing, well, if things bother you, then philosophy is necessary. If nothing is actually bothering you, then your philosophy is achieved. You've done the work. And if things really bother you, there's always you can just pull some philosophy out of somewhere and be like, oh well, I guess that's just the way shit goes, or that's the way it could, or whatever.
The world's still going on around you, bro, and other people have philosophy. Yeah, so
Yeah, it's just does it help me or does it help them to talk about it? Is a thought.
That's why we live on a globe, bro. You know, pretty self-evident that we live on a globe, bro.
I don't know why that's a place to go to, but all right.
I'm just being goofy.
All right.
You know, throw philosophy, throw logic out the window. I don't really need it. I'm comfortable with where I'm at, so I'm on a globe. I'm falling
No,
backwards,
I
1,000
don't
miles an
think that
hour as the sun sets.
I don't think logic is philosophy. I think they're different animals. Philosophy doesn't have to be
It's probably a
accurate.
mixture. I'd say there's a mixture.
Philosophy is subjective, but if I flip it around subjectively enough, I can make something that's just totally not factual, and you'd be like, "Oh yeah, that doesn't make sense to me." It's craft. It's speechcraft. I think a little bit. You know. Does that mean I'm being hard on Andy? I don't think so. I'm just it's just my opinion. I've valued stuff I've read probably too much at one point, and enough to just be like, hey, fuck, I'll throw it away now. But I think you have to like learn. Learn the rules to throw them away? But yeah, I'm I'm not there exactly, but I'm close enough. You know what I mean? I'm not going to get much closer if I like put my head into like a bunch of philosophy. That's all. Uh, but that doesn't offer anybody anything. I'm sure people get such amazing things out of it. Yeah.
I would talk to my brother the other day, and he was talking about he's a much more practical person than me, and I think we were talking about our other brother, who's I'm not sure the context, to be honest. That's not really important, but he was talking about I think his ceiling's caving in or something. I can't remember, and he just put something forward, which was just he's got to do this or that'll happen, sort of thing. And I was like, all right. And he went, I can't remember exactly the thing, but the punchline was, if it's true, you don't have to think about it. And I was like, huh, that's a hell of a statement. I think I'm going to steal that. I'm going to steal that and throw it up for some snacks.
Agree with that.
It's true, we don't have to think about it.
Go with the flow, bro. Don't worry about it.
I mean, by that same token, yeah, you could just make false things true and you don't think about them either. You just kind of keep going with it. But yeah, if it's true, we don't think about it.
Ignorance is bliss.
You
Well,
should at least
no,
feel
because
confident enough in doing something that it's pretty much true in some regard. Yeah.
to me, this is where the sophists have have done the work. You know, they fucking overanalyze the thing to death, and then this is how the deceptions rule, in my opinion. This is how they proliferate these deceptions all around us. You know, all the time. Just in the minutia, devil's in the details. They just keep. This is why I'm sure they do the thing in the fucking medical world with the Latinized words. You know, it didn't need to be like that, but I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
We get you, bro.
Pretty much stopped following the crowd. They lost his focus.
I think if any philosophy I've ever learned has like been right like all the time, or is it just like very specific case examples that might be a good way to think about something? Yeah.
I mean, philosophizing comes with its issues, bro, for sure. What's up,
Yeah, like when
Gary?
you
What's up, mate? Oh, left.
one of the side effects of philosophy is when you say like, when one thinks of this, one does this. When you start doing that, you've gone too far into philosophy. When one says one to describe a person, it's just you've gone too far. I know that's true. I'll just let it rest.
Yeah. Let's not beat a dead horse.
All you've got to do is realize deeply that it's always now. Once you do that, you're away. The rest is easy.
Or who's it hurting? You know.
Get all like Eckhart Tolle on the shit, you know.
That's the one.
Present. Yeah. In the present.
But that's he didn't come up with that. That's an ancient fucking thing. So
Yeah. It's just he seemed to be like the only person who could handle it and manage it. Let's keep it up.
no, it's the quite the opposite. I think it's in the time where there's despair because we're fucking inundated with movies and music and TV and everything that's telling us that hope is the ultimate thing. Religion, in fact, does the same thing. Whereas that's hopium. That's casting yourself into something that may or may not be. To me, that's not a good place to be. That's despair,
Where we
isn't
have
it?
to
That's
be.
like, oh,
We can only live there, though. We don't know what's going to happen.
I see it as it's got its place. It has its place while we're here. It has its place, but just prioritize it. Realize that that now is all that matters, and then there's a deep peace in that as well, and it's always in the background for me, and it doesn't require belief. It doesn't require belief. That's the best bit. There's no belief. It's self-evident. But you need to realize that when you go into it, there's no me in that space. There's no persona. But guess what? You don't disappear. You don't disappear. The fucking ego is terrified. I'm going to disappear. Have you tried it?
I mean, you want to hold things. You want to hold suspense. You want to hold hope, affection, whatever. These things are in your presence when you're communicating.
Yeah, no, we're clingy motherfuckers. That's the truth of it.
you want to hold a piece of that to just be like, hey, I know what love is. So like, hey, I'll show you a little bit of it. Like, do you recognize that? Okay, cool. Now we're on this other conversation, Or it's like if I show you like destitute fucking poverty, right? Like in my eyes, right? You see something different. You're gonna act different. It's like you can't just be egoless to have nothing.
Love from that place, Snacks, is not love. It's lust.
No, you don't know what I'm talking about then.
I do know what you're talking about.
You don't.
Lust.
You don't. No, that's not at all the truth. It could be like when you're asking somebody for directions, It's like, do you have something human to offer them, or are you just like a robot being like, which way to this? You know what I mean? It's I think that
What is
what? Did you not following me?
I mean, I'm following you, but huh?
Okay, can you restate that in more words? Elaborate on your question.
You're looking at life a little bit kind of weird, bro.
Am I? Or do you just hold no emotion?
Yeah.
This is Andy's fucking thing. I don't know what he's saying. Be like a rock. Don't have emotion.
No, I didn't say that.
To the ego.
No, that was your interpretation of what I said.
And then now you're saying that like, whatever. Fuck both of you. I don't need it.
I didn't even do anything to you, bro.
Take it, like both of you. It's yours. That's my philosophy for you today.
Okay, mate, that's fine. All right, I don't want to get. I don't know what happened.
You can either be
mate.
like water, be like a rock, or be like scissors, my friend.
I'm just gonna be water, bro.
You like bullshit. Bullshit assumes any form that it's poured into. You like bullshit.
Now you're hating on water, bro. Now you're hating on water, bro.
No, I'm telling you that most things are bullshit, and that bullshit takes the form of whatever it's poured into, like people's brains, situations.
Oh my god, what the hell, dude? Are you black pilled, bro?
This is mostly what people are full with. It's not water.
I'm sorry for whoever hurt you, dog. Love you and God bless you.
Why do you think that people are? Do you think that most people don't have a bunch of bullshit coursing through their veins, saying like, "Oh, I should do this bullshit thing, this bullshit thing"? You don't think that?
You just seem a little black pilled, brother. Is all. Just a tiny bit.
Oh, I'm sorry it doesn't fucking fit your nice comfy couch idea of reality, but yeah, okay, fine, that's cool. I thought we were about being like truthful here.
Yeah, there's no issues, bro. I'm not mad at you, dog.
Okay.
It seemed like you were getting a little mad at us. You were telling us to go F ourselves, bro.
I still mean it. It's okay. Like it doesn't
I didn't
come with
do it.
animosity. It doesn't come with animosity. I didn't include that.
Okay. Just F ourselves in a nice little calmly manner. Nothing rude or anything.
How else would you F yourself? Like with
I don't
agitation,
know.
with perseverance? I'm just saying, like we all have to fuck off at some point just to have perspective. Like we have to go away from the thing that we're so centered on to actually understand what it is. Maybe this is that type of situation. And I'm not saying I understand it any better than anybody, but what I mean to say is, like, you hold emotions in your body when you're talking to somebody, whether it's animosity or.
You seem a little jaded, bro.
Okay, well,
Snacks,
I
you
guess you
gotta
don't know how
bury it.
physiology works. Or psychology. It's cool. I'm not jaded. Like
Snacks, you gotta
it's
bury it deep down until it cripples you at an old age. Be a man.
Don't do
what?
that. Definitely don't do
Bury
that.
what?
Bury it
That would-
nice and real deep down, bro.
What's up? What are you guys even talking about? I just got here.
These guys to go reflect on what I was thinking.
You're
Nothing
gonna
in
need a mirror for
particular.
that. If you're gonna reflect on it, you're gonna need a mirror. You know what you need for mirrors?
Silver. And Jeremy's got a silver business that we're running. Or I think we're doing go start. What is it? What do they call that? A Kickstarter? We're doing a Kickstarter for mirrors, bro.
But yeah, Andy, as far as
Yo.
no, Andy, as far as the horizon goes, though, on a globe, I do think it would have to rise up because it's literally like it's the same thing we see. We see that
Yeah.
same thing, the circle. So I'm pretty sure it would have to rise up with you a little bit. They do say it drops as you rise up a little
It's
bit.
slightly below eye
It keeps
level.
getting lower. The higher you get on a ball, the lower it gets. But that could be the same for us too, though. So that's not
It'll be
really
like exponential once you get like half a radius away. I don't know. Compared to like half a radius from a plane, that distance is going to be massively different if it was a sphere.
It would have to drop exponentially. See, now this I like
Yeah.
because there is an exponential drop. So the ratio at which it drops to which you get higher should be exponential,
Yeah.
not in a linear. That's good. That's a good one. Okay, I like this.
Big ass
Where'd
bell
you come
curve, yeah.
from? Hold on. What's your name?
Turquoise.
Turquoise. Oh, I seen you before. All right. All right. That's a good one. That's good.
Yeah, that
Write
does
this
make
down.
sense.
Write that
But
down,
what?
Andy.
No, I
That was
like
good.
that. But the thing is, isn't it an illusion of sorts?
As
Well,
far
on
as
a
its
globe, it
actual
stops.
position.
I
Oh, go
guess
ahead.
once you come away from a globe far enough, it stops becoming a horizon, doesn't it? It just becomes like the perimeter of the sphere.
If
I
it's
don't know.
physical, yes, that's what I'm saying to you. Though, if it's an illusion, if it's an apparent place, then that's different, no?
Well, it is. It is on a globe. It ends up being a physical place once you're like a radius out, right? Once you're like a radius away from the Earth, it is the Earth. It's not no apparent.
Yeah, I've often asked them that. When does it stop becoming this planar circle? Hold on a second.
Yeah, I've got a very like a sandbox game style mind, if you know what I mean. Like I can just imagine it.
Yeah. Yeah, that wouldn't rule it out for me though, because I do think there's exponential optical drop happening.
Also, once you get past a certain like part of the atmosphere. For all we know, the whole fucking Earth could like invert image, you know, like because of the medium you're looking through. Could be like a
You're talking about
lens.
Yeah, yeah.
concave Earth.
Yeah,
Not even concave, but just the fact that
just
it's
that.
just like
Just that
there's so many
rule.
variables, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, like it could
There's a
literally
lot of
like
there's
just like
us.
the GoPros. You could get so high, it could be like it could look like an Earth, and it could go flat once you're like a 200 meters, 1,000 meters, and then it could go concave again because it's like invert. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh,
It's like
oh,
I
that's a
always
good
see it
one
as like
too. You're
there's
full
always
of
way
good
more.
stuff,
There's
bro. Where
always
you been?
I've been away a while. I'll tell you that.
I don't know where this
Yeah.
guy came from, but he came to my server the other day, and I was like, "This is my homie, brother from another mother."
So
Yeah, the
yeah, I
crack
do
is
think
neck.
there's just
I raised
I
him.
do
He raised
I
me.
do I do think that's something we should see we would see though, an exponential drop, because I do think there's something happening in the atmosphere that usually causes this visual optical exponential drop happening. You know what I'm saying? Normally when you look out, the horizon's a little bit below level. So if we did go up and see that happening, if it was an exponential thing, the drop with altitude, that wouldn't surprise me.
Don't you got some food to go drop off or something, Jeremy?
I have the next 5 days off. Right. I only made 75 this week in DoorDash.
Who said they got food to drop off? Oh, Dysla's heart giving him a hard time. Okay. If it was a Glober, I was about to ream him, bro.
No, let's not get baited like that. See, don't let them do that, bro. We gotta keep our composure out here.
You're right.
We gotta
You're
try
right,
to.
dude.
It's
You're
tough.
right.
It's tough. This
You're
is
right.
practice.
I don't like people trying my friends, bro. I immediately go off, dude. I'm working on it though. I think I'm like 50% better than I was before, dude.
We're all working on it.
Jeremy's working on
We're
$1 a month.
Bro, don't sleep on
You're
passive income.
terrible.
Dude, passive income's awesome.
Yeah, that's 3 cents a day, bro.
Get just one single
My
dollar, yeah.
new hustle is pretty good. I just short gold at like fucking New York Open. That's pretty much it.
What'd you do? You're trading
Yeah.
XAU
Just the
USD. What you doing, Forex?
no straight up gold.
How? Where?
Oh yeah, it's gold to dollar. Yeah, sorry.
And is it Forex? Did you buy a lot size or did you buy a dollar amount?
Dollar about. It's a full gold unit. Let me.
On an exchange?
Yeah.
Like a Ameritrade or something?
I put my initial trade into the chat a second ago, and this is where it's up to.
Let me see
In
what
the
the
side
screen
chat.
looks like. I don't see it. Livestream 1?
Yeah.
No, I don't see it.
I think it's in the side chat, bro.
What does that even mean, dude? I'm a noob.
It's in the top right side chat. If you're looking at all the pictures of us, the top right side chat, it'll be right there for you.
Oh, that? I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah. Yeah, bro. Dude, I'm like constantly only doing
Why
side
is
chat
this
on my
different?
server.
Why is
Everybody
this
hates it,
different?
but I like side chat. I think it's cooler than the switching to the whole other thing.
Nah, this is getting
I still
messy
get to
now,
see
but
you guys. No, I
Go
like
off,
it
dude.
better. Gotta move on with the times, Jeremy.
hold on. Did you buy this on Owanda? Hold on a sec. Did you buy this on
Yeah.
Owanda?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So like the pretty much when it
Like
drops,
that's your
that's the 10.
broker? Owanda's your
Yeah.
broker? Oh, all
Yeah.
right. Sorry, go ahead.
So yeah, the where it kind of drops off, that's my trade window, and it just worked out perfectly. I shorted it on the second it turned 10 o'clock, and yeah, there we go.
Wow, bro. You gotta teach me some skills, bro. Would you have it? You had a short? You had a short
Yeah,
in there? How many pips you make?
that was like a fucking 1,200. I think it got up to um
You cashed
800.
out at 1,200 pips?
Yeah, no, like 850
850 pips? What was your stop
when it
loss?
kind of. Oh, I put it like at 1.2.
1.2 what?
It wasn't going to reach. Yeah, pips. Like the whole.
1.2
It's a big.
pips?
It's 1,000. It's a big distance. See where it bounces at the bottom, like halfway
Yeah,
up
no,
that
but what was
bounce.
your when you put this trade in, your take profit was 850 and your stop loss was how many pips?
Oh, stop loss. Oh, my bad. Yeah, it didn't matter about my stop loss. It nowhere near it.
No, I know, but what did you have it set at?
138. It was like a 1-to-8 ratio.
A 1 to 8?
Yeah.
An 8 to 1. That's sick, dude. You're hitting
Yeah.
those, like, how many of those you hitting?
No, I've only just started doing it 2 days.
Yeah. Well, how many have you done so far?
No, I've only hit 2 days in a row, and it's been like the same kind of outcome. And
Did
so
two
basically,
trades?
I'm doing this for like a week, and then I'm going to do it with real money. Like as largely you think it's not real money
Yeah.
right now.
But yeah, you're on a demo account. We talked about this before, but you did 2 trades, you're saying?
Yeah,
And you
like a
won them both?
10% yesterday, and I'm probably going to 10% today as well.
How are you only 10% off 850 pips in gold? No,
20
Awanda's weird.
leverage. Yeah, 20x
Awanda's
leverage.
weird, yeah. No, Awanda does it weird compared to what I've
Wasn't
seen.
that Napoleon Dynamite's brother's black girlfriend's name? Yolanda? Is that what you guys talking
LaFonda
about?
with an F.
LaFonda, that's what it was. My bad. I don't know. You guys talking about stock market shit?
Yeah.
Forex.
Fuck stock market shit.
It's the Forex market.
Is that like precious metals or something?
It's like the stock market
Yeah.
on steroids, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not
Basically,
joking, dude.
gold hit a high like earlier today, so I just shorted it from the high. It's like really probable.
Stock market on training wheels, bro.
We gotta get into the penny stocks, guys. That's where it's at.
Nah, dude, livestock. Get into livestock. You can
Livestock. That's good.
Nice.
There we go, platypus. You should just leave the VC for the whole day on that note.
Good mic drop.
Just leave on a high note, bro. That was great. I like that Seinfeld episode. Remember, he was trying to stay at Costanza. Yeah, it's funny.
Which episode?
Come on, bro. Really?
All right. Fuck it.
Do you think I got them shits fucking chronologically out, organized in my head?
Episode
brain,
5.
Yeah.
20 minutes in.
I think it was 38 minutes and 12 seconds. Oh, I get you a timestamp. That's good stuff. Die slow, you son of a bitch. All right, what else we got, guys? That's funny stuff, bro. What else we got here? I love the. What's up? What do you got? No. I just was laughing at you guys. Go ahead, bro. Oh, I'm trying to think of something here. We did the silver. What else did we do? The circle as you go up. That was a good one. Talked about the skibbity jibbity. We got away from that. Very dangerous topic.
Yeah, it's tough. That's tough,
We've
bro.
talked about the. Oh no, wait. Did we get into the new thing where the ocean's now topographic, and if there's like a what do you call it? A valley in the ocean, and there's like a dip in the ocean or some crazy crap like that. Have you guys heard that new one?
If there's a current,
It's something similar.
that could be. I mean, the ocean seems like a stretch. Like if you have a river and there's a dip in the river, there'll be a little dip in the water at that spot, right? A little stream or something with
I'm
flowing
talking about
water. I don't
imagine
know.
like the Mariana Trench, bro, and there's like a dip under there, and that's somehow
I'm just
like
saying, does this work on a small scale though? Like if you had a little river going and you had a little
I
hump,
don't
a
know,
hump cut out of
probably
the bottom of the river at one spot, would there be a little hump in the water there?
probably not.
You don't think so?
I don't think so, bro.
Just stick to the rivers
Sounds
and the streams that you're used to.
crazy.
Unless it creates like an eddy or a rapid or something, it's going to be flat and level, right?
Yeah, if you had a
Yeah,
rapid
of course.
whitewater caps, there'll be a little divot there in the water, right? If the shit's going fast enough and the thing's deep enough.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Like the bottom of a waterfall or something.
Yeah, this is like the Mariana Trench shit. That's a whole. You
You're
might have
really
a
reaching,
scaling
bro.
fallacy.
Bro, we're reaching. That's a scaling fallacy, sir.
It'd have to be flowing like super fast. I don't know. You'd have to have some crazy shit going on.
So many variables, bro.
It has to be a
It's
Sunday as well.
impossible.
Else it doesn't work.
It has
I
to
mean,
be a Saturday or Sunday.
they get some fast speed. They say around like the Cape of Africa. What's that called? Cape Town.
Oh, talking about Black Superman?
Black Panther. Wakanda. Is that where they were from in that? I tried watching the second one the other night. I stopped paying attention.
Vibranium.
What else we got, guys? Get your passive income up. Anyone that's young, oh man, I wish I could do it all again. I saw a TikTok. If you had to fast forward 15 years, but you get 50 mil, or you get to go back to the age of 10 and know everything you know now, which one do you pick?
Probably the 10-year-old.
I will go with the 10-year-old too. I can't 15 years, bro. I'm up there, so.
Yeah.
I don't know how many
I just
years
go
it's gonna
around
be
family
after
members
that.
be like, "Yo, family member, just start mining this Bitcoin," and
No, I don't think you go back in time. I think the scenario is you just know what you know now
You're gonna be like Tom Hanks in the
oh,
movie.
in a
Jeremy,
10-year-old's body.
Jeremy, can you imagine mining Bitcoin on dial-up? Wow, 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 wow.
Bro, I was trying to play Half-Life on dial-up, bro. It was rough times back then. Rough times. I used to mine Bitcoin. That's what I would do if I had the space. I would be mining Bitcoin right now, especially right now. Free heat in the winter. Whew, that'll heat your whole house up right there if you got enough miners. I had a whole rack set up in my house once. I was pumping out a lot of heat.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about you, bro, but we totally lost that train, bro. If I would have known that existed, bro, I would have hopped on the GPU train and been mining Bitcoin like an animal, bro.
I knew about Bitcoin
Hey,
at 12 cents, bro. I had 2 G's to drop, dude. I just didn't know how to acquire it, bro. Like, I did the math in today's numbers at $2,000, and I got like an E on the
Like a
calculator.
billion.
yeah, you get like an E definitely. You'd be able
spit
to
you out a
buy like
scientific. Okay.
Ethiopia or something.
It was like ether, bro. Yeah, I would have been fucking stupid rich, bro.
Yeah, we've all made mistakes. I know.
We've all told family members to buy it when it was 4,000, and they didn't listen.
Bro, I was selling it at 4 G's. I couldn't believe it was at 4 G's. I thought I hit it. I hit a gold mine right there.
Then it jumped up to 50K. Well, no, this was back when it only went up to 20 the first time, but that was
Yeah,
still
20 and
friggin'
then
crazy. That was
20 and
still
then back down
crazy.
to like 1 or 2. Yeah.
What is it? It's stuck at like 36K now, yeah?
Yeah.
Something around there. It's
It's
tickling
been
40, I
pretty
think.
bad over the last couple of days. It's been up and down 1,000 or something. Yeah, 36,400.
Turquoise. You're saying you did 2 trades and you hit them both,
Yeah. Yeah.
and they're both 8 to 1s. What was
Oh,
the
I'm not
other
sure
one?
about yesterday. Let me have a look.
Was it good though, or?
Oh, yeah. Still massive.
You said you're just using fib levels, the fib tool?
No fib. Just like institutional trading,
Like
essentially.
what?
Like going the other way that people are going, or like at the opening of the market, there's always like a big move in the opposite direction to where it was going, and I just catch that.
Right when the market opens, 5 minutes, 10
Yeah.
minutes. Of the London session.
But then I'm working on the all the
Hold on,
stops and like orders.
which
Yeah, I
market,
start on
bro? The
the
Londons.
yeah.
The Londons.
But like
The Londons.
the PM, just like the mid, whatever 10 PM is for you, 10 AM.
The New York market. You're doing a move when the New York market opens. Okay.
Yeah.
Because there's different markets. They got like London,
No, that's what I'm getting at. But
Tokyo.
There's an AM side, which I guess starts at like 8 PM till 10, and I start at 10. But I'm doing the analysis for like an hour or two before. This doesn't take much. You're just working on
doubt.
the market consolidating before that, and then you pretty
What
much
if
know
it
where
gaps?
people's.
You trade the gaps? Oh, there is no gap. It's Forex. There's only a gap.
Right.
Well, no, there's a gap because that shuts down for us at like 5:30 to 6:30, or 5 to 6 or something. It like closes for. It's open from Sunday to Monday. Sorry, it's open from Monday to Sunday night to Friday night, but it closes for like an hour in the afternoon every day, or a half hour or something.
Well, it's currently on the lunch at the moment, so generally that just you can just imagine all the traders are just discussing what the move's going to be, and then as soon as the lunch finishes, there's like a big volatility in one direction. It's basically what I'm waiting for. Just going to run into my take profit now on the half size. It's like 4%. I shouldn't have been. I got greedy. Rather than letting it, I was waiting for it to get to my 8 to 1, and I thought it'd go more after the rebound, but yeah, my greed just held on to it for a little bit too long.
Oh, that's a killer ratio right there. I don't know if you know how big that is.
Oh yeah.
Like the trade. Yeah.
I have to basically like with a 3 to 1 ratio. I only have to get it right like a third of the time to break even.
Yeah, forget the 3 to 1s, bro. You start hitting 6 to 1s, you get 2 6 to 1s, you're good.
I
2
could
6 to
lose like
1s.
12 times in a row or something.
Bro, you could lose 16 times in a row and still
something like
be
that.
in the money. Yeah, you win
Right.
2, lose 16, win another 2, you're up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely, man. That's awesome. Let me know if you do good, bro. We gotta get
Yeah,
up
like I
on
said,
that.
I'm
Get our
gonna
peoples.
give it a week. Give it a week and then put £100 in.
Yeah, Jimmy's right. We should share it with our friends and on here and stuff, and like help with the community. Bro, we can make. Yeah, you should let us know, bro. Definitely. Good luck, man. That's tough. Keep doing your thing now.
Yeah, it's better than working at a warehouse, mate, moving stuff, putting it on a pallet for Burger King and Pizza Hut and all the shit people like, KFC, whatever the fuck else.
Bro, 10% a
This
day.
is literally what I do, man.
Bro, 10% a day. You ain't even gotta. You ain't even
Yeah.
gotta work no more if you can make 10% a day, bro.
Well, to begin with, yeah. No, but it'll accumulate pretty quickly, right?
Well, I'm saying if you got 5 Gs and you're making 10% a day,
Mm-hmm. It's a
it's
bit of pay, right?
$500, bro. I don't know how much what kind of lifestyle you're living, but $500 a day for me is friggin' crazy.
Evan. Yeah.
Yeah, bro, I'm
For real, right?
straight. I'm straight
For
on
real,
that,
dog.
dude. I ain't leaving the house after that.
He said, I'm not leaving the house. Yo, bro, if I was making $300 a day, I'd just be chilling at the crib, bro. I tell my kids, chill out. Daddy's got it all handled, bro. Don't go, go to work. Everything's all right. $500
But
a day,
here's your
man.
homework, kids. Look at these charts. Tell me what that means. Get them when they're young. Oh, they finished the lunch. Uh-oh.
Seriously, bro, let us know how you do, dude.
Yeah, cheers. I just had to pull out of that one. So I'm running the because Owanda's on the main trade hub website. They've got like these 5-second candles or 5-second intervals. I fucking love it. It's like I'm fucking I can see the future. Oh, it's like I'm precision. Like I'm looking. I've got a minute candle on the other one, and I've got a 5-second one on the other one for more confirmation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about stocks. Excuse me. I don't know anything about Bitcoin. Honestly, I've dabbled in looking into it, but I literally know nothing, bro. I'd have to have a homie like tell me about it so I don't screw myself. But yeah, I'm
Well,
down,
bro, if
bro.
somebody knows what they're doing, they can like give you signals or you can copy trade them or whatever.
Yeah, and
It's
I'm
like
also down with
easy.
the
You
silver
don't
and gold stuff.
know what
Yeah.
you're doing.
See if I've got a picture of my silver, my little hoard. I was gonna sell it recently actually because it's going for um like 1950 an ounce for me.
Is that euro or what?
Yeah, pounds. Whatever it is. It's at like 23 to $25 an ounce now. I think it's like 19 to 18 pounds for me. I've only made like £10 on each like 5 ounce I've bought since I've got it. It's not much. There's not been too much of a price increase to be honest, but that could change.
Bro, don't sell that. Did you hear the Google a list of what they use silver for? Like it's the future. For real, bro.
Yeah, it's more honoured than gold in Egypt anyway. Otherwise, if you think about it, oh, Egypt, they loved gold. No, they prized silver more. That's why it's not everywhere. It's like fucking gold was easy to get. Yeah, let me try and share this. I can't even share it. But That's the one. And you have to get that exact amount of bars so it looks like you're balling. You can stack them up.
Yeah, I got like a little container for my coins. I'm gonna buy a whole bunch of different kinds. I'm gonna try to get like an ounce a week. You should be buying it right now. Don't sell. They're talking about car manufacturers are probably gonna start buying silver mines. Dude, there's like a kilo of silver in a Tesla or in one of somebody's EVs.
Right. It's like superconductor, like gold, right? Just as much as gold. Oh, so it's like the coldest metal as well. That's another interesting, cool fact.
Oh, old like an ingot, like a troy ounce silver. It's funny though, like the bars themselves are actually collectible items that actually sell for way more than the value of the silver.
Yep. Yeah, you
have
do
no idea
pay
why.
a little premium.
Shouldn't
Same
we
with
go
the
to the
coins
equator
though.
though? I think if we go to the equator, oh wait, hold on. I might be wrong. If we go to the equator, the silver's gonna weigh less. So buy the silver at the equator and then go somewhere else so it weighs more to
Ah,
sell it. Ah, the beauty of the globe
ah.
model, mate. Yes.
Oh, just before I
Forget
weigh, I could
about that.
jump. Oh no, that's bad. I want to.
Glober joins. Here's that stuff weighs less at the equator. Immediately leaves. Funny stuff. I mean, I feel like we've let a lot of the cool arguments go to the wayside. Yeah, we've been so focused on other stuff. I mean, centrifugal force is like a really cool argument. I just feel like that's been like laid to the wayside. Like it had to be stronger gravity at the equator so the water doesn't spin off into God knows where. Yeah, am I crazy to think that, or am I tripping?
Have you not heard about the bulge at the equator?
Go on. I'm intrigued.
Well, I forget how many miles it is. I think it's 20, 30-mile bulge at the equator of water.
What?
A well endowed Earth. The 20-mile bulge. Oof.
This guy's packing, folks. Bro. Oh, okay. Is it all flat earthers here, bro? Is there no Glober? It's a bunch of like super awesome, sweet, smart people. No Glober? That's tight.
But not like he's gonna come off mute.
Who'd you say?
Extremesis.
Oh, Extremesis is a. Oh, he's deafened. Okay, yeah.
He's a globot.
Globot.
Has anybody come in and like claimed that they believe in the globe, but it's geocentric, and they were on your side with the deception?
I don't think we've ever seen it.
Hmm.
Yeah. It'd be amazing to see that though.
I think geocentrists are kind of on our side. I think you're in a scenario where like the enemy of your enemy is now your friend.
Yeah, that's where I was getting with
Yeah,
it.
that's a
Really.
good point. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Like I'm pretty sure I not believed in the Hollow Earth, but I like had an aspect of like, oh, maybe there's like, obviously it's hollow, like in a way that there's cave systems and who the fuck knows what else. And then yeah,
I
got
mean, even
onto
the
flat Earth.
concave earthers, mate. I got concave earthers on my server. I think that I don't know if there's someone that believes in simulation, but I do know people that believe in simulation. But bro, as long as you know that everything's a lie, bro, like you're on my team, bro. As far as I'm concerned, as long as you're not a dick, as long as you're cool and you like know everything's a lie, like you're on my team, bro. We can go from there. Like we can learn together. It doesn't have to be all black and white, like you know what I'm saying, like globe or flat. Like just don't believe the lie, and let's like take this journey together. I don't know where the hell I live either, bro. To be real with you, flat Earth's an umbrella term means I'm a globe denier. I don't know where I'm at. I don't know what the hell this place is. I can prove that it's not the model they tell us, and the radius is wrong and all that stuff. But yeah, I don't know where the hell I'm at.
Prove it right now. What do you? How do you prove it?
Okay, it's a globe, bro. I'm sorry. You win.
No, I'm just saying. Like, let's hear what you would say for your proof. This is a good
Oh, against
exercise.
oh, okay, sure. Okay, you can see way too far. You can zoom boats back in that shouldn't exist with infrared. You can see like 700 miles away. Complete mountains don't refract up and like crystal clear vision. Like it's insanity to me. You have to have a enclosed system for a gradient and gas pressure. You can't have propulsion, denying third law of thermodynamics in a vacuum to get to space. I mean, it just goes on and on and on, bro.
No doubt. All right. It's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of
Sorry about
stuff I
that.
would agree. No, you're good. The amount of coincidences is astronomical for it to be too much. Like, you know about the number 108?
Oh, what's that?
Huh?
Oh, bro, I got two numbers locked and loaded. I don't do numerology stuff, right? I'm not with that whole gematria thing. I don't do none of that stuff. But these two numbers specifically stand out big time. 108 is pretty big in there. Dude, 273 is big too, but 108, there's this thing where you can fit like 108 suns in between the Earth and the sun, and 108 moons between the Earth and the moon, and 108 Earths will fit in the diameter of the sun. Like, there's all kinds of weird 108s. It's crazy.
So if you want to know,
You
it's
ain't
Is that
ready for
some?
273 yet.
I'm sorry. Is that some sort of like Masonic stuff or what? Or
well, technically, I'm not going to get into it, but it's just the obtuse angle of a pentagram. You got two 36s and a 108, and you have two of those triangles. Yeah, 108
Yeah,
is
but in their
basically like,
model, I'm saying, no,
oh
in their
no,
model,
they
all the
use that.
sizes and distances.
Yeah, because they're
In
all
their model,
basically
all the.
it's off like phi ratio. Like they love the pentagrams, right? And the 5.
Nautical miles equals 200 kilometers. Got that off.
Wow, yeah, nice.
Hold on, what was that, Snacks? Say it again, Snacks.
Nautical miles equals 200 kilometers.
That's neat.
I think nautical miles is what's using that 108 iterator, because if you take 108, multiply it by 200, then you get the circumference. Is the circumference? Yeah, right. Yeah.
Or you
You get
almost went Carl. You almost went Carl Monk right there with your voice. That's
particularly
close.
Isn't that funny
inverse
that when people
reciprocal of.
measure the angular distance to the sun, they get the circumference of the Earth? I mean, I'm sorry, the radius. 3959. I don't know if you guys know that, like Matthew Learns and Flat Earth Dude Kenny, like measured the, to the sun, if you will, quote unquote. Obviously, it's apparent, but they got the radius of the Earth as the distance to the sun. Why? Is that not weird? Like, what do you do with that?
If you want to get into numerology
Yeah,
and
like
stuff,
the
even
radius matches.
even the temperature of the sun being 5,778 Kelvin, that kind of matches with a phi and Fibonacci and all this mad numerology.
All right, as soon as I get home, I'm gonna tell you about 273.
Yeah, bro. Tell me stuff I don't know about. I love to learn about crap.
Then you too can tell your friends you've learned from a one-eyed toilet cleaner.
Yeah. I just go, you know what? I learned everything from Discord and YouTube, and I did some penny stocks, and I'm doing pretty well for myself.
You got to get more specific. Tell me learn everything from a one-eyed janitor from New York.
Okay. It's messed up, bro. We gotta not do our friends too dirty, guys. Come on.
I get a group of friends going and are like really getting into it, right? That makes a lot of sense, man. I've never thought of it that way. Where'd you learn this? I'm like, a one-eyed janitor from New York. And they're like, forget you, bro. I'm out of here.
He's like some sort of like seer or like a, you know what I'm saying? He's like a mystical being or something. That's
Yeah,
messed up
we
though,
call
bro.
it Jeremy. He's so technical advanced, you can't hardly get him on a daily basis because he's cutting out most of the time.
Oh, now you done did him dirty, bro. Oh, that's messed up.
I got the next 5 days off. I'll be able to roast you guys in crystal clear audio, hopefully.
Here you go. Yeah, nice comeback.
He's got the next 5 days off. Yeah, man, this is getting fun out here. Just get into the public too, though. Don't forget about that. Just don't come here. But you see the guys in chat, that are here on a daily basis. Just think of being that person, right? Like, you don't believe it. You can't believe that other people believe it. Yet you go to where that group hangs out on a daily basis and sit and chat all day and make comments.
Could you imagine how depressing it would be? Like, I sometimes feel sad. Imagine the guy I work graveyard shift, right? So when I get home, it's like 7 a.m. my time, and you get online, and there's Globers like fighting for the globe at like 7 a.m. and you're like, bro, what are you doing, dude? I log in to like hang out with my friends, and maybe a Glober will come on once upon a time, but to log in and immediately like start fighting for the globe, like,
I don't get it, but this is like I went onto a site for my local football team, college football team, and they were talking about the Heisman race, and there was a troll. There was 3 people in chat, right? 2 fans and a troll. Trolling those 2 fans. Think about that. Not only was trolling, but went to a site where there was only 2 people and was trolling them. I don't get. This world is doomed, man.
something ain't stirring the Kool-Aid, brother.
Think about that conversation with their friends. Hey, brother, what'd you do today? I went to work, hung out with the kids, threw some football, ate some dinner. Oh, really? Yeah, man, it was great. What'd you do? I went to this flat earth Discord and sat and chat all day and trolled them.
I debated him for 10 hours, bro, about pseudoscience.
Just think about that, man. That's crazy.
It's kind of creepy, bro. But yeah, I get
It
you.
is creepy, right? Yeah, and then they make it personal. Then they bring in you as a person and talk to you as a man from another man that sits in a chat of something he doesn't believe in and trolls. Then he makes it personal to you. It's so weird. But just
Yeah, we're
carry
all
that
just having a good time, bro. Yeah, yeah.
right.
We're all like happy, chilling. We're like playing video games. We're like this is on the side chat for us, and like this is like super important and on the forefront for them. It's like what is going on, bro?
For years, I've asked them why they come. They all say almost to a T for the entertainment value. Now, just carry that one out. I mean, seriously, man. You please don't tell people it's your entertainment. Don't tell any of your friends or family that you go to a flat earth server and troll people for entertainment value. It's going to make you look really bad. Worse than the flat earthers
Sad.
themselves.
Yeah, exactly. You're right.
Think about that. Think about you're trolling someone for their belief, let's say, and you tell someone you're doing that. It's not
Let's take
real.
it
I
one
know
step
it's not real.
further. Let's take it one step further, bro. They say that we're mentally disabled, right? You're coming here and you're trolling mentally disabled people. If we're so retarded, bro, and you're coming here and trolling retarded people, what
Yeah,
the fuck?
no matter what value that you put on it, right? You can put the best value. You can even say these are a smart group of people that have been deceived, but I'm still going there to troll them. But like you said, go down to what they call us, right? Dumb, retarded, whatever. Just go down the list. And they're here trolling us. What does that make you, man? Maybe look inward. Happy Thanksgiving, by the way. Even
Happy
to the
Thanksgiving, brother,
trolls.
for you guys too. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving to everybody, by the way. Yeah, for sure.
This is, by the way, once I found out that these groups exist, especially in the military, but even by private companies, hire trolls, to play both sides, blah, blah, blah. This is a fact, right? I know this exists. A family member was actually engaged to a woman that ran one of these groups in the Navy. I get it, right? I get that part. The learning value of how to control a group or, whatever, the propaganda or whatever you want to call it, the way the military has done this for years. I get that part. And if you're getting paid to be here, bravo, bro. I would never take away the way you feed your family or that you're taking orders or whatever. But if you're just this random guy that clicks a button to come here for free, you need to take a close look inward. That's all I'm going to say.
Damn it, Rakia. Now you're giving me double thoughts. I can't go to my favorite basket weaving site and troll them. You're giving me like second thought.
Here's a quick 108. Let's finish this 108 thing off real quick, unless you guys are in the middle of this.
No, go ahead.
Ready? The diameter of the sun is about 108 times that of the diameter of the Earth. That's one of them. The average distance between the Earth and the sun is 108 times the sun's diameter. So you could fit 108 suns in between the Earth and the sun. The average distance from the Earth to the moon is 238,800 miles, which is about 108 times the moon's diameter. This makes it so that the moon appears the same size as the sun during eclipses. So you can fit 108 moons in between the Earth and the moon. The
ratio of 108 Wow. may be the key to finding planets. Oh, this is some bullshit, heliocentric shit. Well, here, I could read this one. To quote Manoj Chalam, the ratio of 108 may be the key to finding planets hospitable to life outside of our solar system. Just look toward this same size and distance relationship. 108 is key to our being. It's a quote from some Mahaj Chalam guy. I don't know what that means, who that is. Yogis do 108 sun salutations on solstice and equinoxes. I don't know what that means. Meditators count mantra repetitions with mala beads of 108. 100 counted for self, 8 for mistakes. Tai Chi Chuan long forms are counted as 108 postures or movements. What else? That's all I got for now. It's a lot of 108s though. That's pretty cool, bro. Thank you. Yeah, I'll look more into it, bro, in my spare time, bro. Thank you for showing that to me.
Jeremy, I told you
had
the
no
number,
idea.
the top number, bro.
SE's got a kind of a cool one too.
1/137.
It's not as
Fine
close as good as
structure
270.
constant.
That's a good one. It's not as good as 273. So I don't want to make you have to follow me with that. So go ahead, let's go over this one.
No, 1/170, 137. That's the fine structure constant, blah, blah, blah. That's what
Blah, blah,
Feynman
blah.
said. Yeah, Feynman said when he dies, he wants to, well, it's a little morbid, but he wants to ask the devil why 137.
Holy hell.
That's what he said. It's a number that keeps him up at night.
What the hell is that about, bro?
Google it, bro. Fine structure constant, 137.
Is it silly or is it real?
No, it's real.
Okay, I'll look it up. Yeah, I actually saw this on the YouTube video. I was looking up
I thought he was messing with me.
No, that's a real thing. Physicists, this number keeps appearing for physicists. 1 over, what is it? 137?
Yeah.
You said 1 over 137, yeah? Or? Yeah, just if you do a search for that number anywhere, it's going to come up. Yeah, there's like some major things where that ratio comes up big time. What are they again, SE? Do you know them specifically?
Something to do with the charge of particles. I forget now. I forget, to be honest with you.
It's a few things though. It is a few things.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like 2 or 3 like major kind of like things in physics. Or maybe it's chemistry. It's some science shit. There's like a big number. Just to divert the conversation for like 5 seconds, SE, what is your picture? Because I'm hard of vision and I can't. Is it a penguin? What is your picture?
No, it's a skateboarding bulldog.
Skateboarding bulldog. Okay, sorry about that. You guys continue. I'm sorry. I'm really hard of vision. I was like, what am I looking at? Yeah, I can't even. I still don't. I can't even see it.
Yeah, maybe I should redo that. Yeah.
Dude, the shit looks like it's a peanut with a graffiti on it coming out of a cloud.
And by the way, y'all know SC is Canadian, right? Before y'all like trust him and believe him.
No, that is a real thing, though. Despite him being Canadian, that 1 over 130 whatever number, that's a real thing.
I mean, just take a minute and try and figure out, besides Canadian bacon, what good has come from there.
All that is a slice of ham, though.
Exactly.
Hey, watch out. We burned that white thing. The house of yours, that's white. We did it once. We can do it again.
No, I don't doubt that, but you had to be told how to light it.
No, they know how to start a fire up there. They had all of New York smoked out this year.
You had to be escorted in and out of the area for safety.
Hey, I'm not your buddy, guy. I'm not your guy, pal.
All right, enough with the Canadian bashing.
Okay. Canadians are crazy polite, bro. I got to give it to them guys, though. They're crazy polite. They'll kill you with kindness.
They do kill you with kindness. It's rude, actually. No, I haven't met a Canadian I don't like. Daniel Negreanu is someone that I hung out with in the poker world a little bit, and he's like top notch, like do anything like crazy. But all Canadians down here. I mean, my whole state is full of people who came from Canada. We named it Acadiana, Louisiana, the Acadian. I mean,
They're all French down there. It makes fun of me. I'm French. They're all French down there.
yeah,
Gotta
they
watch
dig
out
our
for them.
glitches, man. It's great. No, man, it's Canadians are all great neighbors.
All right, check this list I posted now. This is where shit gets intense, bro.
Put in the side chat or the live
This
stream
is the
text?
real deal, bro. I put it in the real chat. I don't know what that side chat thing is. That place is weird. I just did it in live stream one.
I got you, brother. I'm looking right now. Oh wow.
Bro, this is the craziest number you ever seen in your
What
life.
the hell is that about, bro?
This is where it goes down
Trippy,
right here.
bro.
The ratio of Earth's diameter to the moon's diameter is 0.273. The moon is 27.3% the size of Earth. All right.
They're messing with our heads, bro. That's
Comparing a
up.
square's perimeter to a circle having an equal circumference, the circle's diameter is 27.3% longer than the edge of the square. It's called like squaring the circle or something. Oh no, this next one is squaring a circle. I don't know, whatever. This is some weird circle square shit. Inscribe a circle inside a square. The four corners making up 27.32% of the total area. This is reached through the formula 4 minus pi divided by pi, 0.273. 2.
This is stuff. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. We could do comments.
Quick note, Jeremy. This is stuff that has to do with looking down upon the circle, but the Earth actually being a square, like a circle within a square, four corners. You know, the biblical stuff that, you know, we can just leave it at that. But I think that's what you're talking about here. Or I think that's what it relates to. Amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, here's the next one. The relationship of Great Pyramid's height to half its base is 1.273 to 1, or 4 pi, and thus squares the circle. Negative 273.2 degrees Celsius is the temperature of absolute zero, right? It's already a lot of stuff, bro. That's already a lot of stuff. You feel me? But this shit gets crazier, dude. Here we go. Next page. Hold on. This is the sixth one. 27.32 is the freezing point of water on the Kelvin scale. Okay. Absolute zero of water is 273.2% colder than the temperature it takes to boil. Oh, that's crazy. That's actually a new one. I didn't even know about that one. There's 273 days is the average gestation rate for a human. So like women are pregnant for 273 days on average. 27.3 days is a human menstruation cycle on average, you know, between periods. Days is the sidereal period of the moon. That's when they say the moon does a whole rotation. We're about to get into some heliocentric bars right here in a minute. One, I think. I don't know. I've never seen this list before. I just Googled it off the top. 1 over 273.2 degrees
per Celsius degree, is the expansion reduction of gas. Gases expand by 1/273 of their volume with every degree of the Celsius centigrade scale. What? Sunspots, ready? Sunspots revolve around the sun's surface in 27.3 days. Water changes phase at 273 degrees Kelvin. There's 273 days from the summer solstice to the vernal equinox. 2.73 million is the circumference of the sun in miles. Right? Heliocentric bars all day right here. The triple point of water is defined to take place at 273.16 Kelvin. The cosmic background radiation is 2.73 Kelvin. The Earth and Moon orbital periods are reciprocals of 1/27.32 equals 366 days in a sidereal year. 27.32 days in each month, in 1 month. 273 meters per second squared is the acceleration of the sun, right? Then you got 273 centimeters per second squared is the acceleration of the moon. To top it all off, boom. Did you guys hear all that? Oh, thank God I
Yes,
wasn't on mute that whole
sir.
time. I thought I was on mute that whole time.
Now we heard
A
you.
lot of those were pseudoscience, but yeah, that's a lot of 273s there.
You're a science denier. Either way, though, in their model, for their model, though, that's a lot of 273s in their model.
Oh, of course, yeah. They're throwing the numerology in there, bro.
Throw speeds and sizes of stuff like that. 270. That's why I started you guys off with 108. That's the easy one to ease you into it. Then you break them off with 273, and then SE's little thing in it. You gotta make a better presentation on that number, SE.
Yeah,
I mean,
Because I gotta do everything, bro. This is what I'm talking about. I can't do everything, dude. I gotta delegate stuff.
Jeremy, can you send that to me, or delegate somebody to send it to me?
What do you want? What do you want sent?
It's the link of the 27.3.
You're off for 5 days, Jeremy. Get busy.
I know. No, I'm busy, bro. Dude, I got stuff happening. Things are happening.
Got
So get that
bills, got babies.
137 presentation on our
Ain't
desk
easy out here
for
up in
business.
this.
Yeah. I'm trying to negotiate with a toddler over here, bro. So you guys need to do something.
Does that seem random to you? All those numbers?
Bro,
No
that's
way.
crazy, dude. All over all those different fields. It's not even like it was only heliocentrism or only this or that. It was like across a whole bunch of stuff. It was it's crazy.
Either way, though, can't be random. I mean, it just doesn't seem possible to me. Maybe it can be, but
Oh
Yeah, like
God,
who thinks
guys.
that? What's up?
Xanax here.
You know, a lot of
Xanax.
times I say the creator, right? There's no way we can know some stuff, right? We'd have to be like, very, but one thing I think I can say is I think the creator, whatever that is, was a mathematician.
Well, yeah, this is a disclaimer also for that list. The Globers will tear it to pieces. They'll say, no, it's actually 27.29999987 some shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, tell them about pi. Yeah. Whoop-de-doo. That's another thing I think the creator put in there. Pi. Then there's the
Just a little,
Fibonacci, right?
yeah, the Fibonacci. Just a little FU to humanity. You think I got it all figured out? You ain't got crap figured out, bro.
Pi, if you just multiply theta by 2 and then add 1.1.
About the Fibonacci.
1.618 times 1. Or plus 1.618 gives you roughly 3.
Yeah, I'll concede to that. What about the Fibonacci?
I'm just saying you can derive like a shitty version of pi from it. I think you can also derive E, the constant, Euler's constant.
You know what a
Yeah,
fun way
the
to get by is?
Fibonacci is like amazing, bro. Like the seashell, right? The way it starts from small and then just recopies itself bigger and bigger, and all proportional. It's like freaking. It's like amazing.
I think it's like the NADS of mathematics.
Yeah.
What are you guys talking about? Yo, you want to hear a fun way to get by? What's up, Nate? You want to hear a
You
fun way to
want to
get
hear a
by?
fun way to get by?
Yeah, bro. This is a fun way you can get by. You take a stick and you draw lines like say you had the white sheet ruled paper with all the lines on it, the blue lines. You take a stick as long as one of the lines is, like height wise. So you got a stick however high in between the lines is, and then you just keep throwing the stick at the paper, like however many times it lands inside the line or crosses the line. That ratio ends up giving you pi the more times you do it.
Did
What?
not
It's
make
crazy
sense.
shit. That's crazy shit, bro.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I
bro.
can't visualize what you just said, bro. I must throw sticks at a piece of paper.
Yeah, bro. You get a white sheet of ruled paper or any ruled paper
Uh-huh.
with lines on it.
Uh-huh.
Just you know what I'm saying? Something you would write a letter on when you were in school or
Yeah.
something. Yeah, you get a little matchstick. You make the matchstick as long as the top to the bottom in between the lines are.
Huh?
You go perpendicular to the lines, but you make it so it's inside the line, the whole length
Oh,
of the
so
stick.
I gotta snap the matchstick in half or something. Yeah.
Yeah, you make it as long as you cut it off, as long as that is. And then the more you flip, the more you like drop the stick on the paper, just drop the stick on the paper. And you keep track of how many times it lands in between the lines and how many times the stick crosses the line. If you divide that somehow, I forget which way it goes, but you divide one into the other one, you get what's up? There's a real way to get
Is
by,
there?
bro.
Yeah, but is there a video on this? Because I don't think you've given the full explanation.
Bro, I saw this on like Vsauce or Action Lab or some shit, bro. This is the whole explanation. That's everything you do, except for the math part at the end. I'm not sure which one gets divided into the other one, but it does give you pi. The more you do it.
All right.
Then there's phi.
We got a Glover here, guys. Zanuck.
Phi is something else, man.
Is it Nate
I'm
Glover
telling
too?
you, the creator is a mathematician. There's no two ways about it.
Think so?
Did you hear that 273 list I just
I'm
ripped
sure
off,
of it.
bro?
Do you
Yeah, I don't
think
know
like all of nature and reality can be explained through maths and numbers?
Well, you see it everywhere. Yeah, you see it everywhere.
No, it can be described with
Okay.
numbers. You can't explain anything with numbers.
No, you can't explain. You can't explain. No.
You can describe it with numbers.
Why not explain? What do you mean? It can't be
Because
explained
you
with
Why
can
numbers?
don't you
describe
explain
the
something to
table
me?
with math, right? You can describe the table, the proportionality, but you can't say what's eaten on the table and that you have parties on the table. You understand?
You can't give like a mathematical description as
Well, he
to
just said
the
that. He said you can describe it, but you can't explain using math
explain.
because
Okay,
numbers don't talk. Okay.
all right.
If I said
Know what you mean.
236508, what did I just say? Explain it.
It might be some type of Morse code. You know, it could be code for
Oh,
something. This
well,
could be like a. What do they call it in the Torah? Is it Gamajiko? Whatever.
it's called a primer, a key, or in which you decipher information. And without that, yeah, you can't decipher anything. However, it still requires words and logic to put forth an explanation. You're never just going to throw words or numbers out there in lieu of words and expect a concise explanation to be had.
Yeah, but we could speak in numbers. You know, numbers.
Yeah, we can speak in
mean.
numbers as long as we agree on the context of the numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you just want to change each number, each letter for a number, and then talk to me like that, that's not doing math. Now we're just talking in a different language.
Yeah, even like dimensional analysis doesn't give like an explanation. It's still just a description.
Yeah, you can't explain anything with math. It's not possible.
Never can, never will, never has in the history of science explained a single fucking thing. It's useful in descriptions, but science is supposed to be getting to a concise explanation, not just leaving off with vague, ambiguous descriptions.
Yeah, it's very like fantasy
That's
style. Yeah, like
where
you got
did
the
that come from?
mathematical flight tables for Superman and Shazam. But it doesn't mean Shazam is up in the sky like shooting electricity at people. It's not real, bro. But with
I
math, you
agree.
can make it real.
Shazam isn't real, but where does it say in science that we need to have exact, accurate, 100% correct answers? Like it's not true.
No, that's not what I said.
It sounded like that's what you was alluding to.
No. I said the epitome of science is getting to a concise explanation upon a said matter topic. That's what science does. It derives explanation. All right. Math describes, science explains. It's real simple.
I think science tries to gain understanding. I don't know if explanation is what matters, as long as you understand. If you
Well, are
understand
we
something,
talking about
but you struggle to explain it to others, I don't think that matters, right?
are we talking about the original denotative science or the current connotative science, which is based upon, you know, atomism and ad hoc explanations to support the narrative, which doesn't
What
fit within the
is
context of reality?
what was this original science? What was
Natural
it?
science, yeah.
Huh? So we don't do natural science anymore?
Most scientists today are upon the current scientism, which is materialism / atomism. Not
What
it's all based on particle interaction, which has nothing to support it other than
well,
the
what was
confines of
the okay, but what was the original science based on, if not materialism? Was it based on
like
metaphysics?
hermetic principles and such.
So you feel that's scientific, using hermeticism and you know, you know, metaphysics, and I don't know, talks about the forms and all of that. That's scientific to you?
Sure.
Right. How are Plato's forms scientific?
Well, if you look at Plato's Republic 509d through 511, you'll find the incommensurability found within all of nature, following the simple fact of 1 is to phi is to 1, which extrapolates out this number, which we could call the golden ratio or the golden angle. So yeah, this is what's found all throughout nature. It's essentially the phyllotaxis, if you will.
Yeah, but I mean, the golden ratio, I don't think Plato knew about that.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. It's
Did he?
again, it's enshrouded
I thought
within.
I thought it was Euclid.
It's enshrouded within Plato's Republic 509d through 511. So if you follow what he's saying, it's his divided line. So if you divide a line in unequal sections, eventually you're going to get to this 0.23608, which is this divine proportionality throughout all of nature.
Okay, but I don't think
Also
hermetics
known
had
as
much.
incommensurability.
Yeah, but I don't think hermetics had much to do with golden ratio. I don't think Plato was a meticist. I don't think that's what he really practiced. He spoke of a very different type of philosophy based on the idea of forms. And I mean, there was, yeah, obviously his forms relied on certain numbers, certain base geometrical objects. But I mean, he was philosophizing there. I don't know if he was doing hardcore science. I don't know if you would call that science, or is that the type of science you
It was.
advocate for? We should do that.
He adopted this through the from the Pythagoreans, and who knows before them, but this understanding has been around for thousands upon thousands of years. It just missed you, that's all.
Yeah, but there was no scientific breakthrough with this understanding. Pythagoras had this idea that all things are based on certain types of numbers and frequency, right? And that everything in the universe has a certain type of music to it, a certain sound to it, right? And we need to get our sound in line with the sound of the planets, and the sounds we can't hear. Like these were the ideas these guys had. I don't
Yeah,
see
it's all
anyone
based on
building anything scientific off of these ideas. We don't
it's
have any inventions that Pythagoras made using these ideas.
yeah, it's all based on octaves and harmonics. And
Yeah.
there's actually been an interesting elemental chart by Walter Russell using this same logic, which essentially states that all matter is a harmonic compound of hydrogen, being that every single element has a condensate of hydrogen. Was I not coming through?
No, you're good.
Hello?
Yeah, did you guys hear me?
Something
Yeah.
happened.
You're good. You just made no sense.
Yeah, something happened, man. Like I think Discord.
Oh, it made no sense. Walter Russell's periodic table made no sense, guys.
Yeah, I'm aware of
Just
of his periodic table, but it's wrong. It has no application, no use in the real world. It's just a fancy idea he had.
I mean,
that
to a myopic
doesn't do anything.
mathematician, this makes no sense, sure. But to somebody with rationale and logic, this makes perfect sense.
I didn't say it doesn't make sense. What I said is it has no use. It's a useless idea he has. It's just a nice fancy concept which has no basis in reality. Same with Pythagoras. His whole idea was wrong. He was proven and shown to be wrong plenty of times because he thought if you can get certain frequencies in line, you can make the perfect music. It just isn't the case. These
That
ideas
sounds
these
very
guys
subjective.
had were wrong. It's not
What's the
subjective,
perfect
though.
music?
Like
What's the perfect music?
there is no
Someone
such thing
reciting
as
the
perfect
Quran.
music. That's why that
Oh,
idea was
got it.
wrong. Okay, what is the perfect music, Dicel?
I would say something that would that would impede with another object's resonant frequency.
So when a woman with a high voice breaks a glass by screaming, that's perfect music.
That's what Dicel is saying, and that's what Pythagoras thought as well. But it's not
Yeah.
perfect. It sounds horrible.
Well, again, you're talking about a subjective interpretation. We're talking about a demonstrable, empirical, physical a change that you can perceive.
As far as
It's not demonstrable.
the music of the spheres is something that you hear. Like
Apparently,
that
yeah.
idea comes from they would hear tones and they'd be like, oh, I don't know where that tone's. Oh, must come from the spheres or something.
No.
That's where they
Where
are.
the idea came
That's
from
true.
him walking. The idea came from him walking through like a forging shop or area where people were clanking iron together, and he saw
Is that
that
what they told you?
certain sounds when put together sound more harmonic than other sounds. And from there, he made this great leap in logic that even the planets and the different heavenly spheres,
Are you
there
serious?
being 7 of them, one for each planet, had its own tune, own
Oh
frequency,
my gosh!
and we could
You
hear it if we apparently got our whole body in tune with it by eating certain foods and living a certain type of lifestyle. It's just a fanciful idea.
that fanciful idea with I don't know what kind of sci-fi story that is about the discovery of it, but the idea is before him. Like he's somebody who grappled with it, but so did Kepler.
Yeah, they weren't right about everything.
Who had the idea before Pythagoras?
The Pythagoreans weren't right about everything, but the things they did get right penetrated through the testaments of time, and we still apply those principles today.
Definitely.
Such as
geometry,
the right
Pythagorean
triangle
theorem.
Right.
Yeah, those things he got right. But this whole idea of sound of the universe and spheres having their own sounds, and we could hear them if we ate food, if we didn't eat beans, and we spoke to animals and treated them nicely. These were just crazy ideas from dudes on drugs, bro. You know?
It's just true science. You
Honestly,
just can't hang on. You just can't prove it. Maybe one day there'll be a way that we can measure that and prove them right. True science. I hate to hit it back
I like
home
to
to you,
think
but
that
that's basically how science does it today.
I like to think that the pyramid, the Great Pyramid and shit, that was giving off like the perfect sound or frequency or something. Right? Does that sound neat?
sounds like a beautiful idea. But
Well,
that's all it sounds like.
I would think the perfect frequency would be creation, and the stuff that sounds bad would be how you would destroy that creation, like when a glass is broken instead of how the glass was created in the first place. The frequency used to create it and the frequency used to destroy it are two different things. The perfect music would be creation, and the destroying of it would be the stuff that doesn't sound that well.
That sounds good to me.
Now, well, let's move on.
It's a beautiful
I'll be here all
idea.
week.
Now, Nate, did you hear that list of 273 numbers?
No one listened to you, Jeremy.
No one was. I was on mute that whole time. Damn.
You were hot micing. We just.
I was hot micing. I mean, you can't hear that list and not think this place was mathematically created. It's just too much stuff, bro.
With you, but
No, I agree with that idea, but I also acknowledge it's just an idea, it's something
So not random.
we would struggle to prove. But as an idea, I like it. It's pretty beautiful. It sounds reasonable. It makes sense. If we agree that fundamentally reality is numbers and certain base geometric forms and structures, it's a beautiful idea.
Yeah, but if you agree with that, it takes the randomness out of it, right?
Well, Nate's Muslim, so
Yeah,
he
I
thinks there's
guess
a creator. So, go ahead.
Yeah, I do, but take the randomness out of it. I don't know.
But do you agree you can logically prove things?
I think with context, yes. Like if we're just on the street talking about proof or in a courtroom, we can logically prove things.
You said like it's just an idea. I don't know. Like the logical argument would be like that random disorder cannot create like meticulous order or information.
Why not?
Because it just doesn't logically follow. To have like reoccurring, because the antecedent to order is intent. It has to be, if it's a reoccurring, meticulously ordered like sequence, you couldn't have that happen reoccurring if it was just random.
Why not?
You could argue that it may happen on occasion, like after a quadrillion opportunities, one time it'll look kind of ordered, but we see the order everywhere reoccurring.
Yeah, but I mean, just because that's what we see, or that's how we interpret things to be. I mean, we are built to see patterns. It doesn't mean because that's how we see reality, that's how it presents itself to us, that is actually what reality is. We have a very limited scope, viewpoint, and understanding of reality. We don't see reality in its true nature, in all of its glory. So whatever we see.
Like, how can you even prove like the disorder you're talking about? Like that it is chaotic. I mean, how would you know that it's chaotic?
I don't know. I'm not making claims, I don't know whether there's intent behind creation or whether it's chaotic. I believe there is intent. That is just my personal belief. I can't make the claim that I have proved. I can show you in subjective
really about
experimentation to back that belief.
I may be losing service on.
The degrees of things that are intelligently designed can be debated, but the fact that it has to be intelligently designed to me is just I don't even see where the debate starts because everything points towards intelligent design.
But, yeah, it's not really about how we subjectively see it and we think it's ordered. It just objectively is, right? Like if it wasn't that very specific, it wouldn't function. Like DNA is a good example. It doesn't look at DNA didn't have the very specific genetic sequencing the way that it does. It wouldn't function. Right.
I don't know. Like it's hard. I understand why you would make that statement. It's just hard for me to say that I agree with that statement objectively, because we've only seen
I'm
one
saying
type
like
of
you can
DNA.
prove
That's
it
the
though. You can
and that's the DNA we see living animals on planet Earth. We all share the same type of base sequences within our DNA. It's just configured differently from one type of animal to another. But we haven't seen other types of DNA to make the claim that this is the only way DNA can work. We only have a sample of one. You know?
No, but you can just manipulate that and show it doesn't work anymore.
Make it random and it
All
doesn't
mess with the sequence and it no longer functions. Yeah.
That's the whole point. No matter what DNA of what animal you're talking about, it's none of it's random. Very well put together. If you
And
distort
also,
that in any way, it takes away from it.
yeah, like another part of it is just that information requires intelligent agency. So you could argue, well, yeah, based on everything we know, well, that's how we figure things out with logic, right? Or you wouldn't be able to figure anything out ever. You could infinitely appeal to possibility regarding everything. But obviously, we use like experience and understanding and reason to apply logic to understand things in the world. That's all based on
Yeah.
whatever evidence that we have access to.
Yeah, but that's a very recent phenomena within man, especially. There was a time where we didn't rely on reason. We came to unreasonable conclusions based on unreasonable premises. You know? Where we had unreasonable thoughts and held them to be true. If we were born 6,000 years ago, we wouldn't be saying the things we're saying now. We're lucky to be born on this side of the Enlightenment and the age of reason. You know? But there was a time when man
Yeah,
was
so like for
figuring things
example,
out without reason.
like the DNA of lily seed, right, has like more information than 60 Encyclopedia Britannicas in it, or like what they call like this super basic like amoeba. It has like more than 1,000 Encyclopedia Britannicas worth of information. And these are very meticulously ordered and have biological functions that wouldn't operate, right? They wouldn't function if they were even slightly different. That's what I'm saying. Like I think so it's very similar to like it's the fine tuning argument, right? It applies to biology, to physics, to quantum, to cosmological scale, all that. It's like fine tuning. Being as, for example, like the mainstream. I covered this last night actually on my channel, but like the mainstream talks about how stars were formed, right? And that hydrogen transitions into helium, blah blah blah. If the strong force was 2% stronger or weaker, it wouldn't be able to transition from hydrogen to helium the way that it does in just the right way that it creates that process. Now, obviously, I don't believe that's how stars are made, but my point is that even within like the mainstream belief systems, it requires fine tuning, and this applies from the small to the big. I mean, including biology or even just physics in general. That everything is constantly seeking like this ordered equilibrium and blah blah blah.
Yeah, even like the sun's distance, they say if it was just inches closer or further away, we couldn't survive here on Earth. Like that's how precise and intelligently designed or non-random, if you want to use that, it has to be. In their own words, right? Like in their own model, it can't have it both ways. I don't think.
Yeah, They have many problems, right? Like they have like another fine-tuning problem is the flatness problem, that the universe is supposedly flat, right? But it started at singularity and then exploded or expanded. And it would have negative or positive curvature if something explodes. Like if you throw a grenade, it explodes, it's omnidirectional, right? The explosion doesn't just go out horizontally, it goes in all directions. But the universe is, even within their own paradigm, flat. And so it has to basically be net zero energy. Because if it wasn't, then it would be positive or negative curvature, but it's not. And so they claim that it's like 0.0, it's like 0.7001. It's that close to zero, right? And it's completely flat. So when you do you actually do a mathematical analysis of it, it's basically impossible mathematically that would happen. So even within their own paradigm, they need like some type of intent or fine tuning to make it happen. And they introduced the idea of the inflation theory, and that there were inflatons at the beginning, and it made it just inflate so quickly out horizontally that actually canceled out the curvature from the explosion or whatever. And they just make up all kinds of things, but yeah, I mean, that's just an example in cosmology. Then you have like the sun and the moon being the same size, so much so that you can have perfect total eclipses, but supposedly the sun's 400 times bigger than the moon. And that's just an aesthetic thing. That doesn't affect sustainability or anything. That's just how we see in the sky, right? Like just what they look like in the sky. It's nothing to do with if we can survive here or anything like that. So that's just a random coincidence on top of, oh, we're just that close to the sun that we can sustain life. But they're unrelated. That's the argument. The argument is when it's reoccurring, it's logically impossible that it would be random. So it's like the idea, and I'll stop ranting, but it's like the idea that everyone's heard of putting the world's most complex timepiece in a mason jar and shaking it up and seeing if that after a quadrillion years, eventually it would become that timepiece. Like each little screw would fall right where they need to and start screwing themselves in as you just randomly shake it. Right, that right there on its face is just ridiculous. But now what has to happen is you have to line up thousands of mason jars and start shaking them, and then they all have to make the watch at the same time.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's not just that one random act over time. It's multiple things that are the same random acts over huge amounts of times you can't even prove exist. Like you can't even prove that amount of time exists, much less getting that random act of several different things. Like it's not even just several. It's an amount of things you can't even like bring me a list of. Because once you do that, the list grows in other ways. Like I think that's how it's done though, right? Like even if you just go up to a person and ask them how the universe is flat, and they start explaining it and run into problems, it'll get to a point where they'll say, you don't understand, right? When in fact, it's unexplainable. No one can understand it. It's a weird thing. I've seen it happen in here a lot, but what do you mean I don't understand? I don't think anyone understands it, right? Like, so why would it be, put forth as some, be all?
Yeah, it's just infinite appeal to possibility.
What was the argument you were making on that debate, Austin, with that? You remember the creation versus atheism debate? You were talking about energy only going one way. Can you remember?
Yeah. Like
what was that one? That was a good one.
The second law of thermodynamics. So entropy will always increase. So all systems will spontaneously seek equilibrium. So if you apply that to the universe, then that means that the amount of usable energy, because all that energy is being used to seek equilibrium, that means the amount of usable energy is always decreasing, and it's decreasing progressively, like in that one direction, which means that it had to have a beginning.
It's not always decreasing in all systems. You said all systems.
Yes,
overall, hold on. Not in all systems. Every system that is decreasing in entropy means that there has to be others that are increasing by a slightly either equal or slightly greater amount. So
the amount of usable energy in the universe is decreasing.
You always do this. Can I just finish my thought?
You're just
So what I'm
changing the
saying,
subject. This is just disingenuous, bad faith bullshit.
It's not. You say that entropy is some kind of force or a law. Entropy is not a force. It's just a measure of what happened.
I never said it was a force.
He wasn't talking about that?
Entropy is not a force. It does not do anything.
When did I say it was a force? When did I say it was a force?
You said it. You said everything is forced to have entropy increase.
No. See, now you're just making. This is what I'm
Entropy
saying.
always
This is just
increases in
bad
all
faith.
systems. You said entropy
This is
increases
annoying
in all
already.
systems.
You're already annoying the hell.
Wait, you said entropy increases in all systems. It increases overall.
I said entropy is always increasing in the universe, dude. Why do you do stuff like
all
that?
systems you said.
Why do you? No, I didn't. I said systems spontaneously seek equilibrium. Answer the question point blank. Answer the question. Answer this question. Is the amount of usable energy in the universe decreasing over time?
Yes.
Okay, so all this bullshit that you jumped in to say is completely irrelevant.
No, you brought
It's
up
just
the
a
second
bad
law.
faith tactic. You just argue to argue, dude.
No, it's not true. You brought it. You even said it again the second time. You said that entropy, all systems, entropy goes up.
Dude, he
I
just
never
asked
said
you the question you
You
agreed
said it
to.
twice, actually.
He just asked you the question that makes his point. What are you arguing about now?
All systems seek
You guys
equilibrium.
agree, Zanuck, you guys agree. The universe is decreasing in
Yes.
its usable energy.
No, the
You
increase.
guys agree. What are you arguing about? It is like you're
He's right.
arguing just
The
to
energy
argue.
in the universe, the
That's what
usable
he's
energy in
doing.
the universe goes down with time. But all systems
Okay.
hold on. But all systems seeking equilibrium doesn't mean that the entropy in all systems go down or go up in those systems. They can go down as well. For
It's
example,
just a non sequitur. This is just a non sequitur.
not really.
No, yeah, no. Non sequitur means it's not sequential to my point.
I know
You do
what
this
it
all the
means.
time. Stop interrupting me. You do this all the time. Someone makes a point, and what you do is you jump in, you bastardize what they say, and then force your point in it to just completely throw their point away.
No,
you do that every single time you speak.
I
You
didn't
just
mean
try
to
to
do
throw
that.
the other person's point away. What was my point that you're trying to just change the subject from?
I think you're talking about that everything is seeking equilibrium. You said the second law of thermodynamics that dictates that things are seeking equilibrium.
That's
And
not what I
what
said. See, this is the problem. You don't
I'm
listen
interpreting it
to
that
what's
way.
actually said, but then you jump in to change the subject.
Why
Do you
don't
not
we-
see that that's just disrespectful?
Okay,
Do you not see it's just
why don't you say it again real quick, slower, and I'll respond to it. How about that? Because I'm not doing it
Okay.
discontinuously. I'm doing it to actually correct what I thought was an error in your view of how systems actually work and what this.
Well, we've
this
discovered that it's your error because you're not actually listening.
Let's say it again real quick. Let's have it out right here. Go ahead. What did
Okay.
you say?
He asked me about the argument I made in the atheism creationism debate, right? And about the energy of the universe, and I explained that applying the second law of thermodynamics, entropy is increasing in the universe, therefore the amount of usable energy is decreasing progressively, which would denote that there was a starting point.
Yeah, that was different, which is the first time, but that's fine. I'm okay with that.
That's exactly what I said the first time.
You were talking about
It's the same, dude.
brought up the second
Exactly the
law.
same.
The second law is
It
more
didn't
about
change
direction
anything.
of heat. Entropy is a
And
property.
what's so
of the
funny is,
second
like,
law.
I can just quote Stephen Hawking. He's like, you want to act like, oh, that's not a good point about it. Like, no, it's your own paradigms. Top people have pointed this out for decades now. Stephen Hawking explains that the application of the second law of thermodynamics seems to suggest that there was definitely a beginning to the universe because it is a progressive decrease in usable energy, just like the progression of human evolution, quote unquote, that would require there be a starting point to progress from. So logical application of the second law of thermodynamics to the universe would require there be a beginning to the universe. And that is Stephen Hawking, who's also quoting Arthur Eddington in that quote.
I agree. I agree with that.
Okay,
statement.
and any theory that you have that goes against the Arthur Eddington says, so oftentimes people will say, oh, well, my observation doesn't match with the theory. My theory must be wrong, but that's not necessarily true. Your actual observations could be wrong. But when it comes to the second law of thermodynamics, if your theory doesn't work with the second law, it is destined to fail. It is useless. It's destined to oblivion. It cannot work. Anything going against second law. So apply that to the universe. That means there had to be a beginning. And that was, he asked me to reiterate my argument that I had in the debate, and that's what I did. Then you jumped in and you're like, with it, you think that everything, you think entropy and other systems do that. Like, what are you doing?
No, the way you had worded it, there was an error in that logic that was specifically pertaining to what you had said before that. Now you said something a little bit different, which I more agree with. The fact that, yes, the entropy of the universe is increasing over time, which means the usable energy in the universe is also decreasing.
We're so glad you agree.
No, hold on.
I
But
didn't change
it doesn't
anything that
mean
I said. This is where you have to just lie instead of, because you have such a pride problem, dude. Your ego is
don't.
out of this world.
I already said
Stop.
Go ahead.
So no, you didn't just say it. You just reiterated that actually I said it wrong the first time, and that since then I've changed it. No, what actually happened was you don't listen ever. You argue just to argue. You made up something I didn't say, and now you have too much pride to just admit you were wrong. So can you just please stop?
Yeah, let's just
It's just
move
a waste
on.
of time.
Whatever got said, it's all cleared up, and you guys agree. I mean, entropy's increasing in the universe.
Yep. So so when you apply the first and second law, that's when the atheist has the problem, right? Because the first law, right, matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed. Okay. Well, then that only gives you really two options. Either the matter and energy that's in this universe was created from outside of this universe by something supernatural, meaning it's not confined to natural law like the first law. Or option two is it was just always here, right? But then the second law shows you that it couldn't have just always been here. There has to be a beginning, which now brings us back to the first one, which means the only option left is that something supernatural outside of this universe created the matter and energy that's here.
They can't use the argument it's always been here because we know there was a beginning because of entropy.
Well,
Correct.
That was
to talk about.
that was the crux of the thing, and the guy got really I don't know the guy's name, but he got really stuck on that, and it was such a obvious point, such a very logical, very obvious point. He was like, well, entropy might not have existed at that point. It might have been different physics, or so basically that was his argument.
But when he does that, what he's actually doing is invoking the supernatural. Like that dude was being so disingenuous and interrupting so much, we couldn't actually draw the point out. But when you say, oh, maybe the first law didn't apply then, or maybe the second law didn't apply then, you're saying that, okay, there's a time or place that natural law does not apply, which means by definition, it's supernatural. Right? That's the actual definition of supernatural, not confined to natural law.
Well, can I make a comment about that real quick? There's a chance that, let me give an example. What if the universe started as we know it, this rapid expansion, and then as it gets older and spread out, suddenly these other forces force it to a maximum kind of apex of this expansion, and then starts to contract again. It becomes has a cyclical nature. That wouldn't defy the second law. It wouldn't defy anything that's known about the entropic characteristics of most systems.
No, you're not even actually understanding the implications of what you just said. Some other forces are introduced. You're invoking a causal mechanism external to the energy here. Okay, that's what you're doing to create the cyclical mechanism. Yeah.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, you have to hold on. If the energy is decreasing, you would have to add energy to get the energy to either have more energy. You know what I'm saying? So it's exactly what Wit's saying.
Yeah, or to cycle or quote unquote contract, you're going to have to introduce some type of energy or force or causal mechanism to cause that to happen. That's going to have to be external to the current energy because the usable energy is decreasing.
That's well said. You actually refined this pretty nicely because before I was having an issue with this in my head and shit, but it sounds good, better now.
Yeah. If you apply the first and second laws of thermodynamics to this quote unquote universe, atheism cannot exist.
Well, I for one believe that there had to be some type of intelligent design and a creator. It has to be. It just seems too perfect and too amazing to just happen naturally. That's my personal view. It's not scientific as far as the body of science feels, but I do think that there could be other factors in the system that could force it to be and cause it to be cyclical. And the cyclical doesn't defy the laws of physics.
I just told you what was more energy.
No, you didn't.
Have to add more energy.
If there's a container, for example, you have a system where the entropy of the particular system that you're looking at, you're focused on, your boundaries are set.
Let me try.
That if you're not including the structure that contains it, you guys like this container idea. Well, the container would then force it then to start contracting again. And once it got to the edges, it might have enough energy to start contracting, and then the energy, then the densities would change and the distribution of energy would change. Even though the energy overall in the system, the usable energy could have gone down, it doesn't mean that the energy in the system, or the entropy in part of the system, could start going back down again.
Okay, you have an X amount of energy in the universe, right? Right now, there's a number. That number is decreasing. In order for it to increase, you would have to add more energy to the X number, right?
No.
No, you can get it to increase without adding a number to
We're not
the
talking
X
about the
number that's
energy
decreasing.
increasing. We're not talking about the energy increase. We're talking about the usable energy. The energy's
Yeah,
still there.
usable energy, it's going to zero.
Do you know what the equation is for entropy? You know, it's a ratio, right? All it is a ratio. It's heat divided by temperature, right? You understand that? So just all we're saying is that the temperature would then change. The temperature could change, or the heat would change, but it doesn't say there's any more
And in
energy.
order,
There's no more energy. There's
There's a
usable energy.
finite amount of heat. Let's get down to the nitty gritty.
they call
Stop
it the cold death.
doing what? Yeah,
Heat
you're
is called
doing
heat
it
death,
again,
actually.
Sonic.
It's not the point. The point is there's a number for the amount of energy you have in the universe right now. If you want that energy to if you want that number, so at some point it's going to hit zero. If you want that number to increase, you have to add to it.
No,
You
the
can't make
energy
that
doesn't.
number bigger without adding to that number, obviously, right?
The
Do we
energy
know
is
how
not
numbers
changing.
work?
The
The
energy is not
usable
changing.
amount of energy. The usable amount of energy.
Usable. Yes.
Yes.
That's going down.
If you have this
Doesn't mean that.
cycle thing and another Big Bang in a zillion years, that's going to be usable energy, right?
No, the energy is still there. It's just whether it's usable or not. The best way to look at it is the energy is being spread out, so it's not usable. That's kind of the more generic way of looking at it, the more correct way, rather than other types of simple explanations. The energy is still there. The energy didn't change. Still available. It's just not available
But
to
not
the way it was.
usable. It's not usable. Yeah.
Yes. It's
Yeah.
useless.
So if there was if the cycle thing were to happen and everything went to a crunch and then another Big Bang and it's a big cycle, the usable energy would obviously have to increase some point throughout that cycle.
Yeah, the usable
It
energy
can't
would
be
have to go
this.
up. Correct. And
Yeah, it can't be this. Go ahead.
Yeah, it would have to have some kind of external factor or force, forcing it to compress again. Maybe it hits the boundaries of this container and then reverbs off of that and starts moving forward, moving toward the center again. And something could be causing it to be cyclic. That doesn't defy laws of physics or the second law. The second law only talks about the direction that heat moves. Entropy is a property of the second law. It just talks about this ratio. There's two ways of looking at it, Boltzian or Clausian, but the ratio of actually heat to temperature. It's just a ratio.
It's just he argues just to argue.
No, I'm not actually. It's a profound argument and
Nothing
thought
you're saying is profound.
No, not it's what you're saying. It's what we're saying. We're all saying it. Is that is this natural? Could this be random? That this source of energy that started at some point expands and then can actually repeat itself, or that if it did
Like, this is
start
what I'm
from some
saying.
point,
So
yeah.
Zanuck, you say that you think there was a creator or some type of intelligent agency.
Yes.
But then you want to sit here and argue for the idea that there doesn't have to be one, and then you don't actually address the point specifically or make any coherent point whatsoever. But that's not even what you think. You think there would have to be one, which means by definition you are arguing just to argue.
No, I'm not arguing just to argue. I'm arguing to understand what parts of the system, the universe, that you think is due to divine intervention or intelligent design. The parts you're claiming, the fact that it had to have a beginning, is the argument you're making. And I think that's not necessarily true. It could still be this cyclical, random type of system.
It can't be cyclical because the amount of usable energy is progressively decreasing. So in order for something to progressively decrease, it has to have a starting point.
It could change directions. We see this all ice freezing, melting, freezing again. That's an example.
It's energy's being added, dude. Come on, Zanuck, bro. Listen to me. If you have the Big Bang, okay, there's a certain amount of energy after that. Zanuck, please just listen. Hear me out. There's the Big Bang. There's X amount of energy. That number, X amount of usable energy. That energy is decreasing. If it's a cycle, and at some point there's another Big Bang, there would have to be an increase in usable energy, right?
Yeah, the energy would change forms. It'd be actually get closer together. It'd be less spread out. Something would have to force it to be less spread out.
Yes, so there would have to be an increase in energy. So you would have to have
No.
some an increase in usable energy. Sorry, nitpicking.
Yes.
You're such a little nitpicker.
It's not
There would have
nitpicking.
to
It's
be
actually
an
one of the fundamental
increase.
parts of this.
Okay, man. All right. Dude, this is what I you have the universe. There's X amount of usable energy right now. That energy is decreasing. If it's a cycle, at some point that amount of usable energy would have to increase. You would need something external, some energy from outside to make that number increase. It's pretty simple, dude. I don't know how you don't get this.
Well, no, all this energy, if we have a containment, if the universe are in these bubbles that some of the theories talk about, maybe this expanding, all the matter that's expanding, all the energy that is getting more and more spread out and becoming less usable, hits the container in this change of momentum of these masses or whatever is hitting the container's edge, could force it to change direction, and then it would start compressing. Because the energy is still there, it just isn't usable because it's spread out. Doesn't mean there's any more energy in the universe. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed. That's the first law that Witzit mentioned earlier.
This is a terrible You're freestyling this off the top of your head, or what?
Yeah.
No, yeah, it's just awful. It just doesn't make any sense,
Not
dude.
awful.
It's
It
just
makes
so
sense.
stupid, dude. It doesn't, bro.
If there's a container, if you had, let's make a small system where we think entropy in that system. If processes are happening in a small container, and you would understand that every process happens, there would be a loss of usable energy. The energy in the container would not change because it's contained. But if this thing expands and hits the edges of the containers and reverberates, it goes back down and recompresses and becomes a cycle, doesn't mean that through the process of the cyclical nature of this, if there's a net zero loss in usable energy, then entropy would not change. But that would be breaking another law, that the perpetual motion idea. But there could be a situation where this expansion of the system inside of this container hits the walls and then reverses back and starts compressing again.
And then it's going to bounce back and forth, and eventually the energy, it doesn't matter because the energy is still decreasing. If that bounces a million times off the wall, yeah, this is a terrible freestyle, Xanic.
No,
you
it's
get
not.
put off stage for this.
No. There are different types of systems that don't have losses, that there are net in the process. There is no loss in usable energy.
Xanic, we already know there's a loss. It doesn't change. Hold on, Xanic, we already know there's a loss in usable energy because you already agreed the usable energy is decreasing. Hello?
It's just wasting our time.
The energy.
I know. Just stop, Jen. Just stop. Just stop.
Well, I mean, you want to get in this profound conversation. I thought it's good to delve into.
You're not even at the table, dude.
Oh, come on! You're so smart, Witzit. Come on,
There's
really?
nothing to do with that. It's just like you're here in bad faith.
My idea is not as good as your idea. You're saying you start throwing out these terms, saying this for sure has to have a beginning and end, which means you need a creator to have a beginning and an end. And then
I didn't even say that. That's not why I'm arguing this. You can never okay, here's the deal, buddy. Right? You claim you think there's a creator, but then you argue for just the argument's sake that there doesn't have to be one. Then you consistently straw man the other person's position, and then you monologue and force your own point into it, throwing their point away. By definition, that's bad faith. Okay? So you're here in bad faith, bro. You're not approaching the conversation with good faith. That's why I find it to be annoying. I just now pointed out you want to actually address it. That's cool, but you're not, right? The first law, matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed. Okay? Okay? That's what the first law is. So do you know what the philosophy of naturalism is?
No.
Okay. So naturalism is basically everything can be explained with natural laws or the scientific method. It is the basically the observational study of the material world, right? And then there's a specific branch called methodological naturalism, and that would be like, well, the scientific method approach to understanding the world. That basically nothing exists, nothing can exist that does not adhere to natural law, and everything that exists is confined to natural law. The philosophy of naturalism. Okay, that is the predominant philosophy of someone that would claim to be atheist or even claim that atheism was possible. Naturalism. Okay, I just now directly refuted that philosophy, thus atheism, right? Because if you apply the first law of thermodynamics, which is a natural law, that means the matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed. Well, we have matter and energy here. So we have two options. Option A is that it was always here. So it wasn't created nor destroyed. So it didn't violate the first law because it was just always here. Option two is it came from outside of here, and was created outside of this universe by something that can create matter energy. Thus, it isn't limited to natural law. Thus, it is by definition supernatural. So our two options is it was always here, or option two is that it was an external supernatural source that created it. Okay. Now, if you pick the first one, because atheists wouldn't hate to pick the second one, obviously. If you pick the first one, then you have a problem with the second law. Okay, because the amount of usable energy is decreasing progressively. For something to progress in a certain direction, right, and decrease, that means it's decreasing from a starting point in order to be progressive. Very basic logic. So now we apply the second law to our first question, and we're left with one option. One option. So using the naturalist's own natural law, it is required to acknowledge that there was some external supernatural source that created the matter and energy here.
I just want to add to that real quick, if I may. So like in my philosophy, entropy and atrophy weren't always a thing. They were a byproduct of something that occurred in the past. And the idea that entropy always existed, I mean, that's not, I don't think that can be substantiated. I mean, if there's something that exists outside of space and time, right? Like you're saying, supernatural, that thing isn't imposed by the laws of entropy, right? That thing is eternal. And I do believe that there can be an existence without decay, without decomposition, without aging, without death and suffering. And I think that at one point in the beginning, we had that, and something went wrong, gravely wrong with existence. And now we are in a gradual decline. Since the beginning, we've been in a gradual decline, and the energy is dissipating. And if the universe is expanding, like you're saying, even in your own model, this would have to be the case.
That's just not how it works, though, is it? I mean, I'm just saying you can say, well, that's not how it works now. Well, everything that has a birth has a death here. That's just how it works, how it recycles itself. The system continuously recycles, whereas...
Can I respond to what's it real quick?
Oh, go on then.
Thank you. No, what I was referring to is a reversible process. So if there are reversible processes, which could be a principle of our universe, maybe this whole thing expands, hits a container, and starts contracting again. Entropy, the second law only says that entropy has to be no change, or it has to go up. It doesn't say it can't, and it says it can't go down overall. So what we're saying is not going down. It can go up, and then go back to zero again. It could be no entropy change, and still this process where the usable energy is converted into unusable energy and then goes back to usable energy again with no change in entropy if it's a reversible process. And there are reversible processes in the world. You understand that, right? Where the change of entropy is zero.
Yeah, but in order for that to happen, in order for the usable energy to increase, there would have to be some external source of energy.
No.
Yeah. Okay, give us an example. Give us a real life example.
A reversible process.
Give us a real life specific example.
Think about
Thanks for playing. You're just here in bad faith, dude.
No, I'm not. You don't think are there any reversible processes in physics?
Well, you haven't named one. You can't even name one. So.
Well, I was going to think of ice. No, I have a few of them in my head. It's been a long time I thought about this. Hold on a second. Let me think about this.
Give him a minute.
Well, yeah, ice. No, that's not a good one.
No, it's not a good one. That's right.
Law. He's trying to think of some process that breaks the second law. Let's hear it.
I know. How crazy is that, bro? He's sitting here trying to argue against the second law of thermodynamics.
Well, the one I'm talking about would be an example of the reversible process. If the universe expanded, hit the edges, and then collapsed again. Bro, yes, that would be an example.
This is bad, bro.
That's not a real life example.
This is bad.
Go on mute until you come up with a good one, Zanuck. Go on mute until you come up with a good one.
This is embarrassing. We got to delete this whole stream now. I mean, I feel bad.
Well, I don't want to go into the details The Carnot engines. Hold on. Carnot engines are examples of reversible processes, but I don't want to get into the
What
Carnot
is?
engine. I want to just
Wait,
think
what
more
is?
simple. The Carnot engines.
Oh, so there's not external energy introduced to the engine?
No,
What?
Why are
there's
you
not.
not a billionaire, dude?
Danik, come on, man. What is happening right now?
That is the reversible process. It's an example of one.
Dude,
But
you
I want
can't
to
even
get a better
say it. I
one.
can hear it in your tone that you can't even say it without
I'm
almost
thinking.
laughing.
I'm trying to think.
He's laughing,
Going through
man. This
pages
is
of a physics book
upriver
right now to see
logic.
if I can remember which one is a good
This
example.
is
This
upriver
dude's
logic.
he's trying to argue against the second law of thermodynamics. He's trying to
Yeah.
tell us that there's an engine that runs without external energy. Shut up, dude.
It doesn't say
This
that it's
is St.
running without
Lawrence,
external energy.
Zanuck,
It says that the
upriver
process
logic.
transfer.
Water flowing upriver, no, Zanuck?
No,
Why
that's
are we
not.
even talking to you,
Well, that's
Zanuck?
what you
Why?
should
I
have
don't know.
used, Zanuck. That's what you
No.
should have used for this cycle. That you should have used the St.
Well,
Lawrence
let's go back
River
to the
going
water. My
uphill.
first one was water. Let's talk about water freezing. So freezing
You
water.
guys want to know the definition? You guys want to know the definition for the Carnot engine?
I know what the definition. Let's talk about freezing water and melting point.
The definition is an ideal frictionless engine which operates in a Carnot cycle. Now you want to know the definition for a Carnot cycle?
I know what the definition of Carnot cycle
A
is.
hypothetical cycle consisting of 4 reversible processes in succession.
Right. But let's talk about water freezing. Freezing water.
No, concede that what you're saying is ridiculous, hypothetical,
It's not
idealized
ridiculous.
nonsense.
It's the idea that if we have a universe that has no losses, it's a perfect system, and it could be that way, that it could expand, the energy, usable energy would go down, hits the container, and then starts the process to contract again. Now that would not require any more energy outside of the universe. The energy is already there. It's just being converted between unusable and usable because it's spread out and now it's collapsing and being compressed and
my God.
contracting.
Here,
That
let me just read
impossible.
this. Let me just read Stephen
Not
Hawking, right?
impossible.
Because we'll just read like one of your priests so we can cut to the chase, okay? This is Stephen Hawking in the beginning of time. Quote, this argument about whether or not the universe had a beginning persisted into the 19th and 20th centuries. It was conducted mainly on the basis of theology and philosophy, with little consideration of observational evidence. This may have been reasonable given the notoriously unreliable character of cosmological observations until fairly recently. The cosmologist Sir Arthur Eddington once said, quote, don't worry if your theory doesn't agree with observations, because they are probably wrong. But if your theory disagrees with the second law of thermodynamics, it is in bad trouble. In fact, the theory that the universe has existed forever is in serious difficulty with the second law of thermodynamics. The second law states that disorder always increases with time. Like the argument about human progress, it indicates that there must have been a beginning. Stephen Hawking.
Yeah, and they talk about the arrow of time, an egg. Once you crack an egg, it can never be reformed. I mean, it's logic. There's no way around that. Yeah.
No, I agree, and I think whoever brought it up a second ago is true. It's hypothetical, but I'm saying it could be possible that there isn't there's no friction in the universe. These Carnot engines has friction. They have other losses of energy that preclude it from being completely reversible. Otherwise, you could have perpetual motion machines. But in the universe,
you want to know where your argument is destined for humiliation. Let's just read what Eddington said about this. If your theory is found to be against the second law of thermodynamics, i.e., everything that Zanek's pretending to propose right now,
it's not.
I can give you no hope. There is nothing for your theory but to collapse into the deepest humiliation.
Okay, so what is the flaw in the idea that we have a universe that follows the second law, follows ideas of entropy, and how this system could be reversible? All the processes in our universe could be reversible.
When you add more energy to them, yes.
No energy needs to be added.
Okay,
no,
just because you say
your only
so?
example.
No,
Hold on, your only example.
A Carnot engine is an example of
no,
entropy
it's not
changing.
Zanuck.
And no energy is needed.
That engine is an idea in somebody's mind. That's not even a real thing, bro.
It is a real thing. It's an example they talk about for entropy. When we talk about Boltzmann or Clausian type of entropy, especially Clausian. This is the reversible process is talked about throughout the studies of entropy.
Did you hear what Percentage read about the definition of this Carnot engine?
Yes, it's hypothetical because you can't
You
have
were asked
you
for
can't
a real world example.
well
World example,
ice
and that's what example you gave.
ice melting and freezing and near the melting point. That is actually a real world example.
There's
But I'm just saying,
energy
This
added.
has energy.
no, it doesn't. Not the melting point. But let's talk about the if this Carnot engine could have no friction, which in the universe maybe overall there could be a perfect scenario where there's no losses. There isn't any of these losses. Maybe it can expand and contract. And maybe over time you could be even
Dude,
be
this is so
losing energy.
stupid. This is so stupid.
It's
Let's
not.
talk
It's,
about the water real fast. Let's talk about, okay, water's going to melt, okay? So the ice is going to melt, right?
mhm.
Or so the solid's going to turn into a liquid, right?
Yeah.
Okay, how does that happen?
The covalent bonds are broken.
Oh, so the attractive forces holding the molecules together are overcome with energy.
Energy is released and required for it to freeze and to also have those bonds break. Yes.
Okay. So, and
Does this
same
help
thing
you?
if the molecules are same thing if it's going to go from liquid to vapor, right? So you're actually overcoming the molecular attraction. That requires energy.
Yeah. Zanuck, what the heck? How does this help you?
All I'm saying is that
By you talking with him
there
nonstop.
are reversible processes.
That's how.
If the universe is a reversible process overall, all these processes are reversible. You could have an expanding universe that would hit an apex, a maximum, and then return and collapse down into a point of singularity again. It could be a cycle. I'm not the only scientist in the world that's ever proposed this. It's acting like this is like some kind of Greek or
The only
some
way
other
it could be a
language.
cycle
No.
if there was an external source of energy to create that causal mechanism. I said that the second you brought it up.
Or you believe in perpetual motion, which is a violation of the second law.
What's the violation of the second law?
Perpetual motion.
Yes.
Yes, but you have to
Guess
believe
what?
in perpetual motion for this thing you're saying. This thing you're saying is perpetual motion,
We're not
Zanuck.
talking about engines. That those systems that we know that would have a net loss in usable energy. That's entropic, measurably entropic characteristics. We're talking about the entire universe, though. If the whole entire universe was could be reversible. It's a possibility. That's all I'm saying.
Dude, this
That's
is so
perpetual
stupid.
motion. That's perpetual motion, which is in violation of the second law.
Do you understand?
I do
He doesn't. I
understand.
don't know if he gets it yet.
Yes, he
Okay, do you
does. He's
understand that?
playing with you.
Yeah.
Yes, he
Yeah, I know.
He's playing
understands.
with us.
If you have to
These
invoke
processes,
something,
we could.
listen, dude, if you have to invoke something that doesn't adhere to natural law, it is by definition what?
You can't play this game with me like that, right? What's it? We can have, for example, ice melting. Even though
I'm
ice
asking the question again.
ice
I'm
can
asking
melt.
the question
Hold
again.
on. Even though ice
I'm
can melt and freeze and not lose much temperature, overall the universe could continue to expand and contract, even if you had the losses. Now,
Hey,
at
if you
some
have
point
to
in time,
invoke something that doesn't adhere to natural law, it is by definition what?
impossible.
Supernatural.
Possible, yes, but we're not talking about that. We're talking
No,
about
no, no,
adhering
not
to natural law.
impossible. Not impossible. Supernatural.
Yeah, supernatural means impossible because supernatural doesn't exist. So
No,
we're
no, it
talking about
doesn't mean
if
impossible. It means it's attributed to some force beyond the laws of nature.
Which is what you're describing with this perpetual motion universe you got going on.
No, it can
Exactly.
be an idea.
You're trying to defy the second law of thermodynamics.
It can be an idealized case, could it not? I mean, couldn't the universe be an idealized case where there are a perfect situation for all these factors to allow for reversible processes?
No, it would have to not adhere to the second law.
Why is that?
Oh my God!
The second
We're moving
law
on. We got to move
specifically
on.
talks about reversible processes.
I agree.
Well, no, you said Does a reversible process not exist?
We're losing viewers
Nice,
because of this.
No.
nice straw man.
If
No,
you have
no,
a
a
reversible
reversible process exists when there's an external source of energy.
No, that's not true.
Yes.
No.
Well,
You
then
don't
we
need
asked you for an
external
example.
energy.
You brought, bro. You literally.
Now you're showing your
Hey,
ignorance.
can you admit you were wrong when you brought up water and ice?
Case, it is reversible. Yes, it's not
Can you
wrong.
admit you were wrong? Because in order for the solid, the ice, to turn to a liquid, you have to overcome the molecular attractive forces, which would require energy.
The energy.
Do I
is
actually
still
have to
there.
start citing? I have to start citing this stuff. Are we in third grade?
Does the melting of ice
Like
produce
people do like literally like tune off. I know people that are like, yeah, as soon as that comes, I shut off.
You don't need.
Yeah, I'm just gonna disengage from him.
I'm sorry that they do say that. I didn't mean that to insult you.
Do you guys know what hey, Zanuck, do you know what, or not Zanuck, but anyone, do you guys know what the etymology of supernatural is? Like, it comes from Latin, right? Super meaning above or beyond or outside of, not limited to.
Like a creator of the natural.
That's right. So the naturalist has to invoke something that is beyond or outside of natural law. Okay.
Which Zanuck already agreed he believes in, and now is saying
But
he
then
doesn't
just,
believe.
yeah, then just argue to argue. Yeah, which is literally the definition of bad faith.
I'm
Faith is arguing just to argue.
I'm throwing it out there that possibly the universe could have spontaneous system reactions, could have reversible processes that would allow it to expand and contract indefinitely. If it was an idealized system, doesn't break any
Thank you.
laws.
Duly noted.
Entropy
Let's move
remember
on.
the second law says that entropy will always go up in a system. It can be zero. It cannot change at all in the system. It just cannot go down. All it says is
Let me read this real quick. All right, let me read this real quick. Hold on one second.
But that's what it says. So it doesn't
What
say
you're
anything.
describing.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
Zanuck, what you're describing is this universe being in perpetual motion, right? This cycle that never ends, right?
Right.
Right. So a perpetual motion machine is a hypothetical machine that can do work infinitely without an external energy source. This kind of machine is impossible as it would violate either the first or second law of thermodynamics or both. That's from Wikipedia.
Yeah, we're getting beyond the Wikipedia definition. That's more generic.
I'm done,
Yeah,
dude. I'm done. You should be punished for this.
We're talking about
Do to deserve this.
reversible
The ones talking to him should be punished.
We're talking about reversible systems. We're talking about spontaneous systems, spontaneous reactions.
Hey, Witsit, I just want to say y'all's talk the other night on ether cosmology with Dr. Bennett, hearing a man that has a PhD but also adheres and holds fast to faith and understanding that our realm does have supernatural was refreshing and opposite of this.
Yeah, it was cool, man. That's a smart guy, bro.
Yeah, dude, he's super based. I like everything he says, and he's open. Like, y'all don't agree on everything, but that's fine. You know, let's just talk.
Yeah, very smart guy.
That's a good argument. What's this? This shit's fire right there.
Yeah, I agree. Not necessarily my
Next
argument,
topic.
right?
Can I ask Zanuck something?
Yeah, go ahead. But to reduce your opponent to have to go to perpetual motion, that's pretty good. Especially when you're arguing the second law of thermodynamics, it's pretty good.
Not really perpetual motion, but we're talking about reversible processes
In perpetuity.
in perpetuity, and we're also talking about a zero change in entropy.
Bye.
Which follows the natural law, the second law of thermodynamics, which talks about as a property entropy.
All right, nice seeing you. Talk to you later. Bye. Oh, sorry. Was I hot micing? Sorry.
Go ahead, Rakia.
Sorry to get you excited, Zanuck, but I was joking.
Well, I hope to God that was a joke. I was gonna say, what the heck? As you were, Zanuck.
Not as you were.
No, how about them
If it
New
was a
York
reversible
Rangers?
process, if it was a reversible process, then it wouldn't be perpetual motion, right? Everything would need to like stop and then go the other way or something like that. It'd be like a
You're a
bipolar
masochist, huh?
thing. I suck. No. I meant that to. Did I say that out loud? So stupid. I didn't mean to say it out loud.
Melting ice is a reversible process. But the problem is the energy in the surrounding environment is the issue with
it's a problem.
melting ice and freezing ice.
Yeah. Yeah, what do you got on the channel? New stuff? I've heard some good things. What's new right now? Not trying to change the topic abruptly. Yeah, no, I was just wondering, like, you got some new videos, like shorts or something like that?
Yeah. Yeah, my boy Toby's helping me make some edited videos and short, and I'm kind of working on the process. But yeah, I'll just be pumping out a lot here soon.
Also, somebody said you're trying to like design your studio. You got gear picked out yet, or still thinking about it?
Well, I don't have the funding to do it right now. I mean, but I've been looking around. Yeah, I've been looking at. I mean, like just to get the cameras, because like say for a podcast, you actually need multiple cameras. You know, you need different angles, and then I need like a streaming camera, like I don't remember what they're called, Sony something. You have to buy the lens or whatever. So I'm kind of just doing the research and piecing. If you have suggestions as to like the type of cameras and stuff like that, I'm definitely open to whatever your suggestions are for like a podcast, for streaming, and for. Do I?
Yeah, I'm a total gear nerd. Yeah, I'm gonna talk to a friend and figure out a list of stuff that's cheap.
Cool, yeah. Yeah, that would be
Cheap
very cool.
good.
And
Like,
then,
do you have like a budge of any sort?
oh no, so like right now, dude, I'm just trying to figure out. I don't want to go too cheap, right? I mean, maybe used, right? I just want it to be good value, and then I'll add it all up, and I'll have to figure out how to try to get it funded after that. So, I mean, I started an LLC, trying to maybe get business funding, but my credit's pretty trash, so I'll have to work on that. I don't know. The budget part of it's just kind of. I don't want to go the cheap route, is what I'm saying. I want it to be good. So I don't really have to worry about doing it again, or I don't want to spend any money and then it just not be that good, you know.
Like having like a primary camera with really good autofocus, like a Lumix G6 or like a Sony A7S or something like that would be probably a good start. But you know that is pricey beginning. But anyway, good autofocus, you want that, right? And then I would say like the other like auxiliary cameras, you could probably just webcam them, and you could put that all punch it right into OBS. That would be my cheap way of doing it.
Yeah, the only problem is webcams suck, man. Like I've purchased quite a few good webcams over the years, and like the best webcams suck. Like so I forgot the name of it. I can drop a picture of the Sony. It's just obviously like when you buy these things, you also have to then go buy the lens. Have you ever heard of There's an app that's basically like eBay OfferUp. Have you ever heard of it?
I haven't used it, but I've looked at it before.
Yeah, so I'm trying to look through there too, but let me drop a picture of the one.
Yeah, lens wise on like a body like that, APS-C crop sensor probably. Yeah, something like really got to measure it out, like how big your room is, like because too much coverage is not going to matter, but you want like appropriate coverage. So probably like a 24, 28 millimeter, 35 maybe, something in there. But
Yo, Snacks, if they're stationary cameras and the seats are, you know, relatively permanent or whatever, stationary seating, why would you want autofocus?
Just for one? Just to have it. Yeah. Like if like, because also it could be like you know, you do your whatever Jerry Springer, thoughts of Jerry at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like you want to have like tight focus and good stuff like a vlog level.
So look, I'm looking
experience.
at. I was looking at this camera as one of the stream. Is this a good camera? As like, so that's to replace my webcam, meaning like this would just be on my desk for my stream. And then obviously I have to get a lens too. That's what sucks. But I'm not talking about that exact one or price or anything. I'm just talking about like that camera model. And then a lot of people are suggesting Sony instead of Canon. I don't know, man. I'm like, I
This
don't
is
know.
the R8. This is the EOS R10. Sheesh.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. I use the EOS M, which is like 10 years old. But it's like a hackable thing. You can get like your 4K on that. Probably the autofocus is going to be better on this, but I think the best autofocus is going to be on a Sony or a Panasonic. This has got better colors though, so you'd be fighting. If you go to Sony, you're kind of fighting weird color, so you need some kind of like adjustment LUT on. I would do this all like through OBS. So I don't know like how you stream, but
yeah, OBS.
yeah, so you can just do like you can do cameras in. Yeah, just take the HDMI out, and you just need like a little I think they're pretty cheap converters, and it'll like so you can USB and video feed. And you can do adjustments to that or chroma key it out or whatever. Do whatever you. That's the nice thing about using OBS as a front end for this.
Yeah, I guess someone said Sony A6500, and someone said the Sony A maybe 5500. I don't know. We'll figure it out, man. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
It's going to be a little bit before I get it all set up. So
Have New Perspective doesn't use his Sony camera. I'll just send it to you. No problem. He actually probably would do that. Let me bug him. I'm sure he'd be honored. I mean, just for a starter camera, I don't know. And then lens. What do you think about lenses percentage? Go with something new or something old. I like old lenses myself.
Yeah, sorry about that. I would go with the best that you could afford used. Like the best bang for buck would be used. Buy something off like Facebook or eBay or something like that.
I think those 7 Artisans
my
lenses look pretty good. I haven't yet used them. Have you ever tried the 7 Artisans lens? They're pretty highly recommended.
No, I don't know what those are.
Do you camera? You camera, right? You don't have it? You never?
I'm not a huge nerd, no.
I mean, it's like a recent lens. That's all. I'm using shit from the 70s and 50s.
For the price, the nifty 50 millimeter lens, the new one.
It would need a speed booster because it's like the crop is too much. It's nice to have the flexibility of getting the whole room or most of the room. So I think like an 18 is nice to have that, or you could just have like some kind of spherical webcam bullshit shot. But just like for like a B shot, because you can just like ultimately you want to have like a stream deck or something probably with, you know what I mean, that you're just controlling the shit with, and you have like a little monitor and you're fucking sitting with your homies around the table.
Yeah, I was streaming.
And then you can just like tap, camera changes or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, really, if eventually you would want someone else doing that. Like if I'm going to be like involved in the actual podcast, you want someone else that kind of switches the camera as different people talk. But it'll just be a process, man. But I just know that like, yeah, like this community doesn't really have like a professional podcast. Like it doesn't exist. I mean, like, what's the best you can really even point to? Like tinfoil hat, maybe. Right. So I just think that someone's got to do it.
Well, with like the what vlog style stuff is, and just try to, I don't know, like whatever else people do. But like if you're gonna have 3 people as a norm, then I don't know. I'd say just like prepare for like one camera angle, but that is like you don't need 3 cameras for that if you're on one table. Or you could just
Yeah,
have
you
like
don't
a table.
necessarily need multiple cameras, right? But like obviously the higher level production podcasts, like they pop the camera on the individual speaking, or if there's a lot of people, like, you know, limited to like the 3 people that are speaking or something. But
How
yeah,
high
I
are
mean
your
that would
ceilings?
be. I think the idea is that I would just add cameras over time if it became successful.
How high are your ceilings?
I don't know.
Your recessed
Pretty
lighting.
high.
It's just like lighting really matters a lot. The color of your walls, things like that can
Yeah,
cast like weird
that's what I was going to
secondary.
say. You
Nice.
can have a bad camera do all this like a cheaper version and have good lighting, and no one will know the difference. Don't spend a lot of money on these real fancy. You can literally use a new cell phone camera, and with good lighting, you can't tell what type of camera you're using. It's crazy.
Yeah, but you can't really use like you can't really use
But
a cell phone for like a
you see my
podcast
point,
launch.
though.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Don't go spend a bunch of money on a brand new camera to have a professional looking podcast that you can, you know, go into different people and do different things, because you're going to waste your money. You're going to be sick.
No, I'm really trying to get a used one, right? Like I'm trying to get a used one.
Sort of like a different route. If you go away from like the photographic cameras and stuff like that, you could go with something like a camcorder that's like meant for this and it's meant to like stay on, and you know, and you can also take it out. It's ruggedized. You know, some of these like old Sony ones, like $900, like you're making films. You know what I
No,
mean?
that's one thing
So-
I was thinking about too. So I could, like, if I go to NASA, or I go talk to people on the street, I can have like a camera guy with like one of the like camcorder things. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll pay for itself. I know it will.
I mean, it's the thing is, like, if you want to go out and shoot stuff that's like film quality and releasable and like in the format already, that's like, you know, there's a couple choices that are like, you know, sub $1,000 cameras that are kick ass, and they'll like, you can vlog with it, or you know, podcast with it, or maybe even shoot some documentary stuff. It'll like be flexible, something you can use across multiple endeavors.
Yeah, a lot of people are like, they'll comment like, "What's it? We don't care about the camera. We just come here to hear what you're saying and stuff." And I'm okay, cool, man. Thank you, but I'm trying to have this conversation like actually blow up, and you're not going to do that when the quality sucks. It's just not going to happen. You know, like you're competing with thousands of podcasts that all have like professional quality. How is Flat Earth going to stumble over there like the drunk guy down the street, right, and expect them to, you know, be taken seriously? Like, it's just not.
Well, content comes first, but the quality, you're exactly right on. Why do it if you don't, you know, you're not going to do it as good as you can? You're on the right track. I mean, I appreciate what you do, because I can't do it. I mean, right now, you know what I'm saying? People, a lot of people can do it, or you know, whatever, not going to do it. So for you or anyone else who does this, it's much appreciated.
I appreciate it, bro. It'll work out.
Like, what's it? All the new stuff's got like menus out the ass. Like, you'll be lost in that shit unless you're like a total gamer with that shit. Like, if you just want, because I think you're spontaneous, you just need video now. So like, if one hit, one button, record, just, you know what I mean, or just plug in like the HDMI and keep it plugged in. Like, you could do the Blackmagic Pocket, like 10-year-old camera. People are still shooting with it today. It's like really good for vlogging. It's good for documentary, and it's like beautiful looking. You know what I mean? A lot of these cameras got all kinds of bells and whistles and bullshit, but they don't actually produce a good image. So I don't know. That's like a
Yeah, I don't know about
$900
something
camera.
10 years old, but yeah, like I know it's basically
It's
like
hot
everything.
shit, really.
Like if you go look at to buy a handgun and you go talk to someone that's really into guns, like by the time you take their suggestion, like you're gonna spend 3 times as much money, and bro, like the other pistol worked fine, you know? Like it's just like that. It's like that with everything. Like if you go talk to someone about bikes or whatever it is, right? Like people are like, oh, but there's this one feature that you'll basically never use. It's totally worth the $300 extra or whatever, you know? And like every time I talk to people about cameras, I realize like that's definitely the case. Like people are like, it's like, well, actually, in a scenario where the contrast is 35 over 100, and then you compare it to the one where it's 32, it actually looks slightly better. You can tell that the reds are richer in this camera. It's like, no, dude. Like,
yeah, every camera you can tweak it, but like what I'm trying to suggest is just like it's always going to be pretty good. It's always just going to like look good, like film, you know, and that's and it's punching it out at 4:2. Like you can basically distribute that right to uh like you can get distribution right away because it's already sort of it's pretty much right in the same format. You don't need much of an editing computer to like I don't know, you know, figure it out. You probably have editors that step in. You know, I don't
Yeah,
know.
we'll see. It'll work out what it's supposed to. If you have any suggestions or anything, definitely send them to me.
I'm just aspiring filmist. So my rig is actually real cheap. You know what I mean? I ain't even spending that kind of money. But if you got your wits it, you have flow. You should have a Black Magic. It would be awesome. Or get something, get a dope camera just for so you could like go around and like do interviews. You could like have just to have better video quality. Like if you're just using a webcam right now, you got up your shit. It would look awesome.
Yeah, it's terrible. Yeah, the webcam looks bad, bro.
I just think if you have got one strong image maker of a device, it's a tool. It'll make your shit like look good, and you can get away with like other crappier B or C cams. You know what I mean? Just like use what you have until you can decide on what you might want to do. But just having one reliable good thing, is like, I think you know to value that. But a lot of these cameras like are pretty over designed to the point where you
Yeah,
get
I agree.
lost in that bullshit.
Yeah. Like I'm just gonna get a used one that's pretty good and it doesn't have to have all this little extra 2023 nonsense. It'll work out. I mean, the first one is to replace the webcam with maybe a Sony or something like that, and then the podcast is gonna take a bit for sure because I did the LLC and I'm like, oh man, I can't really get business funding. It's my personal credit. You have to guarantee it, and my credit's not very good.
I mean, there's like legit a $200 solution. There's a $500 solution. There's a $900 solution, and that's the tier I would mess around with it, unless you're fucking so serious about it. You know what I mean? But with those levels, I think you can get real good image and have flexibility. Are you?
I mean, even the anti-flat earthers, bro. Even like McToon and FTFE, they have these cameras to stream with. Right? Like they're not using just like these basic webcams. Like even the anti-flat earthers are showing us up with the quality. That's just not acceptable. Like
they're using fisheye lenses.
You think like McToon could go start a podcast if he had nothing to do with flat Earth? Of course not. Right? These people like exist because of us, and yeah, they're beating us with quality. It's pretty bad. But obviously, there's more money in that being propped up with the algorithms and confirming people's bias and blah blah blah.
Pretty much, you don't need 4K. You know what I mean? For streaming cam. I don't think you do.
No, not really for streaming. But like ultimately, I do want to build the channel where if I'm going to put out like edited videos of on the street interactions or a documentary or anything, I would probably want it to be maybe 4K or like
That's your final, but you could upscale. I think you can upscale from just HD, like use AI automatically hashes that shit out. You can get like one from HD to 4K pretty easy, or at least 2.5. Like that's really what movie theaters show. They don't show 4K, and most people don't have 4K displays.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Microphones are probably more important than the video camera.
So for the podcast, I already know which microphones I'm gonna get. I'm gonna get the smaller version of the Shure mics.
Suggestion.
Yeah, because I use the Shure SM7B, which is the bigger one, so they're like kind of expensive, but like it's an incredible microphone. I heard that even the smaller versions of the Shure mics are very good, and like most really professional podcasts, that's the mic they use. Like it's just like everyone knows, it's the best microphone. So that is going to be kind of expensive, right? But I guess the general idea is to just build as I go.
Yeah, those you can find used.
Yeah. You just got to get the mic stands and the mics, the lighting. I already have the soundboard.
So you're gonna want to do like boom mics from the ceiling, probably, or what do you think?
No, just like the typical podcast mics. I mean, you can't really avoid seeing. So you have two options, right? You have like a table that's pretty big, and then you just have the short little stands that sit in front of the people, kind of like Fresh and Fit does. I don't know if you've ever seen that. And then the vast majority of podcasts, like like Rogan and all that, they just have the boom mic, like the mic arm or whatever, right? That you can just adjust as you go, like what I use in my stream. Yeah, I'm not hanging anything from the ceiling, bro. I'm just gonna put those here. I mean, I thought about even like, is it better to do an office space than my actual place, depending on who I'm gonna have on? To be honest, so I haven't figured out a lot of the specifics yet. So it'll be some time. It'll definitely be 2024. Just gotta get everything rolling while we're going.
Too much about cameras. Yeah, let me know.
I need someone else too that's kind of in the Tampa area that like would be decent at filming and be down to like go out and kind of be the camera guy. So, and also, dude, I think that the glitch, bro, just so you guys know, like my plan is to actually not just talk about flat Earth. I'm actually going to try to go on this podcast talking about other things, make content talking about other things, so that you can pull people back to FE. I'm not going to go viral talking about that.
Yeah, bro.
Stuff then.
Get Masons on. You know what I mean? Get atheists on. Start talking about creation. All that, bro. Mix it up.
Yeah, exactly. Basically, like a more based version of Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
With like some comedy and stuff. Yeah. Also, one of the things that's going obviously super viral right now is the discussion of like the male-female dynamic, like men and women, and then kind of how what society's like lost the plot. So I may have some guests on to talk about that. So yeah, I think that's definitely the move. Like just have people talking about flat Earth every day is not going to work.
Pop on my streams a lot are just like ancient things or like historical things. I guess that's what I watch a lot of. But having something that like is like Witsit certified history would be interesting. You have a.
Oh, so one thing I have a lot of connects with right now already is like health. So like the Dr. Kaufmans, the Amanda Volmers, the Kelly Brogans, the Dr. Cowan.
Totally, and you should just like have a separate brand channel like for that, and just like reach out with that on its own, pull people back to this.
Oh, almost none of that can even be on YouTube. That's the funniest part, right? So that's why I'm gonna have to build Rumble. Like I can't have any of those guests on YouTube. Like I mean, they can talk for a couple minutes and then we switch over, but yeah, I mean, dude, you know what YouTube's doing right now? YouTube has struck 4 of my videos in the last day. They're going back through my catalog, striking things. So, like, I just had something struck from last year and from 2 years ago and from like 6 months ago, all within the last like couple days. They're just like sending me emails saying like that they're taking down my content. So yeah, I'm gonna build Rockfin and Rumble.
Does it just take your thing offline, or does it just nuke the video completely?
Yeah, it just deletes the video.
That's raw. You gotta like, I guess it pays to have your shit backed up.
Yeah, I have it backed up. I think Odysee automatically backs up these.
Yeah, my archive of videos is such that is like years of streaming with panels and stuff like that. I've just made most of it private because, you know, like, yeah, if somebody starts like bombing that and, you know, flagging the
Oh, dude,
content or whatever.
they just removed one of my unlisted videos. I had a Patreon only stream, and so I was like, "Well, it's unlisted or private or whatever." So I'm like, "Well, we're good." I think it's unlisted, so like it's fine, right? So we talked about whatever, and they just struck that earlier today. They struck two of my Patreon only streams.
I'm trying to think of these terabytes. It's just 24-hour streams for like years. I don't know what sort of gigabyte that would be, but it's too much. Can't. I mean, just the fucking endeavor of trying to back up all those episodes onto some other mediums, like daunting. Yeah. And then organizing it. Dang. The only thing is, I'd like to maybe make an AI holographic representation of JB Jedi who passed away. In memoriam, because he'd hate it, and that's why I know I should do it. Good friend and a worse ally, but yeah, man, it's nice to have these like records of all this stuff. I mean, this channel too, right? Like, I guess you know, we're one power surge away from losing the records. It's also, it's a little, you know, anyway, about to pontificate about live streaming 24/7, but yeah, it just makes it's difficult, like, informationally to like index that shit, you know, make it searchable in any way. It's just like, are you kidding me? I have trouble finding some, like, a conversation from 15 minutes ago. And like, you gotta go back to catch it up when it's playing for however when it is in the stream, and I guess it is time coded somewhere. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, I just let.
So how's
Odysee do
Rumble?
it.
Rumble is also basically similar to YouTube, and it pays you.
Well, I don't know. I've never been paid. I mean, I think I've had a couple super chats. I don't even know how they pay out. I haven't set it up, but yeah, that's pretty cool. Pros and cons. I mean, it's not as good as YouTube. Nothing is, to be real. I like Rumble though. You have to like create a new streamer key for each stream and stuff. It's kind of annoying. I think. So,
Yeah, I'm trying to get into this workflow using like an iPad, and the iPad is programmable with like there's like an app that basically you build like little menus that are push buttons. The push buttons do like they send a signal to this secondary program, which does like a macro. So I don't know. I guess you get to where you just kind of program the moves in, and then you just hit the button and it'll like do that set of steps
yeah,
to
that's
get
cool.
you to that thing.
Yeah, I have a stream.
Trying to get. Oh, that's nice, man. Does that? It looks cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I haven't even really used it, but I'm about to start using it. Streaming can be expensive now. Pretty crazy because I spent quite a bit on like that computer and then the key lights and I mean there's just a webcam I had to get to though, and then like yeah, just everything involved in the actual streaming. Like I had to get a desk and I made that little background and blah blah blah. Before you know it, spending thousands of dollars. You know what I'm saying? And that's not in my stream's not even high quality. So podcast is probably also expensive. I mean, I see all these people doing podcasts, bro, and I'm like, and like having success, and they're not even like charismatic. They're not entertaining. They're not talking about anything important. Like, all right, we gotta do something.
Quit, man. Talking about nothing. Yeah, man.
Yeah, well,
good.
I was just gonna say real quick, yeah, but when the algorithm's not working against you, you know, it's amazing. Like, because there's a lot of people that want to listen to stuff, you know, out there, different things, and people are interested. Like, people even love watching people play video games, you know. So like, it's amazing what people actually are interested in. So like you're saying, even if someone has a podcast, it's like, you know, maybe is not even like the most killer content, but if the algorithm's working or not working against them, then it is it's like that's where the difference lies, unfortunately, with the way the censorship and the algorithm works.
Yeah, exactly. I think I have to tap into the.
I was gonna say I put videos up of things people have never seen before in their life, can't explain, and it gets a certain amount of views. And then put a random video up of me and my son just shooting a gun in the woods, and it gets like 5 times the views. Like, people just love certain things, right?
So that's what I'm saying. One of the most popular subjects right now is like the male-female dynamic. Like it's actually becoming very saturated. It's so popular. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of like the Whatever podcast, which basically bit the format of Fresh and Fit. And then there's like the Pearl Girl that talks about all this stuff. And a lot of them kind of can take it to a toxic place, honestly. But I'm saying like I have some connects on some of these podcasts or certain producers or truthers and stuff like that. So I think that the glitch is to tap in to those niches, right? So to bring some type of valuable input or opinion as to that, or be able to like go back and forth with the people on the podcast so that you can kind of tap into the other audiences. That's really the only feasible way to get views, like a lot of views.
That's a way to get. That is a way to get around the algorithm, yeah. Because if they then plug your channel, although the only thing is if they get hit, you know what I mean, if they get flagged as well or something. So I guess, you know what I'm saying, like that's the only thing I guess they could. Like I don't want to put it this way, but it's sort of like, let's say that like someone's flagged because of their content that, you know, they're censoring or whatever, and then if you were to hook up with someone else's podcast that isn't, is YouTube like, do they have the systems for that to then like flag that person? And you know what I mean? Now they're like that person that wasn't flagged before now is, because there's, you know, now they're giving, you know, your info to their audience. Like maybe they might not have it. They might not have it that refined though. Like they might not be able to actually do it to that detail.
Yeah, they definitely do, right? So there's Nick Fuentes, who's been basically banned from everywhere. And when Nick Fuentes went on to Fresh and Fit, immediately YouTube contacted them and told them that he could not go live with them. And then their studio's power cut off twice during the stream. Crazy stuff. Like, but that's kind of separate. But they told him like, no, he can't stream. Same thing with Owen Benjamin, right? Like if you have Owen Benjamin on, you're jeopardizing it. But what they've done, for example, Fresh and Fit, they've built a really strong Rumble following at this point. So those are kind of the people I'm talking about. The people that have already kind of faced censorship because they'll have more controversial people on, and they have like a really core group of people. But before it happened, they reached millions. Like they have like, you know, 2 million subs or whatever it is. So they still have a much larger core audience of people, and they're kind of already prepared for the censorship, and then tapping in there, because if I off the rip, I was censored. Like off the rip, right? Like I had no chance. My first 1,000 subs came from Glowbusters, and then at this point, Glowbusters had already been capped at their subs. You know, Jaren's been capped for like 3 years at this point, and so if I think they definitely have the algorithms refined to the extent where it's like, well, if you see a huge crossover in subs, or subs come from a certain channel, then they're like, okay, just, you know, bottle that one up. I'm gonna have to find a way to glitch it out.
Hey, Witzel, let me ask you something that's off topic real quick. Just answer real quick, and then we can move back to this. a mirror flash, the light coming to my eyes from a mirror flash, is that always coming in a straight line?
For you to see the reflection, yes, after the line of sight.
Okay, can light curve though from a mirror?
Well, good question. I mean, when you say can light curve, it's just triggering. Sure, but you can't see the actual reflection because that's only on the mirror itself with a specific angle of view.
I got you. So if you're seeing the flash from the mirror, that has to be off the mirror in a straight line. But the light itself can curve, like refraction, basically. I would call it.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. They're lying about you in chat, so I just wanted to clarify it.
Yeah. And basically, you couldn't have something physically obstructing your view of the mirror because you have to actually see the surface of the mirror to get that line of sight angle reflection. Yeah, of course, that's what they say. Oh, what's it thinks light can't curve, and what's it thinks refraction doesn't exist. Whatever. I'm not reading it. I just know that's what they say. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm this is all kind of actually overlaps. It's like, who cares what they say? You know, we have to kind of put our minds together and figure out a way to glitch out the censorship. And like I said, I've told everyone here, like I'll bring people here. Like I'll shout this. I'm not even going to start a Discord. My Discord always gets nuked like immediately. Like I'll shoot people here, and I just wish you guys the best of luck to deal with traffic. But yeah, I think we just need to tap into the other audiences. Because there's someone that reached out to me like yesterday. They're like, dude, I can't believe I've never heard of you. I only saw you because you did that debate with Zerka. And I ended up coming across you, and then I had to track you down to find your other stuff. You're super censored. And he's like, it's kind of crazy to me that I've never heard of you in any way. You have to do something to get past the censorship, whether it's like doing content with Zerka or trying to pump things out on TikTok till it gets taken down or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. Like, honestly, that's what do I expect? I just sit here and like hit my head against the wall in the little corner of the internet and then just keep talking about the same stuff as if something's going to change. Like, you have to kind of go make it happen. And I think that is one place I think that we could have done better as a community, but we're so just like truth oriented people, right? We're just truth matters. We just want to get the truth out there. We want to cover what really matters. This is way more important than some of this other stuff that people talk about.
I think it's a learning process, right? Because I had people in my life that trusted me with every aspect of their lives, right? Family, finance, every major aspect of their life, they respected my opinion, except flat Earth, right? Like when this topic came up, even though they believed me and trusted me on and came to me on every other topic of their personal lives that affected them deeply, this one struck them to the core where they couldn't do it. So it took me time to realize that, and to, it just takes time to refine your argument or to your approach, so you're getting your point across. I think that's the stage we're in. You have to admit we're still in like an early stage of changing someone's worldview or having the process to do that. Like 2015, the internet and things like that, there are tools that we're using, but 2015 really is the start. It's only 8 years, man.
Yeah, I often think of like even like taking these 7-8 years, but taking it as like stage one, of like let's say it's like a 4-stage process, 20-25 years total. It's like we've only gone through the first stage. It's interesting to look at it that way. Now, I'm not saying it's going to take 25. I mean, that's a long. I mean, that's maybe on the far end of it, but it's just interesting to think. I mean, of all the time that this globe deception has been going, I mean, at least 150 years. Some could argue more, but I mean, definitely seems like we have some documentation of the 1800s. I mean, different theories can go before that of what really was going on in terms of history, but so I mean, it's, let's say, at least 100, 150 years. Really, it's only really since World War II and the space travel thing that they really got it, the coverage or whatever, the way that they have after World War II, which I think was probably the purpose of World War II, or at least part of it, is to get the control system set up so they could basically do this mass indoctrination agenda and that they've rolled out. But I'm just saying, to unravel that, yeah, it's not just going to take like, a year, or not even 2 years, not even 5 years. It's going to be a whole process that's going to probably go in stages and have a lot of nuance in terms of that unfoldment. It would just make sense on the larger creationary process that it would take at least a decade or two to unravel this in total.
Hello?
Yo, what's up, Nate? Yeah, we can hear you.
Yo, what's up, June? Sorry, I thought people were talking like me and you.
Is the supermarkets usually open on Thanksgiving? No.
Not really, but some are. I've seen some open till like 12.
Yeah, I can't.
Oh
believe
wow,
this
Thanksgiving's tomorrow, huh?
Thanksgiving's tomorrow, dude. And this company, like, I got tomorrow off and Friday, but they're gonna wait to pay me on Thanksgiving, when like majority of people are living paycheck to paycheck, and then you got the supermarket closed. It's like, that's so inconvenient.
It's funny you said that. I'm in the bank right now. She said, by the way, we're going to be closed on Friday.
Sorry, I just started changing subject.
I mean, you need someone to like kind of help spot you for a couple days, bro.
Nah, I'm just looking for shit to bitch about, I guess. Like, I already picked out the, thank you, Witsit, that was an offer, by the way. But yeah, I already picked up food and everything. But
Do you guys do the whole Black Friday thing? Or?
You mean you get on the couch and
why we get racist for a second?
yes.
Oh, Black Friday, I get it. No, I do Cyber Monday, bro.
Just real quick
Monday,
on. Yeah, it's just like a capitalism holiday here. Yeah, I know. Trying to make it seem like you're getting everything at some low price, even though they're just ripping you off every other time of the year.
Yeah, exactly. Like Cyber Monday is all I would ever partake in, maybe.
Giving the slaves a little something to hoot and holler and make it feel like you're free and you're getting something special.
Let me go fight the crowds in traffic and determine that they're screwing me the rest of the year. Every other day, I'm being screwed to death.
I enjoy watching the Walmart videos on the store cameras from Black Friday every year. I look forward to that more than anything.
I think they're sad, man.
That is pretty sad, for sure.
I told a good joke here earlier for Thanksgiving. My family texted and said, "Can you bring crackers?" And I said, "Yeah, me and Ryan are going to be there early." That's my son. Bada bing.
That's pretty good. But like, really though, who asked for crackers on Thanksgiving? I'm assuming that's like an hors d'oeuvre type scenario.
Yeah, for the dip.
Oh, well.
Coach Show is responding to that last topic we were talking about. He said, consider how long it took for Einstein's paradigm to take hold, a few decades. He was trying to link that to what I was saying about unraveling these deceptions. That, yeah, it took Einstein's, what is he trying to say? That it took that long for what he thinks is the truth to be established or something? Is that what he's trying to say?
Yeah. They thought he was crazy, right? Now they think he's God. But in the chat this week or this past week, they're saying Einstein might not have even been smart. Like, they were dissing him. So maybe the tide's turning. I mean, when a Glober says that Einstein might not be smart or right, I think we're making progress.
I think that maybe we are judging our progress with the wrong parameters. Like those people, are never going to give you a true representation of the progress. Like the real progress is you say the term flat Earth in public, and it's really not even that big of a deal anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like,
or when it's being brought up to you, like they're asking me questions now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
obviously they're hearing it out from their family and friends, or at their school, or in the public. They're hearing things about it, or on TikTok or whatever. They're seeing things in here, and they're coming to me and going, "What about this?"
Yeah, I mean, one thing I think that's pretty telling is that, let's say in 2015, 16, or even before that, saying the term flat Earth would have gotten a certain type of response from most people. Like there is that, the programming, the sort of cognitive dissonance, the instant ridicule or laughing, oh, that's the dumbest thing ever, or because that was the programming. That was the thing we were told. When we were told the Earth was a globe, we were also told, oh, and then all the ancient people used to think it was flat. Oh yeah, the flat world people. And so it was like that ridicule of flat Earth or flat world thing was linked with the globe. So it makes sense that the first time people are hearing about it, they're going to go, brr, they're just going to jolt right into that and be like, oh, that's for stupid people, or whatever all the programming is. But now, there's many things that are different now, 7-8 years later from 2015. But one of the big differences now is it seems like, now this is a huge generalization what I'm about to say, and I know there's a lot of different types of people out there, but it does seem like for the most part, if you bring even just the term flat Earth to people, the general response is not necessarily to just laugh and ridicule and call it dumb, because in general, people know now that people quote unquote actually think the Earth is actually stationary, planar, flat Earth, etc. Meaning they know, like, they have a family member, they have a friend of a family, like they all know someone now that they know is intelligent, that this is not just some actually mentally retarded person or something like that the programming might say. They know it's an intelligent person. Maybe that person has whatever profession they have, or they have a family, kids, whatever it may be. And so it's just interesting that now people are like, they, at the very least, they know that people actually are taking this seriously, and intelligent people are. So that alone makes them be like, okay, there's probably something more to look into it, instead of just that instant ridicule. And even though that might seem like a minor shift, that's actually pretty major. That's a pretty huge progression.
Agreed.
Because they're way more open to the conversation now. They're like, oh, well, they're interested to actually ask questions instead of just writing it off.
I didn't check my DMs. I'm not completely positive. Are you down? Do you think I could do the event here tonight, or should we just wait till next week?
Yeah. I responded. Yeah, if you want to do it here. Yeah, I was just saying we should get an event up, like either on, because if we put an event up, I can post it in the chat, every few hours or whatever leading up to it, and people can know. So yeah, if you want me to create it, I can create it. You have the permission to create it as well, but yeah, just send the DMs if you want. Just let me know, like, the title, description, image. I can create it if you want, or you can, either way.
Okay, yes, sir. I'll do it.
And what you were saying, Gio, it was funny because the people mocking us are actually mocking people that a year or a month or 2 years before were the ones doing the mocking, right? I think we all almost had the same reaction because it is programmed. We were programmed to mock it.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of people have that response. I actually never had it, but I think it's because I already was interested in cosmology. Like, that already was a topic I was already interested in, like ancient cosmologies, and a lot of to where perhaps to me but yeah, I can't ever think of when I had that response, because I know, like, at first in the early 2000s, like, I started researching like hollow Earth and flat Earth, and I never had that like instant laughing at it or putting it down response. So I guess I can't relate to it, but I know a lot of people do. I just can't relate because I never had the experience, but I know a lot of people do that instant response or thinking it's like the dumbest thing they ever heard or something, but then they actually look into it, further. I guess maybe I just knowing that the having certain understanding about the ancients and perhaps maybe that to me, like I maybe had that foundation before somewhat to where I knew that it was like that there was a lot of history behind it.
Let's just. You're down to just start it next week. Just because I just realized I have like 50 things to do.
Yeah. No, I mean it's up to you. I mean I can if the event part. I mean I can do that part if you want. I mean I could even just make a simple if that's the only hold up. But I mean otherwise, yeah, if you want to do it next week. I think like you was said. I think doing it if you're going to be streaming it to your channel, then yeah, probably doing it in a stage channel would be best because that way,
Yeah, people can't just ruin it.
Yeah, we could make a regular VC where everyone's automatically muted when they come in, and then you can unmute people one by one. But the cool thing about the stage channel that's actually good is that people can raise their hand, and then you can choose to bring them up or not. So so if you want to have really clean audio for your stream, so there's none of that, and then if there's a part where it's bring someone up on the panel or whatever, then they can you can say to everyone, hey, anyone like to come up and answer this question or whatever it may be, and then you can just pull that person on the stage, and then you can still mute and unmute them, as needed, and then you can kick them off the stage or whatever. So, yeah, I think that would be the cleanest audio in terms of that part of it.
Cool. So I'm creating an event for next Wednesday, the 29th, 9 p.m. Eastern. Is this time? This time's in my time zone, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it's in your time zone. It'll automatically transfer it for others.
All right, cool. Yeah, I think it'll be cool, man. I think it'll bring people in here, and it'll kind of make the quality of my show better because it'll be more interactive,
Yeah, well, dude, I was thinking. I mean, just kind of looking at the old numbers or whatever of these different channels, but it's like, dude, you get as many or more than anyone does. Like MC Tune, Fight the Flat, whatever. But even Jaronism, Glowbuster. I mean, I've seen. Who knows what the YouTube numbers are? I thought it was interesting when you said you went to Rumble. You had didn't you say you had 800 or 1,000 just flipping to Rumble? That shows that YouTube is censoring hard.
Because yeah, well, on Rumble, I immediately had just under 600, and then I had about 1,000 total across the platform. But yeah, the fact that I immediately had that many on Rumble is pretty telling,
Yeah, so I mean, I'm just saying,
brand new channel there.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, exactly. And there's not even as many people on Rumble and all that. So yeah, that shows a lot. Well, I'm just saying, there's been times over the years where everybody's piling into some Discord to listen to Fight the Flat Earth or whatever because he has 300, 400, 500 viewers, and maybe people want to be heard by someone or whatever, or a few people. They want to be heard. Of course, his viewers are very different than your viewers, of course. But I'm just saying, you get as many or more viewers than those guys, etc. So it's not even they have more numbers. Now, a lot of your audience are probably people that are already tuned into a lot of this stuff, which is awesome too. They're not as much, so they want to actually, progress maybe their understanding and actually advance, which is awesome too. But yeah, I'm just saying, you get enough, you get a good amount of viewers, I mean, if you talk about within sort of FE in total, it's I mean, what are the most that anyone even related to FE is getting, right? Isn't it 300 to 500 live viewers pretty much?
Yeah, I would guess. I don't really know, to be honest. I don't ever keep up with them, but yeah, I have a decent amount. I will say, dude, I've seen channels that have 100,000, 200, 300,000 subs, and when they go live, they only have 50 people,
Yeah.
So I think I have a very interactive, pretty interactive audience by the numbers, but yeah, I just know that it could do so much more, I know Zerka, he's a fire through, but he can say some crazy stuff, right? But I mean, when he gets on a show, he jumped on Fresh and Fit, I think they had 60,000 live viewers, which is just insane. Yeah, so I think if I can tap into that, because like like I said, he's a flat earther. He like shouts me out sometimes. But that little arena over there, where the people, they're not like really what people would call normies, whatever. Although that's derogatory, but you get it. Like they are kind of familiar with the fact that there's censorship, and they'll follow people over to Rumble and stuff. There's still a lot of those people, and Flat Earth isn't really tapping in on that big audience the way it could, in my opinion. I guess it's kind of my main idea.
Yeah. No, I definitely need to branch out, like beyond people that have already know about glowbusters or Jeranisms. Yeah, being able to branch out to new people. But I'm just saying, like with the viewers you get, like, I mean, basically, yeah. I mean, if like ran a panel here and because there's kind of like there's like the Discord community, as it were, and there's like a handful of servers, and then obviously there's sort of the YouTube and other shows that people do. But I just think there's a potential to. Yeah, I mean, I personally. Well, I'm trying to think how to word that. I guess I'm just saying that it seems like even just with your viewers alone and combining like with like other people that have a lot of history in these communities with panels and whatnot, it just seems like there's the potential that like even just with your audience, perhaps if we combined as well here, if as well in terms of like streaming and then bringing people here, because there's a lot of the in terms of the Discord community and people that have been talking about it consistently and everything. And then I imagine maybe folks in your audience, like there's got to be some that maybe might want to be maybe more involved in like daily discussions or debates or whatever it may be, and either they're not in Discord or they don't quite know where to go or whatever it may be with that. And I know with some of the other servers, I mean, if they end up at Gem Pandas or what sort of like if they end up there, it's a totally different deal of what they're going to get. But I'm just saying, like, it seems like even with your audience as is, like I'm saying this, like, okay, I'm not really all about, like, I'm not trying to necessarily, like, I'm hosting this platform as, it's really like a kind of a holding place right now. It's like a placeholder for what's coming in the future. So like, I realize with the censorship and everything that like the idea of just blowing up massively is going to be a huge challenge with that in and of itself. However, so I'm just saying, I'm prefacing it by saying that personally, I'm not in a zone right now where I'm like all about numbers in that sense. However, with that being prefaced, I'm just saying with your audience as is, and it's all up to you, obviously, how you want to manage that and everything else. But I'm just saying that it seems like there's the potential that you could basically have like the largest live viewing audience within FE. It seems like right now, like if even with like the people in Discord, like being able to have those people that have history and on the panel and live viewers, it just seems like that's in potential. I mean, it already is. Like you're already getting as many as it were, as others. But it's like Bro Sanchez has got up over 1,000. I think he's probably maybe one of the ones that gets.
Oh yeah, he's probably is the leader. Yeah, I didn't think about
it. And he has
big. I guess that's why I feel
obligated
to do it.
He has a big panel too, so it's attractive. People want to hear other people's viewpoints.
Yeah, I think that's kind of why I feel like I feel obligated to do something. Like I see that there is a shortage of this in FE, and yeah, I feel like I probably have one of the better opportunities to do it. So we'll see what happens. So it says missing permissions when I went to create the event.
Yeah.
It
shouldn't do that. I'll double check that. There's other mods that created events. Oh, did you try putting it in the stage channel?
Yeah.
There might be a. Oh, the manage events is given for that. Yeah, you should have it. I was saying if it was.
Do you see the screenshot? I don't know. It's no big deal. I can send you the little thumbnail and stuff. It's not.
Huh. Yeah, I'll have to check why that's happening.
And it's obviously no huge rush anyway. It's next week. Oh, yeah. It may be working.
No. Oh, it's because it was in the EA podcast stage channel. Yeah, put it in the Livestream 1 stage. Yeah.
I didn't see another.
Go ahead.
Oh, wait, chill. So Okay, it says, where's your event? Stage channel, voice channel, somewhere else. So I should click stage channel, right? And then I go down, and the only option is the EA podcast.
Okay. See, I see all of them. So, well, you maybe just if you've already got it, maybe just throw it in a regular voice channel. Then I'll see if I can switch it. Either way, I can take the, the info and transfer it over.
All right. Which one should I put it in?
Just live
like
stream.
live stream one.
Yeah, and I'll see if I can switch it because I'll have to see why that permission is doing that or why it's not showing up because it should. I think all the permissions are there, but yeah, I'll have to double check why that's happening because there should be a pull down menu because when I do it, there's a pull down menu and it says it has them all listed there.
Yeah, whatever reason when I click on the pull down, it just says the one. But all right, I tried to add it to live stream one. It's loading right now. So yeah, there you go. So you should see it now.
Nice. All right, I just switched it to live stream one stage. So I'll have to check why it didn't have that pull down for you. I'll double check all that. But yeah, I switched it. So
cool. And just a reminder, so like that basically is where people raise their hand to speak, right? Like you have to pull them up on the stage.
yeah, so it's like basically like there's a thing in Discord called stage moderator, which I mean you'll have as well with your role, but that will allow for you to, like basically everyone's in the audience and then they can raise their hand and then it like shows up on a list, and then you have the choice whether you want to invite them on the stage, and then they click a thing to actually jump on. So yeah, it makes like a list of people that they're basically in the audience and then they can raise their hand and then get brought, and then you can bring them up on the stage. You can still server mute them, if they need to when they're on the stage, but then you can also remove them from the stage and put them back in the audience, whenever you need to as well.
Cool.
Yeah, the thing about the stage feature, when they first launched it, like you couldn't share screen and you couldn't mute people when they were on the stage. So, but I think Discord's fixed those things. Yeah, you can share your screen, video, all that stuff now. And then, yeah, they fixed those issues.
Nice.
Yo, G, I was trying to ask you, did you check out that Allen show last night?
Did you say me?
That's a Geo.
Oh, I thought you said.
I heard you. I thought I heard you on it. So I could be wrong, but no. But yeah, Geo. I was trying to see if you caught it. Take your time, brother.
Are you asking me? What are you asking me?
Geo. I said Geo like 5 times, dude.
Yeah, sorry, I'm multitasking. What were you?
It's fine, man. Even Rakia thought I said Geo, or thought it didn't hear me. It doesn't matter. I was asking.
I'm multitasking.
Okay, all right. Hey, did you catch? Did any of you guys catch Alan's show last night? Of course, Witsit. I know you did.
Are you talking to me?
Sorry, I'm multitasking.
Are you talking about the base audits?
It's Ether Cosmology Discord. Had Robert Bennett on. Robert Bennett, the PhD physicist, came on and talked to everyone on Ether Cosmology Discord.
Yeah, dude, that shit was badass.
I don't know about y'all, but I'm seeing people that have huge audiences now do discussions on flat Earth and cosmology and stuff like that. This didn't happen 3 years ago, or I was hoping it would. And every time we would get a big debate, I was really excited. This is the one that's going to wake everyone up. But I think we're getting there, right? Like, how can you talk to 100,000 people and they're not talking to other people about it or hear? You know what I'm saying? It's just, I think it's getting there.
Yeah, back
We have
YouTube Hangouts time ago, the Google Hangouts and whatever. That was you said so many people each day come through, and you can just imagine that they're going to tell somebody, even if they're trying to like put us down or like put the communities down, they're like, oh, I debated this, and it's going to still spread it, so it's a double-edged sword for them. And then they come back. Sometimes they come back.
Flat Earth just has all the good ideas and information, and I think just as time goes on, everybody sees like how deceptive everything is. It's becoming like less of a harder pill to swallow.
Yeah, I think it helps you, like, because you don't usually look at that shit unless you're like specifically going down to be an astronomer or some, astrology or some kind of like physicist like that, astrophysicist. You don't really look at that kind of cosmology, do you? Really? So it's just you think you're done with it in school. You think that's
Dude,
it?
Robert Bennett's info on the motion of the Earth is just game over, dude. Like I don't know how you could look at that, really study the experiments, and be like, we're on a globe. It's the Earth. The Earth's spinning around the sun. Like it's crazy.
There's a group of people that it really doesn't matter what information is presented. They've made up their mind definitively that they know that the current model's true. I mean, it's not much deeper than that.
Yeah, it's sort of like if you took a group of like 100 people, like there's probably going to be a certain percentage that are just going to be on the globe. I mean, dude, I've often thought, like, is it like linked to blood type, or is there like a biological marker for someone that like
Yeah,
is going to
there
cling
is.
to the globe? Is it going to cling to the globe just instantly and be very resistant to information other than the globe? Versus, people that are actually open-minded. Like, is there a I've thought about that. Is there a biological connection?
Only biology is like,
Yes,
oh, my
there is.
great grandfather worked on the first NASA rocket. That's the only attachment they'll have to it.
Your great grandfather?
Maybe too many greats though, but no.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, yeah, Coach, Robert Bennett's on point, dude. Have you? What do you think of? You just posted that, so yeah. What do you think of his work?
I like his accent. He's a cool guy, though. He seems like really easy to talk to. It was fun listening to.
He's clearly very intelligent and informed on this discussion about the Earth's movement and the ether. He's like abundantly clear if you actually listen to what he's saying. So anyone that would maybe, and I'm not saying you would do this, but for example, if you showed that video to like FCFE or something like that, or any of these other people that frequent this conversation, they would act like he was stupid and just didn't know what he was talking about. That dude is clearly not stupid and clearly knows what he's talking about. And he literally got his thesis. He wrote his thesis on the motion of rigid bodies in relativity. All right.
Yeah, I saw that in the description.
Yeah, he's like an elder. He's got a lot of history and knowledge. Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of. He's embedded in. Now, maybe he's not fully gone through the entire in terms of like shape of the Earth, right? With it, like he hasn't kind of fully gone into all of the factors of the shape yet. Like research.
No. We started talking about it briefly. We showed him like the magnetic flux data on the Earth and stuff, but he just said he hasn't fully looked into it. He kind of defaults to Robertson Genesis, and he said he's just really been focused on like the ether and the motion of the Earth. But he said he's been wrong before, and that he's open to it. He's cool. So yeah, like I that's one thing I disagree with on a lot of flat earthers with is like if you don't agree with someone on everything, then you should just highlight and focus on what you disagree on, and I don't agree with that. Right? Like when I had like Sanjinas on, we just like buried the heliocentric model. I didn't feel the need to bring up flat Earth and make it some type of like combative discussion. Same with him. But yeah, he's open to it. I think he's like right now he's kind of falling down the rabbit hole of did we really go to the moon? So I think that's a good first step, right? If you're gonna, because like once it clicks with you that like that was clearly BS. It's like, oh wait, well that was the supposed picture of the globe, right?
Why would they do it? Yeah, like You can't deny that it
Yeah.
could have been a trick, right? So then you have to be real with yourself and say, well, how did they trick? I can discuss how they tricked it or why they would trick me, right? If you're honest with yourself, all those answers are there. So you have to say, well, then it's definitely possible that we didn't go to the moon.
Yeah,
Is
'cause
it
that was
even possible to go to the moon? Which should be the question.
Yeah, and that was officially the first like shot of the Earth. The first you snapped a photo. There it is, a ball in space. It was like the first time. So it's like if the moon landing is not legit, then at the very least, well, what could someone still say the picture's real? Like, oh well, they faked the moon landing, but they still went out there and snapped a photo. I guess they could say that, but it tends to be linked in terms of like, all right, if that whole thing's fake, then this first picture of the Earth is probably not legitimate either.
Yep, it's a pretty big part of it. I think the hiccup for him was like he thought that Russia would blow the lid on it if we didn't actually go. And I'm like, oh yeah, I kind of thought the same thing too when I first looked at this when I was 13, and I found out like, okay, clearly they faked this. And then I thought, well, but the Russians don't know, right? Like they lied to them as well, and it was just to create the appearance that we were more advanced than them or whatever, right? Because we were at war with them or whatever. And then I discovered that they just worked together. So we talked about that with them for a second. That basically they actually just worked together. If you start looking at declassified documents, it's provable that we were working with them in terms of science and technology. And if the whole idea was that we were in this technological race against each other, and we were at, well, why would we be working with them? So yeah, and then I told him like it's actually we now have videos of the Russians literally faking space propaganda films where they were filming models. They were filming little models and then showing it to their public like they were going to space, right? And I'm like, well, wow, why would they need to do that? And then I told him that there were 2 cosmonauts that came out and said you can't go to space. So I think he's on his way. He's way too smart and open-minded, and he doesn't care about what people think. So if you can check the box of not caring what people think or being intellectually secure enough to publicly basically challenge the mainstream or be a dissident, and you're intellectually confident enough to do it live, right? Because like when you're having this discussion, if you don't know something and you have to like openly admit you don't know something and kind of be taught or go back and forth or admit you might be wrong, doing it publicly live requires like intellectual security, you know what I'm saying? And he checks all those boxes, so I think he'll come around.
And even financially, arguably, even financial security to be, because some people, if they feel like their entire job is riding on it, if they were to speak out about this, they would lose their job, maybe even their family would be in crisis, whatever it may be, so.
Yeah. Since he's retired, he literally said that too. I was like, well, I have to tip my hat to you when he came on my show. I was like, I appreciate you being one of the few people that are bold enough to speak up from within that realm. And he was like, oh, I'm retired. That's why I can do it.
Yeah, he doesn't have anyone to answer to. That's awesome. That's very like liberating. Yeah, he's very unique that he's in a position. I mean, also to overcome. I mean, that I don't know exactly what age he is, but that's also another feat, because just the programming was so strong, just in terms of like just like you were saying, like Russia versus the United States, and just all that propaganda was so strong. So it's like to unravel it, just in his generation is awesome too. Like to even begin that process.
Yeah, for sure.
Dude, I was tripping out that he worked on the early warning system, like the radar or whatever. I thought that was awesome.
Yeah, dude, we brought up the fact. I was like, yeah, I mean, the Nazis were obsessed with the South. We brought the Nazis over here. We became obsessed with the South. Kept going to the South. Then we pop around. International Geophysical Year signed the thing with the North about the North and the South with 40 countries internationally, whatever. And I'm like, yeah, so we have a trip line monitoring the North. And he's like, yeah, that's called DO. I actually worked on that, the distant early warning system. And so he was told he did it remotely, right? And he said majority of it was remote, the whole system. And he said they were basically trying to monitor, Russian rockets coming over the pole, is what he was told. I'm like, oh, yeah. Well, maybe that's not all they did, eh?
Them polar rockets.
Watch out for them North Polar rockets, boy.
Just make sure
Dude,
the
I'm
aliens don't come in from the north there, just protecting.
Yeah, dude, we actually owe them immense gratitude.
Keeping us safe.
Yeah, the other thing that I thought was funny too, was you bringing up how people are talking about Ruhong Wang's work. He was joking. Like what?
Yeah.
Like that's the rationalization. It's just a big joke, guys.
Yeah, what was his name? I Can Science That said like, oh well, it was just a joke. He was just kind of trolling to show the math.
Yeah. He said I looked at it and thought about it for the last couple of days, and then I realized that it was just that Wang was just doing a mathematical prank, and he really wasn't challenging relativity theory. And there's like, and then just insinuating that there was no significance behind the experiment, or the mathematical equivalence between the linear derivation and the circular. And yeah, like that was like literal joke, bro. He thought about it for days, but then realized it was just a joke. It was all a dream. All right.
See, if only we could time dilate to when Wang retires.
Dude, I know, right? But he probably won't fucking say anything. It would be nice.
Well, it is pretty
Dude,
intense because like the whole topic of the Earth and what it is like so. It's like on one level, it's like nature. Like one could say, it's absolutely just nature, natural, and truth and nature, whatever truth and nature are, in their own sense. But then it's almost like discussing a lot of this, like because there is what could be said like a criminal act going on in terms of them lying about it. Then it kind of like it blends into like exposing criminals. You know, like it doesn't have to be, but it's like for some of these guys, like to speak out or whatever it may be. It is quite a thing to take on, because now you're like, it's like not only maybe your own reputation, but it's just such a huge thing that it's like it almost blends into like it doesn't have to be exposing criminality, but at the same time, it's like if you're coming through with the truth and it's a link behind a big deception, then it's kind of hard not to in some way be connected to that process.
In listening to the whole thing, I'm not trying to blow smoke up anybody's rear end or any of that stuff, but I was just listening to Bennett, just barely getting a Discord account, hopping in the room, ether cosmology, and you've got great minds, people just wondering and digging at what this realm is and what's the truth. And, on one hand, he has to be shocked and surprised at how much research and how much you've poured into understanding these things. Because, y'all are just young whippersnappers to him. But at the same time, you keep causing his head to like snap around like, whoa, how'd they know that? Or well, they're looking at this from a totally different angle. So ultimately, you're letting this guy in the cool kids club that's really seeking the truth hard. And he's in that realm already. He's done it with Robertson Jenis for a while, but he kind of has heard the same song and dance going around and around. And if he's interested in if the moon landing happened and these other deceptions and these other things that you're talking about, dude, he's a kid in the candy store. He's at the very beginning of learning like a crap ton more information in the coming weeks.
You're breaking up. You were good for a bit, but you broke up at the end, JT.
Sorry about that.
It was solid on my end the whole time.
Okay.
Oh, really? That was me?
Yep. I think so.
Cool. I took my AirPods off and I just went straight speakerphone, hoping for it to be clear. But, I could be wrong in my assessment, but I think he's having fun hanging with y'all.
Yeah, he digs it, bro. Like, spoiler alert, he digs it. He likes us.
Yeah. Yeah, you can tell. Well, also, it's like there's probably a level of like him being appreciated, right? Like where he's invested all this time and he has this valuable input, and most people wouldn't appreciate it. Yeah.
Has he like in terms of his current position on things, like is he kind of like in within his kind of academic fields that he's worked in and his colleagues, like have you guys gotten a sense whether he is he like an outcast within his own colleagues and groups of people in terms of his viewpoints, or
Yes.
yeah So then, like, finding like people to talk about it with that, like JT was saying, like the younger whippersnappers has probably got to be pretty like illuminating for him.
Yeah, like refreshing, He and he'll like reach out to different physicists and stuff, and he'll be like, why did you say this, or etc.
Dude, that's
and
my
then they just
favorite.
curve him. They curve him.
Oh, dude, I can't wait for next week. The Andre Aziz and Unzicker video.
Yeah, it's very cool. Yeah, this dude's just such a valuable asset, bro. Like Gio, like there's this book called Relational Mechanics. You may have heard me talk about it. Andre Aziz, professor, he wrote a book called Relational Mechanics, and he breaks down like a dynamic equivalence using the Einsteinian and Newtonian frameworks of like a stationary Earth or whatever. And let's just say the ballers are not a fan. But anyway, so he reached out to that guy, and was trying to talk to him and was asking him some questions and giving him some critiques, and gave him like 4 or 5 questions about one of the videos he made. I think it was in regards to the Machian principle, yeah. Yep. And he responded to all these questions with timestamps of the video, addressing specific points that said like, "Thanks for reaching out." That's what he said back. Like, he didn't answer any of the questions. They just curve him. They can't even address it. Like they've actually just defaulted to tactics or ignoring or ridicule, like even in the academic circles. They don't actually address the intellectual points.
The Dayton Miller special, dog.
Yeah.
He's like, "Did you say something? I can't hear you over there from that isolated corner we're keeping you in." Like,
so if we would have to deal with that in academic circles, like why would we even give energy to those that aren't, right? Because like we don't really appeal to credentials and stuff like that, but they do, and they're the cause of this situation, right? Like the illusion of scientists and academic circles, and the scientists have figured all this out, blah blah blah. So we need to go to the heart of it, and if we're going to the heart of it, and they're even using these tactics or having to avoid it, that's where our pursuit should be, maybe, right? We should get them. Nah, you can't avoid it. Just find a way to make them address it. I don't know.
Yeah,
I can't figure that part out.
Yeah, there's a lot more potential for fruitfulness within, communities and actual academic, communities that have more stretch and more kind of breadth in their influence in that way. But yeah, I know some of these guys like hardcore debating the globe are obviously just like, some of them are basically just kind of trolling, just trying to create toxicity or whatever it may be. But I think even a lot of people in mainstream academia may even be similar to some of these like hardcore globe guys, in terms of their response, or some of the cogdice or some of the tactics, even maybe somewhat less so. But
well, there's going to be a difference, right? The difference is going to be that they can't just say the absolutely asinine things that the ballers in here can. Meaning, they kind of would have to either ignore you or concede. Like when I had the astronomer, right, on Professor Parks, like he was like, when I asked him, like, so yeah, you agree, obviously retrograde's not exclusive to a heliocentric model by any stretch, and it's equally valid on a stationary. He's like, yeah, of course, definitely not evidence for heliocentrism. Like immediately conceded, right? Because he was publicly engaging. And the alternative for someone in that academic position would be to just ignore the question. But the other alternative for people maybe in here that say have anonymity, they don't have that public reputation of some type of academic, they can just make up absurd things. Like they can just publicly say retrograde proves that the Earth moves around the sun, and they can argue about it for 4 years straight, because what do they have to lose, right? So I think that's the benefit. The benefit is the reputation actually dictates the conversation be more honest. And so either A, they have to have an honest conversation with concessions, or B, they have to just ignore the conversation altogether to avoid those concessions. All right, that's like the advantage of going to the higher levels.
Yeah, though it could be argued that's a double-edged sword, because I hear what you're saying. Like they have their reputation, so yeah, they can't just say something. Like for example, if Robert Parks said something publicly to you that was either completely false or whatever it may be, then yeah, now his reputation is on the line, because That's like there's just it's like a double-edged sword. There's good and bad things about the whole system, the way it's set up, and like reputation and all that. Because there's other ways that it can kind of block progress, because people get blackballed and pushed away and all that, and relegated to a different level because they're not agreeing with the mainstream. So, and then sometimes people don't speak out that are in those positions because they don't want their reputation attached to something that's challenging the paradigm as well. So there's a lot of layers.
I wanted to mention that with Bennett, he said in one of the earlier episodes in the field that he does not like debate. He doesn't like it at all. He said he'll talk all day long. Like, he loves conversation, and he knows that Whitsitt and he don't, agree on everything, but there's little to no contention. There's a lot of listening on both parts, a lot of respect. And I think that's going to go a long way, because just as a listener, I've only been in the game for 2 years. It's so exciting to hear someone that's authentic, hungry for the truth, even if they have formed their own opinions on the shape of the earth or where we live or anything. It's not that toxicity. I'm so tired of the toxic environment. So the other day in here, we were having a pretty good conversation. It was intellectual, it was going back and forth, and somebody like an old school shill just popped in and was just immediately gaslighting or doing something ridiculous. And y'all put a stop to it. You're like, hey, hold up. We're having a really good conversation. You can either take your turn talking and say something coherent, or you're going to be muted. And that was awesome. Just as a listener, I was like, yes, this is moving in the right direction. It's not just insanity. It's good conversation. So good on all y'all.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking. Yeah, that day. Yeah, it was like there was a couple guys that kept trying to just derail it into that. Yeah, take it into a fighting mode, try to get you to defend yourself. Trying to flare up everyone, and yeah.
Whitsitt thinks he's smarter than all the scientists. Like, bro, chill, bro. Yeah, we should. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, bro. Like, the reason I started in the field, and dude, it's gonna get way better, and I think it's gonna migrate to in-person interaction. That's why I want to set up this podcast, like really high quality editing with an engineer there, in-person interaction. It is going to do more to progress this conversation than like 5 million straight conversations with FTFE could ever do. 1 hour will do way more than it could, right? Because what you discover, it pulls back the curtain and it's like, oh, wait, these crazy flat earthers are intellectually respected, right? Like they hold their own. Like, this discussion does belong in certain arenas, that the earth is not a sphere, or that the earth is not spinning or revolving, is an intellectually valid discussion. That's super important, because one of the main reasons that people can't handle this is it's the fear of looking stupid.
Yep. Absolutely, dude. And then all the dumpster fire stuff that comes along. Like, dude, like I've got a lot of colleagues from my grad school, for example, and like, dude, I like some of them maybe I've talked about flat Earth with and whatnot, but like for a lot, I'm just thinking for a lot of them, like, and a lot of them, I mean, they're very well studied in cosmology, like they've, but more globe related in terms of heliocentrism and Copernicus and the whole intellectual lineage of all that. But like, if they were to, some of them, I'm saying, even without me talking to them about it, if they were to go research like flat Earth and go start Googling it, or, it's like, what would they find? And like what you're talking about, like just the level of dumpster fire and all those tactics, like, I think the people that do that, in my viewpoint, are purposefully trying to keep the conversation irrelevant. Because if it's screaming people on the internet and name calling and just absurd. So somebody like Fight the Flat Earth, that's what he thrives on. He's like, I'm going to make this a dumpster fire every day, and it's going to be hilarious. We're going to just make it look so unprofessional and absurd and ridiculous, and try to get everyone looped into that, like try to get everyone in that. And I'm just saying, if you were to look for content, what is the likelihood you're going to find a dumpster fire and not even take it seriously? And for people that are like academically trained and they're professional, like in general, those people are not going to sit and listen to some dumpster fire thing that has like intermittent intellectual information in it, but it's mostly a dumpster fire. They're just not even going to do that. Like a lot of them just not going to listen at all. So yeah, I think like being able to elevate the conversation where there's civility and actual intellectual discourse is definitely going to be where the breakthrough is going to be. Because then a new person's going to be like, oh, this is a real conversation. This is not just some, trolls on the internet screaming and yelling. It's actually a real conversation happening, and then that's when I think they'll be able to double take and actually start listening more than they would otherwise if it was just some dumpster fire or some chaos.
Yeah, I agree.
But like being able to have other professionals in the field that are willing to branch out, that'd be huge. That's what needs to happen. This needs to enter into academia, more so than it is now. Even though I don't know, I could. Oh, go ahead.
Awesome. So that's what I think. That's for sure the next step, right? Because, bro, listen, man, you can go talk to some of these globe veterans here. If you ask them, can you freely and privately explore Antarctica? They will say yes. Okay. If you ask them, what's the still man for a sunset on a flat Earth? They literally can't even bring themselves to answer it. What's a still man for gravity on a flat Earth? Can't answer it. Does parallax prove that the Earth is going around the sun? They'll say yes. Does aberration prove that the Earth is going around the sun? They'll say yes. Does retrograde prove it? Yes. Is there a kinematic equivalence with the geocentric position? They'll say no. And all of these things have been explained to them in depth. And in an actual intellectual forum, that is such an incompetent and patently wrong answer, it would just be ignored. It would be considered inadmissible. So pouring all of this energy into these redundant conversations where they have mastered speaking with such conviction, even though they're so wrong, that to a third party, it's like they leave confused and frustrated and just deflated, right? It just deters them. You know what I mean? Like as opposed to being edifying. So it's like, okay, in case the audience doesn't know, this is what aberration is. This is the claim for the heliocentric model as to what causes aberration. Here is the alternative position explaining it happening on a stationary Earth. And when they then get to learn, they get to understand both sides, they get to see the true situation, and then they can make up their own mind. Right? Don't we kind of all agree that's the objective? Like when people ask me why I do this, I've been saying the same thing for 3 or 4 years. I'm not trying to convert people, convince people. It's nothing like that. We're so censored. It's so misrepresented. People are being lied to. They're not being shown the full information. The objective is just to get all the true information out to everyone so then they can make their own informed decision. And I think that the path to do that, one of the most efficient paths to do that, is like speaking with academic circles that are more respected and getting on bigger shows. Those are like the 2 things that we should do. So talking to people that are anonymous, have nothing to lose, aren't actually knowledgeable about the subject, are disingenuous, have bad faith, and in our small channels are all the things that we don't need to do. You know?
Yeah, well, I mean, some of those folks are it's like set up to do that, like to detract, to not make this conversation ever be taken more seriously. Yeah, kind of reminds me of like an analogy. Let's say you're like at a bar. There's a girl that maybe you've already kind of talked to a little bit, and you really want to like ask her on a date, like a legit date. You really just are attracted to her. And I'm not saying just for some sexual pickup. I'm saying you're actually trying to like actually get to know her or something. Then there's some other girl there that's just wasted and she's just like rubbing up on you and like kissing you out of the blue and like doing all this stuff. And you're like, whoa, I don't, you're trying to actually get the date with the girl, the good girl or whatever you actually want to get on a date with. And this other girl is just like sloppy and just trying to make out with you and just like, I don't know. I'm just trying to use that analogy to say that like there's certain people that are like very rigid on the globe side. It's like they're playing that role basically, where they're just trying to like distract and just get you upset, basically trying to ruin your day in a nutshell. like trying to get you like, flustered and all that stuff. So yeah, that is like, but I mean, I think there's also like, I think a lot of this has been, there's a lot of like, practice though, for what's coming in the future. So I think, kind of having some of that has been, there's like some spiciness to it, and I think it's helped us more than anything to hash out the ideas and to be quick on our feet. So I think there's good things to it as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it basically was like the trenches like kind of helped us sharpen our sword, but at this point the sword is sharpened, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not advocating at this point. The process of sharpening the sword kind of built relationship, right? Like there are ballers that like I would never say we should excommunicate any of them or anything like that. Like it's kind of like this thing. It's like this bond that exists. As odd as it is, it's just like, okay, well sometimes you may grow up. Let's use this analogy. You may grow up playing high school basketball with your best friend, and you guys played basketball since you were 5. Right? Just in the driveway, parents were friends, you played basketball with them your whole life, you played in high school. Then you got a scholarship to play basketball because you were just better. You were ready for like the next level. Or maybe even he goes to college with you, but then you get drafted, right? So now you're ready for the big leagues. It's like, okay, your friend should at that point understand like, oh, I should go in the stands. It's time for them to go to the stands because like they're not going to the big leagues. That's the analogy of like FE. That's where FE is now. After the 7 years, FE is kind of ready to step into the big leagues. I mean, I'm just saying there are many of us now that can sit down with any astronomer in the world and they will leave having to concede that the Earth could be in the center and stationary. So we're ready for the big leagues, right? That's what I'm saying.
How is someone like Jeremy supposed to relate to either one of your analogies, guys? I mean, jeez.
No, it is a good analogy. Yeah.
Like we can still be friends. Like we can still go get a drink after the game, but like, should you turn down the NBA because your friend didn't make it? Should you keep going and playing pickup basketball in the park with your friend that's not that good or that fouls you a lot? Double dribbles, carries. That's what they do.
Yeah, so I mean, moving forward in the future, like I was thinking, it's like if there's 3 main groups, let's say you have stationary, planar, flat Earth, true Earth, etc. There's the like some people use that anti-flat earther, but there's like people that are very like rigidly trying to debate it in that sense, but they don't have any actual academic connections. And then there's the entire academic world. So like which one of those are moving forward? Like you said, in the big leagues or the larger stage, like is it going, obviously we're going to be involved, but then is it going to be the academic side or some of these guys that have like kind of internet troll channels basically that are just trying to ridicule and make, make a joke out of things and try to cause dumpster fires and all that stuff. Like, it's like, why not just actually, talk to the professionals directly?
Exactly.
Dude, I just heard that whole thing is like a Braveheart speech. I'm over here just like about to cheer and run into battle. It's amazing. But the other thing is, I also saw it as like whatever those boards are that have all the pegs and they drop like the ball down and it bounces like and finds its own way to the bottom. You've got the globers or the anti-flat earthers that are 100 convinced, or at least they act the part, that they know the truth, they have the truth, it's nothing but the truth, and they're going to defend it until they're dead. And then you've got true earthers or, people curious about the world we live in or the realm we live in or what it is. And you're blazing forward with integrity and honesty and hope. Your hopes are to find the truth, dig up the truth. All true earthers at this point that believe it to be a stationary topographical plane, we would yield to whatever it actually is if it's something different than we currently think. You got the ballers in the background. They're not going to yield on anything. They think it's a spinning ball in space and heliocentrism is it. Dynamite. They love it. We know that's a lie. Total deception. False. Shouldn't even be believed in. The true earthers are in the middle. And, I don't want to say the true earthers are behind the academic world, but the people that are going to actually win are the ones that are
have a malleable mind and spirit and will yield to what the truth is. And they'll seek it out and they'll put efforts into digging it up. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, in the academic world, it is kind of a double-edged sword, like I said, because there is certain rigidity, but there's also a lot that has been conceded in total in the academic world. So they are like more used to that in a sense. There have been paradigms that have shifted before, but like I said, it's kind of a double-edged thing because there's also a lot of rigidity and then money involved, and there's a lot of reasons that there's some incentive for them to keep their position, which means that changing anything is hard, of course. But at the same time, I mean, there is it's even part of their training, is to always be open to new evidence or new information. Now, they may not all follow that directly, but at least it is more in the background. So if this were to reach a larger discussion to where it's not just one or two people that could suppress it, that's where there would really be, that's in terms of the big leagues on that level, where it's happening on a much larger front, where the assertions that are being made, especially, are going to need to be tested and double tested. And then there's to be certain people that are in academia positions that are actually willing to speak out and to actually explore what the truth actually is, outside of those other restrictions. So it's in the spirit of their training. There's just a lot of kind of structure and agendas, and there's just a lot of structures that have the potential to block that, because of money and the corruption part of it.
Yeah, you said
I'm a
something.
little bit skeptical of the strategy here that you guys are talking about, because I mean, you just look at the pandemic. They silenced like medical professionals, and you had Project Veritas go and cover, unveiling, and they use that for control. And they already said what their game plan is next. They're gonna beat us over the head with climate change.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm saying. You have to find a way to kind of glitch out the system, right? To tap into some of these less censored niches and then pull them back out. You got to find a way. I mean, option A, give up. Option B, beat them at their own game. Yeah. Because the way to combat, say, the global warming thing is raising awareness.
Yeah, paradigm shifts take time. That's for sure. They take a lot of time. There's a lot of turmoil. There can be a lot of turmoil in the midst of it as well.
I was going to mention to you, Gio, or you said something earlier that caught my attention, and I realized that in this journey, I was so focused on me. Like, how do I feel about this? And all I cared about was the truth. Like, at all costs, I wanted to know the truth for myself, my family. I didn't want to lie to my kids, etc. But I didn't really consider people in the field that are relying on the heliocentric model, or at least the globe model, as the way of making money, security, and they may I don't even know if they would be curious about the truth, but they are vehemently against uncertainty and the fear of maybe losing their job, or if a whole field closes. But man, I would love more than anything to have an awakening happen where everybody just got sick and tired of the deceivers and the people that are the evil controllers of the world, and we just took back the ability to grow our own food and love each other and live like real life with real conversations. And then these people that are in these fields just shift it to ether, or just keep doing the passion that you've got, but now you get to do it towards the truth. But I don't know. I guess I'd take a lot of prayer for that to be accomplished.
Yeah, for sure. There'd have to be some pretty big changes, but the truth will prevail. But yeah, I mean, imagine like, having your entire career. Well, like I'll mention, so this professor at one of the grad school I went to, he has been trying to integrate astrology, so not astronomy, but astrology, the actual meaningful correlation of the planetary bodies, as it were, with human life and events on Earth, etc. And he's a historian, so he's gone over. Now, get into the question of how much of that history is true or false, but nonetheless, he's gone back and looked at all of the historical cycles, and then looked at the alignments, and so he's done a lot of actual direct, statistical analysis and so on. So, but I mean, he's a Harvard graduate, he's a professor, so I mean, he's got all the credentials, PhD, but he's already, he's been trying to, in a sense, get astrology to be legitimized in mainstream academia, and it's extremely difficult because of all the slandering they've done with astrology. I mean, they've tried to say, flat Earth is false and the globe is correct, and so we need to ridicule and push out flat Earth. Well, they've done the same thing between astronomy and astrology. They say astronomy is the real deal and astrophysics and all that, but astrology is just absolute pseudoscience, is what they claim, which I would say is very far from the truth. So I'm just saying, that professor I'm referring to, he's had to kind of battle with trying to get the mainstream academia world, and he's got a PhD and graduated from Harvard. I mean, he's got all the credentials, but even he, like, if looking at like the reviews of his book on Amazon, and there's, people, this guy lost it and he's lost his rocker and all this stuff, again, without them probably even looking into the actual research. So anyways, I just bring that up to say that, like, his challenges of trying to integrate it into the current model is a huge challenge, especially because of the fact with heliocentrism and the Big Bang doesn't really integrate with that. So anyways, I'm just saying, yeah. And then, he's had to find his own way, forward, even though the academia is so, suppressing, but at the same time, I don't think it's not worth like giving up. I think we still have to move forward because yeah. Sorry, I was trying to kind of wrap the end of the thoughts up, but I realized I was kind of going for a bit long there. But I don't know. I guess I was just commenting on, the challenges of integrating new information when there's already a huge bias against it that's been pre-programmed. So there has to be like the data that challenges the current model, and then like there needs to be some kind of opening for a paradigm to shift and for new information to be looked at, without all the bias that often is the case.
Yeah, I like that feedback. It was all good. I'm ultimately hoping that the awakening that's happening, the tidal wave, is people hungry for truth and the understanding who we really are, like the power that we have as individuals and our worth, our value, get out of the slave system. The idea of flat Earth is amazing, and biblical cosmology, I mean, it's legit, and people have to wake up and be hungry for the truth to see it or even challenge the mainstream. But yeah, I guess I'm just hoping for folks that are just chill and able to talk, like Bennett, a whole lot more Bennetts and Whitsits, and everybody in here for the most part is free to, you got even people that disagree with each other. For the most part, this is the coolest channel on Discord that I've found, where people can just like share ideas and bat it around.
Austin, I've been posting some relevant articles if you could grab onto some of those or look at them.
Right.
Yeah, because that's when progress occurs, is when the actual discussion can happen. It's like if the discussion's shut down, then it's going to be a challenge. So yeah, that is a key factor. Like you were saying with it, where that guy where he just wrote like, "Thanks for writing," it's like that kind of response is like the least productive. If it's just a hand wave or just not even willing to discuss it.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I think of like the current professionals, the ones that are brave, that are going to actually step forward onto the larger stage, like you were saying, like into the big leagues. Like which ones in those fields? Because I think that in every field, there's got to be at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or more in that field that actually will have the open mind and actually be willing to bring it to the rest of their colleagues. I think that's probably how you're not just going to get everyone from academia to just instantly change anything. It's going to have to be like a couple within each field they're going to have to start kind of putting cracks in the door and then getting their other colleagues to look into it. And the fact that, there have to be some kind of chain of trust to where there can be some kind of branching out, beyond the biases or the restrictions and all those factors. And that's usually how paradigm shifts change. There's like some in those fields that are willing to actually look at it, and then they're the ones that end up essentially being like a hero in a sense for the truth or for the new paradigm that is, being either implemented or being explored or being looked at in terms of the phenomenon.
Dude, this is crazy, bro. Where these some of these articles. This newspaper article here, it says, it is said that in the Antarctic continent, behind the fringe of ice that stretches a forbidding and imposing wall, occasionally 2 miles high, along the southern seas, is the future paradise of the hardy and intrepid explorer. The continent is twice the size of Europe, and once beyond the ice wall, it presents few of the obstacles that baffle seekers for the northern pole. It has vegetation of strange nature, hidden mineral wealth, and metals and precious stones, and presents numerous attractions that are likely to force a way over or through the awful wall of ice.
They're hiding the scarcity. They fucking found all kinds of mountains of coal and minerals. I mean, they found a lot of shit. What they're saying is if the ice wall is sometimes 600 to 1,200 feet tall, that the runoff of melt doesn't always make it to the ocean. It goes the other way and causes these almost tropic pools, in comparison, lakes, what they call lakes, that are penetrated by volcanic mountains. So there's definitely possibly what we call an interior, but to us, obviously it's an exterior of what we're describing as outer lands. They were describing then as lakes and fresh volcanic mountains in a huge ecosystem that's never existed in our eyes, of superheated steam constantly against cold, with its own whatever strata cycle of rain, fall, and fog and shit, keeping it semi contained in a tropical nature, by convection or inversion layer of temperature or something, but it's not that fucking cold there because of the volcanic nature. And I got some other articles on how much gold there was in the world, and the thought that there might be too much gold there, making gold suddenly not valuable, might be.
Or allowing those who have control over that land to use that gold to take over the gold standard in our current world, in our current situation. There's tons of gold there and they're hiding it.
Yeah. Austin, if you grab this link, you'll be able to research again by putting anything else in that title, any year or any subject. And it's been a lot of fun.
Very cool.
Yeah, it's been crazy. Like any year, like I've been noticing too, you want to look the year before. If you want to know about NASA in 58, look up 57. And I'm learning more about this NACA organization that existed, and that goes straight back to Woodrow Wilson in 1915, who is the guy that apologized for everything. It seems like they may have really bottled up science and space like we think. I know it sounds far-fetched, but when you look at it this way, it does look like they canned a lot of stuff. And I've been looking at the space program and how when NASA was developed, it was totally an argument because the military was furious that the shit was being handed over to a civilian organization. And that didn't get fixed till last year with Space Force or whatever. I mean, there's still furious arguments about who's doing what up there. And if you look at the shuttle program, it was half a military program, completely kept from us, kept from Congress, pretty much. I don't know. But I mean, it's like the secrets are rampant. It's just a lot of people don't care. They don't care. And the idea of the space program and people losing interest and stuff, man, I just noticed they fired a bunch of Nazis in 1970. Like as soon as they landed, they I looked up paperclip, and it was like as soon as it was kind of the program got exposed, there was still like 70 of them, but like 15 bailed, another 15 quit, and others were fired. And in 1970, there was a huge cutback in funding, just huge. I don't know why, if we just landed on the moon, but it's like NASA got hammered on a funding thing, like 30% or something. Anyway, pretty interesting to look at like what their proposed budgets were when they started and how quickly it got into the billions and how mixed up and messed up it is. No wonder our space program's a mess.
It would make sense that they would maybe reduce funding purposefully, because knowing that obviously the moon landings were faked. So like if they reduce funding, that's a little bit of a good cover story. Like, oh, well, it's hard to get back, hard to go back, because you would think that if they really went to the moon, they would be back there setting up outposts, scientific stations, telescopes, be all kinds of equipment. But if they're going to say that they're cutting back funding right after that, that's maybe could be an excuse as to why they pulled back.
Yeah, and I found all these articles on a space station known as Freedom that like kept getting cut back to. I think that's why we call the ISS, because they couldn't get the US to fund it. So they went international with that, because we couldn't get a space station up there. They couldn't get Congress to agree, because Congress was still pissed about the whole situation militarily. It's like, what the fuck? This is supposed to be the people's shit. This is supposed to be science. And it seems like they've been fighting the whole time. It started with something called the Vanguard program that got turned over to the people from the military, and the military was furious. So there's definitely some space wars we don't know about fiscally that have gone on the whole time. And like, here's some articles on it. It's just like, there's lots of articles on it. They're just all fuck you. And I'm looking, I got to look at this group, the National Space Council. This is later too. This is like 92. These are the fuckers making the decisions. But I don't know if it's on behalf of the people or the secret government, or I got to look up all these people. Some of these names I recognize. They're not good.
Oh, Dick Cheney. Hey.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
All right, the Space Council. All right. What do you think, guys? We're going to space with Dick Cheney?
Probably not. And here's the thing on the Freedom space station that I don't even remember.
That's funny, that little quote in the lower right. It says, I'm apprehensive about the role of the National Space Council, but I'm willing to give Mr. Golden the benefit of the doubt. That's funny. Just that wording. Benefit of the doubt.
When you look at the original formation of NASA, it's definitely sold as a civilian dealie. And like, that's how they sold it to Congress. That it was separate budgeting, separate everything, that it was, all about love and peace and unity and stuff. Definitely fun reading in here, though. Here's an 1897 article on taking your car to Antarctica, on what kind of car you want. And it's basically a boat. A sailboat with wheels. They thought was going to be the way to cruise around down there.
Dude, that's the future, bro. Cars that just turn into boats that can turn into planes all at once.
What I like is that there's a like an ATV, like a four-wheeler that turns into a jet ski. Pretty cool.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you could. How fun would that be, just to like rip around on the jet ski, pop up on the land, cruise around, pop back in the water? Yeah, it's pretty cool.
The only next place to go is have it turn into a flying vehicle at some point, so we could do all three of them.
This is a story on the Antarctic gold here in 1895.
So I'm saying, dude, what are the chances that whatever other land that they're hiding has a ton of gold on it, and that's how they took over the world, is by taking over the gold standard, by having all the gold from that other land, whether it's Antarctica or other land entirely. I think that's a big factor as to how these guys even got the leg up that they even got. It's like if the world was the way it was right now, and there's all the gold that's on it that people have mined, but if you had access to other land that has like as much or more gold than is here, then yeah, you would instantly have that position to be able to essentially take over the rest of the system that's already running on the gold standard, take them off the gold standard, be in the top position to, well, in this case, I mean, JP Morgan connection with the Titanic sunk. They established a Federal Reserve a year later. And once that was established, then they got, the world banks and World War I and everything that happened after that. Yeah.
No, I just feel like that would be unnecessary because most of the gold doesn't even exist. It's just it's traded in futures and most of it exists in speculation. And
yeah, but that's because they took us off the gold standard and started printing their own money. It's already after.
I'm talking about actual gold. Like if you look at gold on the gold market, most of the gold is traded. It doesn't exist.
No, I know, but I'm talking in the 19 teens, 1920s. I mean, today, yeah, it's a lot of digital, but who owns the most amount of gold?
Yeah, I agree. I was speaking on the idea that Antarctica might have a bunch of gold and they're free to do whatever they want with it. I would say that's not necessary because they do that anyways. Like most of the gold that's traded doesn't exist, so they wouldn't need to find real gold to manipulate the market.
Yeah, but they would have to have real gold if they're going to take over. If there's a gold standard, they would have to have a ton of real gold if they're going to try to take that over and start printing the money themselves. Because you're kind of talking about after it's already been replaced.
I guess we just go down a rabbit hole with this because I was just going to say last thing I'll say is, even whenever it was on the gold standard, the gold we held in reserves, both in New York and in Fort Knox, it didn't even really, it wasn't even confirmed to be there. It's claimed to be there, but even like Germany and other countries who try to get their gold back, they just claim that it's held up somewhere and they can't get it back. So I don't even think that when they had the gold standard, that gold was actually in reserves. They claim to have a certain amount in reserve, but there's no evidence of.
Wouldn't it be crazy if they're actually controlling the Earth with an Earth material, gold? Like they use gold, took over the gold standard to have this level of like dominance within the media and everything. Gold comes from the Earth, then they're using that to then deceive people about the globe. It's like using Earth minerals, gold, to like just control the Earth.
Yeah, it's true. It would be crazy. But what material is not an Earth material? I mean, all materials are materials.
Yeah, I just mean something that naturally comes from the Earth, I suppose. But yeah, if you're gonna say everything's natural.
Yeah. Well, all elements in it. But yeah, I get your.
Well, gold is the biggest market cap asset in the world. It's like 10 trillion. Whereas the next largest asset is like Apple or whatever, like 2.3 trillion. And then Microsoft and everything from there going down. So it's like the gold is the biggest asset at 10 trillion, which is like more than, 4 times more than even the next largest asset, like Apple or whatever the list is right now. Berkshire Hathaway, whatever those top 10.
It's crazy. Most of it doesn't exist though, that's crazy.
Yeah, it really never made sense to me, actually, with the gold and silver, with people like exchanging it for fiat Federal Reserve notes that are worthless. But, the way you describe it, because previously you're on the gold standard, and then so you have the convenience of storing your gold in a bank vault and then just carrying around the Federal Reserve notes that can be exchanged for gold. And then so once you remove that off the gold standard, and then people start to see the consequences of that, the inflation, and then it's a scare tactic. Then now people have to hoard this gold, so it's going to increase the demand with what you're talking about to propel that type of situation.
Yeah, I mean, something major would have to happen for them, for someone. You know how many people want to control things? Like criminals and criminal groups. The fact that this group has actually done it, there has to be some kind of almost like secret weapon type thing. And I think very likely other land that they're hiding that has a ton of gold on it would make a lot of sense, that is actually the reason that these guys actually got in the position rather than someone else, rather than some other mafia group or whoever else, that these actual guys actually did it, which would then be linked to the globe deception, because to lie to us about the globe, it hides that land.
Yeah, so I've heard diamonds are actually worthless too, and they just hoard a bunch of diamonds and they just slowly release them into the market to increase the price.
Yeah, same thing with amethyst. It was just as equally valuable as any other precious gem, like emeralds or rubies or sapphires, until it was discovered that there was a huge, vast resource spitting out these giant freaking geodes full of amethyst. So, yeah, it always boils down to quantity and demand.
Scarcity.
I mean, when I think about it, it's like where the whole that's where like the whole control matrix lies. I mean, we were talking earlier about like the academia, but a lot of that is run by money. I mean, you get your degree, your student loans, you get your professional in your field. Your company is usually funded by whoever they're funded by. That's how you're getting paid. So to speak out against that, or to try to dispel some deception within that, you're basically just taking your whole career and just putting it at risk. And then the way they control us with money, like your career is your money. That's how you buy your car, pay your rent, put food on your table. And then, some people obviously want to make more than minimum wage. Obviously, a lot of people do. So like, they've already done the career that makes them $250,000 a year. So there's a lot of factors that play into that. But it just seems like to me, it's all rooted in the money and the control of the money. It's like it's like just wrapped in directly with it. That's why like there's so much blockage, I think, in academia, is because the money talks and the money controls. Otherwise, if their pay was not going to be affected at all, be interesting to see how different science would be, as it were, in the mainstream. If it was really about the actual pursuit for truth and not the pursuit to maintain, a lot of the structures and the financial structures that are.
Like if you were to go in and be like, all right, it doesn't matter what you find, what you say, what your results are, just give us the straight up truth. No matter what, you're still going to make 200 G's a year or whatever, and then see what happens. Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Well, I think it's like even with Robert Bennett, it's like shown, because like Witsit was saying that he's kind of older, he's retired, so he doesn't really have that, and so he's able to speak about it without those threats to his livelihood. So what we need to do, just replace these people's income with something else, maybe. No, I don't know. That is an option, though, if they were to have some other alternative.
If we had enough to just retire every scientist right now and be like, all right, hit now tell us what's up.
I know this might sound a bit dramatic, but have you guys ever thought that the actual future of humanity actually depends on the truth about the Earth being more well known? Meaning that the globe
Yes.
paradigm that they're in is like driving us to possible extinction, either through like excessive genetic modification, or there's a lot
I
of
think
ways that
about
could
that
happen.
every day. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's catch-22. It's going back to what you're saying. If you keep the wages low, then I mean, it's like the one triangle in psychology. You know, they have to keep you in the rat race to survive, and not thinking about that.
I see Issa's in here because Issa often you say that flat Earth is not the hill to die on, but I don't know. It might be. It might just be the hill to die on.
Oh well, I think I think I beg to differ on that one, but I think flat Earth is more like the hidden jewel that, like, you know, because I think the hill to die on is like fighting medical tyranny.
Is the opposite of a hill to die on the flat to live on?
Well, no, the opposite of the hill to die on is a hill to live on.
Okay.
Or a flat plane to live on. Like, you know what I mean? It's like you don't, like, if you're in the middle of battle, you don't show someone like your sacred garden.
It seems to be the opposite of a hill to die on. I don't think we're looking.
Well,
to
no,
die
it's a luxury, dude. Remember, dude, all the fanciful shit about whether you're on a flat fucking thing or a fucking or a globe is unprovable. It's useless knowledge, and it is nothing but a conviction.
You really think that?
I fucking know that, man.
Useless
That's the one
knowledge
thing. Listen,
that
like,
can't
no,
be
no,
known.
no, no, no. Listen, man. It's not like, I can't say it's useless because that takes away, I guess, way too much. What I mean is like uh or not so much even the information, because granted, like, the earth is the Lord, right, and the fullness thereof. Like, it is good that we study it. My point is that fighting for an opinion about your conviction about what the Lord has given you to stand in awe of. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I can't I can't say that somebody doesn't see the fucking curvature over there, despite my opinion that that's fucking impossible. Right? You know what I mean? Like, because of some form of, I mean, there's extreme like relativism, but, like, in this sense, like, I have to permit them their experience. Do you know what I mean? So, like, the litmus test isn't the flat earth. The litmus test is how can you deal with the opposition's completely radically different opinion about the same set of information that you're looking at. That's the litmus test. The issue about medical tyranny is then you're going to take that data and then force me to do something medical like that, or medical, you know what I mean? Because, like, philosophically, like, you're well within your right to, we have all the freedoms in the world to be flat earthers. However, we're not also free from the ridicule that comes with it. And the ridicule damns the fucking rest of the ship of knowledge that you should be talking about. That's why everyone like that was in the 9/11 conspiracy thing are so mad with flat earthers, because in a way, and this is why I always sided to some degree intellectually with them, was that they're right. Like, I mean, it took me a while to get there even, but, like, they're right. Like, flat earth, like, 9/11 is more important than flat earth. It's like the idea that, like, instead of us, like, arguing about like things that have I don't know, other issues, we're arguing about whether or not the horizon, which is pretty much intangible. You know what I'm saying, dude? Because it's like a figment of your perspective, is one way or the other. Now, I have my convictions, you know what I'm saying? And I'll argue on behalf of those. However, I can't force them on somebody. Therefore, it's not the hill to die on. The hill to die on is you going to come in here and tell me I can't leave my house for fucking whatever because you think there's a fucking whatever. Or put a
But
mask
isn't it
on,
the global
or fucking, you know what I mean? Like, that's the universal hill, because you want as many. If you're gonna pick a hill, pick a number where you got fucking pick one where you got numbers, man. Flat Earth is irrelevant, but I guarantee there's a lot of people who are fucking against medical tyranny that are flat earthers.
All right,
But
your
not
food
all
chain,
people
bro.
against medical tyranny are flat earthers, and I wouldn't want to. We need them. I don't want to have them disassociate myself when we need that as a pressure point, i.e., like, when enough people, like, look at them now, they got to fucking come back and ask all the people to join the military, and they're like, no vax required. Blah, 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 blah. Because everybody has stood up and been like, yo, this is fucked up. Now, if you come up and say, but we're all flat earthers, you just now look like a psyop trying to belittle the whole effective movement of fighting medical tyranny, i.e., not the hill to die on.
It's all about getting people to not comply and showing them the reality that they live in, I think.
Right, and doing it by something where you've got numbers. Like, I don't need them to grasp the finer points of fucking, like, the Michelson-Morley experiment for me to, like, get along with them. When we all are raging against this one particular issue and there's no reason to divert it. That is flat earth is a luxury, dude. Like, if you're talking about flat earth or anything like that, like, it's a privilege. Like, you're probably doing okay in life. Any flat earther is a fucking, probably a rich dick. Because you got enough time on your hands to worry about it. Most of the motherfuckers that I know that fucking whatever, they're scrolling TikTok, laughing their ass off at whatever's funny, and they couldn't give a fuck. And as soon as it gets into the weeds about flat earth, they turn right the fuck off and don't give a fuck. I understand from a trusted source that rich guys like rockets. Rich guys do like rockets. That's it. That's why. I mean, think about it. You're sitting there looking at rocket footage, trying to prove one of them right and one of them wrong, and this is how. I mean, what a fucking luxury.
But what would you say to this then, Issa? What would you say to the idea that the current system, whatever you want to call it, the matrix, whatever, with like you said, all that ridicule and all of the, like you said, if you linked flat Earth to something else, they all ridicule, then they try to discredit.
Well, no,
Isn't that already because of the kind of global programming? And then my main question is, aren't we in this because of the globe in the first place? And then wouldn't the truth that the Earth isn't a globe then unravel this whole globalist system that's been, implemented or that's been co-opted?
I used to say it all the time. Michael Tessarian used to say it, and I forget who originally said it, but it's like, it's not that you were like, the issue is a psychological issue that you can almost base down on the individual as a microcosm of society and all the rest of it. And that's why, like, Carl Jung and all those guys. But the thing is this, and this is the kicker, this is why flat Earth is too deep, is that it's not that you were sold a lie that pisses people off. It's that you're telling them that they bought it. You're telling them that in what they invested and everything that they fucking that believed in their life based on this fucking whatever like that, they have to revisit it and deny it, and they can't. And it's a psychological thing. It's too deep of an issue. It destroys people in a lot of ways. And now, I just think it's not that it's the kind of thing that, like, from day one. This is why my thing. From day one, everyone can agree medical tyranny is wrong. From day one, no explanation needed. No fucking explanation needed. The fucking issue about fucking flat Earth is a nuanced, privileged, intellectual, fine wine, man. And either some people get it or like it, or some people don't. And that's where the fun begins. But there's no reason to bring that to the. I just said it's not the litmus test of, like, way I look at, like, because the real litmus test, if you want to get to it, is that how do you cope with the person who disagrees with you? That's the real litmus test. And now I'm all for the fun and games and getting emotional about it and pissing people off, you know what I mean, or whatever. Like, I enjoy all that. That's what I come here. You know what I mean? That's what I come for. It's a bunch of privileged dicks trying to tell me what I can or cannot think. You're gonna tell me something because you got a Himawari motherfucker that you could tell me how I gotta look at the world, bro? Who the fuck are you? You know what I mean? With your gay pictures, dude. And you're fucking, you know what I mean? You're gay science, right? Fucking dude, like, I just think, like, go fuck yourself. Like, but at the same stroke, and and that's where the intellectual side of it is. And I just mean it, like, in my day to day, like, if I'm hearing the debate and I'm going one on one with someone and they're gonna talk shit or whatever it is, and I'm feeling it, you know what I mean? Then I might die on that hill right now. You know what I mean? Flat Earth and something like that. But I mean, it's like the flag of, like, society and the rest of it. Like, they don't fucking need to give a fuck. What they need to give a fuck is somebody not coming around trying to put shit in their arm. And, like, the fucking Milgram experiment says 80% of people will go along with authority.
Well, let me ask you this.
What?
Let me ask you this as like just kind of like a thought exercise. I know it's a bit ridiculous, but like if you had a megaphone, or I'm kind of kidding, but if you were like on the front, if you were able to give like a 20-minute speech, and everyone on Earth would hear you, what would you say that you think would be the most important things?
Oh, I like that. I would definitely promote XRP.
XRP to the moon. Let everyone know.
Yeah, it's the only rocket going on the Ripley rocket. But yeah,
or like in the topic of truth topics, like if you had the ears of every human on Earth and you could, for 10 minutes or 20 minutes, like what truth, like, because that's kind of what, like the idea of a hill to die on. I mean, isn't that kind of the idea of a hill to die on, like something so important that you'll die for it because it has that much importance?
Yeah, I think if I had the 20 minutes, I think I would talk about what I always talk about on here: how there is no red or blue America versus China or Russia. It's the free people of the government. They've been lying to you day one about the nature of our planet and other things. That's
Hey, yo, I'd get investors for like every minute. So like, you get 5 million for 1 minute. You know what I mean? Like just at least 5 minutes of like advertisements, like a YouTube video. Started off like the first minute, like, a bunch of fucking games, video games. So you get paid for your advertisement to the whole world. Anyway, just kidding. But like, yeah, I think you would have to. I think it's best offered in a conditional acceptance. Like, I don't say to people like, do you think the Earth, like, I'm a or I don't know, there's times, but like, if you're gonna make a general statement to the public or something like that, like, like I always used to, whenever I did like the man on the street with a fucking video, that kind of thing, you'd be like, what have you heard of the flat Earth theory? And let them take it. Do you know what I mean? Because flat Earth is like a
20 minutes, bro.
As soon as no, that's what I'm saying. Like, you could drop that in your 20-minute thing. Is like, so have you all heard of the flat Earth theory? You know what I mean? And, and don't, you don't necessarily have to own it. Just say it's interesting, isn't it? That's all you got to say. You know what I mean? So it's not like you got to. It's not like you got to be like, bah 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 bah, and the fucking radius of the Earth, and this doesn't make sense because of Michael's. Whatever the fuck. Like, it's like the idea that let them go down that rabbit hole. You know what I mean? Like, if they want it, it's a fine wine, man. They don't need to want it. I'm convinced of that.
So you only need like 2 seconds.
Yeah. And I think like the more sophisticated it comes across, like, and it's like more like, I think really it's like, think of how they do it, bro. It's on the clocks. They hide the fuck out of it and they just put it in plain sight and it's there for everyone to see who has eyes to see, kind of a thing. Like, you're blessed to be aware of it almost. It's everywhere. You know what I mean? And they know it, we know it, and it's like, what a beautiful thing. But you can't necessarily, like, this is what's so fascinating with law. Anyone who identifies as a human, you know what I'm saying? It's like a monster, dude. That's like someone with like an animal with teeth and rage and emotion. It's gonna lie, cheat, and steal to get whatever the fuck it wants. They don't fucking deserve flat Earth. They don't want it. But like law that's why law is so correct in a lot of the ways, because it's like it defines all this shit.
I think the larger implications of flat Earth would be critical for people like that, because if they had a logical mind to discern what's being said, then they would quickly realize that we're not flying around spinning on a fluke of an accident. This is all by intelligent.
That's what Nietzsche predicted, like the psychopath in that regard. You know what I mean? Because it was like the whole idea of like, dude, you're just like, even Nietzsche just said they killed God when they took the sun from being the center. You know what I mean? Like, the cosmological philosophical connection is fucking huge. I'm just saying it's too deep potentially for your average person. Like, That's why I said not the hill to die on. But it doesn't mean it's not like legit, and it doesn't mean it's
Well,
not even worth.
I was just talking about the person that you said it's not for, like the narcissistic, you know, evil people. Like I think this is exactly what the fuck they need to wake up and realize that, you know, all of your actions are going to be accounted for. So might want to consider repenting and making some changes if you're able to.
Yeah, I don't know if any of them people even get it, bro. Only God knows.
Well,
man. You know, that's why
yeah,
even like
exactly.
I used to always look at it like I just look at it like, you know, I don't know, God willing, it's like, you know, my victory is my life. You know what I mean? The experiences that we have, like, you know, being misunderstood, but also being rewarded in ways that you could never explain. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, there's like that ebb and flow of life, and God willing, you know what I mean, protects us through it and blesses us because, man, people are wild, dude.
So you would mention the
Yeah,
shape of the earth in your 20 minutes? You would mention it though?
Oh yeah, probably would. But I would throw it in jest. And like I said, don't own it. You can introduce an idea without necessarily owning it. I mean, shit, you can introduce an idea. You can introduce an idea without even owning it, and then people will condemn you for owning it. And you just
But I mean,
introduced
like,
it, and you didn't even fucking actually. You didn't even like say that that's what you believe. But
I mean,
so
I
it's
kind of
dangerous enough.
feel like
It's
you
dangerous enough just to say it.
have to. Like, you're,
What's up?
Go ahead, Dizel. You were breaking up a little.
I was just gonna say, like, I almost you would have to take it a step further than just kind of throwing it out there in some hinting kind of way. Like who are we as an individual? Like, we're just, you know, a random nobody getting the limelight for 20 minutes or however long. Like, why would anybody want to look into something that this nobody suggested? Like, there would have to be some kind of damning evidence to follow up with that suggestion in order to kind of, you know, cater somebody to take the time to look into it.
Yeah, although I'm not
Like, it's just
really. Oh, go ahead.
like if some random nobody came up to you and just gave you a suggestion, that could be life changing, or it could be the whole waste of your fucking time. Like, how likely are you to dive into whatever that suggestion may have been from that random nobody? You know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't know if I agree necessarily with just throwing it out there like that. I think it would just go right over everyone's head.
Only if it starts trending on Twitter will they dig into the topic.
I mean, look at Obama when he mentioned we don't have time for a gathering of the flat Earth community. Like, think about how many people never even heard that there was a flat Earth community to begin with, and how many people did that trigger a response for them to go deep dive into something to, like, you know, figure out what the hell is being said. Like, I know when I came across flat Earth, I thought somebody was just fucking around, and then they're like, "No, really." And I'm like, okay. And it wasn't until they said something like along the lines of water always seeks level or something along those lines that caused me, it triggered a response in me to start pondering on the idea and trying to, you know, critically discern it myself. And then I found myself entrapped. So it takes, sometimes it takes a little more than just a vague suggestion.
I thought the flight paths in southern hemisphere was pretty interesting when someone pointed that out.
One thing as well, like, do you guys think it's the case that like every person like has to actually look into all this and research it, or is it more the case that there will be some that will be doing research and then it's sort of like the masses will go along with whatever, you know, whatever the mainstream goes with, you know, in that sense? Meaning, like with the shape of the earth, like, is it really the case that like every human has to research all the intricacies, or is it more that some do the research and then if there's a larger paradigm shift or, you know, on that scale, then sort of the rest will, seemingly, kind of fall in suit, as it were, or kind of go with that new paradigm, kind of the way they went with the globe without even researching it. It's not really the best case scenario, people just go on things that they haven't researched, but when there is kind of like collective knowledge. So if this collective knowledge about the globe changes, on the mass scale in the coming decade or two, does that mean that every human has to research, Michelson Morley and know about all these different details? Or is it actually just that some will do that work and, and then it'll branch more to academia and more into the professional world over time. And then eventually, if there is a larger paradigm shift, which would have to come with huge changes in society because the way the government's set up and the way the government's connected to the globe. So there would have to be huge changes already happening. And perhaps if they're going to try to do their smart city thing, maybe there's going to be some changes with if they focus on that. However, that's going to play out. But I'm just saying that is it the case that everyone has to know the information, or is it more the case that some do, and getting it out to like a critical mass enough to where there can be a larger shift that would actually be positive or beneficial or productive for humanity in terms of getting out of this kind of globe paradigm and the corruption that comes with it?
I think once you follow the logical implications and you realize that what this is all ultimately depicting is evidence of God's existence and a creation, I think that's far more important than understanding the intricacies of all the specific individual arguments. Like, we all know that there's an expiration date on everybody, right? And so what's beyond this life, I think, is kind of at the forefront of everybody's like subconscious thought, whether or not they're like entertaining the thought at the moment or not. Like, it's always there in the background of your mind. Like, you know that your time's limited here. So having some kind of verifiability as to what lies beyond this reality, and with some sort of like certainty, I think is crucial, and I think is the most important part of flat Earth, in my opinion. But I don't know. That's just me.
Yeah, the larger context. Well, have you even heard the idea that there's like, well, this, I'm not trying to totally take it into this, but there's like demonic entities in the astral plane when you die, and they're trying to like loop you into like going into like a false light, like instead of going to like the real light, you go to the false light. Anyways, but there's even like an idea that's happening, like a soul matrix harvesting thing going on. And then if you believe you live on a random globe and a random universe and you're just chaotic and evolution, that would, and then atheism and how that all links in. Like, is that actually part of a larger agenda to just confuse people as much as they can about where they live, who they are, spirituality, etc., even to the point of total atheism and evolution, to the point to where when they die, they're, arguably just totally unprepared and dislocated.
Yeah. I think that's essentially we've got an opportunity here within this lifetime to gain wisdom. Some people go for it, and some people don't. And I think the ones that don't are just bound to fumble and repeat potentially, this experience, like you called it, a soul matrix. And the ones that have wisdom and foresight to kind of like perceive truth, I think ultimately, transcend and liberate beyond this matrix. But I don't know. It's just a thought.
Yeah, it's interesting to think of cosmology actually being connected to the afterlife, because one would think that's different. It's like, oh, well, this is just this world. When you leave this world, you're out of here. But it's actually interesting to think of the overlap and the connectedness. It's like the inner cosmology of like the soul, the spirit, and the meaning of all of that, and how everyone sorts that in their mind, like spiritually, and then how that links to the physical that we're currently embodied in. Like, does knowing certain truth here actually help you in the afterlife? That it's not just only for this realm, but that it actually carries over in that sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's the only thing that you get to take with you. So you're either, you know, bound by your possessions, i.e., lack of wisdom. You've gained enough wisdom to essentially liberate.
Yeah, which that taps into the idea of like that you keep reincarnating until you figure it out, and then once you've transcended or completed, like either whether that's knowledge, wisdom, morals, ethics, how we treat others, all those factors, that there's like a getting off the wheel basically and kind of transcending.
Yeah.
I mean, certainly the ancients seem to have combined the understanding of the physical cosmology with the spirit worlds in terms of just all of those. They're always like deeply interrelated, like within like the Vedics and a lot of different traditions that are where there's like the interconnected between like, yeah, spiritual wisdom and everything that exists sort of beyond the physical, but then how the actual physical cosmology like overlays over that. And even like the idea that like this is the middle world, like we're in, at least of this realm, like this is the middle world, the corporeal physical plane of existence. And you have like the heavens above, and then you have the underworld below. And then the idea that there's like some sort of an astral plane or some sort of like an intersection point where the spirit world intersects with the physical. So then when we die, then that would be the, at least perhaps like some part of that interface. So then having like knowledge and wisdom and everything you've accrued, even, you know, connected to this realm, would then, in a lot of those ancient cosmologies, and there's the different like maps, for example, where they have these like maps of like these navigation manuals for when you die, and these different practices that people that they do to try to, you know, be able to most optimally navigate through the different layers and levels from this realm. So it's kind of like knowing where you are as a you know, as a foundation, and then for the kind of travels beyond, as it were, kind of knowing where you're starting and then where you're headed to, is what a lot of those traditions seem focused on.
Yeah, getting pretty deep here.
Yeah, no, I know, but yeah, it is deep. But it's just interesting, like how that actually connects in, though, like where you go when you die. Because like atheism has a story for it, and a cosmology that goes with it of where you go when you die. And then there's certain parts. I think there's a lot of knowledge and wisdom in the Bible, but I also think that there's certain corruption as well. And I think the whole idea of like going to hell and all that, in my viewpoint, I think that's the I just don't think, I think that's a corruption side of it. And so it's like I don't really see that as like the light side of that whole of that tradition. I kind of see that as the I think that like threatening people that they're going to hell, I at least I just don't resonate with in that sense. But I'm just saying they have, you know, there's that kind of system as well. So it does seem like there's a lot like of connections between spirituality and cosmology, and then where we came from, and then the implications to where we're going to. It's like if this was like a huge like highway and there's souls coming in and out, then it does kind of, in my mind, make me think about the globe cosmology in terms of how that integrates and how the agenda actually is even playing out on that level too.
Yeah, that's a lot to take in and think about. I was also distracted by the chat also, but it goes back to what you were saying about history possibly being manipulated too. I mean, you just look at like the news cycles, you have to sometimes you wonder if you, actually we are able to catch them to where they're lying on the news. So, I mean, if they're lying to you about what happened last week, they might be lying about you what happened in history books and the religious texts as well.
People often say like, this like spiritual war kind of thing, spiritual warfare, but yeah, when you link all that in together, all of the like co-opting and hijacking about who we are, where we're going, religions in general and their role. Because it's actually playing out on a larger scale, just beyond this actual physical plane. Like, is like whatever agenda that they're deceiving us, like, is that actually happening on a larger scale as well? That it's not just about the earth and them being wealthy and trying to control humans, but because that even brings like the larger implications in for it. Because one could think like, oh, whatever, I'm just gonna die and then this whole thing will be over, kind of thing. But is it actually way more related? Like more the idea that we're in like an airport or like a train station, and where we came from and where we're going is just as important as where we are.
Yeah, I kind of look at it like a crossroad intersection.
Yeah, it made me think of like the dielectric inertial plane, like the middle section in terms of how you just worded that. Like, do you think we're in the center of like one spiritual, like one field, like spirit world, or like multiple, or like how does like a toroidal field? It just made me think of that because you were saying that, yeah, like the center point of like the pressure mediation between two fields.
Huh.
You should check out is this. I think Arul, this monkey baboon, knows about it. You should check out this argument about where knowledge comes from. It's pretty interesting.
Comes from the metaphysical.
Yes, right.
It's the metaphysical, which is the substrate that underlies under.
Right. Okay. Yeah, but I mean the argument that you could have with somebody. I mean, it's not. Really, I don't know if I'd call it an argument. I guess maybe it turns into one. I don't know. It's. I think it's called like. It's like an old argument. It's called presuppositional, like presupposing knowledge.
But do you really have knowledge if you're presupposing?
Yeah, well, that's the point. Is that in order to make any kind of knowledge claim, that you're presupposing that knowledge exists, and in turn, then you can follow the steps, and you'd find that you are attributing the physical world to the metaphysical constructs of. So in order for the you'd have to go through the steps. I'm not good at it, but I've been listening to it, but you go through the steps and you find out that knowledge does exist, um, and you can know things for sure, but it doesn't come from the physical at all.
Nope.
It's a pretty easy argument to have with people. I just don't know how you like start it. I don't really know how you start. I think you say something like, does absolute truth exist? Is the first question that you ask somebody. And you would say,
I don't know if I would start it off that way.
well, if you know it better, you do it. I'm just checking it out.
How about a thought? can you specifically hone in on where a thought resides in the body? It's analogous to a signal in a radio. Like, we all know that the signal exists. It's
Yeah, right.
seemingly everywhere, but yet it's not found in any specific Cartesian location.
Yeah, it makes
Yeah, I
me
mean,
think of like
yeah.
like the TV show you're watching is not in the TV. It's like the TV is just the medium or the channel through which that show can be transferred to you.
Right.
Well, people do attribute biochemical reactions to thought.
Well, again, like, we can just dissect the mechanics of a radio, right? Like, the signal passes through the radio receives it, modulates it, and interpolates it into what you hear coming out of the radio. But if you were to try to localize exactly where that signal is residing within that radio, there's no one point that it's residing at. There's not a specific part of that radio where the signal is. And this would be analogous to, you know, the spirit or soul, or even consciousness for that matter, since I invoke thought. Like, yeah, you're gonna have some things taking place, right? But that's not to say that those things taking place is the thing that is in contention. It's a response to that.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting, but it's like an evidentiary argument. Like, I'd have to learn more about radios and then evidence to, to understand the claim. But I understand like the analogy of it. So this argument is more like let me see if I can try to give you. So logic, right? Like there's laws of logic, like the law of non-contradiction, right? So that means that that is the law of non-contradiction. So you can't be talking to me and not talking to me in the exact same way at the exact same time. It just it can't happen, right? So is that so? So that's so that exists right now. Like there's the
Well,
law of
what if
logic.
I'm already the voice inside your head?
Well, that's to say you would have to change the definition, of it. Yeah. So we'd have to change like the definition of you can and cannot be talking. We'd have to change that, but we have to understand like, okay, water can be wet. Can water be wet and not wet at the same time? Well, what's wet? You have to hone in on the definition, right? But we understand the idea of you can't have the two things. You can't. The law of non-contradiction exists.
Well, wet would just be an attribute of water.
Right. Yeah. Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to pick on that, right? I'm not trying to pick on the example. You can come up with the perfect example of, can you be dead and alive at the exact same time in the exact same way? Not you can't. Not, that's why I'm saying exact same time, exact same way. And you'd have to, maybe you agree to it, maybe you don't agree to it. I mean, do you agree that the law of logic of non-contradiction exists?
I mean, like, I think it could be subjective.
Okay, so you think that logic is subjective. So if you think logic is subjective,
No, I don't think logic is subjective.
You think the law of non-contradiction is like subject specific?
Yeah, like you gave an example of somebody talking while simultaneously not talking, and then I said, like, what if what if
But
I've talked
but
to
I
you for
also
a long?
said in the exact same way at the exact same time. Yeah. Like that's why I'm saying those things at the end of it to make sure that you don't say, well, you mean talking this way? No, in the exact same way at the exact same time. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So there's a temporal variable here.
Right. Sure.
Well,
So yeah.
does
Well, I
every
mean, do you agree that the laws of logic exist, or do you not?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So and then it goes. So are the laws of logic, are they physical? Like if every human on Earth was gone, would a rock be able to be a rock and not be a rock at the exact same time, or would it be immaterial? So that's to say, can the laws of logic change? or do they never change?
Do they change over time?
That's what I just asked. Yeah. Like, is there a world where you can perceive logic, the law of non-contradiction, changing?
I'd have to put some thought into that.
Well, I mean, if you would say that the laws of logic could change, right, then I could just say that they can't change, and that should make sense because it doesn't need to be logical. I mean, it doesn't have to make sense then. I could just say when you say, well, they don't have to, they can change. I could say, well, then they can't change, and that contradiction can exist in reality, no problem, because you're okay with the laws of non-contradiction being able to change with time, and time just occurred, and you said if you say, well, maybe they don't exist regardless of time, well, all right, well then I'm telling you that they do, and you should be okay with that contradiction.
I know me personally, I'm not 100% following along. I know, like, with all like the fallacies, for example, that have developed over time, so that type of logic has developed over time. And I'm thinking about, like, you know, if there were like different alien races, would they have like different logic principles for them?
That's what I said. The law. Here's what I mean. I mean, people throw the word logic around pretty often, but there's like the law of identity. There's non-contradiction. There's not that many like laws of logic. There's a few, right? Like, and there's lots of fallacies, right? But logic, like as far as like the non-contradiction, I mean, can that change if you're an alien? You can be an alien and not be an alien at the same exact time. You can say that logic does not exist, but it does exist at the exact same time, and it both be true. Can that ever happen in an alien world or anywhere else? I mean, the answer is obviously no. I mean, if you have to think about it, that's part of like this little system that I'm laying out that this gets me thinking, how could that be possible, right? So what it shows you, if you were to admit that obviously the laws are non-physical and do not change over time, no matter how much space is involved, no matter how much time is involved, it's immaterial, right? But then you have on the other hand that material can change, right? So material over time can change, matter can change, right? So we have these laws, right? Logical laws in place. And they need to be self-contained, meaning like if you're the boss of your house, you can't say, oh, I'm the boss. You can make a circular argument if you're like the boss of the house. You got to, clean your room. Well, why do I have to clean my room? Because I'm the boss. Why do I have to listen to you? Because I'm the boss. Like it's just self-contained. It can't, But if somebody else is the boss, then it's like, well, I don't have to listen to you. So it's no longer self-contained. But anyhow, the argument is that okay, that obviously the laws of logic doesn't matter how much space, doesn't matter how much time, they can't change, right? So, but matter can change over time. So therefore, the construct of logic and the construct that we build life on is immaterial in nature by default. So, in order to have any type of knowledge at all, is only possible if you presuppose this construct. Yeah. So that was the argument. So I'm putting it in like a nutshell, and not really doing a great job of it, but maybe it's landing.
Yeah, I didn't really understand the last sentence, but that's just me.
I said,
though.
I said,
Just
I
ignore
said,
me.
I said maybe it's landing. That was what I said the last sentence.
No, about the
No,
presupposing deal.
no. Yeah, so you have to presuppose, right? Like to make any actual argument in reality, like that we're standing here trying to make, like, you're there where you are and I'm where I am trying to make an argument. You have to presuppose that there's an intelligent metaphysical holding it all together to even have any type of knowledge claim of anything. Otherwise, the laws of non-contradiction could exist, and you could be making an argument at the exact same time that you're not making an argument for what this world is.
Yeah, I've never heard that before. I'm not really understanding.
I mean, I need a second opinion here. So so I guess you could go. You could say, so you don't understand the argument, right? What part didn't you understand of it, or the point maybe?
Oh, dude, you're talking to the wrong person, dude. I haven't taken philosophy since like over 20 years ago.
Yeah, but I still feel like, I mean, that's not like I'm not a philosophy teacher at all. I heard this one time. I'm just kicking it back out. It made sense to me. So it's like, all right. So like that's why I started. The first thing was like, I guess I could ask you, like, do you believe that absolute truth exists? You're
Oh, yeah, I don't know. You're asking the wrong person. I don't really jump to conclusions too quickly. I ponder them for a long time before taking a position.
on just a simple question: if can anything in the world be true? Anything at all?
It's true to some people. It's false to other people. I guess I don't know.
Is that true?
It's just in general.
Yeah. Is that true?
Yeah.
So truth can exist.
You broke up.
I asked you if you knew
Well,
if
that's
anything was true. Yeah, and you said no, I don't know. And I said, is that true? And you said yes. So you know that's true.
well, he's talking about subjective truths. You're talking about ultimate truth.
I said it's true that it's true to some people and false to other people. People hold different beliefs. It's true.
There is a Ken Wheeler video on this topic. Just saying.
I don't know who that is.
Ken Wheeler. You should look him up. Might learn something. Talks about stuff you're never going to hear anyone else talking about. He's unique in that regard. Long story short, he does say that absolute or ultimate truth does exist. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
I'm going to share my screen if you guys want to check out this video on this topic, truth versus ultimate truth.
Well, what's your synopsis of it so we can discuss it? The video.
I don't know. It's been a while since I watched it. I just remember him saying that ultimate truth does exist. So I don't know. That's kind of why I wanted to watch it. I kind of forgot exactly what it was all involving. I just remember it was pretty good.
Well, it makes me think about like if you are like it's kind of the mind of a creator in that sense, where you could create anything. And then if you were to create certain things that we would identify as truth, and then certain things that would not be truth, then it's like those would be embedded in that creationary process. So in that sense, it just makes me think, like you were saying, ultimate truth. Just makes me think about how if that thing was created in that vibration or the frequency of something that is true, then is that just its nature from that creationary impulse? Like just a simple truth of like, well, maybe some people would, well, the whole like water boiling at a certain temperature. If it boils at that temperature in that container and that, et cetera, if that's the, truth in that sense, then that it was created to be that and always will be that from that perspective.
Why are there subtitles on?
So there's a video in chat, like 05 after the hour, something like that, and it's of Trump talking about rockets and how he's restored NASA, and I guess he's 3.5 years into office because he mentions it, and he finally gets around to saying that he's happy these other agencies are there, and he says, "quote rich guys like rockets." I'm real sure Issa wrote the song, which is also titled "Rich Guys Like Rockets," and I have that posted at the same place. But I'm pretty sure Issa wrote the song first. So I'm just, what are the chances that Trump has heard Issa's song and then used it in a presidential speech? Maybe I'm a conspiratard here, but it's possible.
Hey Dan, I mean it's Thanksgiving time, so it's Christmas music only. I don't know if you got the memo.
Is that the way it works? You go early on things like that?
Early. I feel like I'm late.
Rules, rules, rules.
Sorry, I don't know if anyone was that. Didn't seem like anyone was. So.
I was
I was watching it.
Oh shit. Okay. I'll restart it. My
How
bad.
about just drop a link to it, man?
Yeah. I'll post it in the main chat.
Because yeah, I watched Ken Wheeler. It's just I don't remember seeing that one.
Yeah, no worries. I'll post it in the live chat one.
Yeah, my bad. I didn't even know you were watching something.
Yeah, just in the future, turn off subtitles. I mean, it's just for my own personal preference. If anybody else disagrees, because when I watch a video, or when I'm conversating with someone, I pay attention to their face and their eyes, and it helps with like body language and stuff like that. So when subtitles are on, it just distracts the fuck out of me.
Yeah, I hear you. I normally don't, but when people are like talking and stuff, I try to do the subtitles so that if somebody is interested, at least they can follow along. And generally with Wheeler's videos, like he uses a lot of words that you wouldn't necessarily hear or maybe aren't familiar with. So I try to do that so that somebody could potentially source that word and try to get better understanding on it.
Yeah, and I suppose some people are also hearing impaired. Like my ex, she her brother was hearing impaired, so she grew up listening and watching movies with subtitles on. So whenever we would be watching a movie, she would always have subtitles on. And it bothered the fuck out of me. I couldn't even stand it. And we got in like huge arguments about it. But no, I'm not even kidding. It was like fucking. It was a major issue because I couldn't even watch a movie with her in some cases because she had to have subtitles on because she was so used to it. But I can't stand it.
How do you watch like Asian and German videos and other parts
I
of the world?
don't.
I don't.
Yeah, why would you? I mean, what are you gonna see? Like, who wants to read moaning in different languages? You can just read their body language. You know what they're doing.
Wait, moaning like porn with subtitles on?
Well, Asian and German. What else are you guys watching?
I saw a Vivek Ramaswamy video, and some of his facial expressions, they just did not match with what he was saying at all, and I was like, "Whoa, WTF!" I wish I had a link to that video to show you because you were talking about like body language, and facial expressions.
Yeah, I took oh god, this was probably over 10 years ago, a public speaking course. And they show you these different videos of people with no audio. And all you have to do is basically diagnose what they're talking about based on their body language.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah,
Someone
weird.
mentioned Trump. I actually remember a round table with female business leaders with President Trump, and one of the business leaders, the body language and facial expressions just did not match the words that were coming out of her mouth. There was like, when someone's talking, there's like read between the lines sort of deal. That's like one of my favorite videos of all time. And there was a body language. I think it was her name is Bombard Body Language. I tried to get her to analyze the video, but she wouldn't do it. I don't know
What
if you
was
have
it?
any. Oh, what's your question?
What was it that that the girl really wanted from Trump?
I don't. I would have to go back and look up the female round table of business leaders and rewatch her body language to tell you, unfortunately. But I was going to ask him what, since he's into that sort of deal, what maybe if he has some favorites.
Who are you asking?
You, Andrew, if you're in that sort of thing, do you have any favorites?
I do, but I don't know if it'd be appropriate.
Oh, no problem.
Well, you can actually just do it on any video. Pull up.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and tell you one. Adolf Hitler. Okay, so turn off the audio and just listen. I'm sorry, just watch what he's doing. And is he angry or is he happy? Is he inspirational? Things like that. In other videos of other largely popular political personalities.
I would never know I don't speak German. I could never verify.
I mean,
what they're saying.
You don't have to speak the language. Just listen to the tone of their voice, their body language, and things like that.
Yeah, I'm used to like having the sound on to be able to like try to detect any sort of lying or distress. Like in a politician, for example.
How many times have you caught politicians telling the truth?
Almost never.
I mean, they probably do tell the truth about some stuff just so that they could make the lies easier to digest.
Yeah,
Well,
what
that
what
goes
do you
into the
need?
whole
You don't even.
concept of you tell 90% truth and 10% false. Oh, is it backwards? It's 90% false, 10% truth.
No, with politicians, it's easy. It's body language, right? If their lips are moving, that's how you know they're lying.
If that's their job, I mean, if that's their job, then I mean, it's like the better the liar, like the more you should get paid, right?
It is astounding how many people will tell you, yeah, you can't trust politicians. They're all liar, crooks. But who are you voting for next week? Who are you going to vote for?
So
You vote for the right person, right?
Most of those people are probably like narcissists, sociopaths, psychopaths, and they're basically just attracted to those positions of power to try to increase their own personal wealth. So for the
Yes
most
and
part,
no. Yes and no.
For the most part, I tried to see that stuff out, but I had just caught like just a random VVec video. I thought it was interesting.
You know, most people, yes, that could be some cases, but a lot of people are just hopelessly conditioned to the system. And if you're not voting, you're wasting everyone else's time.
You got to vote. Like I was telling Witsit the other day, you got to vote every time.
Why?
Otherwise, they're gonna catch on to you. They're gonna be, oh, this fucking guy, he's not even voting. Let's put some fucking eyes on him.
I'm an honorably discharged combat veteran. I don't vote.
Yeah, same here. I'm not combat though.
That's participation in the system. By voting, you're active. That's your active participation in the system to continue.
Yeah, when you vote, you put your stamp of approval on the system to continue the status quo.
You think it's required? You think that if nobody votes, they'll tell you?
I would actually want to see an
Can you
entire
imagine what would
election
happen?
where no one votes and see what happens.
Yeah, what would
I really
happen
wanna
if no one went to the polling station? What would literally happen? I mean, obviously the electoral college would take over, but
probably the same thing.
But that would send more of a message to everybody than voting for any one lesser of two evils.
Yeah, I mean, they should do it. They should do like, we the people should gather and be like, listen, let's just not vote this year. Everybody, to see if they're just full of shit making up these numbers on a computer screen or what's going on.
Yeah, that's what I want to see. But I think it's pretty much impossible because there's always going to be some fucking idiot that's going to vote.
No, exactly. Because the
Like,
people who tell you, well, what do you want? You want chaos? You want chaos. Then you're just going to vote. You'd rather prefer chaos. Those people are the ones who are going to vote. But those are the people who don't actually understand what's going on. I don't remember what the context was, but I was in Germany or somewhere in Europe after the whole Bush Gore thing in 2000, where we operated as a country without a leader for however many days it was. And they're like, what was that like? Was there like panic in the streets, or was it like, was there rebellion? Were people, they didn't know you didn't have a leader? What was it like? And I was like, what do you mean? It went flawlessly perfect. Everyone went to work every day. The world just moved right along without any actual person being in charge. The whole thing is
how well trained we are.
Yeah.
Government's just a criminal organization trying to make their theft seem legitimate. They're just farming us.
I mean, they're not trying to. They're actively getting people to vote for it. They're getting people to vote to make it legal.
I vote that we vote them out.
We can't. They're already
Show
in
me
place.
exactly. I will vote next time when people say you should vote. I'm like, okay, well, show me the ballot where it says that this system should be eradicated, and we come up for a new system. I'll vote for that. Show me what ballot that's on.
Pretty good idea. Yeah.
I don't remember who said this. It was a very, very inspirational quote. Not inspirational, but anyways, the quote goes, "It doesn't matter who you vote for, the government always gets in."
Right. I already know who the winner of the next election is. The government. It's very simple.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You vote for left, right, up, down, doesn't matter. They always get in because you're voting for the government.
So is that what everybody who voted for Trump, like that was what that was? So pretty much he promised to like abolish it, right? Like wasn't that his campaign?
Well, drain the swamp is what his main thing was, and he didn't do any of that. He's just part of the system. He's just another fucking billionaire politician.
How can you drain the swamp? Wow, is that possible? You think it's possible? I know, but do you think? I mean, that's like a really tough standard. Do you think it's that it was actually possible, or?
Well,
even if he did, if he drained 10, 12, 15 people, that's the drop in the bucket. I mean, you need to drain the entire swamp. And that was never going to happen. Anyone who thought that was going to happen is living in fairyland.
Well,
the whole thing. If anything, it was like people were wanting him to, basically drain all the Clinton and whatever, the whole left, basically. But yeah, you're just putting your own goons in place. So it's like, yeah, you're bringing in your own swamp. That's it. And then you just go back and forth.
Deep state with a different deep state, if that's even possible to replace.
Yeah.
Well, you got to think.
I just feel like it's like a really high standard that probably could not be met.
The entire Congress, and then it would be a complete catastrophe for many years. And then from there, you'd have to have a complete reorganization of all of Congress and the Supreme Court and all of everything in the judicial branches.
Well, that's what he got. He got the Supreme Court judges flipped over to be more conservative. I mean, that's is that good or not good?
I don't know. I mean, I gave up on politics a long time ago.
Well, like they're the judges that can rule on Roe v. Wade that they flipped back. Now you can't kill babies.
Yeah, but a legal opinion is still just an opinion. That's all it is.
Is it legal opinion?
Yes, legal opinion. It's just an opinion.
Okay.
Sure. Factually, they did say it and write it on a piece of paper.
Just because it's a government opinion doesn't necessarily make it right, wrong, or indifferent.
Well, that goes into an ethical type of conversation as to what is right and wrong. Like some
Well,
people
if
say
the
it's okay
government
to
is in
castrate
charge of
children.
determining, who's in charge of determining right or wrong? The government?
What? No, I don't think so.
Okay, so which standing legislative body or governance is in charge of that?
Well, that's a conundrum right there.
It sure is where we find ourselves.
I mean, each individual should know the difference between right and wrong.
Yeah, it's like it's not
Exactly.
okay
And if the
to
government
slap
says
a
that one
random
thing that you
child.
think morally is wrong is actually right, that doesn't make it right if the government says it's okay.
Yeah, that gets into ethics at that point.
Yeah, I mean, like what's legally okay. There's like a saying about this. I can't really remember that I like, but basically, like um, the law is not necessarily moral and and
And
like
just.
yeah, it has something to do with moral and just. Yeah, like yeah, moral or just. I don't know, but morality is not necessarily like the law, and the law is not necessarily moral. Something like that. Like um, yeah, they're two separate entities. Like just because it's legal doesn't make it okay. Just because it's illegal means that it's wrong. Doesn't mean that it's wrong. It's just wrong through the eyes of the law.
Well, the law can make things legal. It doesn't mean it's acceptable
Yeah, it
across
doesn't mean it's.
Exactly.
It doesn't
society.
mean that it's moral either. Like like when it comes to abortion and shit like that. Like that's a moral argument.
I mean,
Or
look what's going on up
isn't it
in
said
Oregon
that
right
like
now. You guys know what's going on in Oregon? They decriminalized all drugs, all of them, like methamphetamine,
right.
heroin. Yeah,
I think the only problem with that is that we have to pay for their health care.
yeah. So and then you get into like the ethics and then diplomacy and morality and different aspects of that. So where do you draw the line?
Well, no, I mean if
That's
they're
how it is.
actually I
That's
mean
how it is in
well,
Amsterdam. Sorry, go ahead.
no. Okay, so if they're ODing on the streets, you should just let them OD on the streets, right? That's the whole point. Like you're not, or what moral obligation do you have to save them? If this is what they chose to do and this is what they wanted, like why should taxpayer money go to people saving themselves from something that, then it gets into a whole nother argument.
Yeah, but they're not all ODing on the streets. Some of them are breaking into your car.
Not
So
okay.
and then some of them are defecating in the streets in front of your children, or just whatever fucked up weird
Well,
things that are
then
happening
I
with these
guess
people.
this is the problem then, right? I mean, I agree, I hear you, but then the okay, then you can move. If you don't like this is the city, you can move your family to a new city, right? That's the freedom.
Yeah, but
You have
why
the
should we
freedom to
have to
move.
move? Why should a family have to move when they've lived there for 20 years and all of a sudden the laws change and all of a sudden there's these people that are shooting up heroin? Like I live in Silicon Valley, right? Not too far from San Francisco. I refuse to go to San Francisco. That place is disgusting.
Well, do you think? Let me ask this. I mean, do you think those people that are shooting the heroin were doing it already? Like, or do you think that this making it legal is that going to create more heroin addicts, or is that going to create more meth heads, or are the
Is
meth
this
heads already doing the meth and
Well,
the
it's not
heroin
preventing
addicts
it.
already doing the heroin?
It's not slowing it down. It's just it's promoting it, not creating
I heard.
more.
My
But
bad.
see, but
I
also
heard they
technically it
actually
was still against the law to break into people's cars prior to, like that's still against the law.
I heard they actually cleaned up San Fran and like they did it in like one day because some like big person was coming to visit, so they like cleaned the whole shit up.
Yeah, Xi Jinping.
I mean, the general rule is that your rights extend and your rights end where someone else's rights begin. So that's a general principle. You just have to apply it to your situation or the situation you were talking about in Oregon.
But yeah, in regards to San Francisco, Xi Jinping, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, who is the president or whatever of China, came to San Francisco, and they cleaned up the streets of San Francisco in one day. They got rid of all the tents, and they were power washing or pressure washing the sidewalks and getting rid of graffiti.
I knew they did it. I just didn't know they did it in one day. That's surprising.
It was one day or like one weekend. It was a very, very short amount of time. And that's what everyone was like, wait a second. You can do that in a very short amount of time? But yeah, they were asking for it for years and years. And all of a sudden, some fucking guy comes over from China. It's like, oh, we're going to clean it up. So the problem is not unsolvable. It's just they don't want to solve the problem.
Well, yeah, that's never been an unsolvable problem. They're half the time creating the problem. Half the time. Not most of the time they're creating the problem.
It's funny that he brings this up, because I heard that conspiracy theory that Winnie the Pooh was actually a friend, and so he did that as a friendly gesture to open up our eyes.
Wait, didn't someone get in like big trouble for calling him that? Someone did.
Oh yeah, you're not supposed to call him that.
What's Winnie the Pooh? Who's Winnie the Pooh?
For some reason, he takes huge offense to it, and like it's like this inside joke. It must be anyway. Like in China, where they compared him, or he at some point in his life was compared to Winnie the Pooh, and you're not at all allowed to fucking talk about that.
Well, his name is just hard to pronounce. So since his name's hard to pronounce, I just say Winnie the Pooh. It's not out of like malice or anything or derogatory.
Yeah. Well, there's no Winnie the Pooh. Like it's literally illegal to use like a Winnie the Pooh character or to have any Winnie the Pooh anything in China. That's the way I understand it because of it. Like he said, no Winnie the Pooh.
Dude, I wish I had a character, a cartoon character that people called me. That'd be fucking cool.
Well, I was thinking it would be funny after the China spy balloon freaking flew over the United States. I thought it'd be fun to go fly like a Winnie the Pooh fucking like holiday float like over fucking China.
Yeah, I mean they gotta make war fun. I mean it's not fun right now.
Yeah, but see how often how great was it where they literally were telling people that satellites are on balloons in front of everybody at the same time? I was just like, my God.
Yeah, there goes NASA.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping like we had like 3 or 4 of those fucking things like in like a week span though. It was all over the news and then it just went away. Like where's the balloons now?
The same people that are buying into the whole Chinese balloon story, right? Were the same people that say, "Oh, you think that all satellites are on balloons, idiot."
It is. Yeah, it is really ironic. Like some guy went up in a hot air balloon with a sniper rifle to shoot down a satellite balloon. I mean, that's crazy, right? Isn't that like everything the flat Earth has been saying for like ever?
Wait, did that really happen? Is that one of the stories for one of these balloons?
No, but they did shoot it down with a missile. So was it a missile?
Fighter jets. They use like fighter jets.
It was a fucking missile.
So it's like the same principle, though. It was a projectile, just like from the air, right? So just like a hot air balloon with a rifle.
They missed with the first one and had to try a second time to take this thing down. How do you fucking miss?
Because they didn't account for Coriolis. The second one, they used a Coriolis missile.
Damn, they forgot about that one.
It is ironic. It is ironically funny though. That's like maybe they knew like the flat Earth argument. Like, dude, let's fuck around and make war fun. Let's do it. Let's have a satellite on a balloon, and then send a sniper up.
Maybe
in a hot air balloon.
Maybe you think maybe they knew about that and they did this?
They did it all just for you guys.
Theory right there. Oh yeah, 100%. Flatten the curve. That was a coincidence too.
That one could have been. That's a phrase that has been used before in like pandemic type situations and shit. Like That could be coincidence, not flat Earth related.
Well, you don't even have to go into flat Earth in regards to that conversation because these hot air balloons were being allegedly flown over it was the East Coast, right?
No, dude, the main one that they were talking about left fucking China, crossed the Pacific up towards Alaska. It crossed into the United States in Alaska, then went down through frickin' China. Down through Canada. Sorry, and then into like Montana, and then it flew from Montana all the way off like the East Coast, and they took it out once it got across the East Coast. But they went and they were watching the thing the entire time, like as it left fucking China. Okay, like we allowed this thing to go from China. Like we knew about it before it reached Alaska. Well before.
What is that targeting system or defense system? NORAD, I think is what it's called.
Yeah.
In like Colorado, which like monitors everything.
Well, it's everywhere. No, it's all over the place. The North American what is it? What's our radar probably? Or, I don't know.
And then also
something defense, yeah.
In Israel, I believe it's called the Iron Dome.
Yeah, in Israel, yeah. You know, Israel didn't even have the Iron Dome until 2011.
Yeah, so they ushered in a balloon that they tracked it as it fucking went from over the ocean where they could have taken out there, like till it got to over Alaska where they got tons of bases and tons of open land. Could have taken it out there. Down like the entire way. I mean, Canada would have to get involved from there for a little bit, but then down into Montana. Also, like no population. You might land it on some fucking cows. Like this is where it hit the news media. The news media picked up on it around Montana.
Canada's pretty much worthless when it comes to that. Sorry to say it.
Yeah. No, there was another one that they relied on us. Like they did shoot some down later that week. In Canada, that they actually called the United States in to fucking take them out. Yeah, then there was another one that flew over freaking like by my area, like flew over the Great Lakes, like over like flew over like Lake Michigan somewhere over here. But yeah, in Montana is when we picked it up on the news cycle and everybody started talking about it. They let this thing freaking, while talking about it being a spy balloon, freaking let it go across the fucking United States towards the East Coast, most densely populated area. Fucking like all of our government institute, DC's over there, like freaking. Then they waited till it got over the Atlantic to take it down. What the fuck was that?
You gotta be careful with this kind of shit though, because that's just what we were told on the news and TV and whatever else. I don't believe half of this shit because if the story seems too improbable, it's probably not.
Well, the thing is amateurs like we're literally picking this thing up and taking pictures like all across like its path. Like it literally did go across the United States. Like people were just breaking out their P900s and fucking taking pictures of it.
Yeah, it's some weird stuff. I've got a P900 and I'm taking pictures all the time, but I've never seen something like that. But then again, how would you? If it's
just basic.
2 or 3 miles in the air.
It was only 40,000 feet up or something like that, which is like the very bottom of like that thing, something had to be going wrong with it because balloons of that type, they go way, way, way higher. You're talking 80,000 plus. This thing was down at like 40,000. It had a leak or I don't know, or it was intentional.
It has to be like if the news is telling us about it. Then what aren't they telling you? What other balloon is out there actually taking the pictures that they don't want people talking about? This is basic diversion tactic.
Well, you gotta
have
think about
everyone talking about this thing over here, while this actual mission is happening behind the scenes over
wait a
here,
minute.
what no one's talking about.
Well,
How did the news
why
get
did they
the
use a balloon if they could have used a satellite?
Well,
Didn't, you know what? They did both. Why do one when you can do both when kill two birds with one stone?
because then that just further plants ideas, and I don't know, it further separates the cognitive dissonance of people, or the doublethink.
It's about misdirection. It's like playing chess.
Exactly. You get the entire world's media, the entire stage is talking about one thing, while behind the stage you're actually doing the mission.
I mean, they can do that without distractions. They can just do what they want.
Well,
Who's
that's what,
watching?
well, of course. That's what I'm saying. Like, why have, like, so obviously something else was happening around the world. If the entire world's media was focused on this, then they're definitely, I mean, you're right, they can, but then, it's like, especially never let a
Something's
good,
always happening.
right, never let a good crisis go to waste.
Rahm Emanuel.
Well, the thing that's really funny is like the way I started, like the whole story. They knew about it before it left China. We've got bases like all around China, like so anything that leaves China, like we know about it. They literally freaking like had communications about it, like knew about this thing as it left freaking China, and they let it get all the way to the United States, like and all the way across it, and made a huge publicity event over it.
Maybe they just wanted it. Maybe they were like, all right, let's just let it get here so we can take it.
They wanted to test and see what that made in China actually means,
Yeah.
and how far their technology has progressed.
Yeah, they grabbed it all and they're like, holy shit, I could have bought all this shit on Temu. What was that? Why'd we let it fly over all the states?
Dude, but part of the excuse about not blowing it up was not knowing what could possibly be on there. Like, what if it was dropping a biological or a freaking chemical freaking agent, like on the populace or something, or what if it was who knows what, right? Like that was one of the
It's a
excuses for
reasonable.
why not.
Yeah, but that's a reasonable
It's a way to get the
precaution.
public to get afraid of China. Everyone just
Yeah.
fear China.
Right, but then why would you let it go all the way across the United States before you take it out, instead of taking it out before it got to the United States when you were tracking it?
Because you need people to be mad at China.
First, you just tell me what you would have done differently.
Probably taking
Well,
it out
depends.
before
You have to
it
know.
in.
You have to know what the purpose of the mission, or you have to know what the objective is. If your objective is to get the public to go against China, that's one thing. If your objective is to actually save the people, and this is a real life threat thing, then you would have taken it. Like, it all depends on what actually happened and what the actually objective is in the entire scenario, to know what you would have done differently.
Well, I mean,
otherwise, it might have been worked perfectly because everyone now hates China.
I'm just saying, you got a balloon flying up. Like, what would you do?
Yeah, but
Take it out.
is
You
there
pop
anyone
it.
here
You
that
pop it.
actually
Like,
got
what do you do
pictures
to?
of it?
Yeah,
You
no, I
fucking
don't have.
blow
I
the
mean, I've
thing
seen
up.
them. All right, well, there was definitely deadly chemicals in it, and that would have killed thousands of people. Now what would you have done?
Like I said, blow it up over the Pacific or over a fucking non-populated area. There was plenty of it.
But then all of it killed all these sea creatures that started flowing up onto the beach now, and all the birds got them, and the disease got carried like across the entire East Coast.
It didn't stop them from doing it in the Atlantic. So what's the difference?
Video ocean, dirty water. It's already dirty over there.
It's like Andrew's saying, it could have been completely fake as a distraction. So my question is, did anyone here actually take a picture of it?
Not I.
Oh, nobody here did. I doubt. That'd be one hell of a freaking. That'd be some luck right there. Somebody's like, actually, I did.
Well, supposedly, the one guy was saying it went over a good portion of the United States, starting
Yeah,
from
that's
Canada,
what I mean.
Alaska, Canada, Montana, over the Great Lakes and the East Coast.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that one. I think it went south of the Great Lakes. That one, but yeah, it went all the way out to the East Coast, and they took it out in the Atlantic. That was the one that they were talking about big all over the news. Um, yeah, I would have taken it
Yeah,
out
yeah, I mean, that is amazing,
as
though. I
soon
mean,
as they
that gives you
mentioned
an
it, before it
idea.
ever hit the news cycle. Before it ever hit the news cycle, if they discovered it in Montana, which they didn't, they knew about it as it was leaving China. But if they discovered it in Montana, I would take it out in Montana.
Yeah, we just
There's
killed
like
all
nothing
the.
there.
You know, you're only saying that in hindsight because there was nothing in it. But like, if there's some, you gotta, I'm saying, what would you do for real? Now that I'm going to give you all the worst case scenarios, right? Like there was chemicals in it. It deployed another fucking bomb. I don't know. Like I'm just
Yeah,
going to give
well,
you all the
they
worst case
Wouldn't let it
scenarios.
get
if
closer
that's
to
the case,
Washington
then if that's the
D.C.
case, then the United States, who freaking like is surrounding with China with air bases and shit like that, like when they were tracking it, they should have taken it out in the fucking Pacific long before it reached anywhere near Alaska.
Or Washington D.C. You wouldn't let it get closer to Washington D.C.
It's pretty cool how far it went, though. It lets you know that, like, these balloons can go pretty far without an issue. And it wasn't coming down; it was going to go all the way back. I don't know if anybody has like a supposed measurement of the altitude. If it
Yeah, they were saying it was like steered, propelled somehow. They didn't really get into that, but that was the case. Cause yeah, balloons as flat earthers also know who've launched them. I've never done it myself, but they go up and they come down. They don't land very far off from where you freaking launch them from. It's not like they just, the Earth spins under it and it goes to fucking China. So, yeah, that shit has to be propelled somehow.
it up, pretty. I mean, it went across the entire country. That's pretty cool. I mean, what I'm saying is, that if there's nothing on it propelling it, it went across the country. It took I don't know how many days. I'm just making stuff up. 3 days. So you can go. We can all travel across the country in 3 days for free. I mean,
Yeah, no,
that's nothing.
I think it was like from like Montana to off the coast. It was like it might have been like three. I want to say maybe more like 4 days, like 4 days across the country from Montana to the Atlantic.
I mean, everybody's bitching about how they should have done this and should have done. That should open everybody's eyes up to the balloon flight is pretty effective. That one wasn't even trying.
Yeah, no, that's I think is cool about it. Yeah, it was almost there's like a weird thing. Like, are they just gloating like to the flat earthers? Like, check this out. You guys are gonna be screaming and nobody's gonna pay attention. Like, these are the Satelloons we were talking about. Like, yeah. Why did they push it? Like, this shit happens. These things come down. Uh, It's not the first. It won't be the last. It's the first one that they actually like pushed as like a nationwide phenomenon, like thing through the entire like every single news channel. Like, why did they do it for that? It could have been a flat earther's balloon for all we know. It could have been somebody who sent up a balloon to get some pictures of the flat Earth. And everything about it says that it was intentional for the people to look at. So for what reason? What was the purpose? That's the real question. Like, what diversion was it? What did they do instead of the balloon thing? Keep people I don't know.
Mic check. Yo, can anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you can hear me, Jeremy, but I was talking about Binance, I don't know, the other day, and saying how I got out of it, the Binance crypto exchange, because they were doing like shady shit. Well, I don't know if you read the news headlines, but they just indicted CZ, the CEO of Binance, which is the largest crypto exchange in the world. So I called that one from a mile away. Yeah, I'm gonna share my screen on this video here.
So what did he do wrong? He invested in crypto? I mean, prosecutors often lie, so.
Well, either way, it's it's the next big crypto news headline, I guess.
And he was making some allegations there, which, I mean, it's easy to say after the fact, because a lot of these types, they'll fold pretty easily once prosecutors start putting pressure on them. Then they'll come out after the fact, and their compliance officer will capitulate.
Well, either way, all I'm really interested in, because I've foreseen all this shit long before Solana ever pumped, which is why I ultimately missed out on that. But regardless, this is just going to bring, like you said, more regulatory clarity and guidance to the space, which is what we're lacking. So the more the go ahead.
So it's that problem reaction solution sort of deal where they get more power. I was only commenting on the legal aspects of it. I wasn't commenting like on trying to comment on the specific case. I was actually wanting to ask you about the this case that you're talking about, in like the context. But apparently they're just like a broker. I don't know. I'm asking you.
Yeah, Binance is essentially it's a an exchange, meaning that they're like the third party intermediary between facilitating somebody buying or trading or acquiring crypto into fiat,
Yeah,
or sorry, fiat into crypto. Well, either way, it goes both ways. So
this isn't the
So-
first time the DOJ has gone after cryptocurrencies. Last time I remember, they went after a couple guys that just because they promoted crypto.
oh yeah, there's been all kinds of court cases going on right now, dude, for crypto. All kinds of big players getting dragged in and all sorts of shit. So, but I mean, this is kind of what's required in order to kind of get the ball rolling, and like I said, creating laws and stuff on how these guys are supposed to handle themselves and shit, or anybody wanting to get involved from a commercial institute sector.
But you also realize that this completely, I mean, you say that, this is what we need in the, I don't know, man. So cryptocurrency to me is like, if there's any benefit to it all, it's the ambiguity and the ability to go outside of your standard medium of exchange. Yeah. So to me, it's an alternative to be able to go outside your standard medium of exchange, meaning avoidance of, or the ability to kind of work around the system that we currently have in place. But it sounds to me like, Islo, you're like begging for our current system to somehow come in and regulate the thing that gets you around having to deal with a highly regulated currency. I don't know. To me, that's just weird. But I guess maybe your outlook on crypto is that it's strictly like a security and an investment and something along those lines.
What was the name of the Sam Bankman-Fried crypto? Was that NF what?
FTX.
FTX, yeah.
So everyone's scared of another FTX type situation? Question mark.
Well, no, those two different things. What Sam Bankman-Fried did was literally robbery. He performed the largest crypto heist in world history so far. But what CZ's got going on is he's just kind of like stepped around what U.S. regulators were requiring of him, which was to not have any dealings with these sanctioned countries, and meaning they don't want him doing business with them, basically. And he did it anyway.
And so they're kind of looking at him now like a, he facilitated in criminal activity, and potentially even promoted it or something. So that's kind of two separate deals. But to answer your question, Napalm, what I'm getting at is that, in order for crypto to really have big money coming in, which is kind of like what everybody's been waiting for, the banks are going to need some kind of formal clarity on how to perceive the space so they can navigate themselves properly and legally. So without having those rules in place, they're kind of playing with fire, because it's like at any point, the incompetent government can just step in and say, oh no, you broke the law. So they're kind of fearful to do anything until all of that stuff is outlined and addressed. And step one was, not perceiving XRP as a security, or any secondary exchange market to be perceived as a security. So that was a big deal for the entirety of the crypto space, not only just for XRP, but every other crypto But so it's things like this that have to happen. Otherwise, it's going to be a long wait for any rules to be made. So it's like taking a few steps back to take many leaps forward. Is kind of like how I'm looking at it. So yeah, I know it sounds counterintuitive, but yeah, at the same time, I'm in this to make money, So
That's the problem right there. Crypto is meant to be too many people using it as like an investment, where the freedom comes in like actually using it to exchange goods and services, and stop using fiat currency.
Yeah, that was kind of exactly my point, right? Like the begging for regulation on something that sole purpose is to avoid regulation and the tyranny that we've been under with the exchange of goods and services having to be so highly regulated by your daddy and government. But now it's being, we have situations where people are basically begging for the government to come in and regulate and put rules around something that is supposed to be completely decentralized. I find it ironic. That's all, maybe.
yeah, I mean, I get it.
But I
It's
get it.
definitely
If you look at it solely as like this is an investment, then sure,
right.
maybe I can.
I know
see.
I know it sounds selfish. But I think there's a bigger picture at play, and it's not just to like ask for Big Daddy's help, rather than not letting innovation get stifled and move overseas, because that would just be a deal breaker and sealing the fact that America is no longer going to be in the same global position that it's been for a very long time. So it sounds counterintuitive, but the other way around is going to be the demise of all of us. So.
Sure. No. Well, I understand where you might feel that it's counterintuitive, but it literally is. Or you might feel that it only sounds as though it's counterintuitive, but it precisely is, right? Because what is cryptocurrency? What is the benefit? Like, I get it. It helps with transaction. It can help with transactions. You can have a lot more stuff that's written into a transaction than you could in the past, where you're dealing with something outside of a ledger that can be logged. Like, I get all of that kind of stuff, right? But if we're begging for it to be regulated, basically what you're doing is we're begging for the banks and the systems that people are trying to move away from, or at least in spirit, that's what crypto was initially set up to do. It's basically paving the way for them to control and transition from their current stronghold on society through fiat currency, endless quantitative easing, all of the things that they do to manipulate the currency and acquire it from the average person to keep them poor and enslaved, and making sure that they're going to be able to do the exact same thing with something that's set up to subvert them initially.
So,
if that makes
so you got two types of crypto, right? You've got the centrally distributed funds, and then you've got the private, you know, uncentralized crypto exchanges, crypto. So obviously, coming from a crypto perception, like I don't want a centralized crypto. I don't want a government, based crypto, and I don't think anybody really does. So I'm not
Well,
necessarily
I think we're
vouching for
all.
that.
Yeah, no, I get it. But I think we're all delusional if we don't think that in some way, shape, or form, all of the large cryptocurrencies aren't of the system to begin with, right? Like from these players, from the creations of these players, right? Nobody's had the ability to create a better blockchain than like the two that really are the only ones that everything functions off of, which are Bitcoin and Ethereum. I mean, unless there's some other type of platform that is completely separate from those two major ones as far as people transacting, you can let me know. But it's my understanding that the bulk of everything is built off of those two platforms.
There's definitely a lot, yeah, off those two platforms, but at the end of the day, there's still, possibility to create another blockchain separate from all that,
Wasn't
which has
the
been done. So.
wasn't the
Yeah.
blockchain? Correct me if I'm wrong. I remember reading this or hearing about it a long time ago. But wasn't the blockchain itself the actual encryption that Bitcoin uses started by DARPA?
I mean,
I-
there's
No.
obviously something going on there.
I thought it was some
So much-
Japanese programmer who's unknown.
Yeah,
Well, not
that's the
him.
claim.
The actual
They
encryption.
claim, yeah, it's DARPA created, and they claim that a gentleman who calls himself Satoshi Nakamoto actually created the white papers and all this stuff. But just look into what those two words actually mean in English: Satoshi and Nakamoto, and that'll tell you all you need to know about where all this came from.
What do they mean?
CIA, basically central intelligence.
It means intelligence centralized. So that's the direct translation. Which, take it for what you will. It could be something where it has absolutely nothing to do with the CIA, but to me, it just screams like a whole operation set up to ensure that the transition to a new type of currency and exchange that the whole entire world can be on was just floated out there by the same people who control,
Yeah,
the
what are the
and all
what
that.
are the coincidences, or how many coincidences have to be in one instance to become not a coincidence? Like, I don't believe in coincidences anyway, so even one is beyond what I believe in. Like, it's either set up or what I'm saying, everything is done for a reason.
Well, there's
Dude,
got
if
to be
that was the
something
case,
that
like,
happened coincidentally. There's got to be
why would they
something.
release? If that was the case, though, let's say that all of the cryptography and blockchain technology, let's just say that all of it was created by the CIA or by intelligence or whatever. If that was the case, why would they release it as like an open like language that other people can build on, that now they can't control those networks? Meaning, it seems to me like if they designed it, they would have kept it proprietary from the beginning, and it would have been their like 1984 rollout thing. Instead, it's like this technology is like widely used by so many that people are creating blockchains that are not able to be controlled by them. So why would they release something that now lets people do something that they can't control?
DARPA was behind the internet as well. Like, it's right up their alleyway.
Yeah, no, it's exactly what you would expect them to do, at least in my opinion, right? So there's a claim that there's a whole bunch of stuff that can't be controlled, but we literally just listened to a video about more regulations being laid upon cryptocurrency, right? So even if you want to say that it can't be controlled, if you're making a transaction with cryptocurrency, you're going to do that on some sort of device, and that some sort of device has access to the internet. And all the government needs is the ability to claim that they have the need to be able to ensure that all your transactions that you're doing are in regulated platforms. So then, therefore, anything going forward in the future can be deemed an illegal transaction, push everybody onto the specific blockchains that they want and that they control, and then boom, there you go, everybody's already on it.
Yeah,
It'll
that
be
would
for
be how
your
it would be done.
security. For your security, they're going to provide this service.
Yeah, for your benefit. And then when
Yeah,
everybody
but
gets on it,
I
they
think the
control it.
NSA already listens to the backbone of the internet. They just don't talk to the other federal agencies generally.
I know that that's true, and they do talk. They do talk. It's messed up, but yeah, they do.
And to add to that, they're starting to implement like certain biometrics to be able to even make transactions in certain countries. So maybe, yeah, you could have crypto be widely available and be the main currency, but then like you're gonna need like facial recognition to be able to transfer funds or even withdraw from the ATM. It's no longer gonna be a pin. You're just gonna stand in front of it. And if you're like, you can't be doing like black market stuff because they can track all
Yeah.
your purchases. They can, you know what I mean?
And terrorism, they've linked it to terrorism too. Like you can't use it to fund certain things or trade with certain countries or even groups because of terrorism. Like it's definitely controlled already. It's just to a degree where people trust it more than the current system. So they're they're going to use it more or start to use it more, invest in it more. And then, but to think it's not going to be controlled at some point, like that's naive.
I think at this point, what Dai is saying that they're going to have regulations for the exchanges, not the coins itself.
Yeah, I was talking from like the commercial sector, like all the banks and stuff like that. They're looking for rules on how to properly operate so that they're not putting themselves in harm's way of winding up in court or getting indicted for just like what happened to this guy. Like if there was clear guidelines on how to operate and like what not to do, then like there would be a lot more a lot more banks getting involved. But until that happens, they're on standby. So like I said, step one was how to perceive it. It's not a security, at least for crypto or XRP. And now it's rules of engagement, like how to properly facilitate and transact within, or facilitate transactions and holding crypto funds for people.
They are getting rid of the middleman. All these banks are going out of business. And near me, there's already 3 banks that are gone. Their ATMs are falling apart. Like there's grass growing through the parking lot. Like the banks are shut down, bro. A lot
Well,
of
yeah,
banks.
and these
I think this is part of the
regulations are
plan.
going to be good for the big players and big business because once you have a lot of regulations in place, then it becomes harder for small businesses to break into the market and compete.
The thing with the banks closing down, I mean, even without the crypto thing, that's already happening because nobody really is hardly anybody's going into the actual bank now. They're doing their shit through their phone, through their mobile banking app, like that's how they're doing it. So like it's only for specific like things that could basically be done by appointment, really, that people actually need to go and like talk to their banker, I could see why they'd be closing down just for those reasons. Some of those, the locations that in the past were so busy, at the end of the workday on Friday, especially. Everybody's got direct deposit. Freaking scans their freaking, if they get a check for a Christmas gift, you just take a picture of it. You forget it's in your bank account.
Yeah, they couldn't make
Using
enough hand
Venmo.
sanitizer. They couldn't make enough hand sanitizer to cover all the banks, all that cash handling. So they just had to eliminate it.
Yeah, you don't have to go there to cash your check these days, do you? So like, what's the point of all those locations?
It's like if you were going to start a business, you would want to know the ins and outs of like what to do and what not to do, so that you're not, having some, 3-letter freaking government agency showing up at your door, dude. You want to do the right thing.
Anywhere where
So,
money's being made, they'll show up. They will be there.
all right. So, and all these guys have been begging for this for like the last freaking 10 years, dude. Like, repeatedly, like, hey, can we have a sit down? Like, can we get some clarity? Like, and the only people that got the sit downs and the meetings were all the fucking criminals and thieves, like fucking Sam Bankman-Fried and other shady individuals. So it's kind of sus, dude.
I don't know. Maybe that's just how the government works. That reminds me of OSHA, honestly. Like, I've told, like, years ago, I got fined, and the company got fined because, like, I was in charge of, like, setting up the harnesses and shit for everybody up on the roof. And as I was tearing them down, we were finished on, like, a side. I had to be hooked in, so I worked my way while harnessed in from one side of the roof, this big ass place, like to another, taking down all these fucking anchor points and filling the holes with caulk. When I got to the very last one, I got on the ladder and I had one right there at the top of the ladder. I friggin' undid the screws, took the harness out, and filled the holes with caulk. I came down, I got fucking fined. It was supposed to be a $500 fine for me and $5,000 for the company. Because
what does this have to do with what we were talking about, bro?
No, hold on, I'm just gonna say, like, well, okay, it's kind of it's a long story, so it doesn't need to be as long as I'm making it, I suppose. But anyway, because I caulked the holes, he said I performed work while being unharnessed. Otherwise, it would be like the first man up, last man down rule. Anyway, what I was asking him, like, why, I was giving him shit about it. I'm like, what the fuck did I do wrong? He's like, well, you performed work. Like, well, so what am I supposed to do with those holes there, right? He says, just shrugged, and I was like, what, just leave them? He's like, it's not OSHA's responsibility to tell you how to do your job. I'm like, well, how I can't leave freaking holes in the roof. He's like, it's not OSHA's responsibility to tell you how to do your job. So I'm like, so what? Basically, just I have to leave them or get fined by you. Anyway, so then later on, there's another area on the building that I knew it was how to set it up properly if we're being watched. Like, I asked him, and he gave me the same bullshit response. That's the thing, though. So if they were trying to have a sit down with the government, how can we be sure that we're not breaking any laws, that we're doing this properly? Da da da. It's not their responsibility to tell you how to do your job. It's their responsibility to tell you when you've done it wrong. Okay, that's when they step in.
Well, I'll add to that. I'm getting fined right now. I have to go in front of the board of contractors because I didn't have a certain license that they told me at the license board I no longer needed. This is a license that I had in previous years and paid the yearly fee for. But when I called to renew this year, they said they weren't enforcing it anymore, so I didn't need. But I'm now getting fined for a job I did a month ago in the same year they told me I didn't need it, for not having that license. Their
Okay.
own.
I have a question about that though, Rakia. Number one, do they have witnesses with personal firsthand knowledge? Number two, do they have legally admissible evidence that their constitution and codes apply?
Well, I mean, that's what we're having to go to. But, I still have to fight that, right? It still costs no matter what. I mean, if the fine is $2,000 and the cost to fight it is $8,000, that's where they get you. That's where insurance gets you. That, you know what I'm saying? It's all a kind of a racket in a way. It costs more to defend your rights than it does to pay the fine sometimes.
Yeah, even if you want to do pro se, do your own defense sort of deal or litigation,
I
that
still
takes
have
a
to
lot of
be there.
time, and that takes a lot of time and investment to do. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, you put in $200 or $300 an hour for my time, you get to that number very quickly. I mean, it's ridiculous. That's happening right now. Like y'all are talking, it's kind of along the same context.
Yeah, I took it a little farther off base of because it's not crypto, but I was just relating it to like how it's the way the government works. Like they're not going to tell you that it doesn't matter how much you want to talk to them. They're not going to tell you shit. They're only going to tell you when you owe them money, when you fucked up, when the mob comes in. Look at this, you fucked up.
Yeah, but
Now
to go back to what Rakia was saying, though, it's really important to ask them for witnesses with personal firsthand knowledge and legally admissible evidence to prove their claims, namely that the Constitution codes actually apply. If they don't actually provide that in discovery, then everything else is not relevant and should be stricken from the record. Without anything submitted into the record, they have no case. I don't know, but sorry to hear that, Rakia.
Let me just ask, in terms of the cryptocurrency conversation real quick, like there does seem to be like, let's just say within truthers, as it were, to use that term truther, there's folks that obviously think there's truthers that think it's good and positive and could have some ability to give us, either some kind of liberation from the current system or at least alternatives or, and let alone the whole investment side of it. And then there's people that think it's totally like evil, like the CIA, it's all part of the control network and it's all set up to just, on the extreme opposite side, that it's totally set up to just entrap us and, and it's just going to be more of the same. And it's the 1984 digital currency that's coming and all that. So like, I guess my maybe question for people who think it's totally the CIA, what do you guys think of other truthers that think it's actually positive? Do you think that they're just off the rocker or they're just being deceived or?
I'll be glad to answer that. No, yeah, I think they're basically they're being short-sighted and that they're looking at it as an investment opportunity in a way to hopefully like retire shit like that, right? Like they're not really thinking about the overall implications of it. Because like clearly, if you've ever seen any cyberpunk movie, there's going to have to be something like this going on in the future. This is like you're definitely playing into their hand while you're playing with crypto. Like it was all intentional and driven from the start. Like it fits their transhumanist goals perfectly. It doesn't mean to say that like crypto itself is inherently bad. It's just the fact that it's the same type of control structure, though it's just a slightly different one.
So you don't think there's anything authentic about it? Like you think it's all just a total government or it's the Illuminati sham or whatever? Like you don't think there's anything actually organic, legitimate, real, something that is like that's a technology that can be decentralized? There's a lot of different types of blockchains, so they're certainly not all the same. But you're saying that you don't think there's any organic benefit.
Yeah, no, I mean there could be. Like people could, in my understanding, I don't know a lot about the topic to really go too deep into it, but like a lot of, I mean, you could potentially create your own little like black market fucking blockchain after all these regulations go into play because Napalm was spot on about that. Like, dude, the government is going to end up regulating these big fucking crypto fucking exchanges and shit like that. All of them. There's going to be all kinds of rules that in place. It's going to be the bankers fucking thing. It's going to turn into basically the CBDC is the way that I see it. Now you could, some genius person could write their own fucking blockchain and people could use it with some type of encryption that the government's not in on and they can keep it super secret and blah, blah, blah. But you're going to have to be a fucking hacker to fucking access that. No normal schmo is going to be able to. They're going to be stuck with the CBDC fucking big shit. Like, not working dark web fucking, and some, I guess, black market fucking crypto, like, you can always create your own value. You can subvert. There'll probably be some genius down the road who fucking finds a way to subvert it, and then that'll get busted down, and somebody will replace him, and somebody will replace that guy. Like it'll just keep happening. But that's gonna be more like for your fucking hackers and pirates and shit. Like It's not going to be for the everyday person.
Yeah, it's the Fed on fucking the Federal Reserve on steroids. It's to me, I agree with Crow 777, who says it will be the biggest loss of freedom in the history of the human race, and I agree with him completely. But it's a tough one because then you start to think of, well, what else can we do? You know, because if you actually look into the history of money in this country, we used to have something called a tally stick. It's fucking hilarious. We used to have a certain wood that snapped a certain way, and then you give half to the bank, and you kept half. And it actually took them a long time to collect them all in. I think it was somewhere around end of the 1800s when they stopped. They cut it off, and then it was like 19 something when they collected them all in. But anyway, yeah, it's to me, I just see total control. But anyway, Gio, did you see the calendar, the picture of the calendar, 1775 Bible with the 13 months in it?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
cool.
awesome. Yeah, I was thinking. I'm telling you, I know I keep mentioning these presentations to you, which you're never going to do apparently. I mean, I'm sure you're a busy man, but I was thinking it'd be really cool to like do the moon worship and then into the sun worship. You know, if you go through history, how because I think it was 10 months back then or something like that. Was that right? I think it went from 10 months to 13 months to what we have now. And that'd be super cool if you could make a short TikTok video on the history of that.
Just to respond though, real quick to Lunatic. Yeah, I'm definitely aware, bro, of the potential or even the inevitable, like, of what could happen in the long term with this whole crypto thing. Like,
And what's guaranteed to happen? It's like already written on the fucking wall. Like,
yeah, right. So I definitely see that, which is, all the more reason why I'm trying to like profit from it as quick as I can before that happens. But yeah, and kind of like what Andy said, like, what else are you gonna do, man? Like, you're already on a sinking ship, dude. Like, the current traditional system's a fucking archaic, fucking dying wildebeest, bro. And
yeah, I mean,
we're getting
the alternative is, I think, if it's the way that I see, like, if they get all their goals accomplished, the future is fucking literally like some Blade Runner fucking shit. Like, it's like all social credit based CBDC, like where you're allowed to go, when you're allowed to go there, what your money's allowed to buy, whether it expires or not, how much you get, like where you're allowed to like live, how much you're allowed to own, like all this stuff is going to be controlled through the smart money, right? Like that's what it's going to be. So, yeah, the only alternative is to become a Luddite and fucking run for the hills. But I think given enough time, they'll come for you there too.
Well, I know Jaronism's dealt with this on his channel. I know because he talks a good amount about crypto, and there's a lot of truth community that he's talked with over the years. And I've just heard him talking like Jaronism. I've heard him talking about how he gets attacked a lot, from other truthers, like telling him like that all of crypto is all set up by the controllers and all this stuff, and then so he's had to deal with a lot of kind of flack on that. So that it just does seem like there's like a kind of a split view on it. Like not too many people are neutral. I guess some are. Some are neutral.
I mean, I don't know of many people who freaking are in the truther community who don't recognize that it's set up by the controllers. Like, there's only a very few people out there that really, I wouldn't even necessarily call them truthers though. They just tend to fucking fold into here, but they're not about truth. They're just their whole truth is the truth about crypto and how they're just pushing crypto. Like a vegan pushes veganism, and like a freaking Holocaust denier pushes that. Like a freaking, you know what I mean? Like, they got their own agenda. They're not like real truthers necessarily. Like anybody who's a real truther sees the bigger plan, the bigger agenda. Now, whether they're taking advantage of it or not, like that's another issue. Some might say on a moral try to take a moral high ground, saying I'm not going to fuck with it, while others are like, no, I'm just trying to get in and get out while it's good, and like I understand that too.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a perspective on the possible positive side that this technology is actually like a new technology, like it's actually like
I
an
don't
invention
really
of
hear
sorts.
people arguing
And
for that though. I don't really hear people arguing that it's gonna that crypto is gonna save the world or anything. Like I've heard people do that in the past, but like that's not common.
Well, one of the big things that the world is experiencing at the moment from a banking perspective is a liquidity issue. So this would definitely resolve that. So there is that, which affects everybody overall and their quality of life. And when you look at, I understand like everybody kind of wants to paint this picture that it's all going to be centralized, but this was like the whole point of creating crypto was to have it be decentralized. So,
No.
like I said, you're gonna have two sides of it. You're gonna have the centrally backed digital currencies, and then you're gonna have the decentralized currencies. So
Right, but
there's two sides to it.
decentralized could easily just become like literally a pseudonym for freaking like black market, meaning illegal. Fucking like all they have to do is regulate it. Say that
It's not what he
say that you
means,
have
though.
to go. Our government throws new regulations in all over the place.
I
All
agree
they have to
with
do is
that, but that's
just
not what
regulate it
he's
out.
talking about. So it's trust value, right? But it has value because people trust it more than the current system. The current system is based on trust.
Yeah. So
There's
I mean,
lack of trust, lack of value. It's no different.
yeah, the blockchain, the coin, whatever it is, could be there, could be a thing. It's just it could be regulated out of legality. So like you're not allowed to legally buy it. Like that kind of a thing. Like that's all they really got to do.
Well, if they try doing that, like I said, all these crypto companies are they're going to move overseas. The rest of the world's not even trying to do that, and they're okay with crypto. They've already accepted it. They're already using it largely. Like I think South Korea is probably like one of the biggest at the moment. But either way, it's only America that's trying to stifle this, all due to the fact that as it is, we're
They're
the
not really.
world's reserve. We're the world's reserve currency, right? Like the petrodollar. So,
They're
but
trying to
all that's
slow it down,
changing.
I would say. Slow it down until
No,
they can get control
they're
of it.
implementing it, dude. They've got they've had their CBDC plan ready for launch it was ready for launch like a year and a half or 2 years ago or something like that. Like the
Nobody wants
CBDC
it.
is fucking waiting and ready.
Yeah, but nobody wants that. Like,
Oh, of course
that's
nobody wants it. Do you think it doesn't mean you're not going to be like forced? You're not going to have it forced on you like everything else.
well, either way. Like, I mean, you might have to transact with that. Let's just say, but your holdings don't have to be within that. Like, nobody
What
wants to
happens
have
when you cash out? What happens
investment
when you
being
cash out?
manipulated.
What happens when you cash out? What do you cash out in?
You gotta give a little more room, bro.
You cash out in dollars right now, right?
No, I don't. Why would I want to take something that's on a downward trend?
No, if you were to cash out, you cash out in dollars, right?
If I had to pay a bill, like, and I needed money, then yeah, I would cash out. But I don't need to cash out. Like, I'm not cashing out until the time's ready.
Listen. I know I'm talking hypothetically. Okay, I know you're not planning to cash out. You haven't cashed out. But if you were to cash out, you would be cashing out in what?
I would be cashing out in whatever I was purchasing. I would not be sitting on US fiat currency. If
You're
that's what
avoiding
you,
the question. You know exactly what I'm getting at.
bro. You've been like literally just talking over me like the entire fucking time, dude.
That's not true
And
at all.
Yeah,
it
it is
is,
a little
bro.
bit. You just slow it down a little bit. You're all right. He's not doing it to degrade you. He's just saying let's have
I
a
know he means
conversation.
well. I
Yeah,
get it, but I'm just telling him because it's hard to respond when he's already fucking on top of me.
it's
So
like
I'm
you're
just
having
saying,
the
like,
Friday
Oh man,
night fun on
dude,
Wednesday night.
you know that you're evading like hitting the actual question. Like if
We heard you
the
the
answer
first
is
time, but he was trying to answer, dude. That's what we're talking about. You're like going over the top of him before he even completes your answer, and then repeating what you said. I
right?
was getting what he was saying. I don't think he's
Yeah,
evading it.
yeah. I get his question completely and what he's trying to imply. And the answer to your question is no. I will never sit on U.S. fiat currency, U.S. dollars,
that
$100
wasn't my
bills.
question about that wasn't my question about sitting on it. I said if you're cashing out, like let's say you want to cash out I don't know, $1,000. You want to cash out $1,000 and you're gonna go on a vacation with the family or whatever. Like
He already, Lou, he already
the
told,
answer is
before you go
dollars.
into a huge diatribe, he already told you that he would just cash out with a purchase.
Yeah, or get cash if he had to, but he wouldn't do that as a result, right? He would want to do it in something that has an upside. But if he needed cash
Right.
at that moment to go on vacation or whatever, that's what he would do. But he has knowledge that he's going to lose value if he does that. I'm not sure you're hearing it. Like it's very
I don't want to
plain.
speak. Yeah, like I have crypto, and my plan is whenever, at some point, I just dump it all into some sort of physical asset, whether
Look,
that
they
be
always
land, that be machinery to make products, whatever it may be. It's not just going to be a cashing out into whatever the next currency is.
it's my own fault. It's my own fault. I shouldn't have asked for an answer that I was hoping for to go on to the next thing. Basically, I'm trying to lead him into the thing about how that's where the CBDC is going to come in. So, like, you have, like right now, like your Bitcoin is worth this many dollars. You know what I mean? Like that, and when you cash out of all crypto, let's say you sold all your fucking crypto, what are you going to sell it in? You're going to sell it in whatever is the reserve currency. So, like, that CBDC is going to be the reserve currency of the future. Like, you're still going to have both. I think that's probably true for quite some time.
I don't. Like you're still not getting it, bro. Like I'm never selling all of my bags, bro. Like this is something that's getting handed over to my kids. Like I'm hoping I get to see the flip of the switch that I've been waiting for within my lifetime, so I can at
Okay,
least
you were a
enjoy
bad
some of the
person to
fruits of
ask.
my. Dude, bro, you're doing it, bro. Chill out. I'm hoping that I get a chance to enjoy the fruits of my labor and patience within waiting throughout this painful experience that I've been going through over the last fucking 6 years with this crypto market. But I know it's going to happen. And with that being said, when it does happen, Lou, I'm never going to hold a US dollar or a centrally backed token unless I have to. If I have my choice, I'm always going to be holding this unless I need money for whatever reason. Then yes, I would cash them out as needed. But there's no point in holding something that's just going to be stripped from you through fucking taxation and all the little funny shit they do to devalue the purchasing power of your currency as they do now.
Yeah, I look, I get it, man. But I was asking literally for you to think hypothetically as well, because like you'd already established that, and I was trying to say, like, okay, so then put yourself in somebody else's shoes, essentially. Like, um, you have a plan that doesn't involve the fiat of any type at any time. Any money that goes into the crypto stays in the crypto and never comes out. Got it. I was just like, what is that? Its value based upon though? It's based about it has everything with value has to be based against something else. And right now, at least, and for the foreseeable future, it's going to be based against some type of fiat currency like the dollar.
No, it'll actually be decoupled and depegged from the dollar completely.
Well, then it's what, like XRP is worth how many Bitcoin? Does one of the coins become the standard? Like Bitcoin becomes like the gold standard, and freaking everything is based against Bitcoin. How does that work? It's got to be based against something.
Well, I mean, that's kind of a complex conversation to get into, but and I think that's kind of what Good White was trying to get at last night. He kept talking about a 1-to-1 exchange rate, but no, there's all that's based on, you know, the market cap and supply, and XRP is not built to be a one-in-one exchange, you know, exchange equivalent to a dollar or a Satoshi or what have you. There's not enough market supply for that. So its value is going to be exceedingly higher than a dollar. But as far as Bitcoin goes, you know, I think there's more nostalgia driving that price action than anything, and the limited supply. So I mean, there's a lot of variables that go into play. And I don't really want to get into that conversation right now.
Well, it's speculation on the future. It's like it really comes down to like having faith that things are going to go well. You know, it's like having faith that the government didn't have their hand in this and that they're not getting their way, like as we speak. That was, you know what I mean? Like if you're doing everything they want you to do, then it's not good. That like it's you just don't know the end result. Like you think you do, but you don't.
I was just going to say that I watched Jeff Berwick. Probably know of Jeff Berwick quite a bit back in the day, and I thought he was saying all the right things. And it just took me a while to realize that he's pushing crypto, and I suddenly it dawned on me that, like that old quote that I always post from that Freemason who said, "There's a plan being made so contrived, so hidden, so this, that, and the other, to take away the Bible, to take away government, you know," and it just seemed to connect the dots when I saw Jeff Berwick, the sort of controlled opposition, the man saying all the right things, which gets truth as sucked in, but then you realize, oh, but he's pushing crypto, he's literally pushing digital currency, and I get it, he's making his, you know, he's getting his, I get that. You got to put food on table, he's doing well. But I saw through it. It took me quite a while. But I was like, oh shit, this dude, he's totally at it, and he's suckering everybody, you know. So yeah, like I say again, he's saying a lot of right things, but I just don't. I see crypto as the sort of digital change. The fucking that's it.
You check this out. So like the one of the cool things about blockchain is that everything is transparent. Like it's supposed, that's one of the big selling points, right? It's like it's all transparent. It's all on the ledger. Ledger can't be fucked with. So why is it that we, the people, are the ones that need to have full transparency when it should be our government instead that should have that full transparency? We need them on the fucking, like I could see a use for blockchain technology and fucking for spending and all that stuff. Yeah, make the government use it. Just the government. We get to still remain private because it's part of our fucking rights as Americans, anyway.
Yeah, that's what else he's pushing as well. That this anarcho-capitalism. It's kind of well, it seems to me there's two types. Well, there's one type anyway. This is Jeff Berwick for sure, who yes, they want less government, which on the face of it sounds brilliant because I don't know how anybody could defend that shit at the minute because it is a shit show, as we can all see. But in principle, it could be good. It could be a good thing because I tell you something. If you get rid of that, that's the only sort of block to technocrats, to just these business. Good luck dealing with those. Just the fucking faceless corporations, you know. So
Yeah, we can track every purchase and where every freaking thing went to. When it comes to governments making deals with other countries and with fucking organizations and people and shit like that, transparency in the government. That's what we need. We don't need transparency in the people. The people aren't where the problem is. The problem is in government and corporations in working in tandem together.
yeah, I mean, it seems to me one of the simple answer is just to get the money out of the government situation, the lobbyists. How you do that, I have no idea. That seemed a big part of it for me.
I could tell you how. You stop giving multiple terms of allow them to serve one term only, because most of that stuff is to for re-election purpose. It's we're gonna donate X amount to your campaign, next year and all this shit. Like if they only had one term, I think we'd see half of the effect of lobbyism going away.
They would just though go to the system that where they could control you in one term. I get your point, right? I think that would help immediately, but I think over time that just becomes control of 1 year or
About how to
one
get
term.
rid of this revolving door effect.
You
that
grow
we
your
have
own
too.
food and you trade with people. You don't get on the money system or the food regulation. I mean, for goodness sakes, I can't even go buy cow's milk tomorrow without the government saying that's illegal, right? It has to be pasteurized, or you can't do anything without regulation or consequences to that. You'll be judged, right? If I go to the farmer's market and buy cow's milk, it's against the law type of thing. Control, control, control. So any way you can get off of that control is how it doesn't matter if they have 20-year terms. If you're not under their control, then, but good luck to that too. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's a tough question, right?
What percentage of the government would you say is just employees taking orders, if you were to take a guess?
That's the way the system is worked. That's like the vast majority. It's like at least 99% is just following orders.
Just like the military, leading from the top down.
Well, exactly. So then you would just have to say, whenever people say the government is the problem, I mean, the government is just 99% employees. It's just in principle having a government. That's what it's going to be for a big ass thing like a country. If you have a government, it's going to be 99% interchangeable employees, and then 1%. You'll never find out who the order giver is. You'll never. It's just a smoke screen after smoke screen. So there's no point even criticizing.
Well, you have to be your own. A man has to be the leader of his house, right? He can't let the government control his house. That's the whole crux. That's where you fall short.
That's true, but you can't do that without leverage. So
I agree.
I've been saying that since yesterday. That the only way to have leverage is if you have a local community of ride or die people.
But moving in that direction, right, or living in those communities that are trying to move in that direction, which is what I choose to do is a thing. I haven't gone to the extremes like some people have, that they're further along than I am. But I think getting your generational wealth and families together and moving in that direction is the only way in generation after generation that you would move away from the current system.
100%. I mean, I'm nowhere near that goal, because there's no one I can convince to move in that direction. But I agree completely. It's just no leverage otherwise. If you're an atomized little fucking unit of a big ass thing called a country, you got zero leverage. You're fucked.
Well, so when you said the thing about just following orders, though. Like, there's rules that are in place for the police, like in law in the United States anyway. I'm not sure how it works in your country, or anything, but like qualified immunity is a thing that police have because when they're following the law as it's written, as long as they follow the law as it's written for them and how to engage and properly and blah blah blah, then they have qualified immunity. But as soon as they step outside of that law, they are no longer acting like under the badge, right? So if they as soon as they start breaking the law, they are now acting outside of the state and just as another person. Like, they might as well not have a uniform or a badge or a gun or anything. They're just any schmo. You're equals now.
That's all beautiful in principle, right? It's all beautiful, but the law that people come up with is not like physical, natural law, which just imposes itself. Someone has to impose it. So during COVID, no, I don't know if I should say that word, but during that thing when there were cops arresting people for doing literally nothing except breathing or walking around and tasing people, how many of those so-called cops, or even just fake cops that they gave some sort of powers, how many of those people got reprimanded or taken having action
Yeah,
taken?
no, it doesn't mean it's easy. It takes getting beat in the face and somebody has to take one for the team. It's like what Gandhi and others like him were about, like you take the stick and you freaking it hurts.
They control that.
Yeah.
They control
Gandhi
that
was-
also, though. All the great leaders and spokesmen of our time. Just think of your generation. They're all dead, man. They all got killed. Like,
I mean,
they
the fact
control
is,
that.
because the fact is, like, when those during that period 2 years ago, when people were arresting and beating up people on the street for just walking around and exercising their God-given rights, the fact is nobody stopped the police, because it's always like, well, take it to court and get due justice. No, actually, in reality, if people were not atomized, they would beat the living crap out of any policeman who violated someone for merely walking around and breathing. They would, but the fact is, no one will do that for some stranger in a city. It's impossible.
That's because they got a uniform and a badge, and they also don't want to get their nose dirty.
Yeah.
Don't put your nose where it doesn't belong.
Yeah, you won't do it for a stranger. It's impossible. No matter what you say, we're all citizens and we're all like we're citizens of this country. You won't do it for that person because he's literally just a stranger.
Bro, I'll put them under citizen's arrest. If someone's committing a felony, it doesn't matter who they are. You can put them under citizen's arrest.
I mean, it's all great. So they have that then all of those cops should have been so-called cops and fake cops. So
Jeremy walks around with paracord handcuffs and pepper spray just in case, bro.
It's better than walking around with 50 feet of that wire you were going to carry around.
Coaxial cable. You walk around with 80 pounds of coaxial cable.
I mean,
in case I got to call the cops, I'm not actually. You're out there.
You got to connect
climb a
VCR
pole and hook the cable up.
He's trying to connect VCRs and shit in apocalyptic situations.
It's the cops that need to get arrested half the time because a bunch of sociopathic fucking young teenagers just get fucking put in these positions like the police and the army, and they're just willing to like fucking take it out on anybody. It's power tripping motherfuckers. So they're the ones who need to get the shit kicked out of them when they cross the line.
Or you got to put them under citizen's arrest. Anyone committing a felony can be put under citizen's arrest. No matter who you are.
Yeah, that's fine, but no one ever did it.
Out of the 20 policemen, state police, and all that I know, 1 or 2 are good people, right? Like that I know of too. They might be dirty deep down, but most of them are what you just said. Even the friends or the people that I went to school with that are now policemen or even state police are just crazy, bro. I'm talking about psychopathic, like you said. I mean, the running joke in my group is, watch out, old lady, I'm fixing to tase you. That's basically the people that we grew up with and that were the crazy linebackers on the football team became policemen. And they love the power, man. They just love it. They can't wait for that confrontation.
Yeah, it's dangerous. Like
That's crazy, bro. I'm in Toronto and I see some 22-year-old policeman. He's literally like, I mean, they're going to kill more people. The way they drive, like it's some random ass crime, and they're like, yes, now I get to speed. They're literally just fucking, they run over some motherfucker.
We witnessed that the other day. My son was going, "Yep, there's the cop turning his lights on just to get off the interstate and speed, and he's going to cause a wreck." It was Saturday. We were going to the game, and he was just doing it just to avoid the traffic, basically.
Like,
And he
I'm
almost
sure
caused a
there's.
wreck.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. But I'm sure there's some good old timers in the force all over the place. You know, like that. You know, like even still though, even with them, like some of them that are all about respecting your, you know, your liberties and shit like that. Like, they've all violated liberties at some point or another. Also, they've all followed orders and violated liberties and rights of people, of citizens. And if they've done that, like they're not a fully fucking, like, it's not like they're a straight cop either. You know what I mean? They might have the best intention. They might not. They might have been ignorant to what the law was or what the rights of that individual were, or what, you know. But they're still just following orders. Thing is what they've done is outside of the constitutional rights of the person that they're, you know, violating.
100%.
So,
yeah.
So in that way, I don't think there is a such thing as a good cop. Like, I don't think it's possible.
It's systemically impossible because, like you said, when they're given an order and they know that it's either they know it's supposedly illegal, which I don't really care about, or immoral, which is what I do care about, they can't do anything because they don't have leverage again. They need the paycheck so that they can live, pay their rent. They don't have independent means of survival at a standard of living that that's ultimately the reason
they
everyone's
have
fucked.
authorities too, right? They have to answer for their actions, and even if it's the right action or moral action, if it's not what their authority, you know, their lieutenant or their major, you know, whoever's above them wanted them to do, they're going to take care of it internally. They're like a gang. I mean, in that way,
Yeah,
they take
they're a
care of
brother.
their
They're a
business.
brotherhood.
They are a brotherhood
Absolutely.
to the core.
So
Really,
I
even more.
I have a couple questions though. Sorry to interrupt you, Rukia. Are you guys ready to defund and abolish the police? And then also, I feel like with some of these killings, I almost feel like there's like an incentive, like maybe they're getting some type of promotion or pay raise, or maybe it's like a promotion in the Freemasons or what. I don't know.
No, man. I'm not gonna bite for that. Really, like, abolish the police? No. I'll give you an example though. A lot of small towns with their village police and shit like that, they're abandoning their police force and leaving it up to the county sheriff. And I don't. I think that's a good way to go. It saves taxpayers
That's
money.
what we did.
I think
10
yeah,
years ago.
that's yeah, it makes
So
sense.
certain communities are doing that. They're going, we're done with this, right? We're not going to support your police system, or
Yeah,
even we don't do fire.
mine is doing it too, and there's signs everywhere right now about like save the whatever police force, right? And I'm like, I'm not putting one of them in my fucking road. No, like they passed the shit basically overnight without anybody knowing about it, and it's already a done deal. Like, the force is going away, but then all these people heard about it after the fact, and now they're like trying to like save the police. It's like, dude, these guys in these little small villages don't do anything other than hand out menial tickets, like the speeding infractions, roughing up the kids. You know, they do crosswalk duty at the elementary school. You know, that's about it. When it comes to anything real, like real crime, they hand it off to the fucking sheriff's department every single fucking time.
Well, I
Okay,
just
so
got back
like,
from Costa Rica, and they didn't have police. Like, they had police, but they, you know, if you called them, it would take them an hour to get there because of the rural area. The way they handle it is that was handled in the, you know, the olden days. You don't have much crime because you have high moral standards in these communities. They have to survive. And then if someone, you know, does commit a crime or steal a cow or whatever, they just handle it, man. They're men, right? They're men of their own household. If you steal from them, beware, right?
well, the thing that I'm getting to is about the police too in these small towns. Like, these towns keep trying to basically tax the people more and more and more. These are small towns. Like I live in one with less around 1,400 people, 1,400 people in this town. So like, we got our own little police force, and they want updated equipment and updated fucking. You know, they want to be militarized like everybody else, right? It costs the taxpayer a good pretty penny. We don't need that. What the fuck do we need you to have a fucking SWAT vehicle for in this tiny little fucking town? You don't. You don't fucking need one. Get the fuck out. You don't need to fucking be paid $150,000 each to fucking patrol a fucking town of 1,400 people where nothing happens in. You don't all need that. It costs the town a ton of money, and it doesn't make sense. Everybody thinks that as soon as your police force goes away, that your crime rate is going to go up.